Ohayo gozaimasu to all the Pokemon trainers tuning in from around the world. Welcome to Day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I'm Anna Prosser, your host this weekend here in Yokohama, Japan. In case you missed it, yesterday was filled with victories and upsets of all of our titles, including the Pokemon video game, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Today, we continue the action to whittle down the top trainers until just the very best are left to face off on Championship Sunday. In Pokemon TCG, trainers Xander Pero, Jeremy Evans, Juan Andre, and Rafti Rico may have led the way in Day 1, but now players like Pablo Meza and Tord Reklev are waiting to be unleashed with their Day 2 invites. In Pokemon VG, players Alex Gomez, Gabriela Gatti, and Kaito Ari are waiting to flex their Pokemon teams and take on anyone in their path. Pokemon Go has trainers It's Axon, Wadaj, and Valiant Vish looking to stay out of the loser's bracket and stay in the running for the Grand Finals, which will take place tomorrow on Championship Sunday. And teams MJK, Luminosity, and 00 Nation from Pokemon Unite might be one of the first teams to crown themselves a world champion, as their grand finals will take place later tonight on this very stage. I cannot wait to see how this weekend shakes out, and I bet you can't either. But before the action today, we want to extend a big thank you to all the staff, judges, production crew, and more who are helping to put on such a memorable event this weekend. Let's hear it for them. All right, trainers, are you ready? You look ready to me. Casters, over to you.
Ohayo gozaimasu and welcome to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. We're in Day 2. My name's Ross Gilbert and I'm joined again by the lovely David Hockman. How you doing, David?
I'm doing very well. Yesterday we had amazing games, amazing matches, amazing players. And I think Anna put it best, now we are unleashing the creme de la creme now all together. This will be, the most difficult tournament to win, maybe ever, definitely of this season.
Oh, yes.
And we're looking forward to more amazing matches for today.
Yeah, unleashing. What a good word to describe these Day 2 players. We're talking about players who have been topping giant tournaments, players who have been playing consistently well throughout the season. You know, the really very best players this season got their automatic Day 2 invites. So, you know, we got people like Cyrus yesterday. She just missed out on that Day 2 invite, got through Day 1. So we've basically taken the best players from Day 1, we're adding them in for the best players from the entire season, and then being like, yeah, today we're trying to whittle it down to 2 finalists who are going to play on Championship Sunday tomorrow. This is not going to be an easy thing to do. Of course, the first job, we need to take all of these players and get down to a top 8. Then that is going to be, we had an asymmetrical cut at Worlds last year.
Yes.
That is not the case. We are cutting exactly to a top 8 this year, so resistance might play a part. You know, how difficult your day was today. It is going to be exceedingly difficult to get to that top 8 elimination. And you know that the players we have that are going to make it are going to be just on an absolute tear today.
Yeah, I think everyone is really prepared. We saw yesterday every player put in so much work to prepare, and everyone had like their own metagame predictions. Some of these predictions came true, some of them didn't. Some players that predicted even wrong still made it through, just by sheer skill, basically. But now everyone has like a better understanding on how the meta works, how everyone else thinks, because we already saw what happened in Day 1. Yeah, so for Day 2, I'm very looking forward to all the players that actually changed the deck from Day 1.
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to what the automatic Day 2 players are bringing to the table.
Good shout, David, there. Good shout. Well, we've been going through an entire season to get to here, so let's have a look at the international roadmap that we've been following so far this year. And I've got some memories on there. I was in Melbourne in Oceania back in February. I was in London at the European International Championships. I was not at all of them, unfortunately, but I think a lot of players are going to look at this map here and be like, oh yeah, I had a lot of fun there.
Yeah, players can qualify from all around the world. There are like 2 different tournament structures, one on the top with Latin America, Oceania, Europe, North America, and then Middle East and South Africa. All of them can play each other's tournaments and collect championship points wherever they want. We have a lot of players that traveled to, all of them. There are some players that play a lot of regionals. We had Henry Brand, for example, traveling to the USA just to play some regional championships. We have players from Europe going to Oceania International Championship. And then we have the other regions, for example, Japan, South Korea, and a lot of other places in Asia Pacific region where you have like your national championships. There is a South Korean championship, and for example Singapore, Malaysia, and so on. And they have like a completely different structure. So these kind of players, they don't really interact with each other at tournaments at all. So the way they think about the metagame is completely different. The way they approach strategies in general, it also differs a lot. And so the World Championship is kind of the only place where all of this clashes. And yeah, specifically last year, we had a very strong showing from Japan. And now that we're in Japan at the World Championship, I'm looking forward to see how they perform.
Absolutely. Well, if we're going to have a tournament, we need to know the format of that tournament. So let's go and take a look at the format. Oh, no, sorry, I have a quick look at the championship points breakdown. I'm rushing ahead here, David. How rude of me. We can see that you said about the different formats here and the different breakdowns of how people qualify. This is how we did it in various regions: North America, EU, Latin America, etc. And you can see there that the championship points are not entirely even, but there are reasons for that. This is how well people had to do in order to get there. And a note, like you said, David, for Japan, South Korea, and Asia Pacific, where there were invitations based on, slightly different systems. But now that we've looked at the championship points breakdown, we actually can have a quick look at the format we're going to be playing in today with a voice that might sound a little bit familiar.
The 2023 Pokémon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokémon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $1 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required number of match points will advance to Day 2. Day 2, trainers who advance from Day 1 will meet those who earn direct Day 2 invite in a fresh set of Swiss rounds, playing until top 8 is determined. Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokémon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
Schedule for today, we're playing 8 Swiss rounds. You can see the approximate timings there, obviously, with the way the tournament goes. We're going to try and stick to that as best we can, but Swiss round 8 is not the end today, is it, David?
It's not. We will play top 8 and also top 4 today to filter through the players, kind of get down to the best 2 in every age division, and then we will show you all the final championship matches tomorrow.
Yeah, and we will have 1 top 8 game and 1 top 4 game on the stream to share with you today. But that was yesterday. I want to look back for a second. I want to go back to yesterday. I want to see some highlights from yesterday's action, because there was some wonderful play that we saw yesterday. Starting, of course, in round 1 with our defending champion, André Scubal, against Andres Flores. And this was a very exciting game. And, we had Giratina, we had Mew, we had a big KO on that Tyranitar. And we had a former world champion in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and also the very important flip cards, and here you can see just the power of like V-Guard energy. A lot of players, they tend to play the Giratina VMAX because it deals so much damage. We see Shintaro Ito, former world champion and also former runner-up, with this amazing deck. The game we commentated, Midaidon, just how important like these small choices can be, like including the Mirage Step earlier or not.
That was huge.
This can completely just win your whole round and be the reason you advance to Day 2. And the caster match.
Yeah, these guys were not playing in the World Championship, but they did keep us entertained over the lunch break. Now, Mike and Alex were playing in the championship, and this was a yoga loop with a double turn, taking 5 prizes. That was a wonderful highlight of mine yesterday.
Yeah, everyone loves yoga loop. Like if you win against your opponent with yoga loop, they can't even be angry at you. They're just like, yep, okay, yeah, I love yoga loop too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got Bastion and Hermione here with a bit more Chen Pao action, a bit more Sableye action. We had Xander and Ji-Hun here. Just, the expressions of the players is all, and this, of course, it's a flip for the Cramorant. Got the heads, got the VMAX, and a super quick win.
losing your Cramorant because your opponent's Cramomatic is kind of ironic. And here we can see the great play. Yeah, Brennan Kammerman was able to saw a great situation where they could just, sweep through the board with Sableye and Cyrus Davis. Last round of Swiss, just playing perfectly, using all the cards she was dealt with in exactly the way you need to do to win.
Yeah, and we got a list of day 1 survivors here. We got Bolly Oliphant, who I'm watching because the only person I saw playing Rapid Strike Phalanx yesterday. Admittedly, probably just a one-off. Luke Burke, who actually got 3rd place in seniors many years ago at Worlds, is back having a very good run. Obviously, Daichi Shimada, who I believe we're going to have round 1 on stream today, got 2nd at Worlds last year. Julian Lavara, I know a lot of people are familiar with, very lovely person. I can't shout out everyone, but there's some lovely people on that list.
Yeah, we also have Shinji Mori, who we showed yesterday, and also Alex Crackler. They all made it through. If you're rooting for them yesterday, you can continue rooting. Yeah, but like we said, those are not all the players that advanced to day 2. And we got all the players that we already know on day 2 getting into the tournament now.
Yeah, we just cherry-picked some of the notable day 1 survivors. There's some more, and we're going to combine with a day 2. It's going to be fantastic. You know what else is fantastic? Charizard EX. We like Charizard EX. And you can get a gold version of Charizard EX from the brand new Obsidian Flames expansion, which actually launched yesterday. All you need to do is go on TCG Live and use the code CELEBRATE-WCS World Championship Series 23. There is a limit of 100,000. You've got to do it by August the 21st. I have heard a lot of people saying Charizard EX is going to be great, so I'm starting to believe them.
Yeah, it looks like an amazing card. Infernal Rain looks pretty strong. But we will see how this card performs in future tournaments. I'm looking forward to that. But now we are going to focus on the current format, the current World Championship. We still have things to settle with the old cards, I would say.
We do have things to settle, but we also want to hear from you guys. We want to know what you're thinking. We want to know what you're enjoying. So you can see there, you've got @PlayPokemon, @Pokemon Worlds, /Pokemon, #Pokemon World, in all of those various social media ways. Get in touch with us. We read some of your tweets on screen yesterday. David and I had a lot of fun doing that.
Yes.
I want to read some more of them today, I'll be honest with you. I love reading your tweets. So yeah, get them into us. Use that #Pokemon World. We want to hear from you. Who are you rooting for? What are you enjoying? What are your predictions? Tell me anything you want to tell me. Oh, speaking of predictions, we made predictions, David.
Yeah, I saw all my caster colleagues and we try to see what is going to win. I have the most confidence in my own choice. Even seeing yesterday where Gardevoir EX was the second most played deck, and then Giratina Vista, there were 2 different decks that included it. Yeah, I think Giratina Vista will have a strong showing today. I think a lot of the day 2 players that didn't play yesterday will just stick with Gardevoir. Good choice, yeah, but how's your Miraidon doing?
Miraidon and Umbreon, look, I tried to go for something a little bit different, all right? I tried to go slightly outside the box. We saw Miraidon doing pretty well yesterday with some players. I still think there's one player in the field today I think who's going to do well with Miraidon, and then I will feel good about that. We still saw more Miraidon than we saw Flying Pikachu, so...
That's actually true, yes.
So I still feel good about that. But I think, David, we're actually very, very close to actually starting the game.
Yes.
And we've got an absolute corker to start us off today. We've got Caleb Gedimer against Daichi Shimada, and I mean, goodness me, Daichi got 2nd at Worlds last year,
yes.
And I've just called up Caleb's tournament finishes. 2nd at Milwaukee, 2nd at Fresno a week later. That's kind of ridiculous. 9th place at San Diego, a 3rd place at Toronto back in December. That's all this season. And
yes.
there's some others, only got 17th in Hartford. So it doesn't even make the top 4 finishes of the season. I mean, these regionals at the moment are just absolutely gigantic. And Caleb's just coming in and being like, I'm going to top all of them.
Yeah, Caleb being one of the best players from North America, especially this season. And yeah, Daichi has not the best finishes in Japan this season. The tournament structure works very different, so it's not as easy to play as many tournaments as you can in North America, for example. But he had the 2nd place finish at Worlds. He tests so much, he knows so much about the format. There is no question that we have two of the best players in the world playing right now. I'm very looking forward to see how they pilot their decks and who is going to come up on top.
We do have two of the best players in the world, so let's head down to the stage and get ready for the game, because I am extremely excited about this one. Although, I do have to say, David, if we do have a winner's interview with Daichi, I have a question, because Daichi posted yesterday how much he loves Mew.
Yes.
He's not playing Mew today.
Yeah, who knows what happened? Maybe they had a breakup yesterday.
Moved on to Lugia today. Caleb, however, is playing Mew. When we picked the game, we saw the two players and we were like, oh, we have to have those two on stream. And they were like, oh, are we going to have a Mew VMAX mirror match? No, we're not. Caleb is on Mew. Daichi has moved on to Lugia.
At least if Daichi loses, he will know that his love won the game. So he will probably be fine either way. Of course, I'm pretty sure he will be happier if he actually defeats Mew VMAX here. But he played Mew VMAX yesterday. In Japan, Mew VMAX was the national winning deck, so I think especially the Japanese players are super prepared on how to play this matchup. They already tested it so much for their own national championship. Yeah, Daichi played so much with the deck yesterday, so if anyone knows how to play this matchup, it should be Daichi.
Yeah, we do see a Radiant Serena prize for Daichi, which is not ideal. One Lugia V-Star, one Archeops is not the end of the world. Two Ultra Ball, one Mew VMAX, Forest Seal Stone. There are 3 in the deck for Caleb. He's not messing around with Forest Seal Stone. So nothing horrendous. Probably Radiant Serena is the most relevant thing that's prized, but I think there's nothing there which is going to completely derail either of these players.
Yeah, it looks completely fine. Nothing like we had yesterday. We had a lot of games that were almost completely decided by which cards were in the prizes.
2 Zacian V. When you
and
play
the Rals.
and the Rals in the same game, which is absurd. Like when you play 2 of your one-off just to avoid prizes. But we are off, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1 of Day 2 of the World Championships 2023. And we are starting off with Daichi Shimada with that Lugia V-Star deck. And it seems like we're going to start off with a V-Guard energy. Can we get any Archeops in the discard pile nice and early?
Oh, this is actually a very good start. I mean, of course, yeah, maybe you want to get more damage. Usually, the Mew V-Star deck tries to put Archeops in the discard pile as soon as possible. But having the V-Guard energy and also Path to the Peak is, very important against Mew VMAX. As we see, Mew VMAX starting with the Battle VIP path, but just having Battle VIP path is not enough if you're facing up against Path to the Peak, because it prevents your Genesect V from using their Fusion Strike system ability, which is the whole reason why the Mew deck is so powerful in the first place.
Yeah, it completely revolves around drawing a ridiculous amount of cards with your Genesect. But when Path to the Peak is out, Genesect can't draw any cards. We see some players saying Spirit Tomb for the same reason. It turns off, Genesect's ability, your basic Pokemon V abilities in general. And you'll see it on the screen right there. And that's because if you let Mew goes just super fast. But you need a counter stadium now. Oh, there is 2 Lost Vacuum in hand, actually. So Caleb is going to be able to bump that stadium and then at least start getting some draw going. And actually, to be fair, actually Lost Vacuum makes you Lost Zone a card from your hand, which is actually quite good with Genesect because it lowers your hand size by 1, and Genesect draws until you've got as many cards in hand as Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, so it actually allows you to draw an extra card as well. So Caleb's got a hand that can deal with this.
Yeah, this is a very powerful situation here, because in theory, if Caleb really wants to try to go for it, he could even win this turn. Melodious Echo does 70 damage for each Fusion Strike energy in play, and you can use Elesa Sparkle, which we even see hit the field, to attach 2 Fusion Strike energy to 2 of your Fusion Strike Pokemon. And you just need to attach 1 more from your hand. There's a 3 energy in play, 210 damage. You're still 10 damage short, but the Fusion Strike deck plays Power Tablet and also Choice Belt. So we are already basically there.
We need an energy. Literally an energy. Mew's got free retreat. So 1 more energy onto the Meloetta. It has to be a Fusion Strike energy. That's 210 plus a Choice Bout is 240.
Yeah, there might have been the argument to maybe not attach the Choice Belt and you go for an Ultra Ball instead, because now you can play Escape Rope and then you can draw 2 cards, but these 2 cards you draw are super important. So let's see if... Oh, you bet you have Ultra Ball in hand, so you definitely can draw more cards. Yeah, I'm correcting myself, so that was a completely fine play. You can get the next Genesect, now you draw 4 cards, and if there is a Fusion Strike energy card or another Genesect or another way to get another Genesect, you can keep going. If there is the energy, the game is over for Daichi. So very, very important that Caleb had that Lost Vacuum in the opening hand. As we
It's
see,
a Forest Seal Stone, which he can activate.
And the Forest Seal Stone seals up the game. Daichi is just waiting, like, the prize? No? Okay. Attack. That's it.
And Caleb Genema wins game one super quickly. This is why. Now, we have the two versions of Mew V Max. We've got what we call the Fusion list, which plays Meloetta, and then we've got the Double Turbo list, which just plays Double Turbo Energy and only attacks a Mew V Max. This Fusion list, as it's often called with the Meloetta, the huge advantage it has is turn one going second attack with Meloetta. And we just saw in that game why that is so important, because Daichi passes with just one Lugia, and that's it. It's over straight away.
Yeah, also the Fusion Strike energy allows you to bypass Spirit Tomb from your opponent, so this is the reason why it's like so popular. Like, it used to be the less popular version of the deck, but now with Spirit Tomb existing in the format, a lot of players think they have no choice but to play the Fusion Strike energy. Yeah, for Daichi it was very unfortunate, because he did have the Path to the Peak, which is usually very strong against Mew VMAX, of course. They try to play as many cards as they can to negate this kind of play with Path to the Peak. But it is kind of one of the few things you can do to stop Mew VMAX, especially in the Lugia deck, where often if you're like, you don't want your opponent to play Path to the Peak against you, because your own ability is so important. But Mew VMAX is just such a strong card that some people feel like they need to include the Path to the Peak themselves. At least there will be no tie right now. So.
I think a tie is looking pretty unlikely. To quickly circle back to what you said about Fusion Strike energy, of course we said about the Spirit Tomb that turns off Genesect's ability, but the Fusion Strike energy stops effective abilities done to Pokemon with the Fusion Strike energy attached. So you do have to use the attachment onto your Genesect, or indeed a Lesser Sparkle as we saw there, but any Genesect with Fusion Strike energy can still draw under that Spirit Tomb lock. So yeah, you're absolutely correct when you say it really is gaining popularity because of that. Looking at the prizes, Daichi, a bunch of one-offs, nothing. It's going to worry me too much here. So I think Daichi's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, completely fine prize cards. Caleb did have a mulligans, which allows Daichi to draw one extra card. And this time his hands, I still didn't get a peek of it. But it looks much better. At least there are two basic Pokemon.
That is always
going to help. See another game like that.
Oh, it looks like we got a second. Is that a second mulligan?
Yes, it is.
So the way mulligans work, if you don't have a basic Pokemon in your opening hand, your opponent can draw an extra card and you get a new opening hand. But we changed it a couple of years ago. Now, you count the number of mulligans your opponent has, then you choose how many cards you want to take, and you take them all at the same time. It used to be you could take them one at a time and then decide if and when you wanted to stop drawing. But now, if your opponent mulligans 4 times, you have to basically announce how many of those you're going to take beforehand. So obviously with cards like Professor's Research that scars your entire hand, sometimes you want to take like 1 or 2 extra cards. Oh, I've got a Professor's Research, I'm going to stop drawing now. Nowadays, you have to take them all at once.
Yeah, as we see the players opening, and here we see the Stone Journer. Very interesting addition to the deck. It's a single prize fighting attacker, which is very strong against Arceus decks.
Yep.
And also a nice Pokemon to just open with, because if it gets knocked out while your opponent only draws a single prize card. Yeah, Daichi benching 2 Lugia V. We see another V-Guard energy coming down. I'm also pretty sure that I saw Leminion in hand. So he's probably already planning his next turn ahead.
He's actually got, the name is escaping me.
Professor Burnett.
Thank you. Lets you discard 2 cards from your deck, which was designed for V-Union cards, but can be used to just discard your 2 Archeops next turn. So if Daichi's got a V-Max next turn, his turn is looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, but the most scary turn is, of course, always the very first one from your opponent Pokemon, from your opponent's Fusion Mew. We see Battle VIP Pass, which is able to search for potentially 2 Genesect or 1 Genesect, 1 Mew, just to set up your board a little bit. Having 2 Genesect allows you to draw more cards, but having Mew gives you a good Pokemon where you can just attach an energy card to if you draw into it.
He does have a Genesect in hand.
Oh, nice, yeah, so maybe...
We'll probably see a 1-1 here, and then he'd have 3 Genesect, 1 Mew, which I think is... Yeah, I would imagine one Genesect, one Mew here.
Yeah, to draw more cards, you always need to get rid of your hand cards. So, like, playing with your resources is a little bit difficult. So this is why, like, very new Fusion Strike players often do like smaller mistakes. It's similar to the Lost Zone deck where you often have to discard cards and then you discard the wrong one at the beginning of the game and it costs you the game like 5 turns later. Yeah, as we see, a very strong showing here. You want to have as many Pokemon on your bench as you can. There is the Ice Cube in Caleb's hand, which is probably considering putting down or not, because it doesn't do too much in this matchup, but it's just one less card in your hand and one more card in play, which means you draw more cards with your Fusion Strike systems.
Absolutely, you draw until you've got a number of cards in hand equal to the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, and Ice Cube is very much a Fusion Strike Pokemon. So, we see a turn 1 Iono here from Caleb. Not exactly what Mew is known for, there's only one Iono in Caleb's deck, but we've also got the Forest Seal Stone there, and this is in decks that can use it like Mew. And when Forest Seal Stone was initially revealed, everyone was like, oh my goodness, Mew just got so much better. Because you can search any card at any point. So you can either use it turn 1 to help yourself get set up. I imagine that's not going to be the case here for Caleb because he's got a pretty good board state going. Or the turn you can't find double turbo. The turn you really need a boss's orders. The turn you need to have, and the main thing here, of course, is a counter to something like Path to the Peak. That's when you're going to use it. And I imagine Caleb is going to save it for that reason. And I know it feels weird sometimes. Path to the Peak turns off Pokemon's abilities, and Forest Seal Stone gives you an ability, but it's really an ability you can use, not an ability you have.
Exactly.
So it works even when Path to the Peak is out, which I know confused a lot of players when that ruling first came down.
Yeah, it is kind of like your backup plan. You can just leave it in play and you only need it exactly when you use it. And Lugia decks, they often play Lost Vacuum to get rid of, for Path to the Peak, for example. You can also use it to get rid of a Forest Seal Stone. They don't think you usually use it to get rid of 2 Forest Seal Stones. Of course, the third one doesn't do anything because it is attached to an Ice Cube. Now back to Daichi's turn. One small thing you might have noticed is when Caleb played the Iono, Daichi took a really good look at his hand, because Iono puts the cards on the bottom of your deck. So these are cards that are not available to you to draw if you, for example, play your own Iono. So it completely changes like your outs. And maybe sometimes that creates situations where you want to just like artificially shuffle your deck or opt to not shuffle your deck before you play a card you draw. And I think Daichi's even taking notes of the cards that are on bottom. I see the hand is going off screen, so it looks like he's just taking notes on what exactly is at the bottom of his deck so he can make these better choices. As we see Daichi's hand not looking amazing again.
I think now, if we just... Yeah, now we do have the double V star, which is nice, but of course, we need to get into the discard pile those 2 Archeops. Oh my goodness, we see a pass. No Archeops in the discard pile at all. So we saw his own Iono played by Daichi, but unfortunately, this is not going great. You do not want to give Mew extra turns. Oh, and this escape rope is big. Forces, it's going to be the Lugia with no energy.
Well, it is difficult because the V-Star energy might be able to
save a KO.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you get your 2 Archeops in play from that point onward, you have energy acceleration anyway, so the energy attached from your hand is not too important. That's why I thought, like, yeah, having just Lugia V-Guard energy at the first time last game might have been fine. Yeah, it didn't work out that way. But yeah, Daichi now choosing to put the V-Guard energy active, which means that Caleb needs to deal 310 damage. But there's only one power tablet, already one power tablet in the discard.
Yes, so Mew does 210, but it's reduced by 20, so it'll be a double turbo energy probably, which is 190. And then you need to add, so we need 4 damage modifiers. So actually we would need, oh no, we got fusion energy on the Mew. So now we're hitting 210, so we would need actually still 4 modifiers because 3 would only go up to 200.
Yeah, I think so too.
So that would be all 3 power tablet and a choice bout. Now to be fair, we've got the choice bout, we've got a power tablet, but there are 2 power tablet in the deck, and I think Caleb needs both of these now to get a KO on this Lugia.
I think only 1 power tablet because you deal 210 plus now 60 right now. That's 270. Oh, 270, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
and
then
correctly, yeah. So
1 more would go
tablets.
300, but the V-Guard energy, I believe, would save you.
Yeah, very, very complicated here.
Yeah, the
Caleb
math
needs
gets
to
awkward.
find one power tablet, and then he can use the Seal Stone to get the last one. As we see a Judge coming down. A Judge is a very strong card, especially in Mew decks, because you have Genesect anyways. You can just draw to a full hand after you played the Judge. But an early Judge can especially throw off decks, like Lugia, for example, that needs to have a lot of cards in hand to do a lot of things. So this might become a problem for Daichi, even if Caleb is not able to take the knockout, as Caleb is probably still just trying to find the next power tablet.
Yeah, Judge is, in one hand, Judge is even, that it gives both players a new hand of 4. On the other hand, Judge is not even, because Caleb's got his Genesect, which is just going to let him draw card after card after card, and Daichi has not got any Archeops in the discard pile yet.
Power tablets, and even the Cramomatic. So
with a head flip, he's actually got this.
With a head flip, you don't need to use the Forest Seal Stone, because Caleb still hasn't used the V-Star power. So
I think he's got the KO if he wants it here. Do we see a head? This is a big flip. I don't know what happened.
Looks like a Tails.
He's not searching for a card, but we see the power tablet, and I think you called it, David. The Forest Seal. Oh no.
Yeah, first you go for
draw.
Yeah, if you just happen to draw into it, fine. You don't have to search for anything.
That was the last Genesect though, so I think now it is going to be Forest Seal Stone. I think when you're this committed, you have to Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, I agree. But let's see if Caleb also agrees with us. The hand he drew, it's completely fine if you know. Yeah, and if we see the Forest Seal Stone, let's hope Caleb checked his prize cards correctly earlier in the game, having the last power tablet. As we see the last power tablet now, Caleb has no power tablets in his deck, but just in a very explosive turn, Judge, and then also the knockout with the Lost City as well, which is not too relevant in this situation. But it's just too much pressure for Daichi. It's very difficult now to get Archeops into the discard pile, and you need to put them both in play and also get an attacker off. Usually in this matchup you try to attack, for example, with Yveltal.
Yes.
Because Yveltal is able to... Oh no, Professor's Research without Archeops is hurtful.
No, that is not. That's the whole reason you play Professor's Research, is to discard the Archeops. I mean, we're going to need something like Ultra Ball Archeops here. Professor Burnett, but you can't play a second supporter. I think we might be near the end of this game here, David, because we don't have any Archeops in the discard pile as it stands at the moment. There's no way to get any in the discard pile right now. There is an Archeops in hand, but I don't see a way to discard it. The good news is Daichi is passing, and essentially Mew now is locked in at 240.
Yes. I mean, in theory, you can... Yeah, I mean, in theory, you can use, like, Meloetta, but now the bench is full anyway, so you can, like, copy Block Slider from Ice Cube, for example. In this situation, it doesn't really make too much sense, as Caleb is just retreating, taking with the other Mew, just to have the more powerful Mew in the back for situations later on, and just get some damage off the Lugia.
Yeah, and I like this, because essentially what you're saying here is just, I'm so far ahead, I don't need to rush anymore. I'm done. I did my big one-hit KO. That got me so far ahead in the game. At this stage, I can just kind of do decent damage. We finally see Professor Burnett coming down, and Daichi is obviously going to search his deck for 2 Archeops and discard them. Assuming they are in there. Yes, there are. Yeah. He's playing a full 4, because one's in his hand and one's in the prizes. But he is playing the full 4 copies here, so he should be able, I'm pretty sure there are 2 in his deck here, so he should be able to discard both of those, use Lugia's V-Star power to then get them out of the deck, and then start accelerating energy. But Caleb needs to start getting big KOs now. It needs to be these turns. This turn, Caleb is about to go up by 4 prizes. If Daichi can, maybe KO of Yveltal here, then all of a sudden, you're actually 1 prize ahead with a 1 prizer in the active, and that changes things. If Daichi doesn't get a KO on the Mew this turn, I do not like his chances at all. If I didn't see his hand well enough, if he can get a KO this turn, he's not in a terrible position.
Yeah, this also, I think, might be the first time that he's even searching his deck. Like, he's looking at his deck very carefully, taking notes, so this looks like he's actually just checking for the prize card. We do see a Tyranitar V in Daichi's hand, so he can attack with Tyranitar V, but the problem is, Caleb retreated the Mew, which was a very smart play, because now the Mew on the bench with 2 Fusion Energy cards, 2 Fusion Strike Energy cards, is able to deal 240 damage.
Yep.
Which is exactly enough to take the knockout on Tyranitar V. if Daichi is using that option. So it's
That-
very
that-
difficult situation here. to
That would
navigate.
still not be the end of the world, though, because that would put Caleb at 2 prizes remaining, Daichi at 3 prizes remaining, and then a KO with someone like an Evil Tao would then give Daichi the win.
True.
You know, by taking 3 prizes and 3. So you're absolutely correct. Tyranitar not the best option here, but if Daichi can get a KO with Tyranitar, that would still be a way to keep himself in the game. Now we did get the double Archeops down. We do see Tyranitar hitting the bench here. Now Fusion Strike, Single Strike Energy is going to be very, very important here. You can only play 4, but you do have Urn of Vitality to allow you to put them from your discard pile back into your deck. Now I know there is an Urn of Vitality prized.
Yeah, and you also have the V-Guard energy. I'm not entirely sure how many V-Guard energy are left, but with V-Guard energy, Tyranitar would even be able to tank a turn, something I forgot in
No,
the
that's a good shout, David. Hey,
Yeah.
you got it before the end of the turn. You're good, man. You're good. That's an excellent point. V-Guard Energy would put Mew out of range of getting a KO on the Tyranitar. So this could be a pivotal turn that keeps Daichi in this series.
Yeah, very important turn here. And Daichi's also thinking about it. He has to be very sure what he's doing, but like I said in the opening, if there was one player that knows exactly how Mew can play this matchup, it is Daichi, as we see I think a Gift Energy coming down and also the V-Guard Energy.
Yep.
If you don't know exactly what you're doing, you might be tempted to just attach 2 V-Guard Energy, or Daichi knows exactly this is too much, but the Gift Energy will just make me completely Iono-proof, completely Judge-proof. Let's go for it this way. As we see with the one-hand attachment, you can retreat the active Pokemon and just take your 3 prize cards here. Tyranitar's attack is a little bit risky because it discards 4 cards of your own deck, which sometimes discards exactly the cards that you're still needing to win, which opens up ways for your opponent to outplay you. But I would just say,
Gotta be done.
attack with it and let's see what happens.
I mean, I played an absurd amount of the Cosmic Eclipse Excadrill, which also milled 4 of your own when you attack. And yeah, sometimes the discard is absolutely just incredibly rough, but you've got to do it here. If Daichi could get the KO with Yveltal here, you've got to imagine he would. He's not got the option. He doesn't have the access to that card right now. So you take the KO with Tyranitar, and sure, it's going to be awkward potentially next turn, but what are you going to do? And, that's not a bad discard.
Well, there was one boss discarded, and you saw Daichi playing with his Luminion, because
he just got boss of surprises.
I was about to say that. He checked his prize cards very well, and he knows. In theory, Caleb can do some tricks with Ice Cure, which we are probably going to see this turn, because if you attack with Rio Mimax, the game is basically over. So Caleb will probably try to get Block Slider, just take a knockout on the Lugia on the bench, and then you have only 2 prize cards left, and you can take the 2 prize cards in a different way. Yeah, but for Daichi, he just wants a boss. So he was thinking about, well, do I actually play the Luminion to get my boss out of my deck so I don't mill it? He took a little bit of a risk, attacking with Tyranitar, actually discarding the boss, but then also drawing boss from the prize card. So yeah, Daichi is completely safe.
Right now, Daichi is looking very, very good. Caleb, I don't think can KO the Tyranitar. The V-Guard Energy gives it an effective HP of 260. And Mew, even with not having the energy reduced by double turbo, even with the choice bout, you're basically doing 240.
But you can use choice belt Meloetta. Because it is not energies attached to itself, it's energy in play. So there are already 2 fusion energy in play. If you get a third, that's 210 damage. And then with a choice belt, that's 240. But you actually need 2 energy to attack.
So
and
you
if you
need
use
less
a double
sparkle.
turbo energy, you're dealing less damage. So you actually have to use 1 hand attachment and then 1 Elisa Sparkle to attach a single energy card. I just hope for Caleb that the last fusion energy card is not in the prizes. As we see, just a completely different play here. Escape rope. Looks like Caleb is not trying to go for the Meloetta play. I'm very interested in what is the play now.
He's got Meloetta into the active. Now, you're right. Unless a Sparkle and an energy attachment to Mew would get a KO on the Tyranitar, and Daichi's got to be loving this. You want your Tyranitar to still be there. Daichi's plan is very, very, very simple. I'm going to boss your Mew and KO with Tyranitar.
Yes.
If Tyranitar gets KO'd, which is, like you say, possible with Meloetta, it's awkward, but it is within the realms of possibility, then all of a sudden you've got to get another Tyranitar or an Yveltal, but then you're going to have to use Urn of Vitality to get your single strike energy back into the deck, and it's just awkward at that stage. So doable, but if Daichi ends a turn with his hand undisrupted and Tyranitar on the bench, Daichi's going to be feeling great. And remember, Caleb plays one Iono, and we've already seen it played this game. It's not coming back. I don't think. Did it get power padded back in? I don't think it did.
I'm not 100% sure.
I
As
don't
we see,
think it
Caleb
did.
just pivoting Mew out of the active spot, putting Meloetta active,
Oh, we're good.
and it
We're
looks
good.
like Daichi won the game, right?
Yeah, Jet Energy is going to be able to get Tyranitar into the active. We know he's got Boss's Orders in hand to grab that Mew active. KO with the Tyranitar for 4 prizes, and that is going to be everything we need for Daichi to just even this up at 1 game each. We get a full best of 3 here, David.
Let's go. That's exactly what I was looking forward to. Yeah, it didn't look too well for Daichi at the very beginning, but in this game you just saw how powerful the Lugia deck is against Mew, because you have your Darkness Pokemon. You just are not worried about energy attachment at all because you have Arceus in play. Of course, you mentioned the Jet Energy card. It only works if you attach it from your hand and use Arceus to attach it, but
Yes.
it's just 1 energy you can attach, and then also attach more energies to just pay the retreat cost, which is something that the Lugia deck's basically always able to do. You
They've
can
got
always just...
Arceus.
Exactly. You have 2 of them even.
Yeah.
You can attach as many energy cards as you like, as long as there's enough left in the deck, and just pay the retreat cost. Yeah, also the V-Guard energy, putting in a lot of work in this matchup specifically.
And there was a little Easter egg in the highlights there. That coin flip that we didn't see the result. We got a little look. We got a
Oh,
little look at
finally.
it coming up tail. The little Easter egg for those of you that are paying close attention on the stream at home. That was a big attack with the Tyranitar. And yeah, that Tyranitar, the South Milling is awkward. I will agree, it's very awkward. But when you can announce that attack twice and win the game, I mean, it's just... And I love that Luminion play you highlighted. That is a top level play. That, do I Luminion for Boss's Orders now so it can't be milled? And then the fact that he chose not to and it did get milled is really kind of annoying.
And also he didn't have, because he didn't have the boss's order, he was still thinking about, well, my opponent plays path to the P. So if your opponent plays path to the P, then you also can't use your Luminion anymore. But if you go for Luminion now, your opponent can just Iono you. And then that opens up the possibility for your opponent to just, well, maybe even play, like we saw, boss's order, order something up, there is a path to the P to the play, and you can't get to your own boss's order and you lose. Yeah, but then she was kind of lucky, got the boss from the prize card, so yeah, no worry about that, as we saw. Yeah, very interesting game too, just showing you how strong Lugia V-Star actually is.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing to note, of course, Daichi knew there was a boss prize, and Daichi knew he was taking 3 prizes.
Yes.
So we knew he had a 50-50 shot at getting a boss's orders from the prizes, and it's basically a coin flip again. So
yeah, it was a very calculated risk, and this is the kind of calculation, the kind of strategy you have to use. We know Daichi already showed everyone in the world that he has the possibility, he is smart enough, well trained enough to do all of this, which we saw at the last World Championship. Maybe he's even able to take it to the finals again.
I mean, that would be very fun to see. Always nice, of course. We had this weird thing where a Japanese player won Worlds every 6 years, like clockwork.
Oh.
2004, 2010, 2016, they were the 3 years a Japan player won Masters Final in Worlds. But last year was 2022, and we didn't have a Japanese player winning. But then we missed 2 years of Worlds. We had to cancel 2 years in a row.
Yes.
So, I don't know, like, is it time for a Japanese player to win Worlds again, or do we have to wait for next year?
I think the Japanese player, they have the big home advantage, especially this year.
Yes.
None of them have jet lag. Instead of doing sightseeing, they all just trained, kept on practicing, as other players were like, well, I'm in Japan for the first time, let's enjoy my time here. So they've definitely probably statistically better prepared. Of course, individually there might be a difference. We see Tyranitar in the prize cards. There are 2 in the deck, so that's still safe. And starting with a Serena, it's not very, not too important. I think not very important at all in this matchup specifically. So that's also probably something, that Daichi's not actually pretty happy about. Yeah.
We saw it prized 1 game, we saw it milled by Tyranitar in the other game, and they see it starting in the 3rd game. We do see Caleb here starting with a Battle VIP pass, of course. The good news is that, Caleb, for Daichi, is that Caleb can't just KO the Serena because it's turn 1, you can't attack turn 1 going first. The bad news is that by the time Daichi gets a Lugia V-Star, Caleb is going to have had 2, well, almost full turns. No supporter or attack turn 1, but supporters are not really that important to the Mew deck, not for drawing cards. You draw with your Genesect. So when this Mew deck goes first, sure, you don't get that kind of big turn 1 KO potential, but you get a lot of drawing and a lot of resources before your opponent really gets going. And Lugia basically does nothing on turn 1.
Yeah,
turn 1 is a prep turn.
What's also very important is, if the Mew deck goes first, you can have your explosives turn 1, set everything up, and then next turn you can play boss's orders on a non-evolved Pokemon, specifically Lugia, for example, and you can take a knockout on Lugia without using any power tablets, in theory, which is important, as we saw. You really need your power tablets later on in the game to take these big knockouts against Pokemon that have V-Guard energy attached to them. So in this game, we do not see Ice Cube, we just see the Melata immediately. Caleb also realizing, well, I mean, last game he kind of had to put it down just to draw the cards.
Yeah.
But now he's not forced to use Ice Cube, so go for Melata, which is definitely the better choice.
Yeah, I agree 100%. This is generally what Mew players want to see. 3 Genesect, 2 Mew, 1 Meloetta. And just piggybacking on your point a second ago about the Lugia and the boss's orders, you're 100% correct. Daichi needs double Lugia.
Yes.
Daichi has to get 2 Lugia V out. If you go first, you can go with just 1 and it's fine. You cannot end the turn with a single Lugia. Now we do see a boss's orders
setting the discard pile.
So there is 1 in the discard pile from that professor's research, I should say. Do we see a second Lugia V or a way to act? Yes, we do. Okay, that is absolutely huge.
Nice.
And there is a professor's research for next turn, potentially. So no Archeops in hand yet, but this is not a bad start. So, yeah, I'm all right if I'm Daichi here.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. We also saw Caleb sitting on the Path to the Peak, which is a card which can be very strong for actually both of these players, if it's played in exactly the right moment. But if played in the wrong moment, it's such a difficult card to deal with for both of these decks. But it's super interesting that it's like both of these decks play them to counter the other one.
Yeah, they really do. I've seen enough games on stream this year where Mew players will play a Path to the Peak to, stop Lugia using his V-Star power. But then there's 3 turns in a row where they can't use Genesect and they can't find a Lost Vacuum or a Counter Stadium. They just draw nothing and lose. I've commentated those games this season. It's really awkward. But then again, Lugia does basically nothing until you get the Archeops V-Star out. So Path to the Peak can be big, but it really is that question of how much is it hurting me? Now, we do see Power Tablet basically just burn to draw an extra card, but we saw these damage modifiers, especially against big Pokemon with V-Guard energy, they can be very, very valuable in the mid to late game.
Yeah, but now that Daichi did play 2 Lugia V, which was very important to counter like a potential boss play, but because you have 2 Lugia V in play, it means your opponent can also play an escape rope to get the same knockout. Of course, the power tablet is not something that you want to just throw in early at the game, but this is kind of the destiny that I think Mew players have. You need to draw so many cards that often you draw into power tablet and I just have to use it because I need to draw more cards. As we see Caleb preparing for a much bigger play, we see the Forest Seal Stone being attached, which is the one card that can give you the last kind of piece that you need, as Caleb is now just trying to get either an energy or an escape rope.
Yeah, either would be all right here. We've got it looks like a Cramomatic getting rid of an Ultra Balls. This is a big flip here right in the middle of the table. It is a Tails, so no extra card from Cramomatic. And that looks like that might be... oh no, we seem to have 1 Genesect left, so Caleb can still access a couple more cards in his deck. He's just deciding he could potentially play the Power Tablet, or he could just put Path to the Peak down and wait till next turn if he wants to. Actually, Meloetta, I believe, is now in range of getting a KO on the Serena.
Yes,
so it might just be...
And it's also still not too late to take a knockout on on Lugia, for example, with the Meloetta as well. This is very difficult because you kind of don't want to use too many cards, but you also need to draw a lot. Yeah, so Caleb here now, well, he's a more experienced Mew player than I am.
Nothing good off of that last Genesect, David. Energy and Power Pad. Nothing he really wanted there at all. I mean, he can play the Power Pad to get Iona back, I suppose, but I'm not seeing a pivoting option in his hand.
Yeah, this really hurts. Well, you can use the Forest System for like the last piece, but right now you have 2 energy, 2 power tablets. That's 200 damage, right?
Yes, correct.
So not enough.
No.
You would need one more damage modifier. Yeah, as we see Caleb just
He's passed to the peak judging.
Judge
path.
Yeah.
And this is a combination we see a lot from players. Essentially, Judge puts your opponent down to a 4-card hand, Path to the Peak turns off their abilities, so it basically forces Daichi to try and get a second Archeops in the discard pile, and a counter stadium, and a Lugia V-Star, just to get rolling next turn from a 4-card hand, which is incredibly awkward.
Yeah, and it also turns off Luminion, which is kind of the safe bet that you still have. Like you can hit like maybe a Roma for it, or you can get an Ultra Ball. Let's see what Caleb is drawing, because the escape rope would still be very nice to have in this situation.
Didn't get either piece. It's
Not
Ice
a
Cube,
very
2
nice
Nest Ball, and a
hand.
double turbo. Oh, and he just passes.
This is not looking well for Caleb.
No, but if you're going to pass after a Judge Path, because at least then you put your opponent in a super awkward situation. And to be fair, Daichi does play 2 Luminion V, so it is an important card. That is turned off right now. So we see a Tails here on capturing a Roma. That means a basic Pokemon.
I think this is exactly what he wanted, because if I'm correct, there was a stadium card in Daichi's hand.
Oh, if there's a stadium, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, a lot of the time you're looking for that head, so you can go and get yourself either the Archeops or a Lugia V-Star. If he's got a counter stadium, then yeah, hard agree, then the Luminion here would be amazing. He's not looking like he's loving the choice, though.
No, I wouldn't really like it too. Like benching your Luminion is just a liability to have on your bench, because yeah, Mew VMAX decks, they have so much draw power that they can just get into the boss. As we see, also Professor Burnett just coming down, so Daichi opting to not actually go for the play, just search the deck for. Oh, he was. Wait, what?
He's using
very
Professor,
difficult. Yeah,
he's just counting this is a deck search. He's just counting the energy here.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like what the line of play is that you're trying to go for, because I mean he didn't look too happy with the tails. If he would have flipped heads, he could have already get like 2 Archeops in play, and then yeah, probably just attack with a very big like Lugia V with a lot of V guard energy attached to it. That was probably the line of play there. But now there's Luminion in hand,
Lugia
or
will get
maybe I.
Genesect. Lugia should be able to KO Genesect, right?
Yes.
So maybe that's kind of a, look, I don't need both my Lugia, so use one to kind of trade 2 for 2, and then I can get a KO on a Mew and maybe even a Meloetta, and then that's 6 prizes. You know, being able to finish off with that single prize KO can sometimes be a big advantage. I mean, I imagine that's kind of where we're going here. It's just guaranteeing you've got the Archeops in the discard pile. I want to see his hand again, because
Yeah, I was not 100% sure if the stadium card in Daichi's hand was Mesagosa or Collapse Stadium, which changes basically the way that you can play now. But Daichi's going for a little bit more conservative. He also knows that Path to the Peak is in play.
Yes.
And Caleb only has 4 hand cards, which are probably not very good from Daichi's perspective. Well, you play Judge and then you didn't play any cards afterwards.
Yep.
And there is a Path to the Peak in play, which Daichi plays against Mew. So he knows, well, if my opponent really wants to do anything, my opponent has to get rid of the stadium anyways. And then I can use that to my advantage.
I don't, there is a stadium. I cannot, there's a second card in his hand. I do believe there is a counter stadium, but yeah, I think you might be right here, David. Just kind of, you know what? And here's the thing, against most decks, there's always a decent chance they've got a draw supporter.
Yes.
But Mew plays very, very few draw supporters. 1 Judge, 1 Iono, that's literally it.
Yep.
The Judge is in the discard pile. The Iono did get power padded back. Caleb has 1 out as a draw supporter. And it looks like we got a manual retreat with a double turbo energy into Meloetta just to KO Radiant Serena here. Yeah, that's literally the play. That's what we see here. That is not exactly what Caleb wanted to do. So now Daichi's got, capturing him. This is huge. We need a heads here because we want Lugia V-Star. It's a Tails. That gets a basic Pokemon. Could go and get, say, an Yveltal as an attacker.
Yes, for example.
But
just
you wanted heads there.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Daichi probably has to get rid of the stadium, use Luminion for Professor's Research, just draw into more cards. There's also the Stonjourner, which is also able to just take a easy knockout on Meloetta, for example.
Yeah, that would work.
Daichi just does not want to give too many prize cards to the opponent, while also keeping the Archeopses in play. As we see, the Collapse Stadium, Luminion for Professor's Research. The question now is, Daichi did have a Nest Ball in his hand. whether he wants to already get an attacker in play as well. Nestbot would thin out your deck, but then you only have one bench space left because of the collapsed stadium. So it really depends on what Daichi is now thinking. What do I really want to do, and what is likely to happen now that I play the Professor's Research? As we see him just discarding Stone Journal, also the Nest Ball, which is very interesting to me.
Well, I think one of the interesting things here, with the old version of the deck wasn't so much like this, but you're really reliant on the single strike energy.
Yes.
If Eltor needs it, Stone Journal needs it, Tyranitar needs it, and you can recover it with your Urn of Vitality. But
oh, there's only two, there is only two bench spaces left because it's a stadium, so you can't bench anything else. So, but you can just attack with Luminion, right? If
you can attack with, no, not with Luminion
there is
anymore.
Oh, true.
It used to be that you would have the energy that
there is no way to attack with Luminion.
So you're forced into attacking with Lugia here. But I say, I don't think that's the end of the world, because those single strike energy, I have seen enough Lugia players lose because they don't have enough single strike energy. I do not mind this line of play here, where you kind of KO the Meloetta, you then get your big KO with your fusion, with your single strike energy onto a Mew, and then you can finish off a Genesect with a Lugia without the single strike energy, and then that part of the game where you're searching for that urn and trying to recover your single strike energy is kind of taken away. So that's what I'm thinking here. Don't get me wrong, I think Stone Journal here would be great, but as an alternate line, I think it's quite simple. You KO the Meloetta, big KO with one of your Darkness Boys, and then you just finish off a Genesect with Lugia.
Yeah, exactly. I was a little bit confused because the collapsed stadium, you have
bench
to play it, but it limits your own bench, and you need the two Archeops in play. I'm very happy that I'm not the person sitting there playing Lugia. Daichi now has a kind of a difficult choice. Yeah, I'm very interested to see. He was thinking about the sneaky gift energy attachment to the Luminion, just to prepare if Caleb plays boss on Luminion, then at least I can draw some more cards because of that, or if you just want to get your second Lugia up and running.
Yeah, gift energy's fun. If the Pokemon it's attached to gets KO'd, you draw until you got 7 cards in hand. So attaching it to something like a Luminion is basically like, look, okay, fine. I know you might want to try and KO this, but at least I get some benefit from it. Actually, instead, going for the V-Guard energy, and I kind of like this, because a Mew with Fusion Strike energy would naturally do 190, but now it's only going to be doing 160, so it forces your Mew to have some kind of damage modifier in order to
with double turbo energy.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Yes. And there are only two, in theory you can attach 2 Fusion Strike energy, but to do it with this current board state you would need a Laser Sparkle, which means you cannot play boss's orders. So the V-Guard of the gift energy just gives you the knowledge that, well, for your opponent to take the knockout, he needs to have so many good cards. Also, the Collapsed Stadium got rid of one of the bench Genesect V. Looking pretty difficult for Caleb, but now at least he's able to use Fusion Strike system again.
Yeah, and he gets himself another Mew, so he's down to 2 Genesect. The Genesect are only drawing until 5, and there's a big difference between 2 drawing until you've got 5 and 3 drawing until you've got 6. So not exactly the stadium deck you probably wanted, but at least it is hurting Caleb's draw power now that Path to the Peak is off the field and Genesect is reactivated. Now we've got an Iono, and there is a power tablet in hand here. But of course, we want Boss's Orders. We do. We got Boss's Orders gets this, and we actually have a Lesser Sparkle in hand as well. So Caleb's actually pretty much got any play he wants available, assuming he can hit the double turbo energy. He could just bring the Luminion active, play the power tablet, and then go digging for that double turbo to get the 2 prizes. If that's the way he wants to go, that's on the board now.
Yeah. He has a lot of options available, but none of them seem too nice right now. I mean, it is game 3, and there's still, I think, enough time on the clock. So I think it's completely fine to now just go into the thinking mode again. Yeah, as we see Caleb actually eyeing down an Archeops, trying to play the route where you just knock out your opponent's Archeops before they can set up a big Tyranitar V, and then you are able to just win the game, because VOMiMax also has quite a lot of HP. This is exactly the reason why Lugia is going for the Stringer Strike.
Oh, he's passed. He didn't get the double turbo energy.
Did not even draw the energy card. This is looking very terrible because, like we saw last game, you can always just use Primal Turbo to just retreat your Pokemon that way, or just attach the energy.
So here
to
comes
Lugia.
the energy on Lugia from the Archeops. We've got all the energy on there now. It's not enough to get a KO on Mew v Max. Now, this would actually be a great turn to boss his orders onto a Mew v or a Genesect, preferably a Genesect, honestly, stop the draw power, and then get that one big, because Caleb basically has to attack with Mew v Max at this point.
Yes.
So if you could get a boss's orders, it would be amazing. Doesn't look like he's got that, but I kind of love this for Daichi at this stage, because basically what you've got here is, look, I'm not one-hit KOing, I'm two-hit KOing, I don't care. I'm going to attack 3 times and win the game. I don't think you're going to it's going to be 3 KOs. I don't think you can take 3 KOs now before I've attacked 2 more times.
This is such a difficult situation for Caleb to maneuver, especially now because of the Silver Tempest, I think it's called. There is no stadium card in play anymore, so
Nope.
Daichi has the bench space he needs for either Tempest Dive, for either the Yveltal or Tyranitar.
Yep.
And Daichi only needs 1 knockout on Mew, and then you can even knock out Genesect or a Mew V, because there was already the knockout taken on Meluetta earlier in the game.
And if there's no KO here, then things get very nice for Daichi, because you can basically save your Lugia with all the energy on, take a KO with, your Tyranitar, or maybe your Yveltal, and then your opponent's in an awkward situation. I like setting up an end of game where I've got 2 attackers, and whichever one my opponent doesn't KO, I win the game with the following turn. That's essentially where Daichi's potentially going here. If you can get if that Lugia doesn't get KO'd, and it's not looking terribly likely, then next turn you set up a Tyranitar, and then you KO a Tyranitar, and it's a case of, well, I've got Tyranitar and Lugia, whichever one you don't KO wins the game next turn. Might need a boss's orders, but that would basically be all Daichi actually needed, and there is another Luminion in the deck to potentially go and get it. So I'm loving this for Daichi at this stage. Caleb, I mean, we've got, what, 1 V-Guard energy on there. Mew is almost certainly going to need double turbo, and we've already seen a couple of power tablets hit the discard pile. I'm not sure Mew can get to 310 this turn.
No, as we see the Psychic Leap, a very nice option to have to just get your Mew back into the deck. You get rid of all the damage that you had. But the big problem is it doesn't really deal a lot of damage. Yeah, Caleb used the power tablet to negate kind of the effect of the V-Guard energy. But because of the double turbo, it's 20 less damage. So plus 30, minus 50, that's and 70 damage, that's 50 damage left.
I'm not sure this even makes that much of a difference, though, because if I'm Daichi, I'm still one Tyranitar to KO the Mew, and then Lugia boss to KO a Genesect next turn. Like, if I'm Daichi, I'm still looking to win in 2 turns, even after that Psychic Leap. So now we actually want Tails. It's been Tails every time. We want Tails this time. They need to start rolling these dice when we can see them, David. I want to know what that came up with.
It seems like there is no Pokemon actually leaving the deck, so probably a head. It's actually interesting because usually you have like a good effect on head and tails usually does nothing. But on this card specifically, it really depends whether you want heads or tails.
It's so awkward. But the times he wanted heads, he got tails. And now he desperately needs the tails and he goes and gets a heads. That is a risk, I suppose, of playing Capturing Aroma, but it's not ideal. Now, does he have a big darkness type attacker?
There's also the boss in hand. So you might just think about, well, I will take the boss now.
Love it.
And then the moment, because you have 2 Archeops in play, you just need anything. And if this Lugia gets knocked out, Gift Energy activates and you get a full new hand. So it's almost impossible for Caleb, I think, to maneuver this. But if anyone knows how to do it, it's him.
Caleb is a phenomenal player, and you know he's played Mew a lot, you know he's played against Lugia a lot, but at this stage, Meloetta's kind of off the table. There's two Fusion Strike Energy at least that are gone. So Caleb could attack with a Meloetta, but he'd only be doing like 140 odd damage. It wouldn't really be doing that much. And then he's not getting a KO on the Lugia, so he's kind of got a KO attack with a Mew, but if he attacks with a Mew, then he just gets KO'd by a return Tyranitar or an Yveltal.
Yes.
So you can kind of try and attack with Ice Cube and maybe, can you quite KO the Archeops? But
no.
I don't think you can. I think you're like a tiny bit short. So it's like...
And there are 2 fusion energy cards in the discard pile already.
Yeah, so you're doing a maximum... Yeah, you're not doing enough, I don't think.
We see a desperation play, attach energy, retreat, and now Caleb just hopes that Daichi doesn't have anything. I mean, maybe... All of the attackers on the prize
Okay,
cards.
we need Tails, David. It is a Tails! Okay, that is going to be the game. We're going to search for a Tyranitar or an Yveltal. Either one will do. It doesn't really matter.
As long as there are enough energy cards. And probably this is the one option that Caleb has. We see Tyranitar hitting the field. We see the first Archeops for single strike energy. And there's 2 left. Yeah.
There we go. So there's 2 Fusion Strike energy.
Of any card, and this is game.
Yeah, there's the other 2 from the other Archeops. Lugia's got enough to retreat. Tyranitar takes a KO, and Daichi takes a very good 2-1 win. Game 1, not what Daichi wanted, David, but game 2 and 3, that made a difference. And we've got to, I'm just turning around and having a look at the crowd here. There is a lot of cheering. Daichi's a bit of a fan favorite in the crowd.
Yes, I mean, here's the Japanese runner-up, so probably in like the heart of many Japanese players, he's the best player in the game right now because of that amazing finish last year at the World Championship. And they know, well, he already did it once, he can do it once more. Also, he loves Mew, so I think he loves Mew even more now, that you can just take easy wins against it.
And I mean, the new version of Lugia changed massively when rotation hit. The new version of Lugia is very much a single strike deck.
Yes.
It's got Lugia and it's got those single strike attackers, and it just so turns out that 2 of them, Tyranitar and Yveltal, are darkness type, so that gives you a really excellent Mew VMAX matchup if it works. And we saw game 1, I mean, that was the worst possible situation. Game 1, turn 1,
yes.
And literally turn 1, here we go. And unfortunately, it just did not come out. In game 2, that was actually game 3 we saw there, that Tails flip, which is pretty big. Daichi flips the Tails there. It's not what he wanted, but we see, you know, it's going rough at the beginning of the game, but then we get the KO with the Lugia. The ball starts rolling, and once Lugia starts rolling, it really was just everything you need. That was the heads that we really needed to be a Tails, another little Easter egg. But here we finally get the only time all match we get the right flip on capturing Aroma.
Yeah, capturing Aroma is such a weird card. Like, you need Nerves of Steel to play Lugia, I think. But I think you also need Nerves of Steel to play Mew VMAX.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's so much important on these, like, little luck components that the decks have. Like, the cards you draw, the cards you have to discard. And then, yeah, with capturing Aroma, the coins you flip as well. Yeah, looks like Daichi made a very good meta call for day 1. Maybe we will probably see the exact metagame breakdown later in the day. I'm very looking forward towards that. Yeah, Lugia, amazing deck.
It's an amazing deck. And this is what we talked about yesterday. Very, very, very top players do sometimes come to Worlds with a day 1 deck and a day 2 deck. And one of the points I made a lot yesterday was for day 1, because it has to be 6 out of 8 wins or 5-0-3, which is very improbable, play a deck that doesn't tie. And Mew is a deck that a lot of the time, and we saw there were some quick games there, if you know what you're doing, and Mew is one of those decks you have to be practiced with, you can play the deck very quickly.
Yes.
You can have some quick wins and quick losses and end up not tying. We just had a complete best of 3 there. So I think with, you know, and I can't speak for Daichi, but a lot of players, Mew is a very good day 1 deck because of that potential speed, but day 2, I think Daichi's gone for his favourite deck. The irony, of course, being a lot of players pick Lugia day 1 because it doesn't tie.
Yes.
A lot of people, Lugia was their day 1 deck, but Daichi's like, nah, mate, day 2. Day 2 is where the Lugia fun's at.
I mean, ideally, you also do not want to tie in day 2. I mean, you can just win out, and then at the last 2 rounds, you're just, well, let's intentionally tie and get into top 8 if you win out. So, I mean, if you're a good player, the easiest option is always, well, just win every game, right?
Of course.
And this is, I think, what Daichi is just trying to do.
Now, I don't have confirmation on numbers of day 2 players yet. Hopefully we'll get that soon and kind of share it with the stream. But we're talking kind of a few hundred. And I imagine so, at least, with a day 2 qualifiers.
I don't know exactly.
We got enough players for 8 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got enough players for 8 rounds, at least. So my point is, we're cutting to a top 8. The top cut in day 2 is harsh. And last year we had an asymmetric top cut. Now we have what's called, you know, basically we have bubbling and resistance. Yes. Resistance is the percentage of games your opponent won. That is what separates players on even match points. Match points. So we had an asymmetrical top cut last year. So if 8 players had, I don't know, 19 match points, everyone with 19 match points made top cut.
Yes.
That is not what we're doing this year. We are doing a hard cut after 8 players, which means if your resistance is a little bit worse, you know, there are going to be players who probably have the same number of points as the 8th place player, but don't make top 8. That means you have to try and avoid what we call the bubble, the number of points where some make it and some don't. You need to get up over that.
Yes.
So don't tie. Just keep winning, get as many points as possible, because this is one of the harshest top cuts you're ever going to see. Taking all these Day 2 players down to just 8. And yeah, early ties are just going to absolutely wreck players' hopes today. Tying yesterday it was bad. There isn't even an argument that tying is worse today.
I wouldn't say it's worse, but
okay, then
Day 2 at the World Championship is brutal. If you play Day 2 at like an international championship or regional championship, you already got match points from Day 1.
Yes.
At the World Championship this year, after Day 1, it doesn't matter how many games you won in Day 1, you're starting completely fresh for Day 2. But then after this Day 2, we cut into a top 8. So it's even more important to win more games. Yeah.
It's harsh. It's absolutely harsh. So players who want to be making top 8, they've got to get a lot of wins and not many ties or draws. But someone who has started off today with a win and is well on their way is last year's World Championship runner-up Day2 Shimada. So let's go and hear from our round 1 winner.
Thank you so much, Ross and David. I am here with our round 1 winner back in Day 2 of Worlds, Daichi Shimada. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations on your win. You're back here in Day 2. You went through the Day 1 qualifier since you auto-qualified for the World Championships Day 1 through your second place finish last year. How does it feel to be back in Day 2 and starting it out with a win?
まず本日の勝利おめでとうございます。Day1 から続けて入ってきて、昨年の WCS で2位を勝ち取ったわけですけれども、今回この Day1、Day2 で今回勝ちまして、どんな思いで今おりますか？
そうですね、まだまだこれからなので、嬉しいけど、嬉しくないみたいな感じです。
So I have some mixed feelings. I'm extremely happy, but I understand that there's more games ahead, so I'm a little bit nervous as well. Mixed feelings.
And you played a lot of games already, of course, playing yesterday. You played Fusion Mew VMAX for that event, and you changed your deck up now, playing Lugia V-Star. Tell me, when you finished Day 1, when you're maybe in bed thinking about what you're going to play tomorrow, what led you to change your deck selection to play Lugia today for Day 2?
Day 1でプレイして、デッキを変更されて、今回は V スター、ルギアの V スターを使うことになりましたが、変更された理由をお聞きしたいです。
Day1 で勝っていた、デッキに有利が取れそうなデッキを、昨日の夜考えて、これでいけると思ったので、変えました。ミュー VMAX も本当は使うつもりはなかったんですけども、一昨日の夜に使いたくなったので使うことにして、もう練習していたデッキは今回はもう一つも使うことがありませんでした。
So first of all, I had practice last night and decided to change my deck. I've originally thought about using new VMAX as well, but 2 days prior to the game, I decided not to use it. So all of the decks that I practice, actually, I've never used in the actual tournament.
So let's talk about that series, because it was an interesting one for sure. Game 1, you start out Lugia, you attach to your Pokemon, and you end your turn. And your opponent wins a very quick Game 1, Alessa Sparkle, Meloetta, Melodious Echo. As you're shuffling up for the second game, what's going through your head? What are you thinking about to put yourself in a mindset to win the series?
まずゲーム1が結構早く終わってしまいましたね。でその時、相手のカードを見ながらどんなことを考えながら次のゲームへ向けて準備をしていたのでしょうか？
切り替えてもう何も考えない方がいいと思いました。
So I decided it's better not to really dwell on the past. So I just focused on my next game.
And so Game 2 went your way, and in Game 3, you were in that situation where you played Capturing Aroma. You had a very solid hand off that Judge and Path to the Peak. Professor Burnett, then the Collapse Stadium. You flip the coin, it flips tails. What are you thinking at that point when it looked like such a favorable spot if you flipped heads? What's going through your head in that spot?
3戦目の時にキャプチャーアロマが出て、その後段階を経て、コインフリップのところで大きな詳細が決まるところの段階でどんな気持ちでしたか？
そうですね、多分出てほしくない方のコインが出たんですけど、 でもまだ余裕があると思ったので、落ち着いてました。
The coin flip, the results of the coin flip was not what I desired, but I was still in a pretty good position, so I didn't feel too bad.
And you closed it out. You took down one of North America's best players, and you're playing in front of your home crowd here in Japan. Finally, a World Championships close to home. How does it feel to finally be playing on the world stage here in Yokohama, Japan?
まず北米のとても強い選手と今日は戦いましたが、そして本日自分の国の日本でファンの前でもバトルした感想をお聞かせください。
やっぱり、みんなが見てくれるので楽しいです。とにかく楽しい。
I'm just having extremely a lot of fun playing in front of all my friends, all my fans in Japan. I am having a wonderful time.
You got so many fans out here in the crowd, so many people supporting you. I know your teammates, your fans, your fellow countrymen. Lots of players out here, young and old, desiring to be in the position where you're at. A World Championship finalist, two-time Champions League winner. What advice do you have for anybody getting into Pokemon or wanting to reach the success and the level that you're at right now in the Pokemon TCG?
大地さんを見てかなり会場内も盛り上がっていて、多くの皆さんが声援を上げていますが、これからポケモン TCG をやる人や今遊んでいる人たちへのメッセージがあればお願いします。
そうですね、遊び方本当にいろいろあると思うので、もうとにかく自分が一番楽しい遊び方をしてほしいと思います。でその中でもし世界大会目指したいと思ったら誰でも目指せるので、今からでも遅くないです。
So first of all, there's many ways to play the game. I want everyone to find out how they put some style of their own and just enjoy, keep on enjoying and playing the game. If you are looking forward to coming to the World Championship, everyone has an opportunity. So good luck to everyone.
And I know a lot of people helped you select your deck. Is there anybody who you worked with or you want to give a shout out to help you get here today in day 2 of the World Championships?
このゲームをするのにたくさんの友達や、サポーターの人がいたと思うんですけれども、誰か声掛けしたい人がいればこの場でお願いします。
そうですね、もうたくさんいすぎてもう数えきれないです。
There's too many. I really can't name one particular person. Everyone's have been supportive.
Well, as you said, still a lot more work to do. There's still 7 more rounds to play. As you know, it's a ruthless, tough tournament to get through. But thank you so much for your hard work on the stream, showing us that you've still got what it takes. Casters, let's throw it back to you.
Thank you very much, Ethan. Always nice to hear from just a high-level, lovely player. Everybody seems to love Daichi. We saw the cheer when he won, and just always lovely to see. Home favourite, home crowd, just absolutely just showing us quite how great he is on the stage, and that was fun, Davin. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, he has a very nice personality, and he's I think one of these players that are just saying, well, practice as much as you can, get your friends, try to have fun, and then you can have fun while winning, and you can have fun because you win. So
I mean,
it just keeps getting more fun and fun and fun. And if you lose, he's one of these people that are just immediately probably like very sad for a few moments and then just stand up immediately and keep going.
Yeah, I mean, we did hear in the interview there, always thinking about the next game. So I might have been in the interview yesterday. At some point, told us always thinking about the next game. So great to hear from a player of that caliber. Well, I mean, round 1 was fun. We had a lot of fun. Unfortunately, well, for us, we need to take a bit of a break. The good news is we have other casters, we have other matches, we have a huge amount of action. We've got 10 rounds we're going to be sharing today. 8 rounds of Swiss, 1 game in top 8, 1 game in top 4, prepping us for the final tomorrow. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but do not go anywhere. We have got so much more Pokemon TCG action coming up all day.
welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the Eye on the Sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Beautiful action happening here at Day 2, and things are just kicking off so far. Masters action happening all across the field, and it all comes to a close on Sunday. Don't make sure you miss out on the closing ceremony. There's always special announcements. I'm personally looking forward to seeing what's next for the Pokemon TCG. Last year it was EX Pokemon. I don't know how we can even top that this year.
I'm sure there's going to be something cool. But yeah, I'm glad to be back here. We are in day 2 of competition here at the World Championships. This is where things really kick into high gear. We had the day 1 competition happening. That's kind of almost like the preliminary start to the World Championships. Now we're here kind of at the main event. This is where it's all on the line. Players competing today to hopefully make it into that top 8. And then we'll, at the end of this day, we'll be down to just 2 players. We'll have our 2 finalists, and then tomorrow it'll be on to Championship Sunday. But we got a long way to get there. Hopefully you'll stick with us for the journey, and we'll have a lot of good matches along the way.
Let's see how things have worked out so far in this tournament. Of course, only 1 round completed thus far.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's still so much action to happen. Azul Garcia Griego, a name popping out right away. And Brent Tonneson as well. Again, so much incredible action and so many incredible players at 1-0. And just if you lose your first match, I mean, we've seen stories of players coming back to make top 8 and even win world championships throughout the years.
Yeah, a lot of these players actually made it through day 1. Grant, Gabor, who made it through with Miraidon and still playing it again at 1-0. Alex, Nathan, lots of these players here made it through the first day of competition, so that'll be interesting to see as well. It's been a while since we've had somebody come through day 1 and win the World Championships. That day 2 day 2 berth has been such a huge advantage for players, and we'll see if one of these day 1 players can just go on a hot streak this weekend.
Let's take a look at our round 2. Of course, 8 Swiss rounds today. And we'll cut down to our 8 players, and I mean, there are so many incredible matches. Of course, saw Daichi Shimada last round. He's up against Alex Szymanski. That's a match that I've got my eye on for sure. And our feature match will be the Battle of the Pedros. Pedro Eugenio Torres, so many accolades. International champion, top 4 international this year, as well as top 8 as well, so has had an incredible run thus far up against Pedro Pertuzzi, another incredible player from Latin America.
Yeah, #1 ranked player in the Latin America region. So, yeah, Caster Nightmare, 2 players with the same first name, but you know, also a delight to see some of the 2 best players in the game go at it here at the World Championships, and that's exactly what you'd expect. Other big names on here, you see Andrew Mahone, fan favorite, made it through yesterday with that Maridon EX, going up against Aiden Kus, who was a regional champion this season, and then Natalie Miller, who is bringing the kind of one of those Arceus Umbreon styles of decks. Off to a 1-0 start as well. It was our first Players' Cup champion. So, as you would expect, lots of champions and top competitors here in the field doing well.
Best of the best battling it out here at the 2023 World Championships. As these players were walking over the stream, Pedro Eugenio Torres and Pedro Pertuzzi, I spotted them out. I said, "Hey, Pedro," and both of them turned around at the same time and said, "Yes." I didn't even notice that they were our stream match. So, you know, I'm going to make a pretty bold prediction. I'm going to maybe go out on a limb here. I think Pedro's got this one for sure.
We'll see. Maybe they'll tie.
Yeah,
not such a safe pick, huh?
Not such a safe pick. You know what? You got to think a level above the basic level thinking there.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This should be an awesome matchup, and you know, we're just going to have great matches round after round here at the World Championships. Top players that you'll recognize, but also maybe some new faces who are maybe having a first time to shine here on the World Championship stage. So we'll follow plenty of stories as the event goes along. But I mean, this is it. This is the biggest event of the year, the most exciting event of the year. And somebody is going to build a legacy starting here this weekend.
Stakes could not be any higher. I think we're ready to get into our second round of competition. Day 2, Swiss round number 2. Let's throw things down to the stage and get into some Pokemon trading card game action. Let's discuss these decks a little bit. Let's talk about what these players are bringing to the table. Pedro is running back his NAIC 2023 deck, and I know we were talking
Torres,
about this,
yes.
and Pedro Eugenio Torres is, yes. And it is going to be playing the Lost Charizard deck.
Yeah.
I know you pointed out to me, it's got a very interesting 1/1 inclusion in that melodic, the Rapid Strike melodic.
The bane of my existence, Dugard, yes. Yeah, I mean, Pedro Torres has been running this, Sableye Radiant Charizard deck the entire season, basically. Has had a ton of success with it, top cuts at international championships and things like that. So, not surprising, but you know, he is basically the only person hanging on to this variant of the deck at this point. He is a master of this strategy, and we'll see if he can use it once again to carry him through the World Championships.
And on Pedro Pertuzzi's side is playing this Gardevoir EX style deck, a deck that he played a little bit here. And oh my, is that both copies of Fire Energy? It is! 2 copies of Fire Energy and 2 Courses Experiment in the prizes. Not what you want to see at all playing this Lost Zone deck.
Oh yeah, that's not great. This deck does not play a lot of energy cards. This is actually half of Pedro's energy in his prize cards. Going to make it a little bit difficult, but we'll see how it goes.
Pedro Pertuzzi did prize the Cresselia. That is a useful card at healing some of the damage off of those Pokemon. It's in the deck mainly for this Lost Zone deck, negates some of Sableye's math setting up. It's also, of course, can take a hit from something like Cramorant, and it's got a lot of versatile usage for sure. Looks like we're ready to get things kicked off. Round number 2, day 2. See who will be starting the action. It looks like it will be Pedro. I already see a...
Yes, Ethan, Pedro is starting the game.
They made things as difficult as possible for us to get into this. I might have to just call these players by their last name at this point. But Pedro Pertuzzi will start off with that Battle VIP Pass. This list is playing a few interesting cards. We saw Henry Brand play this at his regional winning list, playing that copy of Choice Belt. However, it sort of acts like a worse card in this deck because it's not really going to have much of a usage against this Lost Zone single prize deck.
Probably not, yeah. Yeah, interesting inclusions on both sides. I think once we get to see more of Pedro Torres' deck, we'll see some of the interesting tech cards that'll come out. One that stands out to me in Pedro Pertuzzi's deck, it's mostly a standard Gardevoir deck, I would say, but there is one copy of the Gallade, which which could be useful in this matchup. Go search up a supporter card. That's one we don't see super often.
Great at confirming some of those one-of supporter cards. You can grab something like the Penny out of your deck, which is very good in this matchup as well.
Yep.
Healing and picking up a Pokemon, especially when your opponent's trying to set math up. You can always use something like Zacian. If it takes a hit from something like a Cramorant Spit innocently, you can pretty much negate a turn on your opponent's side. Heal all of that damage off, bench it back. You can even keep the energy in your hand to concealed cards away. Lots of great usage. That's a card that Pedro Pertuzzi will definitely be looking to utilize in this matchup.
Yeah, so this is an interesting matchup. This is a perfect start for Pedro Pertuzzi, starting off with the Battle VIP Pass. All you want to do is get out a bunch of basic Pokemon. We'll see if he kind of expects that Pedro Torres is continuing to run this Radiant Charizard build. The dynamic of this matchup changes a lot when there's no Radiant Greninja to worry about. That forces you to play down Manaphy, which introduces almost like a sub-game where Sableye's going after the Manaphy. You need to keep bringing it back so that Radiant Greninja can't use Moonlight Shuriken and things like that. But with no threat of Radiant Greninja, you don't have to use a bench space on Manaphy, which does open you up to use things like Mew, which normally could be a liability in this matchup, just taking up a bench space.
I have to wonder if there's sort of that mind game in Pedro Pertuzzi's eyes of knowing that Pedro Eugenio Torres plays this Lost Charizard deck a lot, and we see no Manaphy come down turn one. It is possible for the Kyogre or the Greninja Lost Zone decks to hit that turn one Moonlight Shuriken, but it won't be an issue in this matchup specifically. Pedro playing Fog Crystal, probably don't see a lot of the time in this Lost Zone deck, but when you're playing a sort of heavier emphasis on the Sableye aspect, it's a great card. You can grab Sableye and Comfey out of the deck as well as those Psychic Energy, and Pedro very quickly finding out that lots of those energy cards are going to be unavailable for the time being.
Yeah, Fog Crystal is interesting in this deck in particular because you're not playing Mirage Gate. That is a typical way for you to search specific kinds of energy out of your deck in these Lost Zone decks, but because you have no need for Mirage Gate in this deck, you do want some way to search for basic Psychic Energy sometimes. So Fog Crystal doubles as a way to search for Comfey or Sableye, but also finds you Psychic Energy when you need it. So interesting deck building choices here. Shows you kind of the difference between this version of a Lost Zone deck and, honestly, even like the Giratina and the Turbo Lost Box decks have very similar builds. This one is very different.
So the selection will be the Comfey. Makes sense. You want to get down as much flower selecting potential as possible. Now with two Colress being in the prize cards, I wouldn't be surprised if there's none to work with it. Speaking of which, actually, the opposite is true. One of those last two Colress in the deck in hand for Pedro to start things out. So those top 13 cards in the deck, 3 of those were Colress, 2 unavailable, and
hey.
Wow, look at this hand. But this is actually a pretty tough choice. Halucha is a very good card in this matchup for a plethora of reasons.
Yeah, Halucha makes the math very good on, doing things like Lost Mine and knocking out multiple Ralts at once. I don't know how useful it'll be at this point. When you're going second, it's a little tougher to use Halucha, so we may actually see it go to the Lost Zone here. Fog Crystal going to be one of the choices, and seems like Pedro's obviously going to keep one Battle VIP Pass, but yeah, throws away the Halucha.
Pedro at one point played 3 Clara in this deck, but now opting to play a copy of the Super Rod to sort of give 3 ways to recover Sableyes. And besides that, this is exactly what you want. 2 Battle VIP Pass, all the basic Pokemon Pedro will need in these early turns will be grabbed. And we already see Phoebus getting put to the top of the deck. He's sleeping. He looks like he doesn't even want to be here on the stage.
Yeah, this is a tech card that came in and out of decks for a while. But yeah, Phoebus evolves into the Milotic, which has Dew Guard, the ability that prevents your opponent's supporter cards from affecting you. So essentially, the main thing that it's trying to block is like Iono, Judge, Roxanne, hand disruption cards. So one of the ways that Gardevoir really battles back against these Lost Zone decks is by disrupting the hand at the end of the game with things like Iono. And with the Dew Guard in play, your hand is safe at all times. So this is an interesting tech line that we do not see very often and we'll see if it pays off for Pedro Torres in this matchup.
Another tech card. Pedro grabbing off the second Battle VIP pass. It is that Articuno with the ice symbol. We sometimes see Zapdos come in. It's the same thing, except for your water-type Pokemon. 10 more damage, and this helps out nicely with the Cramorant, especially in combination with things like Choice Belt. You can boost your damage up to 150, and then if you have Hawlucha, you can always set math up on V-Star Pokemon to sometimes take knockouts with Lost Mine, as well as Charizard, and just the fact that you can put more damage on the board with the Pokemon. This deck doesn't need to have as many Pokemon on the bench like Radiant Greninja, so you kind of just use that slot instead, and uh-oh, here we go. Flower selecting starting, and this is the choice that you have. It looks like Radiant, Charizard, and a Switch card.
There's no way you can throw away your Radiant Charizard, right? I mean, you know that both Fire Energy are in your prize cards, so... But no, okay. I mean, it's the main attacker in the late game with this deck, so I can't imagine throwing it away.
It's one of those things where Sableye feels like it's the Pokemon you're going to be attacking with the most, but if you get rid of that Radiant Charizard, your opponent can play completely differently, right? Only put something like big Gardevoir EXs into play, and they'll find a way to start trading favorably. But will be the smart choice, in my opinion, taking the Charizard. We'll also see the first flower selecting be used, and are we just going into Cramorant here? What's happening?
Yeah, does he have enough cards in the Lost Zone? Okay, looks like there might be a Lost Vacuum. That makes sense.
Okay.
So yeah, didn't want to risk hitting a switching card or an energy off of the flower selecting, so just going to guarantee an attack this turn. Use the Lost Vacuum to send Choice Belt and Comfey to the Lost Zone, so now we're up to 5. And yeah, Pedro Torres will get the first knockout. The Articuno, I think maybe a preemptive thing to put down as well. One of the annoying things in this matchup is Cresselia has 120 HP, and Cramorant only does 110. So the ice symbol from Articuno allows Cramorant to actually knock out Cresselia. We know Cresselia is prized this game, so that may not come up, but that is one of the main uses of this Articuno.
Pedro Pertuzzi having to play Iono. There was not a lot going on in hand for Pedro Eugenio Torres. I think Pokey here and 2 Clara, and finds the only copy remaining of Chorus off of those 5 cards.
Yeah.
Still Pedro Pertuzzi's turn. Did choose to bench Mew in this matchup. I've talked to different players. I mean, in my opinion, it's always a risk, though, to have this Mew down, because while you get great search off of things like that Mysterious Tail, it is a low HP Pokemon that will never attack, which means the only way it's getting off your board is if your opponent chooses to knock it out, and you want to have a lot of different Pokemon down, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, Pedro Pertuzzi does play both Collapse Stadium and Penny, though, so there are ways to get it off your board, I guess, and sometimes, you know, your hand is just bad enough where you need to use Mew. But yeah, another big thing that happened was because of that escape rope, a Ralts got knocked out. So there's only 2 in play now. Usually you want to have, you know, 3, 4 Ralts in play so you can evolve many of them up into Curlia and then, you know, eventually into Gardevoir EX. The main draw engine of this deck is the refinement of Curlia, so limiting the number of Ralts on your opponent's side is a very good strategy.
Mysterious Tail being used. Finds a big card, that rare candy, and with Gardevoir EX already in hand on top of Ultra Ball, Pedro Pertuzzi can start to respond with some knockouts. Did, of course, play the Iono as well, so a little bit of hand disruption, a little bit of draw, and looks like deciding whether or not to grab the Zacian V. Now, this is a route you can take early on in the game where you can actually attack with it on turn 2 if you don't have Gardevoir EX in play. You can attach to it, use Roar of the Sword, and then the following turn go for that. And we are actually going to see that get benched down. How do you feel about that in this matchup with it having no energy on it right now at this point?
Well, looks like he's playing it down to use the Forest Seal Stone. Yeah, again, knowing that you have a Collapse Stadium and Penny in your deck, you can afford maybe early on to use some of these riskier Pokemon to attack with, because later on you can just discard them or put them back into your hand. So I don't mind it. I also don't mind just attacking with Gardevoir here. It seems like there's very little risk of attacking with Gardevoir EX. But,
wow.
Double rare candy turn 2?
That's
oh, the
crazy.
Glade.
Can use that Buddy Catch ability. Find any supporter, and I think there's no other cards in the hand, so...
What an insane
just
start.
Prep a supporter card. There is sort of a weird interaction here where if you do grab Iono and you want to play the next card that you get, you actually can't play Iono if neither player shuffles cards to the bottom of their deck. So it is something to note at this point, but I guess you are having to bank off your opponent, find something like the Melodic next turn, and it is actually going to be that worker.
Yep.
Interesting choice. I mean, I feel like there's better cards that you want just to draw more cards. You don't really have any of the consistency of refinement right now, since, of course, your only two Pokemon in play are that Gardevoir and Gallade. Wow, we're actually going to see the Zacian come in and attack, having to also put 2 damage counters on that Mew. Usually it's not a big deal in other matchups, but in this one, having the damage counters on means that it's essentially a free knockout at any point during the game.
Yep, but, I mean, this is what you're hoping for with Gardevoir, right? You get turn 2 Gardevoir EX, you attack right back. I mean, that's a great start. No Curlia to fall back on, but you do have the Buddy Catch from Gallade to just go search for supporter cards every turn, so that's probably going to be enough to keep you going. And because of how these Lost Zone decks work, they don't do a lot of direct damage early on in the game, so this Zacian V probably isn't going to be knocked out. So you also have time to draw into other things.
Very true. Again, it's important to remote. We keep stressing it, that Penny and Collapse Stadium going to be key cards. We might have also found the Cresselia off of the prize cards, so that is also a way that if the Zacian slowly takes damage, you can slowly heal it over time with something like the Moonglow Reverse.
Yeah, here I'm curious to see how far Pedro Torres is going to push. You can get to 10 in the Lost Zone this turn. It's going to mean you use 3 Comfey, but if you do, you can start using Sableye Lost Mine and start to spread damage everywhere. So we'll see if that's what he wants to go for, because otherwise, the only other attack he could even pull off this turn would be with a Cramorant. So you got to think that Lost Mine is on the mind. Lost Mine is on the mind for Pedro Torres. Hard to say.
A little bit of a tongue twister there. And already presented with his first tough choice. Do you keep this Cramorant, give yourself the guaranteed damage, or do you push and risk it? And I think this is a solid option. You could set the Zacian up in range to be knocked out the following turn. You can also start to put pressure on some of those low HP Pokemon. And it will just be the Nest Ball. And finding this third Comfey, 3 Flower Selectings, will get Pedro Eugenio Torres to that magic number 10. As long as there's enough switching cards, I think 2 Psychic Energy are in the hand as it stands, so that's piece number 1. Just needs to also find the Sableye and some ways to pivot out with Flower Selecting. That's what you're going to need to get yourself to Lost Mine this turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what kind of the game plan will be for Pedro Torres at this point. I wonder if there's merit to just trying to take prize cards quickly so that you can start to get one of those fire energy out of your prize cards so that you can have an option to use Radiant Charizard later in the game. I feel like it might be difficult to close out the game if you don't have access to attacking with Combustion Blast, but we'll see how Pedro Torres wants to play this one. The first thing you need to do is use Flower Selecting 3 different times. Requires you to put Comfey into the active spot, which looks like it's going to be pretty trivial here. You see another switching card with the switch cart taken there. And once you get to that magic number 10 cards into the Lost Zone, you can use Sableye's Lost Mine, and that's when this strategy starts to really get into action.
1 away, and with that switch card and 1 more switching card in the hand, that will be enough. I'm actually not sure if there is. Okay, so there is the escape rope. The escape rope and the new Pokegear 3.0 are, I think, the same background color around the object. So, I mean, if you're Pedro Pertuzzi here, what Pokemon do you want to give Pedro the opportunity to have? Or, I mean, does it really even matter? If your opponent's pretty much projecting Sableye, it feels like you just bring up the Mew. It's just a free ability to use Mysterious Tail. However, if you don't have the manual attachment, you are going to have to put more damage counters on it. That seems like the only downside, though.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, is your opponent just going to knock out your Mew anyway, though? So, I don't know. Seems like a pretty easy thing to push up. Otherwise, you would have to, potentially commit. Like, if you're going to put up the Gallade, you have to potentially commit energy to that, which puts more damage on that. So, yeah. May as well just throw the Mew up there. If it gets knocked out, you're happy with that. If it doesn't, then you get to use Mysterious Tail.
So Pedro Eugenio Torres has done it. 10 cards in the Lost Zone. Lost Mine is online.
It's an excellent start. Turn 2, 10 cards in the Lost Zone.
Couldn't have drawn it up any better, Kyle. Lost Mine available. Now where will these 10 damage counters go? A Mew is one of those things, again, where if you keep it on the board, you do deny more Pokemon from coming down. Radiant Greninja is not providing any attacking threat. It's just there to draw cards. The Mew isn't providing attacking threat. The Galade's okay. I mean, it can deal 160 damage, so it can knock out Radiant Charizard, but it's also not really doing much besides the supporters. But at the same time, you don't really want to spread damage around because that feeds right into Cresselia. So how do you go about placing these damage counters? Will he just take the prizes on the Mew? I think especially with how bad his prizes are, I like just trying to dig in there maybe and grab some of those pieces out, like the Fire Energy and the Colress.
Yeah, you really don't want to leave damage hanging around because of Cresselia. So you really want to be putting them on things in chunks a lot of the time. Now, Pedro Torres might have seen how that last turn played out and noticed, oh, you didn't get Cresselia, so might be assuming it's prized. But as we saw, Pedro Pertusi did get it off of his first knockout. So, I don't know. We'll see how Pedro Torres wants to go about this. The one thing you try not to do is like put 2 damage counters on a bunch of things, because then it all just gets moved back to you. 1 is fine. That usually doesn't impact any sort of knockouts that happen, but yeah, this is the complicated stuff, and Pedro Torres has played this deck the entire season, so I'm going to assume he knows exactly what he's doing.
Mew will be knocked out. Pedro responding back.
Still no Fire Energy.
Card. No Fire Energy, but did find the Colress's experiment off the prizes. So.
Yeah, the other thing is, like sometimes you would load a bunch of damage onto like Zacian V and just be like, okay, I'm going to knock this out eventually. But with the threat of Penny or Collapse Stadium, you also don't want to waste damage that way by putting it all onto a single Pokemon. So it's a tricky balance trying to like not waste your damage from Lost Mine. Try to do it in a way that no matter what your opponent does, you are getting some benefit from the damage you just placed.
And I think this is smart what Pedro Eugenio did here. He put 1 damage counter on the Greninja, meaning that if Collapse Stadium doesn't come down, that can knock it out, and putting 4 damage counters on the Gallade. So pretty much saying, hey, you can have Collapse Stadium to get rid of one of these 2 Pokemon, but I'm going to pretty much guarantee myself prize cards next turn if I can find a way to Sableye Lost Mine again. Buddy Catch finding Iono. So
and the Cresselia.
We'll shuffle things down, and of course, Cresselia being benched off the prize cards. And since there's damage already on the Zacian, doesn't even need to use Psychic Embrace to load damage up. Just has to put the 1 damage counter on or the 2 damage counters on the Cresselia, and you can either knock out the Comfey, or you can put 2 more damage counters on another Psychic Pokemon, and that will get you to the number that you need.
Yeah, I wonder if there's ever a world where you go for Phoebus here and just deny the Dugard, and then late game, you know that you can keep spamming the Iono and hand disruption cards. Or if you just, knock out the Sableye here. Looks like Sableye is going to be the option. That makes sense as well. Force your opponent to keep getting back Sableye, otherwise they're not going to be able to do any big attacks. So, but yeah, this is one of the annoying cards to play against when you're playing these Sableye decks. The Moon Glow Reverse, you flip the damage back to your opponent's Pokemon, and it's basically like Pedro Pertusi healed a bunch of damage off of his Pokemon.
I mean, I think 50 damage just got healed just from that, so almost half the Lost Mine, pretty much getting no value on Pedro's side. It's all gone. I mean, the Greninja no longer in range. It feels like that 10 damage, if he was going to Cresselia, just kind of felt like it wasn't really going anywhere. And I mean, it feels like at some point you've got to kind of force your opponent to Penny, because, I mean, if your opponent's playing Penny, they're also not playing a hand disruption card, so you're going to have a lot better of a chance. As soon Heavy Ball, Pedro will get the clarified good news. He can see his prizes with his own eyes. See, yeah, okay, both my Fire Energy are there. Charizard,
yep.
You got to sort of stay in the cave for now. We can't bring you out yet.
I want to see where these go, though, because if the Fire Energy are like the top 2, okay.
It's a split.
It was almost the same as it was before. The way he's taking prize cards, it's going to mean he's going to need to take 2 more before he gets into that Fire Energy, which honestly can be perfect timing. Once your opponent goes down to 2 prize cards, that's when Radiant Charizard really can burst into action.
This hand is not looking great. There's no Colress's experiment.
Oh,
not much else going on. And
perfect.
Look at that, though. Finds the Clara. But I don't actually think there's a pivoting card in this hand. Yeah, no, just Super Rod, Roxanne. I think this Comfey is going to be stuck in the active spot at the end of this turn.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I mean, if you're not dealing damage in the Pokemon TCG and you're not Sandra Wojcik, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can afford to miss an attack this turn. I think he might need to throw the Clara into the Lost Zone and just hope the Pokegear Nope, looks like he's gonna just hold on to it.
I think the problem is the only chorus in the deck is on the bottom of the deck since it was Iono the previous turn, so Pokegear wouldn't be able to find the chorus. There's too many cards in the deck.
Yeah, this is just gonna be an ugly turn then.
So we'll still try to make the most of it. Clara being played, bringing back Cramorant, Sableye, and a Psychic Energy. The question is, do you even bench any of these? Because if your opponent just uses more Psychic Embrace abilities, they're just gonna knock out whatever you put onto your bench.
Yeah, it's awkward though, because if you don't, then your opponent is just gonna play an Iono. You know they have Gallade, they can just search for it. So yeah, just throwing down the Cramorant, saying go. And that is the first time that Pedro Torres has really missed a beat in this game. And I don't, at this point, it feels really bad. Maybe with Radiant Charizard, you can storm back in the late game and make a big comeback, but this one feels tough.
One beat miss is all it takes. This matchup is back and forth. Healing damage off. All things to consider. Did top deck Iono for turn, so can even play something like the Iono and then Buddy Catch to end the turn to guarantee a supporter, giving yourself guaranteed options to end things out. Radiant Greninja is essentially acting like a refinement every turn. It's not the liability of having that low HP Pokemon in play, and it's doing exactly that. Look at that, Pal Pad can even bring back 2 of those Iono to give even more constant disruption. And Petty has still also not been played here for Pedro, as well as that Collapse Stadium. So many ways to disrupt, heal, and Pedro will be taking the prize lead, which is usually not something the Gardevoir deck does in this matchup.
Yeah, and we're really deep into this game as well. About 27 minutes left on the clock, so this is a game that's taken quite a long time. Feels like, you know, if you're going to win the match, you probably need to win this game. So there's a lot on the line here.
Pedro will draw 4, and that actually applies to both of them. So listen, I did it right here from not saying anything. Looks like it will be a Buddy Catch used. So can grab one of those Iono, put back into the deck off the Pal Pad. I mean, Pedro Pertuzzi has done everything he's wanted to. He's essentially been giving a bonus turn to take extra prize cards. All that needs to be done is a single Psychic Embrace onto this Cresselia, and because these Comfey have 70 HP, you can move 10 off the Gardevoir EX, 20 off the Gallade, 20 off the Zacian, and 20 off the Active. Or even just do this. Just take a knockout on the Phoebus. I mean, just take that option off. How do you think that's better than taking a knockout on the Comfey?
Oh, he just drew the Milotic too. Well, there's really nothing else that makes sense to knock out. Your opponent already has 3 Comfey in play. It's not like knocking out one of those really does anything, so you may as well take out the Phoebus and, you know, prevent your opponent from blocking your future Iono. Makes sense.
You can still heal off all that damage. Doesn't matter if it has 30 HP, it will still go down. And yeah, this Ice Symbol actually will come in pretty clutch here. With this Jet Energy coming down, no way to attack with Sableye, but that Spit Innocently will be dealing 120 damage. Pokegear hitting the loss zone.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is going to be the turn. Obviously, Pedro Torres is going to get a knockout. He's going to play down the Radiant Charizard, but this may be a turn where, you know, when he takes his prize card and if he doesn't get a Fire Energy, he may concede the game. It feels like your route to victory at this point is getting a knockout, then on the next turn attacking with Charizard, and then finding a way to knock out that Zacian V with Radiant Charizard. So big prize card here for Pedro Torres. And no! Both Fire Energy still in the prize cards. He could still piece together a way to win, but it's going to make it a lot tougher.
We're so deep in this game. Yeah, Lost Mine won't even take prize cards next turn since Hawlucha is no longer in the deck or available. And yeah, Gardevoir EX can come up with a single Psychic Energy on it. It can start using Miracle Force with essentially 290 HP remaining. How can Pedro Eugenio Torres piece together those last 3 prizes? I mean, Pedro Pertuzzi is going to be on a 2-turn clock after this turn to win. Is there a way that Pedro can even take a knockout in that amount of time and close the game out?
Yeah, it looks like Boss's Order is going to be the choice here as well. Just saying, you know what? Let's just get that Radiant Charizard off the board, maybe. Force you to have, you know, Super Rod or Clara, something like that to get it back. And maybe that could just be a game ender.
Gallade coming in as the MVP. Buddy Catch has put in essentially constant hand disruption, now gusting effect onto the important Pokemon in play. And that constant disruption plus aggression Gardevoir can do it too. I know we say Lost Box is sort of the CEO of putting on early aggression and putting together knockouts. Insult to injury also, getting rid of that Beach Court. Boss's Orders bringing up Radiant Charizard, and I mean, we're so deep into this game now. Do you ever try to like finish it out with Pedro? Or, I mean, at this point, it feels like if Pedro wins this game, Pedro Eugenio Torres wins this game, it's probably just going to be a tie between both players. I don't see 3 games ever finishing if we're just going to continue at this pace.
Yeah, I'm struggling to figure out how Pedro Torres is going to win this game. I'm really not sure. You can... no, I really don't get it. Maybe we'll see something here soon, but it seems very, very difficult with no access to fire energy. I mean, you can I mean, you could potentially like Boss's Orders something up like the Gallade that is a hefty retreat cost and do enough damage to it where maybe your opponent isn't able to retreat it, and maybe that buys you a turn, but it just, I don't know, doesn't seem great.
I guess, yeah, if you like Lost Mine and put enough damage counters in the Gallade, you can then like Boss's Orders it up, and then if it can't Psychic Embrace onto it, I guess that's like your only option to potentially get around it. But that pretty much seems like it's it.
I don't know what else can be done here. Yep, and that's going to be game number 1 for Pedro Pertusi. The turn 2 Gardevoir EX plus Gallade is enough to take down game number 1.
That's a strong combo, I'm going to say that for sure. Double Rare Candy, Gallade, and Gardevoir.
He only plays 2 Rare Candy, just played them both turn 2.
That's Forest Sealstone. Forest Sealstone lots of the time acts as sort of that extra consistency card. You either hit the Rare Candy and you wanted those early turns, or it feels like you kind of just play a slower route where you're evolving into Curlias. And I mean, for Pedro Pertusi, that more aggressive route really worked out well. Getting the Rare Candies off, attacking with Zacian early, and also to note, a big prize card there. I think this game plays completely differently if Pedro Pertusi doesn't draw Cresselia off that first prize card.
Yeah, exactly. That was the difference in the game. And yeah, we'll never know if the game would have been any different if Pedro Torres had access to a fire energy at any point. It still seemed like a difficult game to win, even with access to the fire energy. You know, after you miss that one turn of attacking, it felt like he was just really far behind. But we'll see if he can rebound here in game number 2. As I mentioned, you know, we are down to about 20 minutes in the round, so it's hard to see a world where all 3 games complete here unless, you know, one of the games just ends on the first turn or something like that. But we'll see how this goes.
Long set, long series. I played this a lot at NAIC, and these games are long, they're grindy, and very difficult to finish out. So these starts are going to be very important. Finding Battle VIP Pass, getting a strong explosive start. As a Gardevoir player, if you don't hit that turn 2 Rare Candy, you kind of fall behind, and even if you do, it's not like you're in an incredible position. Prize cards here, not too terrible. We do see one of those Iono in the prize cards, the Palpad there too, but it looks like we're setting up to have a very solid game, and Pedro this time going to get a peek and see my prize cards are not nearly as bad as they were in game number 1.
Yeah, it's also very nice when you just, without having looked at your deck at all, you just play a heavy ball and, oh hey, there's a basic for me, good. Also saves you some time because now you don't have to waste time looking through your deck to see what's in your prize cards. Just, all right, now I know. I don't have to spend, 30 seconds or a minute looking through my deck trying to figure out each card that's prized.
A couple copies of Beach Court, but there's actually not too much else going on. Does have the escape rope, so a smart choice there to actually hold the nest ball, wait to find Pokemon to sort of increase the total amount in the deck before using this Flower Selector. Now, what do you grab here? Jet Energy and Fog Crystal. It will be the choice of grabbing the Fog Crystal. I guess just prioritizing getting as many of these Comfey down into play so Flower Selector can be used.
Yep, he's going to grab the second Comfey, just try to get as many cards in the Lost Zone as he can. It does say on the screen that there are 17, but that is not correct. There's just 1.
What if your Lost Zone counter like transferred over from game to game in a series?
Oh, Lost Box would be a lot better. Yeah.
Turn 1, Sableye, going second.
Yeah, awkward decision here. As the Raihan, which is one of your ways to attack 1 turn sooner with Radiant Charizard, and that is going to go into the Lost Zone in favor of this level ball. Unable to find Battle VIP Pass, but has a string of Fog Crystal, Level Ball, Nest Ball, and actually prioritizing the Phoebus here. Very interesting.
Trying to hopefully get Melodic out this game. It didn't work last time. Of course, we saw it one turn too late, finding it off the top deck. Gonna try to make that happen to make sure there is consistent availability.
Check this out. This thing, we'll see if Phoebus is, gonna evolve into Milotic this game. I don't know.
You have some history with Melodic, don't you?
Played it once or twice, yeah. All right, well, Battle VIP Pass once again for Pedro Pertusi. Another picture perfect. Turn 1, being able to search out 2 basic Pokemon. This is all you're really asking for. When you draw this, we've seen this enough. When you draw this in your opening hand, the game tends to go a lot better for you.
Exactly what you want to see. See what the choices are. It does have a plethora of Pokemon to choose from. The Mew out worked very well last game, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see Mew as the selection yet again. He's also playing that Luminion V, so there are 2 cards in Pedro Pertusi's list that can search out these supporter cards from the deck.
Yep, gotta imagine you see a couple Ralts come down, or Radiant Greninja if you have an energy in hand. So you can start using that excellent ability, Concealed Cards, discard an energy from your hand to draw 2 cards. Doesn't seem like much, but turn after turn, that builds up cards in your hand, gets you a lot of value. And in this particular deck, you want to put Psychic Energy cards into your discard pile so that you can use Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace ability. So this Radiant Greninja, very important card for this deck.
It's also very hard to search out this Radiant Greninja. Battle Pass and Ultra Ball are the only 2 ways to search out Radiant Greninja. Will also be, wow, look at that, 4 searching cards in this hand. Battle VIP Pass, Level Ball, and the Fog Crystal, so this bench will get filled up pretty quickly, and it looks like there's no need for Mew at this point. I mean, usually you're using this to find things like Battle VIP Pass, but that's not even needed to be an option. So just gonna settle for having all 4 Ralts down into play, shuffling the deck up, and is there something like a supporter card to go along with this? There is a Luminion, but actually no. Professor's Research does have to get rid of that Collapse Stadium. We've talked about how that's good at healing things off, but it seems like it's worth the price for seeing 7 fresh new cards this turn.
Yeah, I mean, 4 Ralts in play turn 1. This is a dream. You have to throw away a Curlia. Hurts a little bit, but I mean, if you're playing a Gardevoir deck, this is exactly what you're hoping to see. Fill up your bench with a bunch of Ralts. You use concealed cards. You draw more cards. I mean, this is what you hope for. And even going to close it out with the Roar of the Sword from Zacian V to get an energy into play, perhaps.
Trying to retreat into this Radiant Greninja. I feel like attaching the energy to Zacian there is not even terrible. You kind of accept that the Ralts will go down with something like Escape Rope, and then next turn all you need is an attachment, and you're not relying on finding one of those rare candy. But I guess just wanting to hopefully try and play around the Escape Rope. I mean, you have so much more value. If Escape Rope gets played, it's like the attachment pretty much just did nothing but discarded the energy instead.
Yeah, but that's fine too. You want to get energy in the discard pile, so it probably doesn't matter that much.
Well, that will be Pedro Pertusi's turn. Pedro Eugenia Torres starting it out with a Flower selecting. Drapion getting swept away to the Lost Zone, and really looking for Colress. Speaking of which, there it is. So, Pedro Eugenia Torres kicking things off. Already at 2 cards in the Lost Zone. I believe that will now be 3, since there was a 1 Flower selecting used last turn, and 2 Flower selectings used thus far, unless that marker is not used there.
Yep, Colress's Experiment, very important card. This is going to kick things off. Interestingly enough, Pedro Torres would have gotten enough into the Lost Zone to use Cramorant's attack this turn no matter what, but this helps you accelerate and make sure that you can potentially get to Sableye on the next turn.
With enough cards in the Lost Zone, Cramorant will come up into the active, ready to attack the Radiant Greninja. It's not enough, 10 damage remaining. That Beach Court will also allow the Radiant Greninja now to retreat for free into any Pokemon that Pedro Pertusi so chooses to. An interesting choice to bench the Sableye. I feel like if there's maybe a way to get down Cresselia this turn, which, I mean, with Penny, there is that potential, but maybe sensing that there's very little opportunity for that to happen and saying, if I get Iono, I just want to have this Pokemon into play and hopefully try and Lost Zone the following turn.
Yeah, I think there's 6 in the Lost Zone, right? You use 2 Comfey both turns and then 2 from the Colress's Experiment.
Was there 1 or 2 last turn? I think there was either 1 or 2, but hopefully we'll get confirmation on how many cards are available in the Lost Zone. We definitely saw 4 hit the Lost Zone, so it's either 5 or 6.
Yeah. Either way, enough for lost provisions.
Action back on Pedro Bertuzzi's side.
Yeah,
We'll see Ultra Ball played.
We'll see if we get another turn 2 double stage 2.
Great way to start it off, though, is that refinement. Haven't seen it so far yet in this series. That game 1 played out, I'd say, too picture perfect for Pedro Bertuzzi. Didn't even need to rely on the Curlia to get things going. We'll actually see 2 of these evolved already, and Iono getting played. So Pedro Eugenio Torres and Pedro Bertuzzi both shuffling their hands, putting it onto the bottom of their deck. The level ball as well. Just trying to grab these pieces out if need be. I think we'll just see this Curlia put into the hand. There's no need to evolve it just yet, just in case you get another stellar start like you did game 1 with Double Rare Candy, Gallade, and Guard.
Yep. Yikes. 3 Curlia on turn 2. Also a very good start. Pedro Bertuzzi's just going to be drawing so many cards here. It feels like you're playing like really old formats when you get to this point. Of course, you can even think back to like the Zoroark GX days of trade, especially when you had the execute propagation trade. Your hand would get up to gigantic sizes, and look at that. There's probably like 12 cards in Pedro Bertuzzi's hand.
Does have the Rare Candy and the Gardevoir again on turn number 2. So looks like content with just evolving all these Curlia up, understanding, look, there's a chance you hit Sableye, but there's also a chance that you miss, and I'm just going to get all access to that Rare Candy Gardevoir EX 2 games in a row. I mean, you love to see it in testing, but there's no other stage you want to see it than here at the World Championships in round number 2.
Yep. Going to see the Beach Court allowing that Radiant Greninja to retreat at no cost. And here comes Zacian V once again. I mean, this is just, how do you beat this? Your opponent has 3 Curlia plus a Gardevoir EX on turn 2, and they're attacking you. Normally, you're supposed to be able to battle with this deck by being able to disrupt things, maybe knock out a Curlia, knock your opponent off their game a little bit, but when this happens, it just feels like Gardevoir is almost unbeatable.
Not much that you can do at all. And Pedro is going to try to battle back. Pedro Torres playing Culver's Experiment, up to 8 cards in the Lost Zone, and should be able to see a Lost Mine. And here's where the discussion comes in. I mean, there's 2 easy prize cards on the board right now. Can use Lost Mine, 8 damage counters on the Curlia, and then put 1 remaining damage counter on the Greninja. But, I mean, at that point, how do you keep yourself in the prize lead? We start with the Escape Rope. Pretty easy choice there with the Beach Court in play, bringing up this Radiant Greninja, and as long as there's a Psychic Energy, Sableye will be able to use Lost Mine, and we already see it in the hand for sure.
Yes. We see another Sableye going to the bench as well, prepping for the following turn in case there's any sort of hand disruption. And yeah, Lost Mine, I have to imagine you just take the knockout and then knock out a Curlia and then kind of put the other damage on the Zacian V or something like that. You could also, put it on like another Curlia in case your opponent doesn't have Cresselia. That sets up a potential play for you to get a knockout there. But yeah, 2 prize cards taken for Pedro Torres. Not a bad start at all, but are you going to be able to fight through what's about to be a lot of high HP Pokemon, a lot of card drawing, and basically whatever Pedro Bertuzzi wants, because he's drawn through most of his deck at this point.
Does also have that copy of the Shining Arcana Gardevoir that can also provide consistent draw, and I believe we saw Gallade in the hand already, so can use Refinement first, get the ability to draw some cards, and then evolve it and use Buddy Catch, so getting access to 2 powerful support abilities on each turn, or just on the turn that they're evolved.
Let's see, looks like 3 Pokemon going to get shuffled back in with Super Rod. You never know if your opponent plays Echoing Horn, so sometimes it's good to just throw a Pokemon like Mew back into your deck. It's got low HP. Could be a liability later on in the game.
Playing around any way to lose your lose conditions, always a skill that these high-level Pokemon TCG players are taking. We usually see Fog Crystal get played to grab the energy to discard, but looks like valuing just having those around for later on, just to have consistent manual attachments to not put more damage onto the board, perhaps. Does draw into that Radiant Greninja that was put back with the Super Rod. will we see that get benched down again? And we're just seeing Fog Crystals hit the discard piles, saying, I don't need Psychic Energy. I'm more than set up and ahead in this game.
Yeah, an interesting decision now for Pedro Pertusi. One of the things I always struggle with in this matchup is knowing how many more Pokemon you can play onto your bench without it coming back to haunt you later. This is an opportunity where it seems, oh wow, just going to evolve to a second Gardevoir EX. This is what seems like a decent opportunity for Cresselia, and that is what's going to happen here. But, you know, Cresselia is a Pokemon that is easily knocked out, either by Cramorant or Sableye, so it is one more prize card you give to your opponent. It's just kind of weighing, you know, can I afford to give up one more easy prize card? And I think in this situation, the answer is yes. There's just so many high HP Pokemon on the board now, you don't have to worry about giving up this one easy knockout, but that is something you need to keep in mind when playing this matchup. Sometimes playing down Cresselia at the wrong time or playing down one more Pokemon that you shouldn't have can end up losing you the game against these Sableye decks.
Cresselia will come into the active spot. Does only need to use one or two Psychic Embrace abilities since there is already damage on both the Gardevoir EX and the Zacian. So this will not only take the knockout, but heal some damage off as well.
It looks like it's going to go after the active Sableye here. I was wondering if we would see the Phoebus knocked out again, but no. Sableye is going to be the choice. Going to force Pedro Torres to find another Psychic Energy.
Will we finally see Melodic come into play? I think that actually might be pretty big here for Pedro Eugenio Torres to stop the onslaught of Iono that will continue to be played throughout the series, and finds it. Are we going to see it get evolved down?
Dugard at Worlds. Never thought I'd see the day.
Times are changing, Kyle. Times are changing. You also see the Psychic Energy come down, and I think just slow rolling us here, not evolving it right away, keeping it around for later. As Fog Crystal will find more cards out of the deck. This time that Comfey. Don't quite think we'll see that get played down at this point unless Pedro really needs to find another resource, but hasn't even used Beach Court yet, so at minimum can just Lost Mine again with this Sableye that has a Psychic Energy on it.
All right, we see the Pokegear, yeah, just thinning out the deck for Pokegear. Maybe trying to find the Clara here. And looks
There
like
it is.
we have found one. All right, so Pedro Torres is going to try to battle back in this game. It does seem a little difficult to find a route to victory here. I don't see Echoing Horn in his deck either, so that could have been a way to kind of find an easy prize card along the way. But the good news here is with the Milotic, the Dugard, it will prevent any future hand disruption from Pedro Pertusi. So Pedro Torres is going to be able to do basically whatever he wants for the rest of the game as long as that Milotic stays in play.
And the question here is, do you even use Sableye or do you go in with Cramorant to take this knockout? But it looks like Pedro Eugenio Torres just wants to take the knockout with this Sableye. But I mean, if you're not knocking Cresselia out, how are you spreading your damage around?
Yep. And there it is. The Dugard has finally arrived.
It's here, Kyle. It's here.
Yep. There, we are going to see just a Lost Mine for the knockout on the Cresselia, going down to 3 prize cards now. And this game is about to get really interesting. At this point, I think it seems pretty clear you probably cannot bench any other Pokemon that have 120 HP or less. You need to constrain your board to just things that are very difficult for your opponent to knock out. And we'll see what Pedro Pertusi does from here.
Time very much winding down in this round. 5.5 minutes remaining as we're entering the end game of game number 2. The battle of the Pedros. Who will be victorious? I think Pedro Pertusi is just a little concerned about bringing Zacian V up because with this knockout, there is always the potential for something like Raihan to power up a Charizard to take knockouts, and that could be one way that Pedro Eugenio Torres swings his way back into this game number 2 and potentially squeaking a match point out of this round.
Yeah, I mean, you did see Raihan go to the Lost Zone, so, I mean, sometimes players use 2, but for the most part, you can probably assume your opponent only has 1. So that's probably not a thing you have to worry about. You know, last year at the World Championships, we saw lots of decks playing, you know, Magma Basin and all sorts of things. And oh, we actually see the boss's orders on the Milotic recognizing the threat of Dugard and trying to get that out of here so that on a future turn you can use Iono and disrupt your opponent's hand.
smart to do it right now. You know your opponent's going to potentially go down to lower and lower prizes, and by knocking Melodic out, you're not going to be able to, on Pedro Eugenio Torres' side, establish that next turn. Sure, you can bring it back with something like Clara or Super Rod and re-bench the Phoebus, but you're still very prone and open to getting Iono'd at this point, even showing, look, I'm going to put these back into my deck now that your Phoebus is going to be gone.
Dang, it finally comes into play, and it only lasts one turn.
They can't let us have any fun up here, Kyle. So we'll be bringing up this Melodic with the boss's orders. One Psychic Embrace use to make sure that Zacian can use the Storm/attack. More than enough damage to take the knockout onto Melodic. And boom, Melodic, as graceful as it arose, falls that much gracefully.
Yep. Short-lived.
I wanted to see an Iono get played and him not shuffle his hand into his deck.
Yep.
Or and not into his deck, but below. But speaking of shuffling your hand into your deck, Roxanne coming down. Finally a way for Pedro to respond.
There it is.
There it is.
All right. So yeah, a lot of these decks at Worlds have been including lots of hand disruption cards. Normally in these kind of lost box decks, we have not been seeing very many Roxanne, Iono, things like that. Mostly just playing Coerce's Experiment and then sometimes Boss's Orders, but then Clara, of course. But yeah, Pedro's still playing Roxanne, and we'll see if this can bring him back into the game. Now, unfortunately, there is still the Glade with that Buddy Catch, so it's not going to do a whole lot in terms of, you know, like making Pedro Pertusi draw a bad hand or anything like that. You can always just search up, you know, Professor's Research or whatever. But maybe this breaks up some sort of potential combo that may happen, and also gives you a fresh hand of 6 cards.
Refresh and Disruption, Roxanne doing its job best. Easy choice off Flower selecting. Manaphy going into the Lost Zone. I have to wonder here, how do you spread damage with this Lost Mine? It feels like if you have any idea that Penny's in the deck, putting the damage counters onto the Zacian essentially is just negating the turn. Do you ever try and maybe target the Glade, play another hand disruption card, and then start to set up the Zacian for the mat to KO it?
This is tough. You can try to make it so that both Gardevoir have 250 HP left. So then Radiant Charizard can knock him out with Combustion Blast. And it looks like that is what Pedro Torres is doing. If your opponent puts down a Cresselia and moves some of the damage off, then there's an easy knockout for you right there. And then you just need to knock out the Zacian V to win the game. I mean, this is extremely complicated. There's just so many paths each player can take at this point. And this is a situation where I think we just need to sit back and watch where this game goes, because there's so many things that can happen at this point.
So many variables, so many different ways. Things can unfold as we get into a minute and a half in this game. So time could completely become a factor. I think if Pedro Eugenio Torres doesn't finish his turn, I think there is enough time that this game will finish in 2 to 3, but we're actually going to see the Penny get grabbed off of the Buddy Catch. Also see the Forest Seal Stone in hand too, so that can grab another card if Pedro Pertusi so chooses to. Super Rod as well. Let's put the Lumineon. I mean, Lumineon is not a great Pokemon to have down in this matchup, but if you do find it on the last turn of the game, it can give you that last crucial supporter card you need to either dig through your deck, gust up a Pokemon, or heal something off.
Yeah, this is an excellent play. So you can Forest Seal Stone for the Cresselia you just put in. If you Penny, you pick up your only real liability in Zacian V, because when you use Moonglow Reverse, you'll then put the Gardevoir EX back out of range for Radiant Charizard's Combustion Blast. So this feels like it's kind of closing the door on this game. Pedro Pertusi playing very well. You can see why he is the #1 ranked player in Latin America. It's been a masterclass, and you know, it doesn't hurt when you have perfect setups. Turn 2 both games, but you do need to still close the games out. There's still plenty of opportunities for you to screw up a start like that, and he has taken full advantage of everything this game.
I've heard lots of talk on and off the playing field about how Lost Box is so good into the Gardevoir deck, but I mean, this has been a masterclass so far from Pedro Pertusi, showing that this matchup is very much navigatable. You can navigate this matchup very, very much. As So we're actually going to see the Gallade come down. It does have that swirling slice attack. It does 160 damage.
Yeah, I think it needs to put energy on there to retreat because a lot of the energy was on Zashi and V.
It's true. So we'll just see that pivot out. I was wondering, yeah, I don't know if swirling slice here is exactly what he wants to go for, but it makes sense that Cresselia comes down. Zacian no longer in play. It's done its job. It's taken prize cards. It's found pieces out of the deck. And it will just be on the rest of the team, the Gardevoir and Gallade, plus the assist of Cresselia to get Pedro Bertuzzi to the finish line and put him at a 2-0 record. Psychic Embrace used on the active Cresselia will put it to the 20 damage. Both Gardevoir EX healed down to 40, and Pedro Bertuzzi going down to 2 prize cards.
Yeah, you can see an interesting choice as well. Saying, you know what, you already have 2 Sableye powered up. What's the difference between knocking one out here? I'd rather just take away any options you may have with Comfey. And yeah, looks like we have hit time in the round. So potentially we are in the +3 turns portion of this match. And Pedro Bertuzzi, I think down to 2 prize cards at this point. Seems like has a pretty good lock on this game. But we'll see if Pedro Torres can figure out some crafty way to get back into this one.
So Pedro Eugenio Torres, turn number 1. So has 2 turns to close this game out. But I think that's pretty much where we are at making things happen. So it will just be the escape rope being played. Gallade brought to the forefront. Can, of course, just retreat with a single Psychic Embrace or attachment. There are plenty of energy in the hand now that Penny was played last turn to pick that Zacian V up. Now the question is, what will the choice be? Off this flower selecting, there is that 1 copy of Boss's Orders in the hand. Choice Belt being played. Fortunately, does not work on those EX Pokemon, only on the V and GXs. It will be the Cramorant also coming out of the deck with the Nest Ball. What is the goal here for Pedro?
Actually, both Fire Energy are still in the deck, so Radiant Charizard can't be used here. It could have presented an awkward situation if you attack with Radiant Charizard, knock this out. There's not enough Pokemon in play for Cresselia to use Moonglow Reverse for a knockout. And it presents an awkward situation. If you want to attack with Gardevoir EX, you need to damage it, and then it gets in range for the Radiant Charizard to knock it out. If you bench another Pokemon, you're potentially in danger of getting hit by Lost Mine and losing that way, but we'll see what happens.
Colress's experiment.
Didn't find the Fire Energy.
What a heartbreaking miss for Pedro, and since that Comfey was knocked out, will not have access to 1 more flower selecting, so a smart choice from Pedro Bertuzzi going after Comfey. Pedro Torres has hit a wall. No more ways to draw cards. No more ways to dig through the deck. And you can see the look of disappointment on his face. He knows that the walls are closing in. He's got little options left. What can he do to navigate through this? It seems like there's just nothing that can be done.
Yeah, I mean, really, what can you do when your opponent has that kind of start? Pedro Torres, I mean, fought back pretty hard in this game. But, yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Well, on Pedro Bertuzzi's side, can now use the Swirling Slice attack.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. So, we're going to see it on the main stage, at least at this point. So do 160 damage, take the knockout on Sableye, and to add insult to injury, that huge hand going to the bottom of the deck for Pedro Eugenio Torres. Iono being played. This will be Pedro Bertuzzi's last turn, but doesn't need to win the game since he won game number 1. As long as Pedro Eugenio Torres is unable to take enough prize cards, which I think with this list, there's no way to do that. Pedro Bertuzzi understands the situation. Swirling Slice taking the knockout, and this is it. If Pedro Eugenio Torres does not have a way to win this game, Pedro Bertuzzi will advance to 2-0 at the World Championships.
Yeah, there's a way to be 10 damage short. With the Halucha, you put both Gardevoir EX to 260 HP remaining. And the Choice Belt, that doesn't add damage against Pokemon EX, only Pokemon V. So I don't think there's any way for Pedro Torres to pull this off. Agonizing. 10 damage short. You know, if you have an escape rope, Boss's Order, or something like that. Plus the Halucha. Yeah. If only that choice belt were a Defiance band, then it would have been game over.
Well, Pedro Eugenio Torres still playing it out. Did find the boss's orders off the Poke Gear, all but one card left in the deck. And you see it on his face. Disappointed, but that's the way Pokemon TCG works sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this was still a winnable game, I think. If you boss's orders up the Gardevoir EX that's got no energy on it, you can Combustion Blast and put it in a spot where you can't Psychic Embrace to it, and it might just be stuck. But one turn short, Pedro Pertusi is going to win the match 1-0. I mean, this was an excellent match, lots of technical gameplay back and forth, but the Gardevoir EX deck does come out on top.
Time a factor for sure. You wonder if Pedro Eugenio Torres maybe conceded that first game a little earlier. I agree with you. That Gardevoir EX gets stuck in the active, it can't Psychic Embrace and retreat off, and I think Pedro Eugenio Torres honestly finds a way to win that game with sticking that Charizard up there attacking. And
I think so, yeah. I don't think there's any way to move a Gardevoir without using Psychic Embrace to it.
The only way would have been if there was a Shining Arcana to maybe accelerate energy, but that wasn't in play, so in that board position, that may have been all Pedro Eugenio Torres needed to win, but time was a factor. That's the way Pokemon TCG goes. Pedro Pertusi advancing to 2-0 here at the World Championships.
Yeah, and that is a complicated matchup from both sides. You can see every little decision mattering there. I would have loved to see a conclusion to that game, but congratulations to Pedro Pertusi, moving on to 2-0 here at the World Championships. #1 ranked player in Latin America. We'll see if he can make a deep run here at the World Championships.
#1 player, played super solidly throughout. We've seen him at all the ICs so far as well. Traveling, going abroad. Japan is no exception to that. But what a fun set this was. Of course, both players having a good laugh, enjoying the game. We got to see Melodic come down as well. So look, that's a win in my books here. Pedro sticking with the tried and true. And it was a battle back and forth. Both decks doing different things. Gardevoir known for this heavy, hard-hitting deck that deals a lot of damage. It puts energy into play. But Pedro Pertusi took a very different control in this matchup, using the Cresselia Moonglow reverse. We saw game 1, how crucial that was in. And in this game 2, just 1 piece short, 20 damage short from closing the game out. You have to wonder maybe if there was a way to navigate that 20 damage throughout the game. That's sort of what you always walk away with when you're playing this Lost Zone deck. Man, maybe if I put the 20 damage there, or if I shifted this here, how would that have changed the course of the action? But that's Pokemon, that's this deck, and that's why we see so many top players play this deck, and even they make mistakes when playing it. It's the nature of playing the Lost Box deck. It's what you sign up for.
Yeah. I mean, these are just tough games, and you can't even say that anybody makes a mistake because there's so many turns where there's information you may not have had. You could have gone for a very high percentage play thinking you would like hit a card off of a course's experiment, and then it doesn't work out, and it just throws all your plans off. You have to keep track of how many things are in the Lost Zone and all these different things. But yeah, that was a great match to watch. Lots of interesting decisions back and forth, but yeah. Gardevoir EX, I think when the new expansion came out, Paldea Evolved, there was a big feeling that Gardevoir was the #1 deck. The addition of the Iono and then Reversal Energy as well, it felt like Gardevoir EX was a deck to beat. And after NAIC, even though it had, 2 Gardevoir EX in the top 4, the feeling coming out of that tournament was, oh, maybe this is not the #1 deck anymore. You know, maybe it's not as good as we thought. It's still very, very good, but it's not head and shoulders above everything else. But now here at the World Championships, we are seeing a lot of the top players continuing to bring Gardevoir EX, and we'll see, is this Gardevoir's tournament to win?
Well, Pedro Pertusi has been doing excellently so far, 2-0 with Gardevoir EX. Our winner from round 2, we've got an interview down with him on the stage, so let's throw it down there.
Thank you, casters. That's right. I'm here with our winner of round #2 here, Pedro Pertusi. Congratulations. Great performance there, starting off there with the Gardevoir.
Thank you so much. Really happy to be here.
Yeah, you end up playing against a phenomenal player. Of course, the Pedro mirror match. That was it's fun for the broadcasters to talk about. I knew that Pedro was going to win. How did you feel going into that matchup?
Pedro Eugenio has been playing the Sablezard for quite a while, so I didn't really know his deck going into it, but I assumed it. And It's a sketchy matchup, especially if I don't have a good start, which wasn't the case in either of both games. I was glad that the Gallet that I put, especially for the Lost Box matchups, pulled its weight in both games, and yeah, it was pretty good. Was scared of the tie because it's a matchup that goes a long time to finish, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, there are a few things to be worried about in that matchup. Of course, you're doing all the math, trying to make sure that you can heal off the right amount, stay away from that Radiant Charizard. What did you think when you saw the Phoebus?
So I knew he played the Phoebus Milotic line at NAIC, so I was kind of expecting it already because I think it's really good in the deck. I was like kind of afraid of it, but it's not so easy for him to set it up if I'm constantly Ionoing him, which was the case for both games because I got the Gallet out really early, so I could spam it. And in the second game, I KO'd it just in case to be able to Iono him and hopefully he whiffs the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you had to avoid a Sableye there in the active spot and go after the Milotic so that you could make sure those Ionos were there at the very end. And sure enough, you had all those resources ready to go. It went right down to the very end. You had just enough math set up to withstand the Radiant Charizard. Do you think you could have lasted another few more minutes, or was that the perfect amount of time for you?
I think I could have, like, the way I played it out, I played in a way that I couldn't retreat the Gardevoir if the time continued, but that was partly because of time. If we had like infinite time or time wasn't called, I would have probably just, instead of attaching to the Gallet, attach one to one Gardevoir and move the other one to the other one, and then I could retreat and KO since I was only one prize. So that was kind of my idea for the last few turns, especially the penny on the Zacian to remove the two prizers and plus combo it with the Cresselia to heal the 16.
Yeah, it's such a chess match watching players try to decide, do I want to play into the Cresselia or do I want to give credit to the fact that my opponent has Penny and they have Collapse Stadium. They have all these ways to remove the big damage. What do you like to see from an opponent? Do you like to see them spread the damage all over or just target Pokemon?
I think you should usually maintain the Cresselia in mind, so probably put like 2 extra damage counters in someone just to be safe. But yeah, I think the fact that I had Gallet for Penny, it probably was a big factor there. I can't remember if I showed it game 1, so that's a plus, I guess, if I didn't. So yeah.
Yeah, it looked like he was playing around it regardless, but yeah, I'm not sure if it was shown either. You've been playing Gardevoir a lot. We've seen you play it with all sorts of different Pokemon. You had Mewtwo v Union in there for a little while. What made you switch to this really consistent build?
I think it's more of like a big tournament scenario, and like with I used to play Mewtwo before the release of Scarlet and Violet 2. So, and I felt like, especially in the metagame over in Latam, we had a lot of Lost Box. So it's kind of the same, but instead I opted to like tag for it with the Gallet. So it's a lighter tag, but it proved its value.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Well, you had an amazing setup throughout both those games. Hopefully we see a little more of that from you. Do you have anyone that you want to shout out before we head out?
Yeah, for sure. It's a dream of mine to play in a stream and, of course, win in Worlds. I would like to shout out my family, my sister and my grandma are here watching, and my mom and my dad are back away at home in Brazil. I would like to shout out everyone in Brazil who was cheering for me, and especially my friends, who I have some of them watching over from Brazil, even though the time difference is a big one. And I also have some friends here watching.
Fantastic. Well, shout out to friends and family. #1 player in Latin America, doing fantastic here at the World Championships. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters.
#1 in Latin America and undefeated so far on the day. Congratulations again to Pedro Pertuzzi, advancing to 2-0. If that had anything to show for what the action is going to be like coming up today, oh boy, Kyle, we're in for a treat indeed. We are in for a treat.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the best of the best, we keep saying it, but it is the World Championship, so we're going to see great players, we're going to see great plays. You know, as the tournament goes on, we start to see a bit more fatigue. Maybe we'll see, you know, some of these players face a bit more challenges and struggle to keep their energy and their mental up. But, you know, in the early rounds, you know, everybody's kind of at full strength, and we're seeing players at the top of their game. But it's going to be a question of, can you maintain throughout the course of this event? It is kind of a test of endurance as you go on. I think there's 8 rounds today. If you make it to the top 8, then you have a top 8, a top 4 match. So you got to keep your composure throughout. 2-0 start is fantastic for Pedro Pertusi, but still a long ways to go to get that, you know, what everybody is here for, I think, to try to make the top 8 at the World Championships.
Yeah, speaking of top 8, we're going to know sort of as we progress through this tournament, lots of players here in day number 2, what that record sort of looks like, what players are going to need in terms of championship points to get themselves to the record. Usually if it's 8 rounds, 6-1-1 is the bubble. It might even be a situation where 7-1, 6-0-2 is what it is. It honestly feels like a toss-up. But as we, of course, as we progress more and more, as we see sort of what the player field looks like, for our viewers at home, we'll make sure we keep you guys up to date on what that top cut situation is going to look like, because that's where the action really heats up when players, for all the stakes on the line, of course, money, not even championship points, but just the title, of course, of being a world champion, and all the swag, all the Pokemon trophy, of course, everybody wants that big Pikachu trophy, and that champion #1 trainer card.
Absolutely. Still lots of Pokemon TCG left to play, and yeah, there's very little room for error at the World Championships. You know, just one mistake, one loss at the wrong time, that can be the end of your tournament here. So lots of pressure every round for our competitors, but everybody who's playing in this tournament has dealt with pressure for the whole season. They've been in these high stakes tournaments for the whole season. So these are the players who are here and, you know, prepared to compete. And just the only question is, do you have what it takes to win?
Do you have what it takes to be the best? That's the question everybody is asking themselves at this point. We've been watching not just these stream matches as well, but some of the matches out there. I think you got a chance to go out on the field and take a look around. Were there any decks or players that really caught your eye so far as we're looking out on the field and getting through this tournament?
I'd say for the most part, it's mostly what we expected. You know, it's a pretty even split of what you would consider a lot of the top decks. You know, your Lost Box decks, Arceus, Mew, things like that. There are a couple people out there using some weird stuff. Did see a Zoroark Stage 1 toolbox deck. Seemed pretty wild. Of course, we're always looking for Sander, what crazy thing that he's going to come up with, whether he was able to find something that works in this kind of wide open metagame. And, you know, we're going to keep our eye on those Miraidon players as well. We're going to see this is on the biggest stage. Will Miraidon EX have its moment?
Well, whether it's Miraidon, Zoroark, or the decks you're used to, we've still got plenty of Pokemon TCG action to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser, and I'm here at Pokemon World Championship 2023 in Yokohama, Japan, and I've just made some new friends. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm called Rebecca, and I'm from London.
And what about you?
My name's Sarah, and I'm from the north of the UK.
Now, what has brought you here? What are you most excited for at the World Championships?
So my partner's actually competing. He got top 8 in EUIC, so we were really excited to finally come to Japan. We wanted to anyway, but it all fell into place, and it's just incredible to finally be here.
And are they competing now?
Yeah, he's just gone in for his next round, so good.
How is it going so far?
Yeah, pretty good. He's doing quite well. He's playing Miraidon, so we know that Guardi's going to be hard to be against, but he's got his ways.
Fingers crossed. Now, what about you? What's brought you here?
My 2 children and my partner, they're both playing today. So my son plays tomorrow, day 2 for video game, and my eldest is also playing TCG today. So fingers crossed for a day 2 invite after today.
Wow, you must be very proud. They must be playing very well.
They're doing really, really well. Really pleased, yeah.
What would you say about their play style?
Ooh, So I am the bag carrier and watcher, and their dad does everything for them when it comes to things like that. So they are very, very confident and very passionate about the game, both of them. As much as they both play different games, they're both passionate together and support each other through everything when it comes to Pokemon. Yeah, they're so happy to be here.
That's wonderful. Now, a lot of people at home are watching and supporting from home, but have never been to an event like this. What would you tell them it's like actually being here?
It's quite surreal. If you've ever been to a Comic-Con, it's like that, but much, much larger. And I love how Japan's done it this time. Like, I've been to a few different ones now, but this one specifically stands out as extremely well organized in knowing where to go, what to do. There's lots of little events and stuff. It's an amazing day out, even if you're quite new to it. Because I've got a little Eevee tattoo. I'm like very supportive of my partner. It's his main passion, and we just like live through it. It becomes part of your life, so it's cool to actually be in a space where you know you're going to enjoy yourself, you know you're going to have a good time and see all your friends. It's like an accidental squad trip to Japan.
They've also done a great job of kind of Pokemonifying the whole city. There's lots going on. What can you say about what it's like even outside of the convention center?
It's so exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favourite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Mum, can I stop for a photo? And it's every 5 minutes, and it's just fantastic. It's such a good atmosphere. Everybody's so happy and wonderful, and Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
I agree. You guys are just a beacon of joy as well. So before we go, I have to ask, what's your favorite Pokemon? Is it Eevee?
Yeah, it's Eevee.
What about you? Do you have a favorite?
I do. Mine's Galarian Ponyta.
Those are two of my favorites as well, so I think we are very well matched here. We'll let you all get back to watching and you all back to watching, but we will have more coming your way from the Pokemon World Championship.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to our 2023 World Championships for the trading card game here in Yokohama, Japan. 2 rounds down, 6 more to come, and also don't forget our top 8 and top 4 will be playing out tonight. So much more action yet to come. You're not going to want to miss it. Chip Ritchie here at the desk with Kyle Sablehouse. And we've got a banger here in this next round for everyone at home.
Yeah, this is as spicy as it gets. I mean, we saw round 1, we saw all the different names that got paired up, and we're like, oh, this is going to be a good tournament. Yeah. And this is exactly what I'm talking about.
We'll get into the match here very shortly, but we need to take a moment to look at our standings, see which players are doing well, sitting at 2-0 in the World Championships. I mean, it's got to be an incredible feeling coming into this round. With 8 rounds, we're probably looking at needing to go 6-1-1 to have a chance. 6-0-2 will be guaranteed, most likely, or I should say definitely. And then 6-1-1 is probably going to be that bubble range, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Of course, all these players are going to be trying to get those wins as early as you can.
Yeah.
The ties have been tricky already. So many players already in that tie bracket. It's not a place you want to be. The games last a long time, and they're very slow, and it's sad Pokemon to watch.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll take a look at those standings here shortly and see which players we want to be keeping our eyes on. Of course, what you would expect, tons of great names and recognizable players already starting off 2-0. You look at the 170 players in Day 2, you're going to recognize pretty much all of them, to be honest. They've worked their way to get to this point. We see first seed there, Azul Garcia Griego coming into this round. Yeah, you know, just our North American international champion, our Oceania international champion. You know, of those last 5 internationals, he's won 2 of them. A pretty incredible feat there. Brian DeVries, one of the top players from Europe. I know that's someone you are always keeping your eye on. Did you get a look at what he was playing this weekend?
Yeah, you know, one of the best decks ever made. Giratina Lost Box. And took down Tord Reklev in round number 1 in a pretty great fashion. It was great to see that opening. Jared Watala is a player that we saw on an absolute tear, earning every single point in the 4th quarter with Gardevoir. I think that they're running it back. I heard a rumor that there were cross switchers in there in day 1.
Interesting.
Spice.
That is some ultimate spice. Just a couple more players I want to call out here on this page. Nachi Nezu, that's the Japan national champion from this season. Absolutely someone we're keeping our eye on there. And Brent Tonneson, one of the top players in the Australia region year after year after year. When it comes to the international championships, I think he has more travel awards than anyone when it comes to qualifying for those every single quarter. So absolutely top-level talent here at the World Championships, what you would expect. Let's look at our key matches this coming round, and we'll also show who we are featuring this round. And like we said, a top-tier matchup, Azul Garcia Griego versus Sejin Park, the Korean national champion, the 2014 VGC World Champion. I mean, Sejin is possibly just the best Pokemon player of all time. Not just Pokemon TCG, just when it comes to all Pokemon games, he plays everything.
Yeah, he is the embodiment of Pokemon in the spirit of all of this arena. As you look around, he could win any of these tournaments if he wanted to. He qualified for most of them too.
Yes.
And said, I want to play TCG.
Yeah, qualified for Day 2 in TCG and VGC. Chose to run it with the TCG. You absolutely love to see it.
Strictly correct, by the way. You always choose TCG.
And I think our players are ready. No time to kill. Let's get down to the stage and get into our round 3 Swiss match. Of course, these players both sitting at 2-0. Excellent place to be. But you can't get complacent. You can't get comfortable yet, and especially whenever you sit across from someone who is as talented as your opponent in this round. And that is true for both of these players. I mean, they recognize one another without a doubt, knowing who their opponent is here. They're going to recognize that it's a top-level talent match.
Yeah, and both players have been facing off against players of that caliber throughout the entire tournament already. And it's been such a young tournament in Day 2, but I mean, Azul was playing against Pablo Meza to start things off. We saw Sejun playing against Gabe Smart, so a lot of great talent out there. Once more, gonna have to go through the gauntlet, try to get to 3-0 now.
It is never easy. No easy wins here at the World Championships, and it's gonna be no exception here in round number 3. Starting at 3-0 in the World Championships, I mean, it's not going to be a guarantee, but like you've got to imagine that is just a great feeling. You know, you feel like your deck choice was good, you've hit the right matchups, and it keeps you in a groove. Taking a loss in round 3 doesn't eliminate you from top cut contention, but it does make your battle much more difficult.
Well, speaking of the matchups, this is going to be a very interesting one that we don't run into too often. It's going to be Azul playing with the Mew VMAX Genesect, but of course we know that the Fusion package is in this list, so potential to deal plenty of damage. Sejun not too worried about that though. That's going to be playing that very aggressive Miraidon deck, loving to get those early knockouts on Pokemon V and maybe push the accelerator a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see plenty of accelerating. I mean, this will certainly be a high-octane match. Whoever goes second is going to have a decent chance to get a turn 1 knockout, whether it be Azul going for his Alessis Sparkle with the Fusion Strike energies for a big Meloetta attack, or if it is Sejun going for those electric generators to pull off an attack with Miraidon EX.
Already the MVP for Sejun in the prizes there, that flying Pikachu. It's a fun tech that we've seen used in the national championship victory, and it's a cool way to free retreat, move around, save some of those energies for your Raichu, which occasionally takes big knockouts.
Sejun with his Pachirisu sitting there by his side, cheering
go.
him on. It's so fitting. Of course, famously won the 2014 World Championships in the video game with that Pachirisu, his signature Pokemon, and I'm sure it has become his absolute favorite. Looks like Sejun is going first, starting off with that Miraidon EX, and that's really all you need with this deck to get going thanks to Tandem Unit.
Yep, Battle VIP Pass is dumb. You can just get whatever you want with the Tandem Unit, of course if it's Lightning, but generally you find that other Miraidon if you like, and you can go ahead and use Tandem Unit again, fill the bench on turn 1, not have to worry about any of those other search cards, and sure enough, finding that Mareep that's going to be the lifeline of the deck, getting all those lightning energies back into play.
Yeah, going to be setting up for those Dynamotors on the Flaffy, a great way to recover energy cards. So this matchup, I think, is going to be pretty back and forth here. I think a lot of what's going to happen in this match is going to depend on if Azul can pull off the turn 1 attack with Meloetta. And he's got a good start. You know, starting that Mew with the free retreat makes it pretty reasonable he would be able to pull it off.
I mean, you always worry. You never know what's going to be in the box for a Mew player in that opening hand, but having the free retreat certainly does feel nice. We are going to see a little bit of a conservative route there here with the double Mareep, not going to go too aggressive, but plenty of cards in the hand still, so looking to see what's left of this opening turn.
Yeah, I feel like Mareep and establishing multiple Flaffy feels pretty important in this matchup because of how key Raichu V can be for you in this game.
Oh, looks like we see at least one of those boss's orders and some energies in the hand too, so can do a little bit of setup, get the ball rolling, but
Ooh, I think
That's
there is
Squawk ability.
Yeah,
There we go.
Squawk in Seas. This is a newish card from the Paldea Evolved expansion. You get to discard your hand and draw 6 cards, but you can only use this ability during your first turn. Very strong and super solid in a deck like Miraidon, which kind of leans into aggression and power. And just getting through the deck, finding those electric generators, finding more Pokemon, it's really all you need. It's a card that makes a lot of sense in this list. 6 cards here now for Sagen. I see a lot of lightning energy there.
Yeah, you saw, was worried about not seeing any of those lightning energies. Decided to attach one of those before using Squawk and Seas, and sure enough, finds 3 of them. Not exactly what you're looking for, but at least you can bring this one prize Pokemon into the active spot. Hopefully avoid giving Azul too much of an early lead if he does have the pop-off.
And it will be a pass from Sagen onto Azul's turn, and I think I already see a Battle VIP pass. Looks like a Genesect there as well. A Nest Ball too. Azul has plenty of plays available. Yep. Starting with that VIP pass, just what every Mew player wants to make happen. Let's get a few Genesect in play. I think there was even a Feather Ball, so you've got that option to go get yourself the other Mew V. So this VIP pass could get the Meloetta potentially. We could see Genesect. Azul is taking a moment now to check the prizes, wants to make sure he knows exactly what he has available.
If there ever was a matchup where you can take your time, it's going to be one like this where this game's probably going to last 4 turns. You know that prizes are going to fly left and right, but the build-up to those turns is what takes time, and you want to make sure that you're not missing any beat there. So get all the information that you can. Sure enough, you find those double Genesect V. Those are the trickiest Pokemon to search out in the list, so you don't have to worry about that any longer. And maybe you can start to refill this hand, play a lot of cards, and get that turn 1 attack.
Looks like plenty of Pokemon there available for Azul. Even has that Ice Cube. I don't think we'll see that in this game, but that is an important card in this list. You want to make sure you have some answer for Spiritombs, and that's something that runs around in some of these Lost Zone decks, specifically the Lost Tina. We've even seen it, that Spiritomb making a play in Arceus deck, so you can tell Azul is ready for whatever matchup he could go up against.
Were you able to get one of those Ice Cube pops at the mall?
I was not. No. Did you get one?
I did.
Ah, disappointed.
Delicious.
Sagen may be wishing that that Spiritomb on screen could just move over to the bench and aid a hand here, but not the case in this spot.
Yeah, this was one of the main worries that players had when deciding if they would even play Mew VMAX any longer, as there's so many ways that you can disrupt this deck. Sure enough, shutting off all the abilities would be tough, but you have a built-in effect there with the fusion energies to assist and completely ignore that.
Azul having a Cramomatic in hand as well. Looks like there's already actually even a Fusion Strike energy. I have to wonder, though, how worth it is it to go for the turn 1 Alessas when your opponent just has a Bareep in the active?
Right, and that's where maybe if you really want the prize card, you go for Ice Cube, just send up a Pokemon you don't care about, but you could always play this a little slower and play the same game that Sagen did. Just bring up a single prize Pokemon, but pass the turn, and then start to focus on those boss's orders.
Yeah, make it as difficult as possible for your opponent to take a 2-prize knockout. And I feel like that's a big part of this matchup, right? Just trading 2-2-2 is a viable strategy for both of these players.
That equals 6. Yep, that's pretty good.
Nest Ball now for Azul brings down a second Mew V, another Genesect in hand, and Fusion Strike energy attached. We won't be seeing any sort of plays with the Meloetta with this attachment, but we could see a Psychic Leap, actually, just putting this Mew V back into the deck, taking a knockout and pushing a single prize Pokemon. Leaving just one Mew V in play, though, would be risky.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the hand just yet. We're going to see one additional card added, but it's got to be a good one. And, ooh, that is a good one. It's Ultra Ball.
And there is a Cramomatic in hand. Looks like Azul, though, will choose to just discard a pair of supporter cards, losing a boss and a judge. He does play Palpad in this list, so those are things that can be recovered later in this game. But you might be leaning on finding the Palpad in order to get one of those resources. And it looks like it. It is the Ice Cube coming out, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to attack with it, but you'd love to switch into this Pokemon so that you're not worried about giving up that additional prize card. So go ahead and play it down. Maybe you can do a little more thinning in this hand. But I saw the Cramomatic there already, so you can just Genesect for 4 cards, see any item card, and that can turn into Alessa Sparkle right there.
So I wonder if Azul even wants to hit the Alessa Sparkle, though. Is it better to just retreat into the Ice Cube and leave that active? That might be the play.
I'm okay with that.
If you Psychic Leap, you leave yourself with just the one Mew V in play, and you give Sagen an opening to Boss's Orders KO it.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. We should avoid that at all costs.
Looks like 5 cards now being drawn for Azul GG. That Cramomatic can ditch VIP pass here on turn 1. You don't see it too often, and it looks like a heads. He will have access to any card he wants in his deck right now. Even if he's not going to go for the Psychic Leap, I think this is a great turn to play the Alessa Sparkle.
I agree, yeah. You can see that this is going to be one of those important cards to play early on in the match. If not for just the fact that you're removing those fusion energies from the deck, you don't have to worry about drawing into those.
Sure.
You get some acceleration onto your Pokemon, and we will see what the priority is. It's not often that the single prize is going to be relevant when you don't see a Pokemon like the Regieleki on the other side to even up the math, but Azul might have a plan.
Yeah, interested to see where he goes with this. I think it would be risky to go for Psychic Leap, so we'll see if he goes with the conservative line. And like we mentioned, and like you said, the single prize really is not going to help his math. He kind of needs to take 3 2-prize knockouts. If you take just the 1 prize, ooh, he is going for it though.
Wow.
This does leave a bit of an opening here for Sajin. Maybe Azul thinking that it's pretty unlikely with just the 1 energy on a Miraidon at the moment. It does require Sajin to hit quite a bit, but I mean, if he finds a Raikou V, which we know he can get with the tandem unit, 1 Lightning Energy, 1 Flaffy, there's plenty of things he can do to pull off a boss's orders play.
This is certainly an interesting strategy to go for here, where you can just remove all of the ways to get these energies back into play, make Sajin completely reliant on those electric generators, and then it's going to be really hard to knock out a Mew VMAX in 1 shot. So seeing the Lost City there, Mareep immediately goes into the Lost Zone, and you can go ahead and try to tackle a second one there with that Flaffy maybe.
Yeah, and I think Sajin actually just has the plays lined up. It would involve him putting his Lumineon V in play, but you've already got that Squawkabilly EX in play. You know, it's kind of the same thing at this point, having too many of those Pokemon. So if he could just use this Lumineon, too many of those single prize support Pokemon, I should say. If he could use Lumineon, fetch out the boss's orders, he could target down Mew V if he wants.
Sajin gonna go ahead and use the tandem unit now, but I'm not sure if there's a Pokemon you're really looking for at this instance. Mainly just get this information and decide if this supporter of choice with the Professor's Research is going to be the play, or if you do go for the Lumineon. Line up that Raichu now.
Now it is interesting because if Sajin did retreat the energy off his active and you kind of go all in on the Raikou play, he does leave himself a little vulnerable. You know, if Azul was able to pull off a Meloetta play, get that down, get Alessa Sparkle again, get those extra energies back into play, he could take a knockout with a single prizer and then leave Sajin with no energy in play. So maybe that's what Sajin is a little worried about. We'll see how he wants to navigate it. And taking out this Ice Cube is okay for your prize map. You don't have to go 2-prizer, 2-prizer, 2-prizer. You do have an option to take this 1-prize KO.
Well, we're going to see plenty of lightning energies into the discard pile. And yeah, as you're mentioning, that Raichu definitely evens out the playing field with the Dynamic Spark dealing plenty of damage, potentially that knockout even on the Mew VMAX for 6 of those lightning energies. You can start to do some work, and we see the right trainers there in hand, Chip.
Those electric generators are some of the most important and most powerful cards in this deck, allowing Sajin to look at the top 5 cards and attaching up to 2 lightning energy to his benched lightning Pokemon in any way that he likes. Looks like it's just 1 energy hit here. Debating putting it onto this Raichu V, trying to decide where he wants to place it.
Yeah, this is always interesting, as you don't want to give your opponent more reason to knock out a good Pokemon, but you want to have the energies in the right place. So let's say at least 1 of those to the Raichu V, but if we see the second generator, would be interested to see if that went somewhere else.
Yeah, not getting the Raikou totally ready to go. Of course, that Flaffy is still in play, so can pull that extra energy out with Dynamotor at any time to power up the Lightning Rondo. Sajin's definitely got plenty of plays available and is thinking through all the options. Are we going to see that second generator come out? Looks like Dynamotor for now. Attaching this now to Raikou. Of course, has the option to fleet-foot it as well once this comes into the active spot. I don't see the Beach Court. That would be a really nice card to have, so you can keep this lightning energy around.
I see Lost Vacuum in there, but go ahead and get that extra card into the hand now. It's not going to be too useful with that Drapion with the full bench, but maybe we could see that worked in later on.
And that is actually a huge card that Sajin is playing, not something you always expect to see, and also a double hit here on this second generator. Really smart sequencing as well from Sajin, retreating this Miraidon before playing this generator because that is a really valuable place to put those energy cards.
Yep, love this here. See plenty of energies in play. The knockout is going to be lined up, and You start to see the prize map unfolding here for Seijun. If you can allow this Raikou to get knocked out by the Mew on the following turn, maybe you've got that Drapion V lined up ready to go. Counter that stadium, the Lost City with the Lost Vacuum, and maybe this Pokemon sticks around for a turn. Maybe you can bring it back into the deck at some point too.
As we're just getting clarification on this Zapdos here. Of course, Seijun's cards are in Korean. He is from Korea, so we'll just want to maybe to make sure exactly how much damage this thing can do since Seijun has loaded energy on it. I imagine that it's just kind of a safe place to keep the energy cards so you can Raichu them away later, but, you know, better to just double check.
I thought Azul was Mr. Worldwide. He doesn't know all these languages? Come on.
Now over to Azul. Seijun has tied the game up. Both of these players having taken a single prize card, each sending a one prizer to the Lost Zone for their opponent. And now Azul looks like he has a few different plays available, a few Pokemon. There's also a Fusion Strike Energy in hand. Is it going to be Meloetta time? Is this what Azul's plan was all along?
This would work out pretty well as you have this opportunity to work in another single press Pokemon, which you say, hey, Kyle, that seems weird. I don't know why you'd want to bring the map back down to 4, but that's because you have the Mew VMAX that's going to be attacking. So you actually work in the 1-1-3-2, 3-3. You could get the 8 prize exchange there if you do this right.
The thing that Azul needs to be worried about, though, is the fact that Seijun does have 2 kind of easy knockouts lined up. He can take a pretty easy knockout with Raichu, one-hit KOing just about anything, and then, of course, Drapion V can come in and close out the game on any of Azul's Fusion Strike Pokemon. So I like Azul's decision to try to work in this Meloetta, make Seijun work as hard as possible for it. He is, however, going to need to find that second Alessa Sparkle. He does only play 2 and did play 1 on turn 1.
You see one of those Fusion Energies in hand. It would be unfortunate to see
There's
another
Sparkle
in hand. So really hoping to avoid that.
Yes, just hoping to avoid drawing into that Fusion Strike Energy. Would have still been okay because there is 1 in play on the Mew, so he's still able to get there, but now you can get the full 4 Fusion Strike Energy out. Now the question is it better to attack with the Meloetta, or do you evolve and attack with your Mew VMAX?
Yeah, this is tricky, as it really depends on what supporters you have to back this up. If you can disrupt Seijun after this and give up these, the large amount of prize cards here in the beginning, then sure, but it looks like maybe Meloetta is probably going to be the safer choice. You could take the knockout on the active and then maybe work the Mew VMAX in. Let the hit points do the work for you.
Boss's Orders going back into the deck from Palpad. That will be an important card later on. And Azul still has a couple of Fusion Strike systems to utilize here. This one drawing up to 4 cards. Finding another Lost City. A Featherball can get the VMAX. And Boss's Orders could be an option as well.
Loaded up here now, multiple for Sealstone. And it's going to have access to plenty of cards later on in the match, and finding that Boss's Orders means that you'll be able to pick the right prize cards in the rest of the game. So really just going to be about navigating the rest of these prize cards and what you give Seijun, and I love this. We see the Meloetta promoted here now, just make it a little bit more difficult as Seijun has already lost a Boss's Orders.
Azul, of course, playing that Alessa Sparkle, not able to go for the boss just this turn. I think he would have loved to have taken out Raichu, maybe, if he could have get that one-hit KO threat out of play. And I wonder if this is what Seijun was prepped for with this energy attachment to the Zapdos as well, letting him use a one-prizer of his own to respond to this KO from Azul.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Seijun with that Bravery Charm in hand. Interesting tech that we've seen pop up in these Miraidon lists ever since Paldea Evolved released. The basic Pokemon this card is attached to gets plus 50 HP, boosting your Miraidon EX all the way up to 270 hit points. A 270 HP basic seems pretty strong to me.
Yeah, that works out in a lot of matchups. Now, right now, we're looking at 4 Fusion Energies and a Meloetta, so everything would go away. But it can work out pretty nicely for some players. I have seen people throw it on the Mareep, and then they evolve, and they're like, hey, that doesn't work anymore.
What Azul's done here as well is making things a little difficult for Seijun. With 5 prize cards left, Seijun doesn't really have an option to Boss's Orders and KO a Genesect and then KO a VMAX, because then, well, Azul would just still have a bunch of Fusion Strike Energy cards in play. Now, maybe if Seijun could Boss's Orders KO this Mew V, take those Fusion Strike Energies out, that would be decent, but Azul could go for a few modifiers to still respond with that Meloetta, even with just 2 Fusion Strike Energies. He hasn't gone through too many Power Tablets yet.
Yeah, we've seen pretty good conservation there from Azul, just been drawing into just the right cards at the right time. The Palpad was used to preserve even more resources, so maybe we'll have those at the end of the game to close out.
Sagen grabbing this Raikou V, putting it into play. Trying to figure out what is the best thing to attack with at this point. He has the option to attack with the Zapdos if he wants it here. Didn't see if there was a boss's orders. That option could be decent to chase this Mew V with the 2 Fusion Strike energy on it.
Yeah, boss's orders has to be the card that you'd be looking for in a situation like this. Don't think we're going to have that opportunity. Zapdos makes sense if you want to remove this Pokemon, but it's awful for the prize map. Sometimes you just have to worry about what your opponent's throwing at you, and 280 on a single prizer is something to worry about.
Energy card from hand can be attached somewhere. We do see that Drapion V hanging out, ready to go for future turns. Plenty of energy in the discard pile to accelerate with the Dynamotor. A second Raichu as well, so that is a interesting choice as well, playing 2 Raichu in this deck. I have to imagine thinking and preparing for the heavy Arceus that people were expecting in this meta. That Dynamotor does bring an energy back to the Raikou V on the bench. Multiple Pokemon ready to go and attack here.
Looks like Arvin is potentially the supporter of choice. I'm going to go ahead and use that now. Looks like has some options as far as maybe a few more ways to get these trainers down. Escape Rope would be a nice way now.
Escape Rope is interesting because then Azul, I think, would just pretty happily send up a Genesect here. Let that get KO'd. You keep all 4 of your Fusion Strike energy in play, and you let Meloetta take 2 multi-prize KOs. And I think if you're, as the Mew player in this matchup, ever getting two prize KOs with your single prize Meloetta, you're feeling pretty solid about your chances to win.
Right. I mean, we haven't seen an evolution yet, so although Sagen is going to go down to 3 prize cards, there's no VMAX knockout that's going to be lined up for the Drapion V. So if Azul plays it smart, he can just continue to use the Meloetta there and keep this exchange in his favor.
And I wonder if Sagen feels like in this position he has to hope that Azul maybe needs to put a VMAX in play to draw cards, something like that. But Azul doesn't really need much. He kind of has everything he needs on board, and even 2 Forest Seal Stones that have not been used.
Feels comfortable promoting the Mew. Sure. One that you're not too worried about losing. You'll have all access to your deck with all of those Genesect V now. And you, as you mentioned, the Forest Seal Stone too. If you get desperate, you would like to hold on to that for the final turn of the game, which likely would be in 2 turns if Azul plays it out the way he'd like.
Bravery Charm comes down, but with all those Fusion Strike energies in play, Melodious Echo still dealing more than enough damage. Sagen takes the knockout. Mew V should go to the Lost Zone. Yep, sure enough, we'll get it sorted out. And Sagen is able to tie the game up, but as long as Azul does not put a Mew VMAX in play, Sagen will not have a win condition next turn.
I think that Azul will recognize this. Yeah, we see now the Feather Ball, so you can go ahead and search out the Mew V, get another one of those down.
Yeah, really important to get another one into play here, as if your active goes down, then you don't have necessarily a great follow-up to close out the game on the next turn. Azul does have a pretty large hand size, it looks like, so he might have a hard time drawing any cards with Fusion Strike system. But he does have a couple Disruption supporters. I do think we've seen the Judge hit the discard pile already. Could this be a good time to go for an Iono?
Speaking of Judge, looks like Sagen was given a slow play warning, so we are going to see a little bit of time added onto the clock now.
Had a lot to think about in that last turn, but you know, we do have to stay on top of these things. Azul thinking about where to put a Choice Belt into play. Looks like it will be onto the active Mew V. And simply a retreat, keeping that V-Star power up for the next turn. Doesn't really, like we said, need anything else this turn.
Right. You have exactly what you're looking for right here. You need to have both these Pokemon ready to evolve on the following turn. You understand that Meloetta is going to be sacrificed at this point. It has done its job. It's going to take the prize cards to get you down to just 1 more remaining, and then you can rely on the Forest Seal Stones right here to close out.
Azul will be playing an Ultra Ball here, taking a moment to just thin everything out of his deck that he doesn't want to draw anymore. Escape Rope's not super useful. Lost City, you're not really worried about having a second one of those at this point. Get these cards out of the deck. So if Sagen does play an Iono, they're not going to be available. And it looks like Sagen is recognizing the moment, cannot win this game, going to concede. We're headed to game 2. Azul getting the first round.
Yep. Oh, you didn't evolve? Shucks. I can't believe it. The 2-time international champion Knew what he was doing.
Yep, and looking back at that game, I actually like Azul's decision to Psychic Leap there. It could have been a little risky if Sajin does find the Boss's Orders KO on that Mew V. Azul probably would have lost this game, but he kind of recognized based on what Sajin did turn 1, wasn't going to be super likely he could pull all of that off. And then that allowed him to get a prize, also put that Mew V back into the deck with those Fusion Strike energies more importantly, so those resources were available to him later in the game.
Yeah, it's almost a bait like we've seen many times with Mew VMAX. You don't always know what's going to be behind the door, and there was an opportunity. Maybe Azul just finds the Meloetta, finds the return knockout there in a situation where the only Mew is knocked out, and then Azul is going to be ahead in that situation, as a lot of resources would have been sacrificed there from Sejun. But who knows? Now we're going to jump into the next game here, and we'll see what these players have to work with in Game 2.
Looks like we might have a broken sleeve, so we'll have to get that sorted out as we look at our recap from game number 1. These players are waiting here to get set up, it looks like, actually, for game number 2. Here's the recap, though. Cramomatic flips the heads. Always feels really nice.
Yep, this led to a turn 1 knockout in an unusual fashion, as we see the Mew hiding back in the deck, worried about what could happen there, and led to a pretty interesting back and forth with these single prize Pokemon in a deck that does not often use these Pokemon.
Pachirisu was cheering Sejun on, but was unable to help him in this game. Standing by, watching, and Sejun, I think, making a wise decision to concede this one. Maybe could have scooped a little bit quicker, but this is a matchup that we're not really going to have to worry about a tie happening, most likely.
Yeah, I think that Sejun is in a good spot to potentially just go very aggressive on in this situation. If you go second, then maybe you get that opening knockout, and you can lead Azul into a spot where he's surprised by the Drapion V. I don't think that we saw that
we did
at
not.
all.
We did not. So that might be something that Azul is not expecting now. Azul does very much pay attention to the meta, and he also looks at the best lists from the best players. And Sejun won Korean Nationals with this deck, and in that list, Sejun did have the Drapion V. So I'm sure it's something Azul has in the back of his mind. I didn't see it game 1, but I'm not going to totally discount it just yet.
Yeah, did Sejun understand that Mew was going to be pretty popular? It is, what, the number 1 or 2 deck in the room right now? Yeah,
Number 2 today.
Unreal.
Quite a difference from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, number 7 yesterday. Not even making the graphic, sure enough. A lot of popularity switching over. Maybe we're not so worried about those Drapions and Spiritombs after all.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some play around the Spiritombs with the Fusion Strike energy, and you have some options against Drapion with the Lost City and Path to the Peak, depending on what the situation is. So even though a Mew player doesn't ever love seeing either of those 2 cards, you do have some play around it.
Yeah, I mean, Azul's up right now. He doesn't care about any of that. It works out just fine. Sometimes you are going to face off against those kind of cards, but it just shows the power of this deck and the versatility as it continues to live on.
I think we got a sleeve delivered to the stage, but may have been the wrong color. So we got to make sure all 60 sleeves are in good condition and also the correct color. We'll get it sorted out here shortly to get into our second game. Sejun's got a bit of a history with this Miraidon deck, like we mentioned a few times. He got first place at the Korean National Tournament. Azul has a bit of history with Mew VMAX as well, though. He played it a lot whenever regionals came back in March, April of 2022. He played this deck quite a bit, but whiffed Day 2 at quite a few tournaments with it. So it's interesting to see how things have kind of changed. Obviously, the meta is pretty different. Tons of new sets are legal for this tournament compared to back then. But Azul wasn't scared of the fact that, he had poor success with the deck in the past. He recognized that he felt like it was a good meta for the deck, and even though some results in the past might have said it wasn't the best, he felt like it was still solid to roll with.
Yeah, and that's always been the type of player that Azul's been, at least with this testing group. He wants to look at the data and see what that tells him. And sure enough, it said that Mew VMAX was going to be one of the most powerful decks in the room. It just has so much versatility. It works great for a player of Azul's caliber, where you can target down some of those weaknesses, maybe surprise some of your opponents, and make them walk into some awkward situations where they don't even know that they're losing the game until they've done it.
Yeah, let's get this man a sleeve. let's get the sleeve out here.
Can we use code GG for 10% off that sleeve?
Yeah, we need an express shipping at this point. Of course, Azul, one of the largest content creators in the Pokemon TCG space. Sejun as well, someone who creates plenty of content over in Korea. streams himself playing the TCG, the VGC, all his various games. He, of course, did even place top 8, I believe, in Pokemon Unite at last year's World Championships.
I imagine he is his own team in Pokemon Unite.
No. I mean, you still need, you got to have 5 people with you at least.
He refuses.
He's just got,
he
playing
runs,
on
he
5
runs
different
from
phones.
monitor to monitor.
He is just that good. Of course, Sajin, we've mentioned his successes in all the other games. He did finish top 32 back at the 2016 World Championships in the trading card game. I think that's his best TCG finish at Worlds. And he was playing a pretty unique one back then. It was that Fighting Zygarde EX Vileplume deck.
Oh.
He was one of the only people playing that in Day 2 of Worlds, and he did take it to a top 32.
Yeah, the last time I saw Zygarde was when we had the fly match, where the fly kept flying around on the stream. Yeah, it turned into a little bit of a meme.
We've had a few too many of those fly matches. Isaiah Bradner squashing flies on the table at regionals this year. Yeah, they make their way up onto the stage here and there. Let's see if this is the one. Oh, looks like we've just brought the backpack.
Just give him a new deck. I have Mew VMAX backstage if you just want to try it.
Here we go. Sleeve being fetched out. We'll get it all sorted. And we'll get into this game number 2. So for Sajin, as we get into game number 2 here, you set up pretty nicely in game 1. You had quite a few options of what you wanted to go for, but you unfortunately came up short. You lost game number 1. What adjustments would you like to see from Sajin as we get into the second game of the match?
Well, it's unfortunate just the way that the draws panned out. As we saw, the boss's orders was in hand, and then the opportunity that you had to attack that Mew V, the solo Mew V that turn, you were not able to go for that. We didn't see the resources there, so I would try to prioritize finding that Forest Seal Stone. If you can get that down onto your board, then you have almost a guarantee that you'll be able to target down with boss's orders on turn 2. So that early Squawkabilly seems like a strong strategy, but then you just need to prioritize boss's orders or escape ropes to get 2 prize cards at a time.
So it looks like, unfortunately, we will be having a re-sleeve of Azul's decks. We're going to take just a moment, step away from the game. We'll get back into it very shortly. Got to make sure that there's no marked cards out there, right?
Are you ready to switch to live? Can we just try that?
Yeah, you can't break any sleeves on the computer. Azul might find a way. I don't know.
Would. He's played enough.
Azul is actually a player who I know is very meticulous with his sleeves. I see him after rounds pull his deck back out of the deck box and just look at the sides, look at the bottom, each side, go through the back of each sleeve to make sure there's no marks at all. He does not want to get a penalty for having a marked sleeve.
Yeah, he's talked about it before. He's taken notes from other teammates. Caleb showed him how to sleeve a deck, which is something that's hilarious for a player who's been playing for 20 years to finally learn how to sleeve. But there's a right way, I guess. It's kind of like
you kind of just do everything you can to minimize the chance of making a mark, right?
Yeah, I think back to like the basketball coaches telling you how to put your socks on so that you avoid any of those issues.
You had to be taught how to put your socks on?
Yeah, there was like the UCLA coach would tell you how to do it perfectly so that you wouldn't get blisters and stuff. It's like, really? We're going that deep? But yeah.
I don't think I've heard that one before. But yeah, maybe I need to look it up. My socks have gotten kind of bunched up here, so I might need to take a lesson.
It doesn't really work for us. This isn't really an athletic thing that we do, Chip.
Listen, man, we're running around the floor out here, going from backstage out to the matches to watch things happening. You got your steps in?
I'm at 5,000 steps. I have not performed well today.
We'll get back to the stage here shortly, get into this next one. We do, of course, have plenty of other games happening out in the field. We saw our key matches earlier on, things we were going to be keeping our eye on. Tons of onlookers, people here for the World Championships ready to cheer on their favorite players, cheer on their family, cheer on their friends as well, and honestly, just watch some great Pokemon play out.
Yeah, it feels like every 5 seconds you're looking around and you're just bouncing from screen to screen as, oh, something cool happened in Go. What's going on in Unite? And then TCG, every once in a while we get excited about some stuff.
Yeah, I obviously focus on the Pokemon TCG, but I do try to get a moment to watch a game or two of all the other Pokemon games happening, and it's just so exciting, and it's such a momentous occasion for everyone, right? We've talked about over and over again how it feels so special to be here in Japan for the World Championships, but it's not just true for us. It's true for the competitors, it's true for our co-casters across all the various pillars of Pokemon, and for the players in all those various pillars as well. Really quite a special event.
Yeah, I mean, it's an honor for us, but of course, as players before, that was the thing that we lived for. every single year. That's what we were looking for. We wanted to go to nationals and then, of course, to the World Championships. And I feel like I lived my life like 5 weekends at a time per year, as I would just really focus on these specific events, seeing all of my friends from all across the nation and then eventually the world as well, as we started to branch out even more. And it's so great to see all these people once more. And I mean, I've been doing it for 2 decades, man.
Yeah,
I know way too many people in this venue.
You bumped into anyone from a different country over the course of the weekend that you haven't seen in a couple years? Someone that you caught up with for a moment, maybe?
I mean, not as cool as some UK friends. So, but yeah, it's just as special. I feel like it's not as big now that we see everybody at all of the international events.
Sure,
that
we
have
do
now.
see everyone a few times a year now.
Right. So it's just as special to see them, but it means a little bit more when it was just that one time a year. It's like, oh, you've grown like 8 inches now, dude. Like, what in the world?
Yeah, what's always been cool for me is just seeing some of the juniors that, you know, we casted games for, you know, a couple years ago. You know, they're in the senior division now, and it's not going to be too much longer that we look at them, and they're in the Masters division doing really well. You know, when I started playing, Isaiah Bradner was a senior, and, you know, he lives kind of in my area, so I'd see him at Cups every once in a while. He was playing in the seniors division. I was playing in Masters, and now I look at him, and he's one of the top players in North America in the Masters division. It's just been really cool to watch players kind of grow up with this game.
Yep, I had a similar run-in with John Ang when I moved to Maryland for school, and he was, what, 9 years old at the time, whatever it was, which dates me horribly, but I go to his local league to go check it out, and he's like, oh my God, it's Kyle Sablehouse. Now I'm like, oh my God, it's John Ang.
It's really how it is. Yeah, I mean, John's had a kind of interesting start today. He played Michael Pramo at round 1, I saw. You said you were sitting next to both of them when the pairings went up, right?
Right, we're looking at the pairings and figuring out who's playing each other. They're sitting right next to each other, and they go, seriously, bro? Later on, we look at the rest. Pablo sitting 2 feet away from us on the other side. I'm like, you got a Zool.
Yeah. Brian DeVries up against Tord Reklev round 1. I mean, there was just tons of top-tier matches. I mean, Pedro Torres played against Alessandro Cremasoli from Italy round 1. So many great games.
Yeah, every single row that we went to, there were at least 3 matches that caught my eye, and I just had to continue watching. And well, we got one more here.
I think we've got some sleeves on the deck. Let's get into this game, number 2.
No time extension.
No, there's gonna, yeah, we see it ticking up right now. Quite the time extension. I think that's 13 minutes, something like that. 12, 13 minutes added to our clock to make up for this break. And Kyle, I am as ready as I have ever been to get into a Pokemon TCG match.
Right, we talked about how fast this can go in this matchup, and it's been a little bit of a drag.
If there was not the resleeve, we might already be done.
I would think so. Well, we'll see what these players have to say about that. Starting off with multiple Featherball, looked like in the hand for Azul. And as we mentioned, getting that early knockout in the beginning is going to be so important. Sajin says, yeah, I'm going to go second.
Yeah, that's a really interesting call. Losing game 1, choosing to go second. He did go first in that first game. Maybe just not being totally aware of what Azul was playing, wanted to try to get a little bit of an edge, but now recognizing the matchup, this is what he wants to do.
Well, not with this hand. That looks like one of the worst ones I've seen in a long time.
On Sajin's end?
On Sajin's side, yeah. It's Flaffy, Boss's Orders, Penny, 3 Lightning.
Yeah, that's not great. And imagine having to sit there and look at that hand while your opponent's re-sleeving for 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes, and then they throw down the equivalent of a Battle VIP pass.
A 2-card combo VIP pass here coming out.
Which doesn't even grab Genesect. Unlucky.
We'll see what else Azul has waiting in his hand. A couple Feather Balls. It's a pretty versatile card in this deck. You can get the Mew V and the VMAX, but it's also a card that you can just always play out. And honestly, on Azul's end, I don't know how many playable cards there were.
Yeah, you start to worry when you don't see the Battle VIP pass, of course. You have a few Pokemon to work with, but thinning down the hand for this opening Genesect V is going to be tricky without a card like Ultra Ball, and I don't see that just yet, but it looks like there is energy, maybe even a Stadium card if you want to play that down. So
looks like it will just be 1 card drawn on this Genesect.
YOLO.
VIP pass for the win? No. It is a Genesect, though. Okay. I think we take that.
That's the... Oh, and then finds the Battle VIP, too.
Very nice draw. Massive hit there for Azul. Can now get the 3rd Genesect in play.
And if you're Seijin, you just want to go home. Unless that top deck is really nice.
Yeah, I think hoping for maybe a Nest Ball to just get Squawkabilly EX and just find something else. Even a Research. You know, there are a lot of good draws here for Seijin, that is for sure.
Yeah, all the bad ones are in his hand.
A couple more cards added here off of Fusion Strike system. Looks like there is a VMAX waiting for the next turn. Azul will need to find a way to get this Genesect out of the active, and that path is actually huge.
Lightning!
And Seijin draws, and it is just a Lightning Energy.
What do you do? Penny!
No, the noble way to go out. Oh, this game could be over basically immediately. All Seijin can do is attach this Lightning Energy to this active Zapdos. There's no basic Pokemon in his hand. The only supporter he could play is Boss's Orders, and the only Pokemon he would want to bring up is a different Genesect. Azul draws for turn. It is an Ultra Ball. That will allow him to thin this hand down. He's just mapping it out.
I mean, there's an Alessa Sparkle in there. You could at least get the energies ready to roll, but it's you're dealing with a 2 retreat cost here, so you're going to see what he prioritizes here. You can, of course, thin down and maybe have opportunities.
Azul's just trying to do the math to figure out what is his maximum chance to win this game. And it's definitely going for the win this turn. He's going to map it out and try to think about what exactly he needs to do. Looks like the active Genesect was chosen on the Alessa Sparkle as a target. This means a Fusion Strike energy, a double Turbo energy, a Switch Cart, an Escape Rope. So many things Azul could find here to move this Genesect from the active. And all he would need is a VMAX in order to win the game this turn. And VMAX is already coming into play.
Yep, has that in hand, also has the Ultra Ball if you want to thin down, but I think you have the luxury of playing this tablet and then drawing here now. If the hand is completely clogged, you can get rid of those cards. Cram-O-Matic added to the hand. Still looking for the energy.
Azul needs so little here. He doesn't have it just yet. And what is awkward about this Cram-O-Matic is the only card he could ditch with it would be the Ultra Ball. So it might be better to actually just play the Ultra Ball, play out the rest of the cards, hang on to the Cram-O-Matic.
Yep, at this point, you don't have to worry about the prize exchange. You can go ahead and evolve that Mew VMAX that you have now.
Such a high odds chance to just win the game here. It would feel really bad to miss out. It is technically possible, though. It is far from guaranteed.
Looked like Choice Belt was also a card in the hand. You can play that down. And the 4 more cards with Genesect number 2.
All Azul needs is an Escape Rope or an energy card. Either of those things wins him the game instantly. There's the double turbo energy. That is all he needs. Attached to the active, move it to the bench, and Mew VMAX able to take out Zapdos, and Seijin Park just really was not able to do much in game number 2.
Yep, that's how it goes sometimes, and on the world stage, it's very unfortunate to see that, but you have to give shout out to Azul. It's a very strong deck. It looks like it's going to be one that we need to look out for now, as it is 3-0, and couple good players running it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a start from Azul. 3-0 at the World Championships. Seijin is far from eliminated at this point. 2-1, still a solid start, but he's going to need to pick it up. You got to get probably 4 more wins and then just hope to ID that last round if your resistance is good enough. But if you've got a player like Azul Garcia-Griego on your resistance, you'll feel okay about it.
Yeah, you'd expect Azul to continue with this performance. Very strong showing there, and it looks like the deck is going to have a lot of solid matchups, as we've seen. That the field has a fair amount of these Pokemon with, what, 280 hit points. You can take these big knockouts with the Meloetta, and if you can deal the knockout on turn 1, like we have seen so often, you're going to be winning some Pokemon.
Moving to 3-0, excellent place to be, and Azul doing it with the Mew VMAX. It's kind of been a deck that players love to hate, I feel like, over the course of its lifetime. And it's a deck that has changed so much ever since that initial release in the Fusion Strike expansion. I mean, people were originally playing Peony in that deck to just ditch the hand, find 2 trainers, and then go from there. People played Latias in that list as well to prevent damage from VMAX Pokemon. And now we see just the high-octane deck that it is these days, going for those turn 1 knockouts with that Melodious Echo when necessary.
Well, the respect there for Pachirisu there as Seijun props it up, but I believe in the middle of this game you're going to see him tilted on its side.
Yeah.
Did not go well on that side of the table. Pass of the turn in game number 2 after waiting so long. Azul eventually chains together the right pieces there, finding the energy to close out with the retreat and knockout.
All he needed was that energy card, was able to get there. And Azul KOs Seijin's only Pokemon. You can see the good show of sportsmanship there from Seijin, extending the hand. recognizing, you know, it's just part of Pokemon. It happens every once in a while. You hate to see it happen on the world's biggest stage, of course, but you have to expect 1 or 2 games to go like that throughout the course of any Pokemon tournament, no matter how well you do.
This would have never happened in VGC.
This would never actually happen in the tournament. That's what you would say when you were testing. Like,
Yes,
I would never actually have this bad of a hand.
We're not recording this data. This was not real.
It's all part of it, though, you know, part of the Pokemon TCG. Even if your deck only does that 5% of the time, you got to roll 5% every once in a while.
Got to include it. Yep. Sometimes you see 4 lightning energies and you cry. And I think I would have pennied. Would you have done that?
Just go out the honorable way.
Yeah, Azul's going to find the way, right? Come on.
No, at this point, I mean, on the world's biggest stage, maybe at like, you know, a cup or something like that, where the stakes aren't so high. But here at the World Championships, you got to play to every little out, even if it's sub 1% for Azul to whiff there. I mean, that's the VG player in Sajin, right? Playing to those percentages.
Yeah, true.
Even if it's unlikely.
Waiting for a flinch.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what he needed to get out of that one, to be honest.
I mean, he almost got it with the sleeve issue. That's flinched us for 10 minutes.
Truly, truly. Yeah, we lost a few turns to that one, not just one on that fake out, to be honest.
We were frozen.
Frozen, yeah. Frozen for many turns. How many more VG references do you think we can fit?
Those are the only ones I know.
You got anything for Unite?
Tap. Oh wait, no, let's go. I don't even know which ones they are.
Kyle. Oh no. Oh, no.
It goes to show what I know. I know TCG.
Yeah. Most of the time.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry.
Chip.
Well, what a great game from both of these players. I mean, it definitely feels like this Mew VMAX deck is pretty well positioned. We actually did see Azul's teammate, Caleb Gedimer, in round number 1. He did unfortunately take the loss to Daichi Shimada, of course, last year's runner-up at the World Championships. I think Daichi did lose round 2, actually, to Alex Szymanski. That's another top-tier matchup right there.
Yeah.
So Daichi, I think, sitting at 1-1 now, probably still out there playing in the field. Round 3 is still underway for all of our players.
Yep, and I don't really know what to think about how much time has passed. As usually we have a little bit of time, but then we lost it all, but then we gained it back. And
yeah.
Maybe it's all worked out.
Yeah, we might be pretty close to when the next round will be going up. Should be pretty shortly. Hopefully we'll be hearing from Azul GG, how he's feeling after that win here pretty soon. Waiting to get all of that set up, I believe. Kyle, so far here at the World Championships, maybe outside of the tournament, have you had anything that's been a highlight? We've obviously seen some great games, but you know, we've done some sightseeing as well. You know, gotten to go out and travel, explore Japan a little bit. Any highlights for you so far this, you know, past few days?
I didn't get as lost as I thought I would with Heggy as my guide, but yeah, it's been pretty unreal to just walk around, see all of what the city has done, what Pokemon has done to show off this amazing thing that we do here. And with all the Pokemon, there are cards everywhere as I'm walking around. I'm having nostalgia left and right as I'm seeing all the different arts of Pokemon cards throughout 20 years. And then that led me into the mall throughout all these different places. Went on all of the transit that we have here. And
yep.
I tasted some amazing food.
Yes.
And I tell you,
the food has been excellent.
Cheap. I'm saving money out here, and I'm trying all these delicious things.
It was a little expensive to get here, though, right?
That's true. I paid for that, but there's some delicious things out there which I would have never expected. Those fruit sandwiches.
Yes.
What's going on with that?
Incredible, incredible. Everything about Japan, so much to appreciate. The culture, the city, the people as well have been absolutely so welcoming to all of us coming over here. But I think we are finally ready to hear from our winner from round number 3. Let's send it down to the stage and hear from Azul GG.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with the winner of this round, Azul. How are you feeling after this match?
I'm feeling pretty good. I do think the matchup is pretty good, but the game 1 was close, and obviously the game 2 I got the donk. But I think overall it's like a favorable matchup. So I was assuming Sajin was playing the Miraidon still from when he won the tournament over in Korea, and then I hit him like a couple times on the ladder like a week ago, and he was still playing the Miraidon. So I was like, I'm pretty sure Sajin's still rocking the Miraidon.
Yeah, what is your opinion on the Miraidon deck in general?
I think it's a very powerful Pokemon. I think it's a very powerful card. I think it comes up a little bit short against some of the most popular decks, though, like the Gardevoir, like the Lost Box. So I think it's a little bit rough in the meta, but like obviously Generator and Miraidon's ability are just like insanely powerful.
Yeah, did you know that there was like a Drapion in the deck? Or was that Drapion something you anticipated?
Oh, I didn't think there was going to be one. I wasn't sure if Sagen had it or not because, you know, the list that he won with, and then when I hit him on the ladder, I never saw the Drapion, so I was kind of just assuming there was no Drapion in there. So I was kind of playing, if he showed it to me in game 1 or game 2, and then I knew about it going into game 3, I'd have been like, okay, now I know about it.
So you already mentioned Lost Box. You played a lot of Lost Box this season, right? And then at NAIC you played Gardevoir. Why did you switch to Mew VMAX?
A little bit with how like the meta was shifting, it was feeling a little bit better. More Lugia, more 2-prize Pokemon. Arceus, Lugia, even the Lost Tina is like a pretty good matchup as well. So there's a lot more of those decks are starting to become more popular. And just in our testing, it was just winning more than everything else by a decent amount. So it's like you just got to kind of trust the process and then go with what seems to be the best deck.
Did you take the meta game yesterday in consideration, or were you already locked in of Mew VMAX earlier?
We were actually probably locked in like a day before yesterday, pretty much for the most part. We were kind of locked in a day before yesterday, but of course we're going to be like, all right, let's see what, if there's anything, you know, spicy pops up in day 1. If anyone brings like something that's completely broken that no one thought about, didn't see any of that. And then the meta overall, wasn't expecting Lugia to be the most popular deck, but it wasn't by a whole ton, but that's good for Fusion Mew, so I'll take it.
Yeah, so just closing thoughts, like, yeah, I have a question for you that I was very interested in. You played against Sejun Park, a world champion for a video game.
Yeah.
And probably for most players that play against you, they're probably very nervous. Do you, like, you won so many big tournaments, do you still, like, experience, like, nervousness when you play these tournaments, or are you so, like, completely cool, you just play it down?
I think, I mean, sometimes in the past, I think actually, like, since I've gotten my 2 big IC wins in the last year or so, I think that's kind of, like, I've figured out, like, you know, nerves aren't a problem for me anymore. I think those 2, I was a little bit nervous going to the finals of NAIC, and a little bit less going to the finals of OCIC. But, you know, coming up here on this stage against Sagen, who I know is a great player, obviously probably the most accomplished player in Pokemon in general, not just the individual game, of course, right? Yeah, I'm not really nervous at all. Just kind of take it as whatever's in front of me for the game.
Yeah, so newcomers, what is your, like, best advice for people that want to get good at the game, maybe as good as you, maybe even better? What would you advise to them?
I mean, play a lot of Pokemon, but I think switching up decks is pretty important as well. You know, play something different, and then commit to your process, whatever your process is to come to a conclusion of whatever deck you want to play for a tournament. You know, don't back out, you know, the night before a tournament and switch back to something else. You know, learn from the process that you're applying to, like, come up with what deck you want to play for a tournament, and then stick it out through the whole tournament so you can kind of see the conclusion of it and build on it.
Yeah, looking at the metagame, and you saw the other tables and so on, what are the decks that you want to face today going forward?
The Rapid Strike deck.
Oh, nice.
I saw Salazar was up there at 2-0, so I hope Salazar won. I can hit him next round.
Salazar also played against another Inteleon deck.
Oh, perfect.
So, yeah, good
Hopefully
for
they don't
you.
tie.
Yeah. All right, so there you have it from Azul. Do you have, like, some thanks that you want to give?
I just want to shout out my team. Yeah, shout out to my team, Caleb Grant and Kid Stark. That's it. That's all I need. Yeah, just shout out to them.
All right, so let's go back to the casters and enjoy the next round.
Great to hear from one of the game's top players and top talent, feeling confident in his deck choice for this event.
Rightfully so, though, and we see the deck is performing fantastically, and they have such a great structure within their team of how they figure out what's going to be the best deck. Looks like it's the best deck by a wide margin, he said. And we'll see if the results speak for that.
Yeah, only time will tell. It does feel like the meta has shaped up pretty decently for Mew VMAX, and I mean, it is just on paper one of the more powerful decks in the entire format.
Yeah, when I think about the Lost Tina matchup and what that used to look like, you can play some amplifiers. You can have the gloves in there and deal a little bit of additional damage. I don't see that very often anymore.
No,
so
yeah, or the Drapion, right?
Right.
That was a big one. I think a lot of Tina players played for a while that made the matchup pretty good, because you just go Drapion once, and then you would use the V-Star power for 6 prizes to just win the game. But not really as much of an option anymore now that the Fusion build is a bit more popular.
You start to think about other decks as well. The Lost Box that was Sky Seal Stone and Drapion was a big way to win in matchups like that too. That's all gone, so I mean, it's kind of cleared the path. We might see Mew VMAX as one of the top decks now. So who'd have thunk? It's every time that we go into a new set, a new format, whatever it is, we go, it can't possibly survive, can it?
Well, I mean, the meta just turned out to be just right for it. And speaking of that meta, let's take a look at our percentages throughout the event. Of course, 170 players in this tournament, and Lost Zone Toolbox is the most popular deck. 19% of the field with 32 players on this deck.
Yeah, it's a worrisome deck for a lot of players in day one because it does occasionally find those ties, which are going to be unfortunate, but it lines up very well against a lot of the meta. We see players that were actually considering Mew VMAX as one of the top decks and understood that if you play Lost Zone Box, you probably have a better matchup against this, and it does certainly line up sometimes. It also pairs well against that Gardevoir EX when you can start to put the pressure on early.
We see Mew VMAX actually being the second most popular deck. That is very interesting to know, especially looking at yesterday where it was not represented on our graph at all. It ended up being the 7th most popular deck yesterday, 8.9% of the room. Quite a jump into day number 2. What do you attribute that to?
I think that players just understand what the meta was going to look like. We've seen so much of the shift to the Lost Zone Giratina build as opposed to the Lost Zone box, so that kind of put players over the edge. We also saw Lugia performing well, and that matchup can be pretty strong, especially with the fusion package, so kind of just lines up against the meta right then and there, but we do see that shift now to the Lost Zone box, 19%, and that could be worrisome.
And tied with Mew VMAX in second is the Gardevoir EX. I think this is the deck that most players would identify as the best deck in the format, most powerful, but maybe just not feeling like the meta was as good. You know, at NAIC, we saw it be 20+% of the field. Why do you think we've seen quite the decrease?
You have to put so much time and effort into this deck to perform well with it. It takes so long to win a match as Gardevoir, especially when you're playing against some of these single prize decks like the Lost Zone box, which is the #1 deck in the room. It's going to take 30 minutes to win a match, so if you have any falter at any point, miss the Battle VIP pass, have a slow opener, you're basically playing for a tie, and that feels awful.
13% of the room on Lugia V-Star with that Archeops for this event. We saw it be the most popular deck in day number 1. I think the meta share is right around the same. Wasn't it like 15% yesterday?
Yeah.
Just dropped down to 13%. So you can see it's not too much of a dip when you just look at the percentages, though it has gone down just a bit.
Right, you start to think about the strategy in day 1, which was you want to get as many wins as possible, you want to avoid ties, and you want to play with a deck that has that luck factor. If you get the lug and chops, you're going to be rolling, and you can knock out a lot of Pokemon early and often, and you have huge damage output with the Tyranitar too. So it makes sense that you could use that same strategy in day 2. You got to run hot to win Worlds, right?
And dropping down just a little bit is that Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. Of course, a deck I'm sure you could talk about for hours and hours. You love this Lost Tina list. Down to 5th. It was 3rd yesterday on our meta share chart, but I would say a pretty similar percentage, right?
Yeah, this is a deck that we know very well now. It's come out of nowhere after NAIC. It's been performing very well at a lot of different local events as players are starting to get those championship points for next season.
Oh yeah, I saw some League Cup standings that was like 6 Lost Tina in the top 8. Like it was dominating.
You can't even trust the results because it was going to win the tournament no matter what when it's 80% of the meta.
One thing that was missing from the standings graph, we should point out, no Arceus V-Star in the top 5. No Chien-Pao either. I would imagine they're kind of just right off the edge.
They're hanging out.
6th, 7th, probably pretty similar meta shares. But, you know, Arceus V-Star, maybe if we combined like the Duraludon builds, the Flying Pikachus, the, you know, Umbreon, all these different things people are doing, combine them all together, maybe it would be up there. But yeah, Arceus V-Star not being quite as dominant as maybe we would have thought, or at least as it was at last year's World Championships.
Right. That was the big strategy of playing the Lost Zone Giratina, was that deck was going to be one of the most popular decks in the room.
Yes.
Not the case anymore, which means that that deck is not nearly as strong as it once was. Doesn't mean the deck is bad, but it wasn't running into free matchups like it used to. And that deck was certainly one of those good matchups. Chien-Pao as well is one of those that looks pretty favorable on paper, which is why I like seeing the Palkia version of Chien-Pao starting to see a little more success. Just go with that very aggressive early approach, kind of like the deck that we saw with Palkia and Talion of old at all of those international events a year and a half ago or whatever it was. And we've seen that have a little bit of success as well.
3 rounds down, plenty of more action to come. We will be figuring out who our finals players will be tomorrow. So you're not going to want to miss anything. Stay tuned throughout the day. We will be playing our top 8 and our top 4 this evening. So stick around. In the meantime, though, we will take a quick break. We'll be back very soon with our round 4 Swiss coverage.
welcome back to Pokemon World Championship 2023. I'm your host, Anna Prosser, and I'm here on the floor with some new friends. Tell us, what's your name and where are you from?
名前は友秀と言います。今日は横浜から来ました。
沙織と言います。東京から来ました。
What are you most excited to see here?
今日はカード、ポケモンカードとあとはユナイトの試合を楽しみに来ました。
Nice. What about you?
でも私もカードとあとポケモンユナイトが好きですごく楽しみにしてきました。
Is there anyone you're specifically cheering on here?
いやもう誰とは言わずみんな応援してます。
And same?
そうですね。まあもちろん日本も勝っていただきたいですけども、世界のプレーを見れるのがすごく楽しみです。
That is totally understandable. We all love to root for our home country. What's it like to have the Pokemon World Championships here so close to home?
なんか日本でこの大きい規模の大会がやれてるってことはとてもすごく日本にいてとても感慨深いというかすごい良かったなってポケモン好きで良かったなって思ってます。
And what about you?
そうですね。私も世界で開催されているのは知ってて、まさか日本に来てくださるとは思ってなかったので、もうとても感動してます。
That's awesome. Now, I have to ask before I let you go enjoy the event, what is your favorite Pokemon?
好きなポケモンいっぱい多すぎて、ピカチュウはもちろんで、ミロカロスが好きです。
Great. And?
やっぱりピカチュウは好きなんですけど、新しいので言うとニャオハがすごく好きで可愛いなと思ってます。
Awesome. Choosing Pikachu is always a great choice. He is the boss. So, thank you so much for spending time talking to me. Have a good time at the event. And we will have more coming right up at the Pokemon World Championship.
Konnichiwa and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships 2023. My name is Ross Gilbert and I'm joined again by the wonderful David Hockman. How you doing, David?
Yeah, I had a very nice interview last round. The game, unfortunately, wasn't as excited. I always hope for 3 games, no tie. Yeah, especially if the second game is not even close, just like such a one-sided game. That's very unfortunate. But we have another game, another chance to have more amazing Pokemon.
Yeah, we got more games today. Of course, we're going through all 8 rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to show 1 top 8, 1 top 4, and then save the final for tomorrow, because we can't call it Championship Sunday and not save the final. That would be a little bit rude. But we've got 10 rounds of action for you today, so we've still got plenty more to go. And something that me and you specifically want to have a quick look at, we want to have a look at the breakdown of decks that have been brought in today. Here we see it on the screen, and we've got a big change from day 1, and that's what's standing out to me. Lugia is still there, and actually in similar kind of numbers, but now Lost Box is at 19%. That is a big change.
Yeah, there are a lot of decks from yesterday that probably were only played like a few times that changed the percentages quite a lot. But yeah, Arceus was the most played deck yesterday. I mean, Lugia Vista was the most played deck yesterday. Now it's on number 4. And Lost Zone Box is the most played deck, followed by View Mimex, and then Gardevoir X is basically the same as yesterday. So very interesting. We just saw Azul. He said, well, Mew has pretty good chance against Lugia Vista, so I like playing against it. We cut it our first round where it seemed like, well, Lugia Vista still has a very fine matchup. Yeah, it seems like a fair matchup, but probably also sometimes testing groups have like different opinion on how well a matchup actually is.
Yes.
Sometimes if players even get into arguments like, oh, I think it's 50-50, I think it's favored for that deck, I think it's favored for the other decks. So maybe this is like one of the reasons why some people think, oh well, Lugia Vista has like no problem against Mew, and all the View players are think, well, I have no problem against Lugia, and it will be very interesting to see in the future rounds.
I mean, especially when I'm coming up to a tournament, I love to kind of chat to some of my friends. How do you see the format? What do you see the matchups like? And I will sometimes get wildly different answers about the same matchup and what's favored. And no, I agree with you entirely. Mew is the one that stands out to me on here. Of course, Mew wasn't on our graphic yesterday. Mew was lumped in with other decks. It wasn't one of the top decks. Here it very much is. Of course, we do only have 170 people. And we have Day 2 players who are generally going to be people that play a little bit more, and definitely people that see more success. That's why they end up in Day 2 of the World Championships. So I do think that will skew the numbers a little bit, and we have talked about the fact that Day 1 decks and Day 2 decks are not always necessarily the same. So there's still, you know, Gardevoir, Arceus, Lugia, Lost Zone, Giratina all there, but Lost Zone is way up at the top now. Mew is back on the list. Arceus, Giratina has dropped off the list. It's a very similar kind of metagame to yesterday, but we've skewed around with some of the numbers. I also did a little bit maths on my own there. 170 players, 8 are going to make top cut. That is about 4.7% of the field will make it into top 8 today.
Yeah, also very interesting compared to yesterday. Arceus is not even. There's no Arceus deck on our non-other decks. So yeah, Arceus kind of not very popular. It saw some success at the NAIC second place with Duraludon and Umbreon VMAX. Of course, Umbreon is kind of like the answer to Gardevoir EX, and yeah, Duraludon is also difficult to deal with Mew. So maybe there's still, of course, a good chance that one of the 30% other decks are still doing very well, but it did not make like the big impact that I think a lot of people expected, that there will be a lot of Arceus decks. Now we basically have, if you want to play Giratina, most people chose to go with a Lost Zone build rather than an Arceus build. And of course the Lost Zone deck yesterday, a lot of people didn't really want to tie, so they didn't go for Lost Zone, even though it was a very popular deck throughout the whole season for a lot of players. But now everyone is like, well, I can like tie once, it's no other big deal. And maybe I can just play fast enough. Of course, Day 2 players, they're more used to their decks in general, so they play a little faster. So Lost Zone box, now most popular deck, very interesting.
One thing I did find interesting, I was out walking the tables last round, as I love to do when I'm not on the casting desk, and there were 2 players. Now, it was one of the, I think it's Chris Szymanski, or I forget, one of the Szymanskis was playing against another player on like table 1, or might have been table 2 if table 1 was streamed. Very high up, both at 2-0. Both playing Rapid Strike. There was a Rapid Strike mirror match very, very high up on the tables here we saw yesterday, which I do not think is a bit of a coincidence. There's still the numbers on that deck. It's not on our top 5 played decks. It is not coming out in the big numbers like we might be expecting. But I'm telling you, the players that are out there who are playing around with this, they are really seeing a bunch of success. The fact that they both kind of immediately went to 2-0, I don't think that is, I honestly don't think that's a little bit of a coincidence. I think that's, it was Alex Szymanski against Brandon Salazar, and they did tie in the previous round.
Well.
But they were both playing, but they're both on 7 match points after 3 games, which puts them among the highest players in the tournament at the moment, both playing that Rapid Strike deck. So just keep an eye on those players.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of like one-off players that have like a very strong deck. We also saw Sejun Park, probably the person who tested there. We even heard Azul, like he played so much online that he like randomly paired against Azul multiple times. Yeah, Sejun Park takes so much of the Miraidon deck that he probably knows it in and out, and there are some other players that chose like their comfort deck, either the Rapid Strike one or Duraludon, for example. So there are definitely some like individual players that can carry one of the less popular decks through the day and maybe even win. I'm also looking forward to see how those players will perform.
Yeah, that will be fun to see. Of course, at the moment, we are celebrating World Championships in the 2023 season, having fun over here in Yokohama, Japan. But there is going to be another season coming up. We do have the 2024 season, which is going to be coming up soon. And we can see some of the events that have already gone and been revealed. Now, these aren't really grouped by regions. You have to look on the left-hand side there for the region. But we can see we're starting off in Pittsburgh in North America on September the 8th. And then the following weekend, which I think is the weekend the DLC for Scarlet and Violet comes out, Barcelona. I want to be at Barcelona, David. I've got my eye on Barcelona. That looks like a wonderful city. I very much hope I'm going to be able to head over to that one. And then for North America, we've got Peoria, Sacramento, Toronto. We've got Curitiba, sorry for the pronunciation there, in Latin America. And then Lille, which I was at in November. So we're going back to there this season. And yeah, I think a lot of players, don't get me wrong, we're excited about Worlds 2023, but a lot of players who have been eliminated or didn't make Worlds this year are already looking ahead to some of these events going, oh, they look like fun events. And for me, I'm just putting a stake in the ground right now. I'm looking forward to Barcelona. That is one I've got my eye on.
Yeah, Barcelona, I'm pretty sure it's the first, like, modern era regional championship.
I believe so, yeah.
I mean, special event, but from the modern era.
Yes.
First event in Barcelona, so that will be very nice, especially for the players. I've been to Barcelona once, beautiful city.
Never been.
Even if you don't do well at the tournament, you can look at beautiful buildings. Yeah, and I think all the other places, I've not been there yet, except for Lille. Imagining they're also very nice places.
I think last time I went to Lille, we went out for dinner together, in fact, and it was very lovely. We had French food, and it was awesome.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, lots of events coming up next season, but there is going to be a change to the way championship points are working next season. These have been a little bit updated to reflect some of the changes that have been made. So you can see, compared to the graphic we showed for this season, a lot of those numbers are a little bit higher. EU has gone up to 500 for Masters. North America has gone up to 600. There have also been some changes to, I believe, best finish limits for cups and challenges, etc. So do make sure you are checking online on the Pokemon website if you're going for that qualification, just to double check exactly what the best finish limits are and, you know, plot out your route to qualification. Although I believe I'm right in saying that now if you win a regional championship, automatic Worlds invite, which was not the case this year, which is such a great change.
Yeah, regional championship, international championship, and special events, but only in Europe.
Yes.
If you win one of those tournaments, you immediately get into the World Championships.
Yeah, which I think is a great change. And like we said previously, of course, you know, these other regions, these Asian-Pacific regions, they have their own qualification structure. So I'm not going to talk too much about that because I'm going to get something wrong. But obviously, as always, if you are planning your Worlds qualification, make sure you check on the Pokemon website to, you know, plan out your route properly and make sure you got all the information down. And then, you know, we don't know where Worlds is going to be next year, but you know it's going to be fun.
It is always fun, and it's always at a very amazing place, and I'm looking forward to the reveal. I also don't know. So, yeah, everyone is really excited. Everyone is speculating online and here in person. If you talk to people, everyone is like, oh, where do you think it will be next? Well, I have my opinions, but I will not bore you with that. We will all see tomorrow, probably, right?
Yeah, people keep asking me, like, oh, do you know what Worlds is next year? And I'm like, nah, mate. But it's usually revealed in the closing ceremony, so fingers crossed for that. But that's for the future. Now we need to focus on the present. We do have our players. They are ready for the match. So let's head on down to the stage, because we have got Akihiro Arata against, Suchi Singh. Now, I'm probably getting this terribly wrong, but this is a player I jotted down when I was walking around the venue a minute ago. Every time I walked past their table, Aggron V.
Oh.
Every time Aggron V was in the active. I believe they tied last round, but yes, it's Arceus Aggron VMAX. And of course, Adam Hawkins did come very close to getting through day one of Worlds of Aggron VMAX last year. I wanted this deck, David. I wanted to see this deck.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's also cool to see, like we already mentioned here, that Pokémon World Championship is like the one tournament where people from Asian countries and regions, and the regions like Europe, Americas, and Australia, that they are actually meeting each other, because we have completely different point structures. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense for people, for example, from Japan. Some do, but it doesn't really help them in point-wise if they're just trying to get their invitation. Sometimes they travel to regional championships, but this is not something we see often. So being able to feature those players, our only chance is basically the World Championship. Yeah, as we see Sucha Singh with a very interesting Aggron V, Arceus V-Star box deck. There are a lot of interesting one-off Pokemon in this, and it looks like one of these decks where Like you brainstorm, like, oh, what is in the format? What do I expect the metagame to be? And then you just put a bunch of Pokemon that you think will be able to navigate through a specific metagame. And also, you have very good options to outplay your opponent, because the moment you put that Aggron V on your bench, everyone will just be very confused. And this confusion you can use to your advantage, because the opponent will completely lose their game plan. They cannot rely on their testing. They have to rely on their skill in that moment, but they don't have all the information about your deck, right? So they will 100% do some mistakes.
That's one of the things I've always found. I'm a fan of playing weird decks, and there are sometimes if you play a weird deck against somebody, they will often make a tiny little mistake in the early game they have no idea they're making, but it gives you an opening, you know, in the mid to late game to really take advantage. They do something that they don't know they shouldn't be doing. They have no way of really knowing, and then you can come back because your deck is a bit more of a surprise and really take advantage of that. So yeah, when I saw this out there, when I did see the Sue's game ending in a tie, and I was like, oh, that means we probably won't be able to get them on stream next round. I am delighted that we have, and of course 2-0-1. These are among the top players in the tournament at the moment. So there's a long way to go. We've got 5 rounds from here, but they are still, you know, they're in good position, but you need to just kind of keep winning from here. And I just really, really, really want to come along and just be like, look, here is why you all should have been playing Aggron VMAX. I want to end this game sitting here going, why aren't more people playing Aggron VMAX?
Yeah, this is one of these decks where this will be either the last time we see about it, or we will see it quite often in the future. You can, oh yeah, and we have these foreign cards. They always look so interesting. As Akihiro, yeah, put his prize cards upside down. Nothing too terrible price for either player.
No, there is, David. He's priced free of his 4 psychic energy.
Oh,
3
true,
out of
yes.
4.
And you really need the psychic energy to attack with Giratina. Giratina, of course, needs... Wait, does it need 2?
It needs 1 grass, 1 psychic, 1 colorless, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Yeah, it is correct. Yep.
So he's only got 1 psychic energy in his entire deck. Now this is really, really, really interesting, because there is a scenario, and here we are off. What if he flower selects before he searches through his deck and gets rid of a psychic energy?
Yes.
We've seen things like this before, but Sue has the first turn. V got energy on an Arceus. We're off, David. I am legitimately excited for this game.
Yeah, Sue's list has so many like weird little things that we already saw a little bit of it today, but I don't think any of those players actually advanced to Day 2. I think you mentioned yesterday there was a Meowscarada player who also played like a very similar like Arceus V star deck with a lot of different smaller Pokemon. Yeah, not too much going on for Sue. I think usually you're kind of fine if you have just Arceus with an energy, and then next turn you can Starburst, attach the double turbo energy, get some attacks going, charge up your board. As we see Akihiro, oh yeah, the first thing he's checking for are his energy cards.
Oh, he's going to be very disappointed.
But it's very nice that he checks, because something like you just said will not happen now that Akihiro is completely aware that, yeah, he is playing this with only a single psychic energy card.
I mean, realistically, through the game, you probably don't need more than 2 Giratina. So you're playing 4 Psychic Energy. If none of them are priced, you can afford to Lost Zone 1 or 2 of them, and you'll probably still be okay. But if you know that there is only 1 Psychic Energy available in your deck, you need to do everything in your power to protect that Psychic Energy. But this is where it gets interesting, because there are going to be cards you desperately want. What if you really need a Chorus's Experiment, but your flower selecting is Chorus's Experiment and Psychic Energy? You now have to prioritize that, even if you means throwing away a card you really want to keep. So that is something you need to keep an eye on as Akihiro is navigating these first couple of turns.
Yeah, Akihiro opened his turn with just a Radiant Greninja, discarding a Grass Energy, not a Psychic Energy, good for him, to get into a Battle VIP pass, to get 2 Comfeys going. Worst case, you can still attach an energy active to Giratina and then attack with Abyss Seeking. But it's, of course, better to switch into Comfey, get some flower selecting online, and put more cards in the Lost Zone than you could just with Giratina's attack alone.
Yes. Yeah, agree entirely. You want to try and get all super odd. Now, that could be a relevant card. We do see Chorus's Experiment coming down. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. 3 go in your hand, 2 go into the lost zone.
Oh, this is a weird one. Oh, yeah. Iono and Boss are going to hit the discard pile. Yeah, the Jet Energy is a very nice addition to the Giratina deck especially.
Love it.
You don't need so many like different basic energy cards, and you just need more energy cards in general, so you have the space to play these few Jet Energy cards which allow you to attach it to a Comfey. That makes it the active Pokemon. Then you can use another Flower Selecting, and then you can still retreat. And we see Akihiro just trying to be aggressive, putting down past the peak and attacking with Cramorants.
I love this. Getting a turn 1 Cramorant going second is fantastic. It does exactly half of the amount of damage as Arceus V has HP. So without an evolution here, Cramorant will get a KO. Of course, the other thing Akihiro did before passing the turn, or attacking, put the path to the peak in play, which means, you know, Arceus, you evolve into the V-Star, then use the V-Star power, Starburst, search for any 2 cards. Sua's got the Arceus V-Star.
Yes.
I'm not seeing a counter stadium right now.
Nope, there's only Iono, so you probably have to hope for it. There are some people, it's not very popular, but if you don't play like one of these like V-Max Arceus decks, there's even space for a Pumpkaboo, but in the current format, that's not something we see very often, and Su's also opting against that. So yeah, you really have to just draw into the stadium cards. Worst case, you can still just get the double turbo energy and attack with Arceus V-Star without even needing the Starbirth, and then you can still save that for later.
Yes.
But of course, yeah, having it early is much better. I really like Akihiro's play because he's aware that he will have some problems attacking with Giratina because of the energy cards in the prizes. Usually, you probably try to like just get more energy more cards in general in the lost zone, because you can just go for a Mirage Gate and then take a one-hit knockout on an Arceus V-Star, so it's not really necessary to get like damage with Tremorant in play. But because Akihiro knows, well, I use like, I attack with a Lost Impact once, and then I don't have any energy cards left. That's a big problem, so I really like the Tremorant play here, and then even if it gets knocked out, you can still use your Comfey again, play another Chorus, and then you can use Mirage Gate. Or even, if you get a lot of energy cards in the Lost Zone as well, you can try your luck with the Star Requiem, which also saves your energy cards. And as we see, there seems to be a little bit of a confusion about the Iono, but seems like everything is sorted out. Seems like one player accidentally put 7 cards down.
But as long as you don't look at them, you're
okay. As long as you
okay.
don't look at them, and as long as everyone agrees that you put your hand like properly on the bottom of your deck. As we see, Akihiro drawing into a very nice hand, actually. You see, you have a Chorus and a Mirage Gate. Yeah, Su also not doing too bad. There is a Arceus in
stadium, though.
And
he plays 1 Collapse Stadium, 2 Calamitous Wasteland. So, I mean, look, on the one hand, yay, you get the KO, get a prize. On the second hand, yay, you get yourself the energy onto the Arceus. That's awesome. But there's no ability yet, and also no Aggron, which Aggron's big and Aggron's beefy, and Aggron, you know, Arceus is fine as an attacker, but the Aggron V Max, you know, it's got 330 HP. It's something your opponent is going to really struggle to get through. Not to mention Rock Slide, we can see on the screen there, 90 damage, plus 30 to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Will Lost Zone, you know, this Giratina deck, the Lost Zone build, plays a lot of smaller Pokemon. Plus, of course, if you drop 30 damage onto Pokemon, then, you know, Aggron, excuse me, no, the Aggron V just does 300 damage to a Pokemon with any damage counters on.
Yeah.
Aggron V here can start taking out the little Pokemon, but then setting up the Giratina to be one-hit KO'd straight away, and you never have to even go into the VMAX to potentially give up free prizes if you don't want to. I want an Aggron on Su's side of the board here.
We also saw the Box of Disaster being attacked on the benched Arceus V. Box of Disaster is especially good against Giratina VMAX. A Box of Disaster means if you're a Pokemon V and it has full HP and is knocked out, you can put 8 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon, which puts Giratina V-Star to exactly 200 Pokemon, exactly how much damage you can deal with the Arceus V-Star to take the knockout then. So it's a nice card to have because Giratina V-Star can take a one-hit knockout on Arceus V-Star, which is one of the reasons it is so popular. If you look at the meta share, maybe it wasn't the best choice in retrospect now that there is not as much Arceus here, but usually Akihiro's very happy when he sees the opponents flipping over the Arceus V.
Yes.
As we see, yeah, like I said, you attack with Cramorant, but you still have the option to go for a Mirage Gate. Going down for a Water Energy card and a Grass. I'm interested what comes now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have the Arceus.
Are the Psychic Energy cards in hand?
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, because, well, there's only one. That is it. There is now no Psychic Energy available. Do bear in mind that a Super Rod did already go and hit the Lost Zone or the discard pile. There are 2 in the deck, but this is something we do need to be keeping an eye on.
Yes, but if Akihiro's a little bit lucky, and I mean, you have 3 energy cards in your prize cards, you draw 2 prize cards, so it's incredibly unlikely to not get any Psychic Energy card from the prizes. And we as casters know that there are 2 at the very bottom, so Akihiro is now completely safe again. The only problem is, well, those energy cards are now in your hand, not in your deck. Mirage Gate only attacks from your deck, and we see Akihiro in anticipation. He knows, well, if I don't draw my Psychic Energy cards out of my prizes now, and I put them in the discard pile, I have a big problem. So only the Grass and Water Energy card were put into the Lost Zone. And this also opened up Star Requiem.
Yes, Star Requiem. As soon as you get 10 cards in the Lost Zone, Star Requiem can come in. And of course, now I'm not sure Sue is going to want to go. He does have Duraludon VMAX and Aggron VMAX in the deck with 1/1 line of each. And there is the Aggron V finally hitting the board. I don't know if you want to go Aggron VMAX, at least until Giratina's used Star Requiem. Because the idea of your opponent just being like, ha, instant KO for 3 prizes, I don't like that. And I really like both of Aggron V's attacks against, a deck like this Giratina deck. So, I like doing a bit of that, taking cheeky KO, spreading a bit of damage around, and then coming in for a big KO on Giratina. I worry it's a tiny bit too late, though, because what you really want to do is Rock Slide for a KO, set up the Giratina, and then Merciless Strike to come in and take the big KO. Problem is, I don't think Giratina's going to let you have 2 attacks with the Aggron.
Exactly, especially since Akihiro, he now has 2 options. So there's the Box of Disaster attached active, but it only activates if it's knocked out by damage from an attack. Star Requiem does not deal damage, it just has an effect that knocks your opponent out. So if I'm not mistaken, the Box of Disaster should not activate if you go for a Star Requiem. Or Akihiro could just set up another Giratina V-Star, just attack with that one, and then keep the Star Requiem option open to just take a big knockout on a Pokemon VMAX later on in the game. As we see the Mirage Gate coming down, and now Akihiro has to decide which way he wants to navigate this matchup.
If I'm Akihiro, I'm worried about potentially the VMAX. 330 HP is a lot of damage. You're basically not getting a one-hit KO on that unless you use your V-Star power. So I'm very much a fan of, if you've got your one shot to take out something gigantic, but it's a one shot during the game, unless I absolutely have to, I want to save that for when I really need that big one shot. If I've got a way to get a KO with something else, I'm generally going to go away and do this. Now, all players play slightly differently. Akihiro may well decide that there is a better option, but no, we do see a manual retreat here, and it does look like we're going to go fresh Giratina and just get, Comfey.
Yeah,
but it looks like we're going to get a KO with the fresh Giratina, take the damage counters, and just say, I'm not giving up my V-Star power until I absolutely have to.
Yeah, but the problem now is that you still need to get the energy in play. But, well, maybe...
Well, there was an Iona that came down after he drew the energy from the prizes. So Mirage Gate should be able to do it if we've got access
to
one.
You just need a Mirage Gate next turn, basically. If you just take the knockout active here, you don't really care too much. Sue still has 5 prize cards. So, yeah, even if there is a knockout on the Giratina V-Star now, there is no way to take out both of them. So then you just need another Mirage Gate. I'm interested if Akihiro just wants to play the second Mirage Gate as well. But it seems like, he actually just passes. It has no way to get the Comfey out of the active spot.
Oh, now this is a bit of a game changer, because now this opens up Sue for a much nicer prize map of just cheeky little prize here, and then just take out the 2 Giratina, and there's your 6 prizes. I really wish the Aggron could tank a hit, because right now, Aggron KO on the Comfey, drop damage on the 2 Giratina would be amazing. but it's only got 230 HP. It's not going to take a hit from Giratina after doing that, so...
I think there's a boss's order in Su's hand, so he can just go for take knockout on the one Giratina.
Yes.
And then just apply pressure. I'm not 100% sure what the Aggron VMAX actually does.
So
and I'm not entirely sure if Akihiro...
Aggron VMAX I don't like as much. It's 3 energy, 150, discard the top card of your opponent's deck, or 5 energy, 270, 30 to itself, but there's only 3 energy on there, so getting 2 on would be quite awkward. You generally need the Arceus. So you'd be using Cracking Stomp, which would get rid of a random card on the top of your opponent's deck, which would be all right. And the other thing is that you would, you know, have a 330 HP Pokemon. Of course, we're being reminded there about Calamitous Wasteland. Basic, non-fighting Pokemon in play, single energy, more to retreat. And the funny thing is, Su's not playing fighting Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's just there to annoy your opponent. But against stuff like Comfey, it's well good.
It is, and also can be a little bit annoying against Mew, where they usually have free retreat.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely now a good choice to kind of slow the comp phase down. Su now, well, yeah, there was the boss now coming down on the Giratina. And also Alakazam, Radiant Alakazam, very nice synergy.
Love Alakazam. With a V.
With the Aggron V, right?
Oh, actually, no, I tell you, David, he's actually gone and attached a double turbo energy, so he could use max takedown for 250 this turn if he wanted to. If he got the Aggron V max, he could do max takedown for 250. It wouldn't get a fresh Giratina. It doesn't need to get a fresh Giratina because of Radiant Alakazam, so we see the retreat here. It looks like...
Wait, shouldn't it be 3 energy? Because of the Calamitous Waste?
It's a basic Pokemon is
oh,
Calamitous
basic.
Wasteland.
Okay, yeah, sure, okay.
So it looks like we are getting the KO with the Aggron.
Yeah. Very nice. So the attack is 300 damage, I think.
It's
if your
300
opponent has
damage.
Any damage counters on it, minus 20, still enough to take a one-hit knockout.
More than enough. If it would get a fresh one, 280, it's lovely. Here's the... well, I couldn't get a fresh one because it needs damage on it, but you know what I mean. You get the theory. Here's what I'm thinking when I'm looking at Akihiro's board. There's no energy on that board. And what's he going to do? So you attach an energy to the Giratina, use Mirage Gate, you get all 3 energy on the Giratina in one turn, yay, and then it gets KO'd because it's got like 110 HP remaining.
Yeah, Akihiro is now really being punished for not putting down, for not attacking last turn. He had the option to attack last turn. He was trying to play it like a safe way, but yeah, this is the problems with these decks like Aggron V, for example. No one tested against it. Akihiro probably wasn't even sure if like you're supposed to attack with the V or if there's even a V max, and if the V max exists, what it even does. There's a very good chance that Akihiro just has like no idea what their opponent's game plan even is. Yeah, there is a Radiant Alakazam play that he probably didn't see coming. I'm not entirely sure if he knew that there was like an actual possibility for the opponent to just take out the Giratina on the bench. And also very important, Su still hasn't used Starburst, right?
Nope. Yeah. When I first saw Arceus, I thought there was going to be a real split of players. Those that used it early game to set up, and those that used it for that late game boss's orders, emergency energy, whatever. That's not happened. Starbirth is used turn 2 by almost every Arceus player in almost every game. Here, I'm sure Su would have done had he had the option. He didn't, but now it's kind of come back beautifully. We've got the Bibarel drawing cards. We've got the Starbirth. For the rest of this game, Su is basically going to have access to any cards he wants. And that's huge. And it looks like we're moving
now
one.
Here it is, Starbirth.
It's going to be boss's
probably
orders.
the boss's order, yeah,
oh,
hopefully.
Yeah, of course. And he's going to go and get the fresh Giratina V. And I love this because Su is basically saying to Akihiro, look, I'm going to let you try and get a Giratina rolling, but it is going to be the one that's got 180 damage on it already. That is the only Giratina I'm going to let you have. So Boss will bring this up, and then we've got Merciless Strike for 300 damage. Phenomenal combination with Radiant Alakazam. And and Akihiro's gone there. You know what? That's enough for me. Let's go to game 2. Su Chi-Sing wins game 1, but Akihiro does have some knowledge now.
Yes.
Which he did not have back in game 1.
Yeah, I feel like game 1, it actually looked quite nice for Akihiro at that one turn, where he chose not to attack. But yeah, maybe made the wrong decision just because he wasn't entirely sure what your opponent's deck is capable of, what it's designed to do. Now this information is in Akihiro's mind, and he is very aware of what your opponent can pull off here. So in Japan, you don't play best of 3 a lot, usually only reserved for the top card or day 2 at big events.
Yes.
So most Japanese players are not very used to playing best of 3, but especially for the World Championship, I know that every Japanese competitor tested a lot to play in this format, 50 minutes, best of 3. So he probably knows now exactly what he has to do for game number 2. Let's hope he plays fast enough then.
Yeah, that is going to be one of the issues. You need to, make sure you play fast enough. That first game took a chunk of time, and it's awkward because you don't really know. By the time we get to the late game, it's pretty obvious what's happening is if you put a Pokemon down, Radiant Alakazam is going to move damage over to it, Aggron's going to bring it up and KO. So Akihiro is going to need to make sure he doesn't get caught in that situation again where he has no attackers. He's going to need to spread the energy around a little bit, not be, benching Giratina after multiple turns. And I think with Akihiro, that's going to be kind of the way to go. Have multiple attackers so that the second Aggron attacks, it's gone.
Yeah.
Because when I was walking past Sue's table earlier, every time that Aggron was in the active, we saw that game there. It was attack with, your Arceus to get the energy, and then it was just attack with Aggron to finish out the game. I don't think that's a coincidence. I am slightly surprised Sue is only playing one Aggron V, given how good it seems to be in this deck.
Yeah, I think he tried to put a lot of cards in his deck,
yes.
And then he thought about do I really want to commit on the Aggron V? There's also a 1/1 Duraludon, which we haven't seen at all. Probably doesn't really make a lot of sense in this matchup specifically because there are no special energy cards. But I think he just thinks, when he made his deck, he was probably just like, I have a little bit against everything, and my opponent has no idea what they are doing, so it should be fine. They only need one. And he only did need one, right?
Absolutely.
So it works out.
Working out quite nicely here. We are off into game 2. Akihiro is starting off. We've got a Sableye in the active, and we are playing a Nest Ball, and we've got the traditional turn 1. Let's have a look at everything and try and figure out exactly what's prized from Akihiro here.
Yeah, Akihiro is definitely checking energy cards again. Something like last game. In the end, it didn't really matter too much because he was aware of it immediately, played accordingly, and then with the first knockout got the other energy cards back anyways. Sableye start, not exactly what you want. Of course, ideally, you always start with your comp phase. Yeah, let's hope that Akihiro has some more ways to get basic Pokemon in play, but he's shuffling his deck, which usually means that there is no Battle VIP pass in hand. If you use Nest Ball for Radiant Greninja, it tells your opponent okay, yeah, my opponent only has an energy card and no other good cards in hand. As we see, Radiant Greninja's ability Concealed Cards allows you to discard a basic energy card from your hand, any energy card from your hand, and then you are allowed to draw 2 prize cards. Let's see what those are. Oh,
they're not ideal, are they, David?
Yeah, but I think there's actually a Comfey in hand.
So we do see the Giratina hitting the bench and a second Giratina hitting the bench. This is something that I think is pretty important here. Get your Pokemon out, get your energy spread round. One of the things we saw last game was that Sue managed to get Akihiro into a situation where bench a Pokemon, it's gone straight away, no mucking about, because of the lack of energy. And I think that is what really turned. When Akihiro ran out of energy last game, that was when Sue just completely took hold and just ran away with the game. So I think spreading out this energy this game is going to be pretty big and just making sure you've got all those attackers. And now we see Sue doing the traditional turn 1 search. Hey, Aggron's there.
Yeah, the first turn didn't look too promising. Just energy attack with Trinity Charge to get a single energy on the active Arceus. At least you know your prize cards now. But yeah, maybe if your opponent doesn't do much turn 1, and I think 90% of the time it means, well, your opponent has a terrible hand. But there's always those 10% where your opponent just has the most amazing hand for turn 2, and they just don't want to get rid of it with something like an Iono, for example, or Professor's Research. So it's always kind of weird seeing your opponent just attach, Trinity Charge, your turn. Your opponent could completely explode next turn. But yeah, Akihiro doesn't know what kind of situation he is dealing with now.
No, we do have, and here's the thing, right? We're at this situation, a single Arceus V-Star will completely change next turn. So if I'm Akihiro, I am digging hard for Path to the Peak. But then again, what have we got? Concealed cards? That's all we did last turn when we were here for Akihiro. We've got Roxanne, but that can't be played. literally can't be played until your opponent has 3 prize cards remaining. So it's going to be Lost Abyss, isn't it?
Yes, Lost Abyss. Now you're allowed to look at the top 4 cards of your deck.
Or Abyss Seeking, sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah. It's a nice option to just have at the beginning of the game. Here we also see Comphase. There's the option for Akihiro to just put Comphase with a switching option as well in his hand. And we go to 2 cards in the Lost Zone. You need 7 to use your Mirage Gates. Let's hope he gets there really quick.
He went energy switching card, I think. He put Comphase in the Lost
Both
Zone.
of them?
I don't think he took. I could be wrong.
Oh, okay.
I know he took an energy card. I might have misseen that. There's one Comphase in the Lost Zone. We see Iono here. Can we take a peek? I'm not sure there was a Comphase in his hand.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. Unfortunately, we cannot see both of the Lost Zone cards, but well, we will find out later, right?
We will find out later. But like I say, the one thing is I think is important to note when watching the stream, the players have more information than we do.
Yes.
They can look through their discard pile. They know how their deck works. They can always look at their hand, which we can't. The players have better access to information than we do sitting up here on the desk. So there are some times where things are going to happen, and it's because of something we just don't know, unfortunately. Not often, but, you know, these players, they know their decks far, far better than anybody else. They have done the practice. They are looking at their hand, and, you know, they're sitting there with the game plans. Now, we do have the Arceus V-Star. We have not flipped over the V-Star marker yet, and there is no path to the peak in play. And so if I'm Sue, it's what can you do with your hand, and then where do you go after that? And honestly, the only thing he really needs, he's got the Arceus V-Star, he's got the energy. It's really just whatever his preferred attacker is, he needs to get that on the bench.
I think right now you're just like fine with charging up the Arceus V on the bench as well. It is really unlikely for Akihiro to be able to attack because you need 7 cards in your Lost Zone. He still needs 5.
Yes.
He needs a Chorus and then 3 more. You can use, like, if you're lucky, you can use 2 Comphase. But yeah, the Giratina version usually doesn't play stuff like Lost Vacuum, for example. So if I'm Sue, I will just play assuming that I will not, that my opponent will not be able to attack. As we see a Starbirth, very funny, Bibarel, Bidoof, and just an Ultra Ball for the Bibarel next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, yes, could have just gone for the Bibarel and had that in his hand, but of course Bibarel draws until you've got 5 cards in your hand. Yes. So what you'll see sometimes people doing is going for the Ultra Ball rather than just going for the Pokemon, because they can get that -2 cards in their hand, so they can then draw more cards with the Bibarel next turn. It's a little play, but it's one that can make a very big difference, because if you need multiple things, this is going to be a better way to go and get them.
And it also keeps your option open for next turn, right? Like maybe your opponent does something really weird where you're like, well, now I actually don't want Bibarel, maybe I actually do want to get my aggro in play. So you can still switch up what you're actually looking for. As we see a Chorus's Experiment from Akihiro's side. Hopefully nothing too terrible. There is a Path to the Peak, which I think doesn't do anything anymore, so that's like one easy choice.
Yeah.
Just put that in the Lost Zone. And then there a second card needs to go into the Lost Zone. It seems to be like a discussion going
Could turn
on.
off Radiant Alakazam, to be fair.
Oh,
Radiant Alakazam
yes.
did do a lot of damage last. Because I'm just looking through the list and I'm like, Duraludon VMAX probably not hitting the field. Arceus V-Star already used the ability. But Radiant Alakazam was a really big factor in getting those sneaky KOs of Aggron last game. So there is an argument to keep Path to the Peak for that. I don't know if it's a strong enough argument, but there is an argument to keep it to stop the Radiant Alakazam shenanigans. Either way, it seems like we've stopped for a second here.
There seems to be something going on. I'm trying to get updates, but we don't know exactly.
I'm sure we'll get a proper update in a minute. Someone will pass us a note and tell us what was going on. Doesn't seem to have really affected the game, though. Seems like we are just, it looks like we're just cracking on here. So I think we're okay. I think we avoided any major disasters there. Akihiro, there is a decision to be made, of course, still mulling over that Chorus's Experiment. And yeah, the Path to the Peak does hit the Lost Zone as expected. I'm not sure Radiant Alakazam is enough. And the thing is, he wasn't playing around Aggron last game. He can this game. So here we see an Escape Rope, and it pretty much has to be the fresh Arceus V with free energy, which... Oh no, having said that, you're probably not getting an attack off this turn anyway.
Exactly, like I said, like you have to go like completely all in and draw like perfectly to And I think even if you draw perfectly, it's like basically impossible to get the Mirage Gate online. But if Su puts Barrel active, then yeah, Akihiro has the option to just go into Cramorant, for example.
Yes.
As we see, just the Abyss Seeking, right?
Abyss Seeking. Yeah, Lost Abyss was the name of the Japanese set in which Giratina was introduced. Abyss Seeking is the name of the attack on Giratina.
Okay.
Never use the word Abyss outside of Pokemon nowadays, almost never. Within Pokemon, apparently it comes up all the time.
Well, I stare into the Abyss quite often, metaphorically.
So Sue here, we've got the Ultra Ball coming down, and we're assuming this is going to be for the barrel here. Yeah, we've got the it is the it's the Amelika artwork, which I'm absolutely in love with. I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see coming down. There are other options though. Radiant Alakazam could be a big one. We could go Arceus V-Star to get attacking with the active. We could go for Aggron to accelerate energy too. There are actually several cards here, and it is the Arceus V-Star. There are several cards here that could have given Sue a real big advantage. But I think at this stage, we don't usually see a third Giratina. So essentially going, you know what, I'm literally just going to put 220 on this Giratina. Now you got 2 Giratina with 60 damage on each. I feel pretty good about that. And one thing to bear in mind, Aggron V's first attack is 90 to the active, 30 to 2 of your opponent's bench, which means a little bit of playing around with Radiant Alakazam, and you can KO both those Giratina essentially in one shot, you know, next turn or the turn after. That is something to bear in mind.
And we see a very nice play from Su here, just going Ultra Ball. Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, he could have just gone for the Barrel, but now he just changed his mind because of the escape rope, something that was probably somewhere in the back of his mind, but not really something you would anticipate. He just knew, well, maybe I want to change. Now he has the option to, just not retreat, but just evolve the active Pokemon. Also, there's the V-Guard energy, which is very important in this matchup because it prevents the opponent's Giratina V-Star from taking a one-hit knockout. And Su is just able to get even more damage off, and now is already playing around a little bit with the Radiant Greninja to keep, well, I was just about to say. That was a little bit,
that would not be a fair trade.
A little bit lost. As we see, just the knockout, because you do 230 damage with the choice band.
Yeah.
And 3 energy cards, 2 Arceus V. This is already not looking very nice for Akihiro.
No, Sue here has had an excellent game, and here's the thing, like game 1, it was a bit of Arceus, and then it was really Aggron doing the heavy lifting as the game wore on. In this game, Sue just seems to be navigating this really very nicely, just entirely with Arceus here. This is going really well. And of course, you know, with Giratina being a V and V-Star rather than, you know, the new Starly X's, Choice Band will absolutely come in with not reducing energy with double turbo, well, reducing damage with double turbo, I should say. So that does make Arceus very close to being able to get those one-hit KOs, and then of course all you need is a bit of fun with Radiant Alakazam, and you're over the hump. And already Sue is looking in a phenomenal position here.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Akihiro to decide what to do now, because you're not able to get enough energy, enough cards in your lost zone to use Star Abyss, Star Requiem, for example. So, well, it's basically impossible to take a knockout on the active Pokemon now because of that V-Guard energy card. But then if you don't take a knockout on the active Pokemon, and the only attacker that you really have is a Giratina V-Star that already has damage on it, well, your opponent just attacks, goes down to 2 prize cards, and then they have like an easy walk through the park, basically.
Yep, absolutely. So we do see Mirage Gate coming down. We've got a Psychic Energy coming on to the, I believe, bench Giratina there.
Yes.
I think we'll see, yes, that is onto the Giratina, which obviously has a lot of damage on. And then just an energy onto Comfey to use as a pivot. But that is, I mean, once again, we're in a very similar position to where we were game 1, where I'm sitting here going, okay, cool. What is Akihiro attacking with?
What's going on with damage? Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, because 20 was
Akihiro
moved.
accidentally moved the damage counter and then put on the original damage before the Alakazam, but we got everything sorted out. He received the Chorus as experiment, now putting him up to 9 cards in the lost zone. To be able to use Star Requiem, there would need to be another Comfey and a switching card. Yeah, very easy decision here with the Chorus as experiment. Now lost zone up to Is it 8 or 9? Oh, this is very difficult.
I believe it was it not 7?
It was 7,
and then we
the chorus
used
was
Chorus's
played, so it should
experiment, so I
be-
believe that went up to 9. So I think we are 1 comfy away. So I want to say that's 10 now.
We
I'm
was.
not
What happened now? Oh yeah, that was concealed cards, right? Yeah, not flower selecting.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That was concealed card. So we did, yes, because the comfy is tapped in the active. It's turned a little bit. Okay, and now actually there isn't another comfy out, so this is going to be awkward. I'm not sure he can get to 10 this turn.
Sorry.
And I think this is exactly what's happening. It looks like we're eyeing up a retreat into Cramorant. Now we see Path to the Peak.
Oh yeah, they needed a stadium card because of the Calamitous Wasteland.
Oh, Calamitous Wasteland, yes, was stopping the retreat. Thank you. So the Path to the Peak came down.
Yes.
And to be fair, this does now turn off Radiant Alakazam, which could be a little bit of a pain. So,
yes.
I mean, that's fine, but Akihiro's down 2 prizes. The only real strong attacker is very heavily damaged and just did 110 with Cramorant.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that's enough.
Yeah, just getting some damage off was important. Of course, it would have been much nicer to attack with Sableye, for example, but Sableye has like a built-in like way of to make it fair, like a balancing option, because you can only use the attack if you have 10 cards or more in your lost zone, which is Akihiro is just like 1 card short of that. Yeah, spreading some damage with the Sableye would have been nice to just outplay the box and also the V-Guard energy, but this is not an option anymore, so only Cramorant, which by the way in Japanese is called Uu, which I find very funny.
Love that. Great Japanese
Just
name.
get some damage off as we see now Sue's turn. For him, this matchup is, at the moment, it's still looking very nice. If there is a boss's order, that would be amazing. Unfortunately for Sue, there is already the V-Star power played, and even if it wouldn't have been, there's a Path of the Peak in play. Let's see what cards are being played now. Unfortunately, we don't know the hand cards exactly, as they're...
But just sneakily, like it was several turns ago when that escape rope came down and forced Sue to use the Ultra Ball for the Arceus V-Star rather than the Bibarel.
Yeah.
And now we're still seeing the fallout from that, you know,
Yes.
not having access to stuff like boss's orders, not having any real good way to draw. That Bibarel would be really useful pretty much every turn, and he kind of had to go for the Arceus V-Star. I'm just saying that escape rope was a really nice play from Akihiro here, just putting Sue in this really awkward situation of having to waste the Ultra Ball. So, yeah, not ideal.
Yeah, there seems to be a
stopped again.
discussion going on. The judges are double checking something. You can see they're not even in their seat, and the players are just chatting with them a little bit. There seems to be something that the judges want to double check. We will get the update.
I'm hearing it might be due to something that happened back in game 1. So the judges have just stepped away for a minute to kind of figure out what's going on. As always, we have a great team backstage who are absolutely phenomenal people. When there is an update to be had, we will find out and we will pass it on. We'll keep you nice and up to date. We're nice like that.
Yeah, we will know exactly what happened once the judges are finishing with the discussion. Yeah, but right now we can still talk a little bit about the matchup. It's
of course
very, very difficult to maneuver for Akihiro because on the one hand, yeah, Sue's deck has a lot of annoyances. There is a Box of Disaster and there is a V-Guard energy. Both of these decks, both of these cards are kind of like outplaying the general Giratina V-Star strategy. If you play something like, for example, a Duraludon with Arceus, or you're playing Giratina V-Star with Arceus V-Star yourself, you don't really have the space because you need so many different energy cards to play, for example, a V-Guard energy, and you play so many cards that you also don't really have space for Box of Disaster, for example. So you just have to get like through with your other attacks. In this matchup specifically, Sue can use V-Guard energy to deny the one-hit knockout from Giratina V-Star, and Box of Disaster to punish the Giratina V-Star immediately after a knockout. So many things that Akihiro has to be aware of, but he is probably not exactly aware of them because, well, he doesn't really know what the opponent's deck is doing. He doesn't know the list. He has probably not tested against it at all. I didn't even know what Aggron does a few minutes ago.
I only know because Adam Hawkins, a lovely British chap, obviously, and I'm British myself, so try and keep up with all the British players out there. And Adam's a friend, he's a lovely chap, and I was chatting to him last year about Aggron, and you know, at London last year at the World Championships, I was like, Adam, Talk me through Agron, mate. Tell me what is going on with Agron. He made a very good case, and he came so close in day one. It was kind of like his one win away, but it was a kind of a loss under weird circumstances that could very, very easily have gone the other direction in a million other matchups. So it was one of those awkward ones. Adam came incredibly close last year to making day two with Agron. That is the only reason I've got Agron on my radar. I will admit, I forgot what set Agron came out in. And I had to just cheekily double check the other day. I'm like, is Agron even legal for Worlds this year? It is. It's definitely legal. It's one of the later VMAXs we had. Obviously, you know, nowadays we're in V-Star territory and EX territory even.
Yes.
Agron was one of those very few VMAXs that kind of snuck in. There was just like a very small number that snuck in at the end in his later Sword and Shield sets. And yeah, it's going to be legal for a while yet. And it's actually really good. But it's awkward because it's...
It needs a lot of energy. You have the potential to take big one-wanted knockouts, but to deal these wanted knockouts, your opponent already needs to have some damage. But then you're like actually taking 2-hit knockouts, and there are so many other Pokemon that you can take like good 2-hit knockouts with. The Gradient Alakazam is like an amazing addition to this strategy. And yeah, with Arceus V-Star, you usually have like one big attack that you just like hit. 200 damage is almost always enough to take a 2-hit knockout, especially if you also factor in the choice belt. But often you can do 200 damage, then use Radiant Alakazam, put 20 damage, just move it somewhere so you can use it for later, and then attack with 200 damage again. There's 380 damage. That should be enough to take a 2-hit knockout on almost everything.
It really should. Right, okay, I think I've finally figured out how I want to phrase this, David.
Oh,
right?
sure.
I think Agron V has better attacks than Agron V Max, which are going to be more useful most of the time. But Agron V Max has so much HP that I want to evolve into it straight away. I love the synergy with Agron V, where you get a little KO. 90 will KO a lot in today's format. Lots of evolving Pokemon, lots of support Pokemon, your Comfey, your Manaphy, things along those lines. But then doing 30 to each of 2 bench, so that they are then very much in range of Agron. You know, at that point, with that 30 damage, can start KOing V Maxes, which very few can do. But it's got 230 HP, and it's usually going to be KO'd back. So you want the V Max, but I don't like the attacks as much on the V Max, and the second attack gets 5 energy. It's really expensive.
Yes.
And that's why Agron V Max always confuses me a little bit, because I like the attacks on the V, and I like the HP on the V Max, and I think we are being shown in this matchup why the V especially, if it can survive a turn or two, is an absolute monster. And I really do think the addition to the deck of Radiant Alakazam makes such a difference to making Agron V just phenomenal.
And also because Agron V needs so much energy cards, you can usually attack with Trinity Nova, attach 3 energies to it. And then, yeah, we saw Sue in game 1 use the double turbo energy to fill the space. But you can also fill the space with a V-Guard energy, which makes it even more difficult for your opponent to take the knockout. So depending on the situation, you might even get actually 2 attacks off. I mean, Sue also got 2 attacks off, but the reason for that was because he was just able to take out the opponent's hitters before your opponent was actually able to set them up, which is also one of the nice things that they can do. Yeah. But if you think, well, if I attack with my Agron V, it's a strong attack, but if I attack with it, it will just get knocked out from my opponent, then you still have the option to just evolve. So it's very nice to include both of them. And I also I think Sue actually agrees with you that the non-VMAX has the better attacks. Yeah.
I mean, he plays the VMAX. I've not seen the VMAX come out yet. I saw him attacking multiple times with the V over on the floor a minute ago. I saw him attacking multiple times with the V in game 1, you know, sitting here with you. I have not seen it really seeing play kind of in any other way. I've not seen the VMAX. It's been a V party.
Yeah, right now it's all you need. And like I mentioned earlier, in this matchup specifically, you can even win by just attacking with Arceus V-Star all the time.
Yeah,
because you have the V-Guard energy card and also a Box of Disaster. Yeah, just very powerful tools that you have against the Giratina V-Star.
I love the Agron V, I really do. I mean, as a caster, right, the thing that really excites me is anytime something weird happens.
Yes.
So, you know, I wasn't lucky enough to cast them, but I want to say it was Worlds 2017, well, it was a One World Championship where in day 1, all the Australian players rocked up with Boswell Garboda. And it got to the point the Australian players were winning so much with this deck. They were all ending up at like 4-0, 5-0, and then like the only losses they were taking were to each other because that deck, like that Boswell Garbodor deck, was so well situated against like every big deck in day one that the Australian players, like some of them were rocking through 6-0, some of them were going like 6-1 because they lost to their mate who was also playing it. Didn't work in day two because by day two the secret was out and everyone was prepared for it. But watching from home that year, that was amazing. There was 1 year where in day one of World there was a Behem deck, the one that it did paralysis
I remember that.
went into your deck.
Exactly.
That one had a really great run day one, and it came onto stream and the casters, I know this feeling, were like, oh no. Wait, what does this do again? And I only knew because I'd been testing it like the week before. But I'd been testing it as like this silly joke deck just for a bit of fun online. And someone had rocked up to the World Championships and just had this great run. And, you know, as someone watching at home, as somebody casting, not so much when I'm playing against it. I love surprises. I want to see things that nobody had on their bingo card for this tournament. I want to see the Behem. I want to see like every Australian player rocking up with your Boswell Garbodor. I want to see Aggron V and V Max. Like last year, it was a gigantic surprise that Adam Hawkins did so well with it. And I genuinely thought like, oh, that was a good Aggron moment. It's never happening again.
Well,
it's happening again.
The forces hurt you. They gave you another chance with your Aggron moment and you actually got it. Yeah, there still seems to be like some discussion going on. We will keep you updated exactly what is happening. But like these kind of decks, like Aggron for example, and you also mentioned, like you get, with a weird deck, you get through day one, and then everyone knows exactly what the deck does.
Yes.
I also remember there was a Hippo down deck in like 2000, was it 2015 I think? Yeah, 2016 or 2015.
It was around that time,
Focus Hippo down, also very funny deck that no one really knew anything about, so just like ran through day one because everyone was like, well, what are these cards doing? There's a Hippo down, Focus Dash, what are you doing with this? But managed to win some cards because of that. As we see, our game here seems like it's continuing.
Does seem like it's continuing. I'm not seeing any prizes that are actually being blocked off. Remember, nowadays when a prize penalty is given, you don't take the prizes, you just have fewer prizes to take. That's usually shown by a different color of, you know, Pokeball on the prize. We're not seeing that. As soon as we get an update as to exactly what the resolution was, we will let you know. But Sue is off and rolling again here, and it looks like a pretty easy route this turn to just get a KO on this Cramorant, and, you know, go down to 3 prizes remaining, and that's just that damaged Giratina, one of those other small bench Pokemon, and we're good to go.
Yeah, another great play would have just been a Boss's Order, for example, gets like more damage, make basically both of these Giratinas have like almost no HP left in general. But yeah, for that you need a Boss's Order, which Sue did not have. But we see a Judge coming down with the Bibarrel in play, so now Judge is 10 times as powerful as it is like normally when you just, some people just play like, oh, I have a turn 1, I'll just play it, and then they don't draw themselves, like they don't draw good cards themselves. If you have a Bibarrel in play, this is just a great way to, like a safety net that you have. Well, if I don't draw well off my own Judge, I can still use Bibarrel to draw more cards. We see a Nest Ball. Maybe Ross's dream comes true and we see another great entrance off at Aggron. But it seems like Sue is just going for, probably my preferred road, which is just use your Arceus Vs to get like a 2-hit knockout on almost everything. And then the very last prize you can just take with the Boss's Order still.
Now, I have had a bit of an update. Now, players assuming for Game 2, there is a retro. So what happened is, in Game 1, there was a point where Sue drew too many cards off of an Iono. They are looking a retroactive double prize loss penalty may be applied for Game 1. We are looking to see, I've just kind of asked for clarification if that would do anything. Do you remember what the prize count was in Game 1, David? How close the game was?
It wasn't very close.
No, so I think that would essentially, it would go down in the record as a double prize penalty, but it wouldn't actually affect the result of the game. I have asked for confirmation about this just to be 100% clear, but we are going on. Sue is still there as, 1 game to 0. So judges are going to have a look to figure that out, but we don't believe at this stage it would affect the outcome of Game 1. As soon as we got perfect clarity, we will let you know.
Yes.
But anyway, we're not in Game 1 anymore. We are in Game 2, and Suva's in an incredibly good position. 2 prizes, 2 KOs remaining, and then after that, that's going to be it. That's going to be the game, and there's a very damaged Giratina just kind of almost waiting there. So we do see a nest ball coming down for Akihiro here. And the question is, I mean, what basic Pokemon, are there even any basic Pokemon in the deck at this point?
And even if there would be, I don't think there is much that you really need right now.
No.
But
I think there
just
might
a
be
card
one
that you want to
Comfey.
thin out. Don't forget there was just a Judge Beam played, so
yeah.
For Akihiro it's kind of a weird situation right now. In theory there's like 110 damage on the active Arceus V, so that's not enough for you to just use your Sableye, for example. Yeah, as we just see Nespo for a second Comfey, good choice. Can draw you more cards later. There are enough after the flower selecting we will probably see now. There will be enough cards in the lost zone to activate all of the special effects that we are dealing with. For Akihiro it's now a little bit weird because the Giratina that has all the energy cards already has a lot of damage, but we see a Mirage Gate coming down. You can attach more cards. I just hope for Akihiro that he's able to find a Giratina V-Star, because none of these Giratina on the bench are evolved. They're both the regular Giratina V. So, yeah, let's hope these flower selecting are bringing home what Akihiro needs.
Yeah, I mean, building up that Giratina on the bench is going to be a big one. You do not want that damaged Giratina to come active. Like, we all know Sue wants to KO that damaged Giratina. At least make him play a boss's orders in order to do it. What have you seen, David?
Giratina V-Star. So now definitely, yeah, that is a nice option to have. The Akihiro now has to decide which cards he wants to put in the lost zone. At this point, you don't really want to add cards to the lost zone, but of course, because of course, experimenting with very dangerous things here. You have to put cards in your lost zone to pay for this very strong effect, or to draw 3 cards out of 2. As you see, Akihiro now opting to go for a non-damaged Giratina V.
Yeah, I love this.
And now, yeah, we just see a Lost Impact, putting 2 energy cards into the lost zone. This Giratina V-Star is, in theory, able to just take all prize cards by itself, use 1 Star Requiem, and then 1 more Lost Impact to draw all prize cards. Let's see how Sue reacts now.
Yeah, it should be quite simple for Akihiro at this stage to just get the prizes. And honestly, what we need here is escape rope, or we need some kind of gusting. Now, I'm having a look, because Sue's deck is obviously very tight on space, given all the stuff in there. Now, there is 1 escape rope in Sue's deck. An escape rope here would be absolutely perfect. Essentially, you need an escape rope and a boss's orders. The problem is, if you boss this turn, Akihiro could, for instance, go and... I was going to say, it could bench a fresh Giratina, but a choice belt would then allow the KO. But regardless, I think if you can find that 1 escape rope, that would be perfect this turn. Just to go ahead and, take a prize off one of the bench Pokemon, doesn't really matter what, and then try and boss next turn. The issue that Sue is going to have here is that if you hit the active Giratina, then you're on a free turn clock. But here we did see the KO. There was a boss's orders.
Yes.
So now it really is as simple as, can Sue do that next turn? Akihiro's not winning this turn.
Yes.
Simple as that. Not taking 4 prizes this turn. If Akihiro, Akihiro should be fine. That Giratina's not getting 1-hit KO'd. Like you said, you Star Requiem 1 turn, the other attack the other turn, boom. Job's good and 4 prizes, move on with your life. Sue has to get a KO next turn, and it can be on a single prize Pokemon. But we're going to need escape rope or boss's orders, because there is no chance Akihiro doesn't end this turn with the undamaged Giratina V-Star in the active.
Yeah, there's a single Iono in Akihiro's hand, and I think he got it from the Chorus's experiment last turn. Unfortunately, yeah, there is Barrel in play, and if you want to take the knockout on the Barrel, you go down to 3 prize cards, so you're basically just losing another turn.
Yes, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, very painful. But for Akihiro, it's now actually kind of simple. Just take a knockout on Arceus and then hope you get another knockout as well. In this situation here, because there is a Box of Disaster, you can use Star Requiem, take the knockout there, then you have still enough energies to use 1 more attack. So it will then come down to the V-Guard energy, or Akihiro can try to outplay everything here as well, as we see the 1 or not. Maybe, yeah, Akihiro's still considering.
He's having a think about
the
it.
The barrel does look very threatening.
See, here's the thing, is an Iona, and what's kind of silly here is that Akihiro is going to get 4 cards off of this.
Yes.
So he's going to essentially get 5 by the time the Bibarel comes in.
Yeah, and also it might even help Su because yeah, he just played a boss and the cards that are not boss are now on the bottom of the deck, and then with Bibarel you can draw even more. So there's even like, you're kind of giving your opponent a better chance of drawing the boss as well. But of course Akihiro has no idea about the cards. As we see, just the Star Requiem coming down, taking a knockout. Akihiro draws 2 prize cards. And Su now just needs
there's the boss's
Here
orders, and Su takes the match 2 games to 0. Boss
Didn't
onto
even
the
need to use Bibarel.
Yeah, just got it. The 1 card Iono actually gave him the boss's orders he needed to win the game and the match. Congratulations to Su, who goes to a 3-0-1. And look, if he carries this on and finishes 6-0-2, going to be in top 8.
Yeah, we see Su Cha Sing winning this amazing game, showing to all of us and to all of the viewers at home, you can play some very like weird combination of cards and still win. There is, I think, most people like you had so many results, and I personally think right now we are kind of like in this like online era of like data, right? You have so many online tournaments. When we had the season where there were no in-person tournaments, a lot of people took it to themselves to organize big online tournaments. And these online tournaments are still running, and you have a lot of people entering the tournaments, people using the data from the online tournaments to kind of calculate like matchup spreads and
David,
so on.
I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry, David. I'm being rude. I'm interrupting you. There's a game 3.
Oh.
Now, I know. Like, I don't like interrupting you. I don't want to be rude, but that was worth interrupting you for, right?
Oh, what happened?
So, essentially, I'm still...
Oh, there was an emergency prize penalty.
So, essentially, I think what's happened is they've gone back to game 1 and they've reassessed it. And again, I don't have the information. I promise you, as soon as I know stuff, I will let you know. Okay, so it's actually been escalated. It is not a double prize penalty. They have retroactively applied a game loss for game 1 for Su here. Now, one of the things you need to bear in mind about penalties is they escalate depending on the tournament. We are in round 4 of day 2 of the World Championships. So something that might not be such a serious penalty at your local league challenge, when you're in day 2 of the World Championships, basically the prize is on the line, the prestige on the line, we're crowning a world champion. We expect players not to make these mistakes, and that means that the penalties do get escalated because of the size and importance of the tournament. So what I'm hearing is that we have got a game loss that has been issued retroactively for game 1. Su still, of course, gets credit for winning game 2, but we are now heading into a game 3 with not much time remaining, and we could be heading to a tie here. I apologize. I know that for the players watching from home, this is a little bit confusing.
Yes.
However, we want to make sure we do things right, and I would much rather have a situation that we're having to explain to you on the fly than have people realize this after the fact. So, no, it's not ideal, but I think what we're doing here is the correct thing. We've got great judges here who are making the correct decisions.
It was also important to keep in mind that, I mean, the stream is going on, but the whole tournament is not about the stream. The whole tournament is about the tournament. So, yeah, we're kind of like the second thought here, right? The players and the whole tournament organization and the integrity of the tournament is #1 priority, and the stream is somewhere down the line. We just have to figure out how much time there is actually left, because there were time extensions giving. We will see it. Unfortunately, it's very likely that this might end in a tie, and of course very unfortunate for, I think both of these players. It's something like these are situations that you don't really want to have, but of course, even if it was unintentional, if you gain an advantage in the game, there needs to be a penalty coming down, even if it's just to remind the player, make them be more focused in the future. Like, all the players need to know, even if it's unintentional, if they gain an advantage to the game, they will get a penalty, to be more careful counting their cards in the future.
Yeah, and we're not giving away any secrets here, of course. They have changed it on the screen. It is 1 game and 1 here. So we're not sharing any confidential information. It has been updated on the screen. We are at 1 game each. We're looking ahead into game 3. Looks like there are about 8 minutes remaining, and this is very interesting because we've not had very quick games here. Of course, the Giratina deck is one that wants to set up. It wants to get, really 7 to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, start using Mirage Gate and really start kind of getting those big attacks off. That takes a few turns. But Sue's deck, similarly, turn 1 is just Arceus Energy. Turn 2, you get the second energy, hopefully V-Star and get your first attack off. Start getting energy onto your bench Pokemon, and then really from turn 3, you start executing your strategy properly. And this is incredibly relevant because we're heading into a game 3 with not that much time remaining. So this means that we could end up in a situation where there just isn't enough time for a game 3. Neither of these decks are that speedy.
Yes.
But we are going to have the +3 turns at the end of the 8 minutes, and both players are going to know this. These are good players, these are experienced players. I would expect to see these players playing as fast as they comfortably can going into this, because they've both already got a tie.
Yeah.
One tie, I think you said it yourself, David, one tie in Day2 Worlds, that's fine. But if you keep tying, that becomes a gigantic problem, because 1 match point is better than 0. It's a lot worse than 3.
Yeah, and also if you have 2 ties, it's something you can live with. I think if you have 3 ties, it's almost, I think you're pretty much out of the competition. Of course, it depends on so many factors, and you can only definitively say once you're close to the end rounds. But if you go, that would be 5-0-3, right? That's probably not enough to make top 8.
Well, 5-0-3 is the equivalent of 6-2, and we don't expect 6-2s to make it. Realistically, 6-1-1, 6 wins, 1 loss, 1 tie. Usually, I have not sat and done the maths, I'm going to be honest with you. Usually for a tournament like this, 6-1-1 is the aim.
Exactly.
That is what people are going for. 6-0-2 you should be in. Obviously 7 wins, whether it's 8 wins or 7 wins and a tie or 7 wins and a loss. If you hit 7 wins, you're in. 6-1-1 is going to be the aim for most people. 6 wins, 1 loss, 1 tie. Anything below that, I really think at that stage, when you hit 2 losses, you're probably out of contention for top 8 unless something incredibly strange happens. But there's still lots of championship points. There's still lots of prizes on the line. So, top 16 is great. Top 64 is great. Top 32 is great. So, even these players, there comes a point where you're out of contention for top 8. But I assure you there are going to be many players who finish top 16, top 32, who are absolutely delighted, nice prizes, and a real good head start on qualification for next year's World Championships.
Yeah, top 32 of the World Championship is already a great achievement and something I think every player wants to have on their profile page, or where they can basically brag about it. I was top 32, made it through day 1, got such a high standing in the World Championship. Because especially at the World Championship, every opponent is one of the best players. If you do day 2 at an international championship, you play against all kind of players. Some players that have a lot of experience, some players that don't have a lot of experience. It's like a different tournament system, right? But here at the World Championship, every player needed a qualification, so you're only playing against the best.
Yeah, this is one of those situations. There are 2 ways to get into day 2 of the World Championships, and that is you either be one of the very top players in your region over the course of an entire season, or you get through with a record of at least 6-2 in day 1 of Worlds. They're the only 2 ways to get in. There's, there's nobody here that's kind of snuck their way in, or, there might be some players in day 1 who had a really good day and made a really good metagame call after qualifying for the World Championships, and that is a very, very different thing entirely. Even qualifying for Worlds is not that easy. You have to have consistent results throughout the season. I know a number of incredibly good Worlds players who were here this weekend who tied up their Worlds in the past few weeks. There were friends of mine who, were running to cups and challenges, in the last weekend. I had a friend who I won't name, who needed 1 more League Cup finish to get their qualification, drove 3 hours for a League Cup, found out it was in fact a pre-release tournament.
Oh no.
Didn't even draw well out of the pre-release.
Yeah, we have one thing, a correction. The timer was at 8 minutes, but they did not account for the time extension that we had mid-game. If you remember, there was some time in the middle of the game where the judges were just double-checking. everything. So we have now 15 minutes at least, which is
this is very
enough
different
for full game. So
yes,
now both of these players can just play to their best, try to win, and maybe Akihiro he got a very lucky chance that you don't get all the time to play third game, and now he knows exactly what Su's deck is doing. So
the game that he didn't know what Su's deck did is the game that he essentially, you know, got the win in.
Yeah.
So now he's actually going into game 3 with all this information, and now finally we get back into the game. We're into game 3, and it seems like we've got a Radiant Greninja and a concealed cards.
Yes.
But you see already, Akihiro is playing fast in this game. Nobody wants to tie, you know, especially this early on in the World Championships. So a quick deck check, a quick battle VIP pass, and then just making sure that, you know, we're going to see this as we go through. These players are not going to want to tie, so we're going to see, I believe, a faster pace of play, and, you know, Akihiro's already started off in that manner.
yeah, starting your turn with concealed cards and the battle VIP pass is, I think, every player, even basically every deck wants it. Not everyone plays the Radiant Greninja, but now Akihiro has the option. To just check what cards are in the prizes, get to comp phase out. If there is a switching option, that would be even better. That's Akihiro is definitely he already knows because it's our hand, right? But we just have to hope that there is a switching option in Akihiro's hand, as he's just double checking which cards are in his prizes. We already know, but yeah, he is just double checking everything. First the energy, now the Mirage Gates, stuff like Super Rod, for example, which is super important in the Lost Zone decks in general, because you need to choose between cards that you're just never seeing again. I mean, you're seeing them, they are sitting right in front of you, but you're not allowed to actually use them because they are in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, and that is super awkward. You know, if you get rid of a Super Rod early game, and then it turns out later on in the game you just need to recover 1 energy, but there's no Super Rod to do it, that is always a bad feeling. So it seems like we've got 2 Comfey here off the Battle VIP pass. We've got a Giratina in the active. We've got a Radiant Greninja on the bench. This is a pretty good start from Akihiro.
Yeah,
here.
and there's even a Jet Energy in Akihiro's hand.
Oh,
so yeah,
nice.
he can go Jet Energy, flower selecting, retreat, flower selecting again. Jet Energy is so good in this deck. You hear it, you see it all the time. We saw it on stream a few times already. Akihiro, this time we see a Psychic Energy card hitting the Lost Zone as we see a retreat for the second. Flower selecting, also a Nest Ball coming down just to thin out the deck. Rescue that Giratina V in order to not hit it with the flower selecting. You really want to thin out your deck from like good cards before you use flower selecting as much as you can.
Yes.
Because you don't want to be in the situations where you have like the option between a bad choice and a worse choice, right? So let's see if Akihiro's presented a good choice now. Battle VIP, that's the best one. The best card you can hit.
Yeah, if you get a literally unplayable card off of your flower selecting, that's always a good situation. We do see the early path to the peak coming down here, just forcing Su to have some kind of answer to it if he wants to use the V-Star power. Yes. And I actually really like this, because Akihiro's kind of saying, look, if you don't set up quite quickly, I can win a quick game here. And, you know, this is a game that Akihiro thought he'd already lost. He thought he had lost this matchup. So to be able to come back and actually, you know, clutch a win out of this will be absolutely huge. So we do see an ultimate coming down from Su here. Presumably this is going to be for our first Arceus.
Yes, Su is also, his start doesn't look as amazing as it did last game, and also just like mentally it's pretty draining, especially have like situations with the judge and the penalty. Makes a lot of players very frustrated, especially inexperienced players often let that cloud their judgment as well. I don't know much about Su, so maybe it's one of these players that are not very faced by these kind of like smaller mental states, but this is also a big part of the game, especially if you're playing the physical cards. You have your mind state, how well you can concentrate, how easy you're distracted by outside factors. It's very loud in the hall, especially on stream. You have the white noise, so they can actually hear us, right?
That would be bad if they could hear us.
This is also something a lot of players have some problems with. So let's see. It's not just who can play the best, and also which player can concentrate the best.
Yeah, that is what we are coming down to here. The mental element is a big part of the game. Now it looks like, you know, Sue's turn was fairly uninspiring. Did get the Arceus with a V-Guard energy, but that was it. And now we've got a Corvus's Experiment coming down.
This is a nice Corvus Experiment. Easy choices for Akihiro throughout the whole series. Now there is a possibility to just use a very easy flower selecting. Look at 2 cards, or another easy choice, but this is like one of those, you have 2 bad choices, but the other bad choice is worse than the other, so you know exactly what you need to do.
You can be pretty quick about it.
Yeah, there's still a switch option. Akihiro has the option to go like very aggressive, just attach an energy card and attack with Abyss Seeking to put more cards into the lost zone. He's tanking a little bit, as a lot of people call it, where you like try to think about it as much as you can. And we just see very simply another very easy flower selecting. And this game is looking much better than the other 2.
Yeah, Akihiro is in a great start here. And if I'm Akihiro, I am going as fast. Oh, now this I adore.
Nice.
We've got the Escape Road bringing up the Arceus V into the active. Cramorant can then do 110, which, as mentioned, means that that is exactly half. And this gives Sue, he just top decked the Arceus V-Star, and he had Collapse Stadium in play. What a top deck!
Very close for Sue. If that would have been any other card, the game would have been basically over.
Oh yeah, we could have seen a finish in a couple of turns. Sue's hand was not good enough. He had a counter stadium and basically nothing else. Needed the Arceus V-Star this turn, top decks it. And oh my goodness, that is a huge, huge win for Sue there. Now we can get the Arceus out. Collapse Stadium is down. Now you can use your Starbirth, your V-Star power to go and search for any 2 cards in your deck. And Sue's got a very good chance. He did not seem to have a very good chance right before that top deck came down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't see which 2 cards. One is definitely double turbo energy. I'm pretty sure about that, because if you don't draw the double turbo energy now, the game is basically over. And then most players in this situation would probably just choose another supporter card, right? Because
it's double turbo, and yeah, it is Professor's Research.
Yes. So yeah, you need more cards. In theory, you could like put a Pokemon down on your bench that you really want to take the energy cards to, but then you have no way to draw more cards. And once your like hand kind of like ran dry, you can't do anything anymore. Let's just hope for Sue that there is a way to get another Pokemon in his hand, as he drew into the Bidoof, and Arceus V, exactly what he needed. And there's still there's a Box of Disaster, which he's probably thinking about attaching. And if he wants to attach it, the question is where. So still some more choices open for Sue, but I think we will just see a Trinity Nova attack and attach 3 energy cards to the benched Arceus V.
This is a very, very different turn than we would have seen had we not had the top deck of the Arceus.
Yes.
Now Sue is going to get a prize off of that Cramorant. We're going to get free energy down onto the Arceus. And Akihiro here, there is actually a pretty... If he can get the V-Star and a Mirage Gate, then we could still see a big KO this turn. As essentially, all you really need to be attacking with the Giratina is Mirage Gate and Arceus V-Star, and you do have at least 1 flower selecting to try and pull it off. And I suppose you would need an energy to attach from your hand as well. But it could absolutely happen, and Sue's board is not really prepared to try and take down that Giratina V-Star. So that is what I'm really looking at here. I'm looking at, can we see the KO of Akihiro? Can we get that Giratina V-Star rolling? If we can, there's the V-Star. There's an energy from hand. Does he have Mirage Gates? He doesn't, but he has at least an Iona.
Yes. And then also the question, do you attach the energy now or later? I mean, if you play Iona, it gets to the bottom of the deck and there's another Psychic Energy, so you will definitely have a Psychic Energy in your deck. The question is then only about the Grass Energy card.
Yeah, it is always awkward though. Like if you play the Iono here, if you draw the Mirage Gate, but you don't draw an energy to attach for turn, I've made that mistake. It might not even be a mistake. You're playing the percentages, but if you hit that and you don't hit the energy, then. So I think we've got a more conservative play, and we did see the Mirage Gate and an energy being drawn there.
Yeah, and of course you still need the flower selecting to actually being able to use the Mirage Gate. And as long as there is a Grass Energy card left, which it is, Akihiro will be able to attack with the Giratina V.
And we've already got the Jet Energy on the come phase, so the retreating is not going to be an option here at all. This is wonderful. This is everything that Akihiro wanted. He's got that combo off, which now allows him to attack with the Giratina V-Star, take out the Arceus. And the awkward thing is, Su is not really in a position to one-hit KO the Arceus, but next turn the Arceus can just be like, boom, Star Requiem. So Su is basically going to have to use the Arceus on the bench, try and V-star it, set up another attacker, while admitting that you're going down to 4 prizes, opponent's going down to 2 prizes remaining. That is not a phenomenal situation to be in.
Yeah, and we'll probably just see a Trinity Nova, and then it's very important for Su to choose like which Pokemon he wants to attack next. There is I think there was a V-Guard energy attached, but because of the Cramorant that was basically, negated.
Yes, it was.
The new Arceus V has no special energy attached to it, so you just 200 damage. As long as you can find the the Arceus V-Star. I think there's an Ultra Ball, so I really have to think about, well, do I go into by barrel and try just to draw a bunch of cards, or try to play it safe and just go for the Arceus?
Because there's a Nest Ball in his hand, I would be tempted to go the Arceus V-Star, use Nest Ball for whatever attacker you want. Bibarel, however, great option because you can essentially go from there. The problem is, I think it's only a Nest Ball in hand, so if you whiff this, you have to basically choose between damage or accelerating energy. You don't get to do both, unless I've missed something. Yeah, so we do have a Nest Ball here. Presumably this is going to grab whatever attacker it is that Su wants to be moving into.
Yeah, let's see. Probably, is it a Bidoof?
Oh, it's another Bidoof.
That's interesting. I would have expected something like a Aggron V or even the Duraludon. Because the Bidoof doesn't really do much here, I think it even just opens a possibility for Akihiro to do some shady stuff with Lost Mine in the future in theory. But of course, if you can use 2 per barrel, right, in theory.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is just an option to have, and we will have to see which cards will be drawn here. 4 more cards. We've seen Iono and a Process Order. No Arceus V yet.
No, as an Aggron V Max, that's the only Pokemon that actually came out of the deck then, and that's no good without an Aggron V on the field already, unfortunately. So, yeah. We do see a switch into Bidoof.
Oh, well, maybe, Su just puts this down, if it gets knocked out, it puts Akihiro on uneven prizes.
Okay, we do have an Iono, so he could have played an escape rope beforehand. He could have gone for an escape rope before playing the Iono. There is one in hand to get the Arceus back in the active, but that would have also made Akihiro change active, so...
and no Arceus from the Iono, so the switch was actually a pretty good play.
Yeah.
The problem now is just Akihiro can take the knockout on Bidoof, and then Sableye Lost Mine becomes a completely different story, because Bidoof has... The barrel has 120 HP, and with Lost Mine you can just take a knockout on the bench.
Yes,
so for Akihiro it becomes a completely different situation now. Being able, now is the situation where you really need your Cramorant, right? Akihiro only plays, I think, a single one, yes.
Yeah, single Cramorant.
Which is in the discard pile, but with Lost decks you play usually 2 Super Rods, and then you can just use Nest Ball to get the Cramorant active. As we see Su.
Oh, just attach to the Aggron and pass. And here's the thing, we've only got 5 minutes left. We don't necessarily have the luxury of time here. Now, both players are getting, pretty well set up. We might see back and forth KOs very quickly, but we could run into a situation here. Remember, if neither player is able to finish this game, we are going to end up in a tie.
Yeah, but I think if Akihiro now has a boss's order, he could basically seal out the game, just get the Arceus active.
Absolutely.
And then use Star Requiem, take knockouts, don't take damage, and then there's literally nothing Su can do because there are no energy cards in play. There is no way to accelerate energy cards other than Trinity Nova. So Akihiro is now really just hoping to get the boss's orders right.
Yeah, I think that is the one card that Akihiro is going to be wanting here. You boss up the Arceus, you get the KO, and then that's basically, that is a game sewn up at that point. We do have some Comfey available if we've got any switch ups. Oh, there's the boss's orders onto the Arceus. That is going to be a huge play. So
unfortunately, there is no Star Requiem because there was 1 card too few in the lost zone. As we see the Box of Disaster activating, but this damage is also completely irrelevant in my opinion because
there's nothing to attack with.
There's only Aggron, right? But at maximum they use 70. Well, with a choice, it could deal 100, exactly. Yeah, it could deal 100 damage in theory. Not enough to take a knockout on Giratina V-Star.
No, you'd be 100 off. You need to do 200. If were you hitting for weakness, yeah, but Giratina actually has no weakness. Dragon Pokemon, at the moment in TCG, they have no weakness. So it's very awkward. You can attach to the Aggron and then go and get yourself a KO. Oh, sorry, not a KO, do some damage. I don't think it even has a switching option. I don't think there's even a pivot. Now, we do see a...
Second Bidoof.
Ultra Ball coming down here. Well, it's got to be. It's got to be a second Bibao.
Oh, yeah, or Aggron VMAX, just to have like more HP to stall it out. But even if we stall it out, all Akihiro needs is one.
Second Bibao is priced.
Oh, well, fair enough. Not even the desperation plays of the possible here. And then Akihiro just needs a Grass Energy card to win the game. So, yeah, looking very dire for Su here.
Yeah, and the thing is, with that second Grass Energy, there's no mucking about. It is just instant KO on whatever's in front of you. So we do get the Aggron VMAX out of the deck. I mean, you could do 150. It still wouldn't be enough. You'd still be 50 away.
Yes. But Su at least gets one turn because, well, I mean, Akihiro would need a Grass Energy card and a Boss's Order, which is very unlikely for him to have. So Su thinks, well, I can like sacrifice the active Barbara, and then maybe I can do some shenanigans with Aggron. As we see, Su just going for the Industrious Incisors. Draw 3 cards. Nothing too crazy here. And seems like there's nothing else left. You can just end your turn, and then it goes back to Akihiro. And I'm very curious how Akihiro's hand looks like.
Yeah, no, we're not quite done yet. We've got a Nespal coming down from Su here. This is just looking at your deck. Not even, there was a Spiritomb that could have been grabbed there, chose not to. So not even really fitting the deck there, just having a little bit of a look, checking the options, making sure what's available. But it seems like it's going to be a pass. I don't think he can attach another. I think he's already attached this turn.
Yeah, he attached the V-Guard.
That's what I thought. So can't even attach an attack. So you just pass it over, and just a straight pass. But you saw how quick that was. The timer is running down. Akihiro wins of a Grass Energy. The faster he passes, the more turns he's got. It's not a Grass Energy. Is he going to pass straight away?
Psychic Energy.
Psychic, does he have a supporter of any kind?
There's no way to draw cards. He's really considering like how to use the comp phase now. Oh, this is going down to the wire.
This is really coming down to the wire here. Akihiro absolutely ahead, but needs a Grass Energy in order to get the win. There are 3 in the deck. There's 2 in the Lost Zone. So there's 1 in the deck in total. There's only 1 available. There's 3 in the list, 2 in the Lost Zone. And this is the kind of thing we talk about all the time. If those 2 weren't in the Lost Zone, it'd be way easier to draw into one. But there were other cards that had to be picked instead. So now Akihiro is having to navigate around this. Probably didn't think there'd be a mad scrabble for that single last Grass Energy late in the game. But unfortunately, that is where we've come down to here.
This is going down to the wire. Akihiro like reading the Aggron VMAX again. With the Super Rod also being used.
There's no Grass Energy going back in.
Oh, was there no... okay, fair enough.
Oh, maybe the last one was in the discard.
That's probably in the deck still, right?
You would imagine so, but we see a pass again, and it looks like we're about to run out of time. We'll get confirmation exactly when time is called and who is turn 0 here.
Oh, this is actually important how long this flip now takes. Oh no, oh no. Yeah, so time has been called now.
Yeah, so I've just had a message. Time is out, so that would make Su turn 0. So Su will have this turn and 1 more. Akihiro will have 2 turns, and that is it.
Yeah, so 1 more flower selecting. We really need the Mirage Gate. Jet Energy, another flower selecting Mirage Gate. This is all Akihiro really wants. Well, Chorus is also fine because, there is still 1 more turn for Akihiro as we see another not Mirage Gate draw. This is really going down to the wire.
We just need, and the energy's no good anymore. We had to discard an energy, so it's a completely fresh Giratina. We do need Mirage Gate to get both the Psychic and the Grass Energy here. So this is going to be, Yeah, and that I think is why we use the super rod there to make sure there was psychic energy back in the deck. We see another pass, so Akihiro will have exactly one last turn to try and make this happen. Su at this point cannot win the game. Su is playing for a tie at the most. There is no chance that Su wins this game. Essentially, there's not even really anything Su can do. You just kind of have to hope your opponent doesn't KO Aggron.
Here we see the judge, very important judge now. Yeah, Su can just, retreating would be very crazy to call it that, because right now Akihiro meets Mirage Gate and Boss's Orders,
yes.
and there's no way for Su to win this game. So Su just needs to play the possibility perfectly, get your chances the best, and right now the best chance is just do nothing, actually, after the judge.
Yeah, judge to put your opponent down to a lower hand, but after that you can't really attack, you can't really do anything with your
And
Pokemon
let's
on
see
the
which
field.
cards Akihiro drew.
Oh.
We see switching cards. This gives one more flower selecting.
Flower selecting,
four.
do we...
Here we have
Oh, we've got Mirage Gate.
No,
That's
but now
going to get the
there's
energy.
No, you still need the boss's order.
I thought I saw Boss's Orders in hand. I might be going silly here, David.
Let's see.
Come on,
Oh,
show.
I think there was one. There
Show
we
us
have
your
it.
hand. Oh,
it's
no, it was
not there yet.
Chorus.
It's not there yet. We need shuffle. But there is a switching card, so you can retreat into another comfort. You get one last flower selecting. This is going down to the wire. There is a single card Akihiro needs. He is allowed to look at two cards. Basically now we are shuffling, looking at two cards. If one of those cards is the last boss's orders, Akihiro wins this set. If not, this is a tie. A very important turn here.
So we
Let's see the retreat.
into
Let's
the
see the
comfort.
flower selecting. Show us the cards.
And it is, oh, you slam it if you see it. If you see it, you slam it. It's Path to the Peak and Sableye. I don't think there's any other options here. So I believe that means we are going to end in a tie.
Yeah, Star Requiem,
On
just
the
to draw
Bidoof.
single prize cards.
It's
and
not
that's
enough.
A tie, we see the handshake.
There's the handshake. We are in a tie. So Su Chai Singh and Akihiro Arata do end this very eventful round 4 game in a tie. And we wanted that big moment at the end, David.
Yeah.
We wanted that boss's orders to slam down.
Exactly.
Give us a moment of excitement for the stream, but it was not to be. We saw some very interesting play. We saw some cards we never generally tend to see on the stream. And then in the end, we see our game ending in a tie. So, we've had the whole game now. Should more people be playing Aggron?
That's a very good question. I wasn't even aware of the cards. That usually either means that it's like completely by accident, just a very unknown card, or that it's not very good. I think I'm looking forward to see how Su does at the rest of the tournament. If he still wins all of the remaining matches, we can still see him in the top 8, or maybe he might even be able to get a top 16, top 32 finish, which
602 should be in. But
yes,
that's
exactly.
asking, but that's
yeah,
kind
but
of
then
4
you
wins
have
on
to
the
you have
trot.
to win everything
Yeah.
from now on, right? But I think even if you play a deck like this, top 16, top 32, that's already an amazing achievement. Just to have like, if you see the overview of all the decks that did well at the World Championship, and you can tell people, you know who is responsible to have like Aggron V on this list? It's me. I think this is also just a bragging right. It's something I would play for personally.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because you know there are players who just play Arceus. There are Arceus dedicated players out there, and they are watching this stream game right now and being like, "Wait, should I be playing Aggron?" And yeah, from now on, every time somebody plays it in their list, Su's going to sit at home and be like, "You're welcome."
Yes. But like this version of Arceus V is something we also saw at other tournaments. We saw that the NAIC, for example, some people used, I think it even was top 8, where you had like Arceus V, but not like the dedicated Duraludon Umbreon VMAX. It was just stuff like Slaking, for example, that we saw, where you can use Path to the Peak to shut down your own ability to use attacks. And then you have these like little tricks like the box of Disaster and V-Guard Energy to just outplay the opponent's Giratinas that way. And then you have a lot of like free space to play whatever you like. And one person liked Aggron V.
It's funny, like Arceus now is very much like Zoroark GX was back a few years ago.
Yes, exactly.
It is a decent attacker. It's got a really nice ability to kind of help you set up. and it can be paired with basically anything. It runs on colorless energy itself, it accelerates energy, it can search any 2 cards, so you can kind of whack a, you know, free 2 Arceus line in your deck and be like, right, 3 Arceus V, 2 Arceus V star, now what? What other attackers do I want? What tricks do I want? What energy do I need to play in order to make this work? And we have seen Arceus with almost, you know, since Brilliant Stars dropped and gave us Arceus, we have seen Arceus played with basically every possible card.
Yes.
And it's amazing to me how every, you know, the amount of times I've heard people say, look, I think Arceus is kind of done now, but
no.
Arceus is not done. You know what else isn't done, David? The stream. We've got a lot of rounds to go, so go and grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. We're going to take a quick break, but do not go anywhere, because we've got a lot more rounds of awesome Pokemon action to go through all day.
Welcome back to the Pokemon World Championship 2023. I'm your host, Anna Prosser, and I'm here on the floor in Yokohama, Japan, and I've met a new family. Tell me, what is your name?
I'm Graydon.
Graydon, and what's your name?
I'm Fletcher.
And Dad here, what's your name?
I'm Patrick.
Very nice to meet you all. And where have you come from?
Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Wow, that's a long way. And I heard you've been traveling in Japan. What's the coolest thing you've seen here so far?
Probably like all the people playing games, you know, like there's so much like fun. Yeah.
What is your favorite Pokemon game?
Probably the TCG, but I do like all the other ones too.
What about you? What's your favorite Pokemon game?
I'd probably say TCG.
Are you guys ever going to compete in TCG, do you think?
Yeah, we're here competing.
You're competing now. How's it been going so far?
Pretty good, yeah.
And what about you? How's it going for you?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. Are you guys going to win?
I hope so.
Yeah?
Maybe.
All right. What is your deck like that you're playing with in TCG?
Like a fun, powerful deck that does a lot of damage, yeah.
And how about yours?
A deck that always works.
Always works? Always wins?
Almost.
Wow.
Like consistent, like 99.9.
I won't ask you to tell us because then all the pro players are going to start stealing your strategies and things. We don't want that. Thank you all for spending the time chatting with me. I hope you have a great time traveling in Japan and here. Best of luck in the tournament. We'll keep an eye out for that, and we'll be back with more from the Pokemon World Championship.
beautiful Yokohama Bay surrounding our convention center, where Championship Sunday will be happening tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll have champions crowned, new announcements, speakers, everything in between. It's happening at 5 p.m. Japan Standard Time. And welcome back, TCG fans, to the Pokemon World Championships. Ethan Heggie, Kyle Pukasukovic. More Pokemon action to come, and we're now halfway through our day. Still so much more Pokemon to be played here at Worlds.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm just emotionally exhausted after that last round. What a roller coaster. Let's just move on from that one. Go to the next round.
Moving on, of course, on the stream was a long match indeed, but lots of things happened off the match as well. We've got 3 players. It feels like we don't say this a lot, but this early on, this late on, 3 players at 4-0, and that's it. So with how the tournament's been developing right now, maybe some X11s are going to get into the tournament. Not sure if it will be safe necessarily or not. Of course, players at 6-0-2, 7-1, anything sort of above 19, or rather above 20 match points should be fairly safe to get in.
Yeah.
That's sort of going to be where that 19, 18 sort of bubble comes into play. We do have 170 players, so it's pretty much, if you think about it, we're just playing a glorified League Cup right now, if you're really looking at it that way.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, of note, there is a Hisui and Gudra V-Star at 4-0 right now. We're going to be following that one as the tournament for us, I'm sure. But let's take a look at what some other people are saying right now. Got people all over the globe attending here in Yokohama, and ooh, check that out. Pikachu and Ogerpon displayed at Pokemon Worlds in Yokohama. Look at that. Just carried during the festival there.
So cool. I'm looking forward to the DLC coming out this year later on.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Yeah, it looks super cool. All the Pokemon themed stuff. It's not just here in the convention center, all over Yokohama. Of course, we talked about the card walk. That's got to be one of my favorite things to see so far. And yeah, remember to use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Share more of your action going on, as well as some other tweets that we have going on. Already, one of our competitors here. I know his start wasn't so great on the stream, but just like all of our competitors this morning, this is what this season has been building up to, getting ready to play in the World Championships and show they've got their shot to claim their glory.
Yeah, I mean, Rahul has been attending basically every event this year. One of the top 16 players in North America. Unfortunately, like you said, the day didn't go quite how he had hoped, but hopefully still having fun here in Japan. Kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Yep, you love to see it. You love to see that love and support. And remember, we're not the only ones here doing the games. Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, and Pokemon Video Game are happening. And I mean, I'll just say on a personal note, Go is awesome because Go and some of the other games, they get so into it when casting here. The fans are out. These are what our streaming setups look. I mean, you can kind of see some of it when the camera comes to us, but it's all of the games lined together. So we're next to the Japanese commentators that are on the stream. Everybody here so excited to share their love of Pokemon. Really is such a pleasure to be up here casting and sharing the love for the game.
It's a good action shot, too. Had to stand up for that one. And yeah, check this out. World premiere of Path to the Peak, the new animated series that highlights the TCG. You can see the main character, Ava, there on the left, and her partner Pokemon Oddish in the series. So yeah, first episode is out now on YouTube if you want to check it out. If you love Pokemon or Pokemon TCG at all, it's a fun little series. Recommend checking it out.
Ever since I saw the promo video that came out a few weeks for Worlds, I mean, I tweeted out, I said it would be great to have a Pokemon anime, and lo and behold, we've got our first step towards that. So if you want to stream Path to the Peak, check that out on YouTube. And look at that small Liv. Look at the beautiful plush. Roger Base, content creator as well, coming in with the love. One of our creators that came out here to get into the event. Shout out to all of our creators, all the personality, players who are sharing love. And it truly is a culmination of competitive players, Pokemon fans, new players. I mean, in Yokohama, when we're walking to the event, if you don't know about Pokemon, you now know about Pokemon from being in this city. That's how much it is everywhere around us.
Yeah, you do got to be careful with that small of though. It is pretty hot outside. I might melt. It's like 95 degrees Fahrenheit out today. Yeah,
Don't scare him. Don't scare him. He's kept in the shade. We're making sure he's escorted to the venue, safe and sound. The indoor passageway, spending as little time as possible outside. 4 rounds completed so far in the Pokemon TCG. Of course, a reminder of the schedule for those at home. We've got 4 more rounds of Swiss. Then, out of our 170 players, we cut to 8, top 8, top 4. And tomorrow will be Championship Sunday, the biggest one of the year. Already looking forward to seeing how things will develop for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, we've mentioned it a lot, but there really is very little room for error at the World Championships in Day 2. You know, even the players who are 4-0 right now, that is the best you can be. There's only 3 players who are 4-0. They're not guaranteed anything. You could just lose your next 4, and then you're not even close.
Don't jinx it.
You know, you have to be on top of your game. It's very few people can make it to that elusive top 8, and it's going to be rough. There are a lot of ties in the field today, so maybe slightly more forgiving than past years, but still, once you hit that second loss, you kind of feel like your tournament's probably over.
Like you said, many people in it, nobody guaranteed, nobody safe. Let's take a look at the standings so far for this event. As we said, halfway through, lots of players sitting at that 10-9 match point area. Azul Garcia Griego, we saw go to 3-0 in round number 4, lost to the Hisuian Gudra player. Could not handle the pressure of the Gudra deck, going to 3-1. Michael Pramelot's a name. That was a match that I wish we streamed. He played against Brandon Salazar out in the field, a rematch of the 2014 National Championships. And talking to Michael, he was telling me he is historically very, very bad in terms of matchup percentage up against Brandon Salazar.
Yeah, he's lost like every time he's played against
He told me like maybe he's won once. But it matters here because on the world's biggest stage, getting a win, undefeated, 3-0-1.
Yeah, after round 1 tie as well. So after that, battling back, 3 straight wins. You see our 3 players up there at 4-0. Fabio is the one playing Hisuian Gudra V-Star, and we'll see if he can continue that run. One of the only people in the field using that deck. You know, a card we saw a lot of before the standard format rotation, was always kind of an off-meta pick. Once again, still sticking around, so we'll see. We'll follow Fabio as the tournament goes on, but we do see lots of Mew VMAX still up at the top tables. I know a lot of people don't enjoy hearing that. A lot of people still, you know, have nightmares about playing against Mew VMAX, but you're still going to see a lot of it here at the World Championships. But hey, there's lots of different going on here and lots of action left.
Lots of action indeed. Our key matches for round number 5. So much good action. Grant Hayes, Alex Kreckler, that's a battle of the Midwest, the Mideast over there. St. Louis matchup, both of them residing from the same state. Tord Reklev won a crazy nail-biter match versus Andrew Mahone last match. That's happening up here as well. And our feature match, 2 national champions from this year. Nachinezu from Japan up against Cyrus Davis, our NAIC champion. Wow, couldn't have scripted it any better.
Yeah. Well, national champion versus international champion.
Okay.
Come on. But yeah, this is an awesome matchup. The national champion here in Japan this season, and Cyrus, who just won the largest tournament, North America Internationals, and made it through day 1 as well. Had that nail biter in the last round to advance to day 2, so still sticking around, still on a good run. We actually see a lot of players here who advanced through the first day. I believe Grant Hayes made it through day 1. Alex Kreckler did as well. A lot of these players are people who battled through the first day competition and might be, just might be on a roll.
On a roll indeed. Plenty more Pokemon to play. Sajin's been battling it back. He's at 3-1, playing up against Cameron Shinoy, a player we've seen at regional championships. I believe has top cut a few this year so far. Also made it through the day 1. I believe opened up 5-0 and intentionally threw 3 times. The way it ended up working out at the end of the day is nobody ended up missing and nobody got down paired. So ended up working out for everybody. No horror stories of going to XO2 and losing the match. That's what you like to see.
Yeah, but I can't wait to see our next round matchup. I know every round it's the World Championships. You have heavy hitters, you have star players going up against each other, but this one's going to feel pretty special, I think.
A special match indeed. We can't hype it up anymore. I know you at home want to get this match underway, so let's throw it down to the stage, get into things, get this action started. Round 5 between Nachinezu and Cyrus Davis. 2 very interesting players, 2 interesting decks. Nachi running things back, playing the same deck he won the national championships with in Japan, Mew VMAX. Cyrus playing what got her through day number 1. This Chien Pao deck with the Origin form Palkia, not relying on Baxcalibur. It worked for you day 1. So far for her, transitioning over that momentum at an XO1 record right now, looking very, very solid.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's any sort of changes from day 1 to day 2 for Cyrus. I think there may be. We'll get into it as we go along. I know canceling Cologne was a big card yesterday, but may have dropped it for day 2, so maybe some adjustments as we change days in competition. Like you said, Nachi using the Mew VMAX. The standard version of this deck at this point is the Fusion Strike Energy, which, I mean, it's funny, right? A year ago, we were in the exact same spot. It's basically the same deck that we saw 1 year ago. It's got a few new tricks up its sleeve, but same thing. I mean, it says Mew versus what year are we in?
It's literally the same exact thing as last year. Now, interesting to point out, Nachi has made some changes to this. A big inclusion in that deck, I think that opened up a lot of people's eyes, was the inclusion of that Block Slider Ice Cube. That card is not in this deck anymore. Players, I think, have a little bit more experience with dealing with that, playing specific cards. And another interesting inclusion will be that Collapse Stadium. Now, this Poké deck kind of wants to have a lot of Pokemon. Of course, the Subspace Swell attack, dealing 60 plus 30 for each bench Pokemon. Maybe a factor, especially when you're looking to put together those multi-prize plays we've seen with the Greninja Shuriken, or rather the Moonlight Shuriken coming out. Let's take a look at these prizes, though. Never like to see Fusion Energy in there. And look at that interesting inclusion in the list. That Wild Freeze Articuno. Maybe not the best against this deck, but it's interesting to see it in there.
Yeah, what's interesting to me, and Double Forest Sealstone in the prize cards. Plays 3, it's fine. Interesting note yesterday, Cyrus was saying that she thought that Mew was one of her best matchups with this deck. So we'll see if that proves to be true here in round number 5, the Battle of the Champions. Japan National Champion Nachi Nezu versus North America International Champion Cyrus Davis. This should be one for the ages.
A great match indeed. Let's get things underway. And already an excellent start there for Nachi. I mean, we didn't really see it when we put Mew on stream yesterday, at least in the match that we casted, but this is how Mew loves to set up. Battle VIP pass, search out those basic Pokemon, and immediately you see Nachi putting up those important key pieces. Power tablets, those are your damage modifiers, allowing your Fusion Strike Pokemon to deal 30 more damage, as well as Alessa Sparkle and Fusion Energy. You'll find to see that one of those are in the prize cards. You're still going to have good access to getting those energy into play, getting attacks off next turn, and applying some pressure quickly before Cyrus is able to respond.
Yeah, I'm sure most people who are watching this will realize we're about to be in for a long turn. It is Mew VMAX. You're going to see Battle VIP Pass. Go search, do basic Pokemon up. Genesect V has that excellent ability, Fusion Strike system. You draw cards until you have as many cards as Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. So it kind of scales up. If you have 6 in play, you get to draw until you have 6 cards in your hand, and each Genesect V can use that ability each turn. And then you have tons and tons of item cards in your deck that you can use to lower your hand size. But wait a second. This doesn't look very good at all.
At least able to get down 3 basic Pokemon on the bench. Hand's looking very much better for next turn. Does have some ways to burn some cards out of the hand, evolve into the Mew VMAX, but really like to see a more pop-off start. And look at this hand. Wow. Double Battle VIP Pass.
And this is going to be brutal because Nachi didn't do anything, and Cyrus is going to go straight for that Spiritomb. That is going to shut down those Genesect V, and this is probably part of why Cyrus feels like this is a good matchup. If you can cut off the draw power of the Mew VMAX deck, take away that Fusion Strike system, sometimes they just crumble.
It is hard to deal with. If you don't open with things like the Forest Sealstone or Fusion Energy or Alessa Sparkle, any way to get Fusion Energy, Genesects, they're just going to sit there. And this deck is meant to burn hands out with item cards and fill the hand back up. Spiritomb in this deck to prevent it. Essentially a card built to counter this Mew VMAX deck. And that is why we're no longer seeing the double turbo build, because you've got to have some sort of an out, albeit it really isn't great when your opponent plays that down.
Yeah, so excellent start, obviously, from Cyrus. Got the energy to use concealed cards with Radiant Greninja, draw a couple cards, and then, I mean, what's better than 1 Battle VIP Pass on turn 1? It's 2.
Absolutely. What is the rest of the hand looking like? There is a Melanie. Look at that. This can put this onto the Origin form of Palkia V. Is there an energy card? Does find the Escape Rope and has the Chien Pao in hand, so that wants to be the choice for Cyrus of the last bench Pokemon, which seems like it would make the most sense. Escape Rope, other Mew will come up, Chien Pao into the active, can use that Shivery Chill ability, searching out 2 water energy from the deck. So the attachment can come down, and there can be an energy for a future attachment next turn, or to discard again with concealed cards. Excellent start here for Cyrus in game 1.
Yeah, couldn't ask for much better than this. And yeah, it's kind of funny. Qian Pao can be used as an attacker in this matchup. You can use Origin Form Palkia V-Star's Star Portal ability to put a bunch of energy in play and then use one big Hail Blade attack. But I've seen it mostly just be used to search for energy every turn, which is still pretty good, especially with Radiant Greninja. It's a nice little way to burn through your deck quickly. You go search for 2 basic water energy, you discard 1, draw 2. You also get energy in the discard pile quickly for Palkia's V-Star power. So, hey, this is a great combo.
And nice top deck there for Nachi. Finds the Ultra Ball, so this can get rid of some of these resources that are no longer needed. Search the deck for another Pokemon. Now, Fusion Strike system for now is shut off, and Nachi wants to attack. Looks like there is no Alessa Sparkle, but there is an Iono, so some more cards could be drawn. But if the choice is to attack, let's say Mew VMAX and double Turbo Energy, that means there's going to be no Fusion Strike systems used on this turn. And next turn, going to have to rely on finding those Fusion Strike energies to continue to attack. First piece, though, is that double Turbo Energy, so we'll get down, interestingly enough, the 3rd Mew V. I mean, I guess you can't use Genesect, so it's worth just getting that into play. And 6 cards. Do we see double Turbo Energy or a Forest Seal Stone? As you mentioned, there are 2 prizes, so not a lot of outs here. What are the cards? And does find a few copies, 2 of those double Turbo Energy, as well as another Mew VMAX, if Nachi chooses to evolve that.
Yeah, Nachi will be able to attack, but it won't be a knockout. I mean, part of what's slowing you down here without Genesect V, you don't have the luxury of drawing into things like Power Tablet exactly when you need them. That Spiritomb Fettered in Misfortune ability is really making things difficult. It doesn't, completely shut down your deck, but it makes things way more difficult. And, in these kinds of matchups where each turn is so important, just one turn of making your opponent miss an attack can be the difference between a win and a loss.
And a really interesting choice for Nachi not to evolve the benched Mew V. Now this opens up a play that something like Escape Rope can bring up one of these low HP V or GX Pokemon, or rather V Pokemon. Here we rotated out of GX Pokemon. And allows
You're a few years late on that one.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm a little lost in time right now, so. But can bring up one of these Pokemon, and Origin Form Palkia loves preying after these low HP 2-prize Pokemon. Looks like Hisuian Heavy Ball being played. I did grab out the Qian Pao from the prizes, so put that back. Order not too necessary. Articuno is more than happy to be there at the top of the prizes.
Yeah, and of note that Iono did throw the Bibarel down to the bottom of the deck. Cyrus did draw it off the Melanie last turn, so maybe a bit of an annoyance there, but it looks like we do see the Irida going to be able to search for a water Pokemon and an item card. This is a very flexible card in this kind of deck. It can grab you things like Switch, Escape Rope, like you mentioned, that Escape Rope play is here now, but also very good with Cross Switcher, a card that you need 2 of in your hand to be able to play. And I mean, yeah, we saw this all last year.
Yeah, it's the same. I'm having deja vu here at the desk. What year are we in, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, Palkia basically got pushed out of the format as newer expansions came out. It got weaker and weaker as time went on, so it is a little surprising to see it make a comeback this late in kind of the standard format at the World Championships. But hey, sometimes things shift enough where all of a sudden cards that weren't great are strong again.
Okay, I believe Escape Rope was played. Yep, so Escape Rope played. Both Pokemon switching out of the active, evolving all of these Origin Form Palkia Vs into V-Stars, and attack turn 2, taking the knockout, Subspace Swell, 240 damage.
Yeah.
Cyrus striking first, and yep, that Mew is not safe. It is more than knocked out.
Yep, Cyrus is going to take the first 2 prize cards in this game, and what can Nachi do here? Doesn't look like there's any supporter card in hand. Again, cannot use Fusion Strike system because of that Spiritomb. Hard to believe that one Spiritomb could cause so many problems, but that's what's happening.
I think Nachi's got an okay play at this point.
Palpad.
Palpad can bring back this Iono. Now, if Nachi has the cards to burn in this hand, is playing that 1 copy of Oricorio, could copy the Revelating Dance attack and put 3 damage counters on the Qian Pao, take the knockout there. Rather, Glistening Droplets is the name of the attack. I'm thinking of the old Oricorio on the Night March counter one from the Sun and Moon Guardians Rising. So, getting a little mixed up, but can place some damage counters there, as well as put a little bit of damage on this active Origin form Palkia. You can also put it on Spiritomb to finish it off a following turn. Could be the best out, but nope, instead choosing not to go that way. Copying Max Miracle, it looks like. Actually, no, just going for the Techno Blast again. 190 damage.
May as well.
Cyrus having great advantage in this game. Looks like another Irida in hand has Switch, at least to find energy cards. Starting with the Energy Search, things going excellently so far.
Yeah, I think if you can, you would play cross switchers here, or you know, boss's orders, bring up a Genesect V, knock it out, and then all you need to do at that point is power up a Qianpao EX and just Hail Blade for the win. Haven't used your V-Star power quite yet. You just need to get to 6 energy in play for Hail Blade to knock out a Mew VMAX.
Not what you want to see.
That's great turn 1.
Yeah.
A lot worse right now.
Listen, it happened to her on the first turn. She found one battle pass, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way for every single turn. So looks like the only supporter in hand is Irida, so probably see that get played. Now a real water Pokemon that you want at this point. It's kind of just thinning things out, and you see the Ultra Ball. Does this signal maybe Bibarel coming into play?
Yeah, there's 2 good cards to discard. 2 battle PFP passes.
Ooh, actually thinking about the water energy, maybe wanting to put together a combination of, is there potential to get a knockout this turn with the Qianpao? Is that maybe the projected play?
I guess you could just go for it. You know, you don't feel very threatened at all. Your opponent has very few cards in hand, and you know, what's going to happen? Your opponent hasn't even like played a supporter, hasn't done very much. So I mean, you can go for the aggressive play of just taking 3 prize cards here, and then, you know, trying to close out the game after that on the next turn.
Switch being played. Qianpao moving up into the active spot. It can also use that Shivery Chill ability. Lost City as well. Just trying to draw cards. 1 card off this Bibarel. Will it be anything useful? Nope, just another water Pokemon that can't be played. Shivery Chill will finally be used, and this signals a big attack. Can put 5 energy into play, plus 3 more off of this Star Portal. Or rather, 4 energy plus the 3 off the Star Portal. So keep the energy in hand. And after this turn, discarding 6 energy to take the knockout, and can even leave 2 energy maybe on both of these Palkia to try and give herself an attacker when this Qianpao goes down, because that Mew VMAX on the bench does also have a double turbo energy, so won't be too hard for Nachi to at least take some prizes in response.
Yep, there is the Star Portal. You can attach up to 3 water energy cards from your discard pile to your water Pokemon any way you like. And then, yeah, I assume that 6 energy are going to get discarded here. We're going to see a knockout on the Mew VMAX, leave 1 energy on the undamaged Origin form Palkia V-Star to leave that there to attack on the next turn, and you can see the game plan very clearly for Cyrus, who goes down to a single prize card, dominating this game so far.
Big time knockout. Does Nachi top deck anything to save himself? It's just another searching card. He'll still play it though.
Not great.
Not at all. You see Spiritomb is great in these exact scenarios. Now looking to get potentially the Oricorio. Doesn't change any of the math on Hail Blade. It is still needing 6 energy, dealing 360 damage to take the knockout. I mean, in my mind, I think you were probably scooping as soon as your opponent took that knockout with Hail Blade, but you never know with Mew. We've seen it come back from situations like this. Anything is possible. If this deck has stayed around for this long, it's definitely got some tricks up its sleeve for sure.
Yeah, I mean, these games are going to be quick. There's probably not much harm in playing an extra turn here. But yeah, we did see the Lost City send the Mew VMAX to the Lost Zone. Not important at all in this matchup, but it's something to note. And yeah, Nachi playing down to 0 cards in hand. Just going to copy the Psychic Leap. Just need to poke for a little bit of damage there. Get 2 prize cards, but now it's just Boss's Orders, and the game is over.
Boss's Orders bringing up one of those 2 prize Pokemon, Cyrus, taking a quick and convincing Game 1 MVP. While it just sat there and did nothing, it was that Spiritomb 100%.
Well, it sat there and made Nachi do nothing.
It sat there and froze him in fear.
Yeah.
Genesects are scared when they see those Ghost-type Pokemon. I'd be scared if I saw Spiritomb too, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, it's a ghost. So yeah, I can see now why Cyrus thinks that this is an excellent matchup. Clearly that isn't how every game's going to go. Sometimes as the Mew VMAX player, you can draw out of it. You do have the Fusion Strike energy, which you can put onto your Genesect V which blocks the effects of your opponent's abilities done to the Pokemon it's attached to. So that is a way to kind of unlock Genesect V once again, but throughout the course of the game, it just makes everything so difficult. And when you have to commit energy to your Genesect, it just slows down your strategy as well. It's not ideal.
Now, this is an aggressive deck. It's using all these abilities, all these cards to just pummel damage as quickly as possible, especially when going first. You threaten that turn 2 knockout on one of these low HP Pokemon with the cross switchers, with Boss's Orders. Doesn't take a lot to power up Palkia, and on top of that, it's got access to a V-Star power that powers up another Pokemon. So that synergy together of extremely simplicity, that was sort of something that drew a lot of players to this deck. Yes, the Chien-Pao Baxcalibur deck, when it hits those hands, it is in theory more powerful. You have access to unlimited energy attachment. You have the cool Greninja canceling Cologne play that ends up existing. But you sacrifice a lot of your consistency that a deck like this provides. Very straightforward. It just wants to get Palkia down, attach, commit energy. Another Fusion Energy card in the prizes for Nachi-Nezu. Nothing too relevant for Cyrus. And
2 Battle VIP passes.
Yeah. Well, listen, Battle VIP passes are fine in the prizes if you draw them in your opening hands.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And look, there.
Which Cyrus has done. All right, Nachi gonna have to use the V-Star power to get his though. Gonna go ahead and use the Star Alchemy, go search up any card. Lets you use a V-Star power in a deck that doesn't have any Pokemon V-Star. So very nice. I assume this will go for Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, but using it this early is never what you want to see. It's just, you need to have access to that to bail you out of certain situations. If you get pathed, if you need to find on aggressive turns, maybe a few modifiers, it's something that these Mew players, they want to keep it around as late as possible for an option. And I mean, burning at turn 1, and if it's the first card you play from your hand, it really probably means that the rest of it isn't too strong most of the time.
That is probably true, yes. I guess we'll see what Nachi decides to go for here. Yeah, clearly the Battle VIP pass, but yeah, we'll have to see what the rest of the cards are like. Yikes.
Yeah.
There's some power tablets, a lost vacuum that you can play now because you put down a Pokemon tool.
So this hand can thin down to, yeah, you can't even draw any. So the Alessa and the Mew VMAX and the Judge can't be played. So it doesn't matter if you've played every other card from your hand, you're only going to have 3 Fusion Pokemon in play. There's no more potential for Nachi to dig.
Yeah, you cannot play Escape Rope when there's no benched Pokemon.
Good catch by our table judges there, making sure these players are playing correct and up to date, making sure all the information is there. And it's just going to be 2 Genesect right away, just leaving this single Mew now. Cyrus isn't playing anything like Drapion on top of the Spiritomb to knock out this Mew on turn 1. But it's always something you want to consider. Mew is your main attacker in this deck. It's something you always want to be able to streamline, have access to, Psychic Leap. You want to make sure you have enough in play and manage your bench correctly. Yeah, this looks like it's pretty much going to be it. No reason to play any cards like Lost Vacuum if you're not going to get any value. And what is the start here? Battle VIP pass right away. That's got to sting when you have such a slow start in Nachi's shoes.
Searching for that Spiritomb right away, I'm sure, and there it is. Spiritomb, Radiant Greninja, easy choices. Again, Nachi unable to do anything explosive on the first turn, clogged with supporter cards, which you can't play on the first turn when you go first. So just unable to get set up before this Spiritomb is out, and sheesh, we might be seeing 2 quick games if Nachi doesn't draw something good off of supporter cards in the next couple turns.
Cyrus does have an Iono in hand, but can maybe tell that with how poor Nachi's start, may not want to play something like that Iono to give Nachi a fresh hand, potentially outs into things like Fusion Energy. So if this finds something like an Irida off of this concealed cards, that could be a big opportunity. Nest Ball is a great card. I saw Escape Rope in Cyrus's hand, so can grab out something like the Chien-Pao or the second Palkia. Both are fine options. We saw having the double Palkia down and evolving them means that you're going to have these powerful 2-prize Pokemon in play, but not really be threatened from them getting KO'd super early on, especially when you have Spiritomb down in play.
Yep, but this card right here, the Spiritomb, that is the game changer in this matchup. It is, you know, a very narrow card. In a lot of matchups, this doesn't do anything, but against this particular matchup, and you've seen how many Mew VMAX decks are at the top table, it is very effective. Just shutting down the engine of this Fusion Strike deck. The Fusion Strike system is all you need to slow it down, because really the strength of Mew VMAX is its consistency and its ability to draw a lot of cards. When you take that away, it just becomes another average deck, and in a lot of ways, a below average deck.
Really does struggle. Feels like Mew just being path. It's that same feeling of stuck, unable to draw cards, unable to defend. So the 6 cards here for Nachi off of the Iono could make or break their perfect run. Now, losing this match, putting you at X2, pretty much cuts your chances of making top cuts. And these players need to win at least their next 3 rounds straight to get themselves into top cut, or at least give themselves a favorable chance. That's going to end Cyrus's turn, passing things back over to Nachi. Here we go. We're spinning the wheel, we're flipping the coins. Cram-O-Matic, what is it? It's a heads. Big find. If possible, this could grab something like Alessa Sparkle out of the deck, get some fusion energy onto these Mews, or these Pokemon, or rather these Genesects, and immediately, Nachi, not having to think more than a few seconds, grabbing Alessa Sparkle, and luckily there is an Ultra Ball, so Nachi will finally be able to use at least 2 fusion systems this turn, start getting through the deck, getting their strategy rolling, and hopefully taking some prizes and some knockouts.
Yeah, I have to imagine we'll see the Alessa Sparkle target both Genesect V. You want to have access to Fusion Strike system for the rest of the game if you can. And we see Genesect V being discarded off of this Ultra Ball. Probably just going to find another Mew V. I'd imagine there's no point in really playing down more than 2 Genesect V besides the ones that are going to have the Fusion Strike energy attached to them. So there we go. This is kind of your soft way around Spiritomb. The effect of that Fusion Strike energy does block the effects of your opponent's Pokemon's abilities done to that Pokemon. So that means Genesect is no longer fettered in misfortune and is free to use Fusion Strike system.
Got the courage to do what he needs to do in front of Spiritomb. He said, I'm not afraid of you anymore. I have no more misfortune. Your misfortune is my fortune. So Fusion Strike system back online. I believe the hand was thinned down to about 2 or 3 cards at this point, so yeah, it's just going to be a Fusion Strike system for 2.
Oof, drew a battle VIP pass.
Not what you want to see. Does have the power tablet. I actually would have maybe liked to see that get played before right away. It is actually just going to be another Fusion Strike system for 1 card. Yeah, and now just 2 power tablet in the hand, and you really don't want to have this Genesect in the active too because it's already so hard to get fusion energy on it. Wow. Big miss from Nachi, and the doors are wide open for Cyrus. Irida in hand, Palkia already having energy in the switch to start things off, can bring Chien Pao up, find these water energy, concealed cards available, Star Portal available, supporter cards, so many options. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Genesect get knocked out this turn.
I think Cyrus might have 2 switch in hand as well. One already played, can send Chien Pao into the active spot, get 2 water energy, and then perhaps switch into the origin form Palkia V-Star, use Subspace Swell. Now I don't know if we have a V-Star quite yet. Might be digging for that here. But,
finds the Melody. There is an Irida, so at minimum Irida can confirm the V-Star. And like you said, I do see the second copy of Switch in the hand. Feels like going for Melody is just a little risky, right? Because if you miss that V-Star, then I mean, I guess you could technically like use the Hydrospace attack on the origin form Palkia V. It does 200 damage if you wanted to, but I think Cyrus making a smart choice, grabbing the Palkia V-Star and cross-switcher potentially for the next turn. There's no reason you wouldn't want to knock this active out. I think it's the #1 thing you want to get rid of. It's already in the active spot. Great turn of tempo for Cyrus. Knocking out this active Pokemon, taking the first prize cards, and leaving Nachi with practically nothing and only 1 Fusion Strike system if they want to attack. You need to find something like their other copy of Alessa Sparkle with no way to search it out, and how things have been going draw-wise so far, not looking too promising.
Yep, has already used the Forest Sealstone as well, so that is not an out to get out of this either. Things all going according to plan for Cyrus Davis in this match, and gets the 2 prize knockout. It's the first knockout of the game yet again. And what does Nachi draw for the turn?
It's a Genesect. Can't use it, but you can at least increase the amount of cards, and now these power tablets are going to be a huge Fusion Strike system. What 2 cards could you even find? Double Turbo Choice Belts? Not those. Not those at all.
How about a Battle VIP pass?
Wow.
Yikes.
Yikes indeed. I mean, if you're in Nachi's shoes, do you retreat into Mew VMAX? It feels like there's no other option. No, just going to give up the Genesect, saying, I'm giving you 2 free prize cards again this turn.
Brutal, and had to throw away 2 power tablets to end up ultimately doing nothing. It just devastating. The Spiritomb is just creating so much havoc here. You know, if that wasn't there, we would see more Genesect V down, drawing more cards. Yeah, you can see how awkward this game has been, but also the draws have been very poor for Nachi. Drawing Battle VIP Pass, drawing Path to the Peak, which you can't play either, because then it also shuts down your own Genesect V. It's been, you know, two different stories for each of these players. One drawing everything they need every turn, the other not so much.
And the landslide continues for Cyrus, finding the second cross switcher off the Irida. This can target down the only other Genesect in play with the Fusion Strike energy, leaving Nachi with no way to fill the hand deck, no way to draw cards. An absolutely detrimental board position, one that feels almost irrecoverable. Will first play the switch, bringing up this Chien-Pao, can use that Shivery Chill ability. But from there, things are only going to get worse here if you're Nachi. Your Genesect will be knocked out, you'll be down 2 Fusion Strike energy, and unable to draw cards thanks to that Spiritomb on Cyrus's bench.
Yeah, this is going to be another brutal turn. The hits don't stop coming. This feels like there's just so many switching cards. Every turn there's switch, escape rope, cross switcher just moving in and out. And it really takes advantage of Chien-Pao EX's Shivery Chill ability. It's a cool build. It's cool to see.
Cool synergy, lots of pivoting in and out. Star Portal used. It feels like we've been saying this for a year on and off, and has come every Worlds now, putting these energies into play, showing powerhouse of attack and setup power that Origin Form Palkia provides. Cross switcher, bringing up Genesect V, Subspace Swell, Cyrus going down to 2 prize cards, 1 2-prize knockout away. What's the top deck for turn? It's a choice belt that won't do anything for Nachi.
This turn you got to send up the Mew VMAX.
I hope so. I mean, otherwise you're just sitting in front of an attack again. I mean, Subspace Swell is dealing 200 damage. Looks like Collapse Stadium played Origin Form Palkia V, the choice to discard and passing the turnover, and we see it already. Boss's Orders in the hand.
Hold on, is that
actually
enough?
Yeah, on the Mew V, 180 damage. Boss's Orders closing the game out. Cyrus Davis advancing to 4-1 at the World Championships.
Yep. See the smile we've been seeing a lot lately whenever Cyrus has been on stream. You know, North America International Champion, made it through day 1 on the win in the final round yesterday in Swiss, and now advances with another victory. And like she said, Mew VMAX, a good matchup, and you can see exactly why there.
Spiritomb, MVP by far. It's here for this deck, and when you shut down the Genesects, when you shut down Fusion Strike system, I mean, that's the core of the deck. It felt like last year when we saw, obviously not to the same extent, but the Jolteon package with the memory capsule, when you're up against a deck like the Inteleon engine where they're trying to use these water type abilities, you shut that off, you see what the deck really is without that engine. Something that truly struggles. I mean, they play 0 draw supporters, really. I mean, Judge is just really there for disruption. The same thing with Iono. It wants to just bless a Sparkle, put energy into play, deal big damage, and just thin the hand out draw, repeatedly and repeatedly.
Yeah, but we've seen Cyrus's metagame calls pay off now, both at 2 biggest events of the year so far, NAIC and Worlds. Obviously, you know, getting to the 4th win doesn't guarantee you anything, but if Cyrus keeps running into all these Mew VMAX decks, we could see them make it into a top 8 and have a truly magical season.
That would be incredible. The national champion, or international champion in North America, winning a world championship. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself at this point, but we've seen some incredible storylines progressing throughout this season, of course. We've seen great success from certain players, breakout players, new stories, old stories, players who've been playing for years being successful, new players, and that's what makes Pokemon so special. When we walk into a venue or every Worlds, I mean, you know this more than me, every year, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what player is going to go on a story. Underdog, the favorite, it's what makes Pokemon so exciting.
Absolutely. And I wish we could have more analysis or some insight into what happened in that match, but it really was just Spiritomb shutting down the Mew VMAX deck combined with the pressure of Origin Form Palkia V-Star. That's how you draw it up if you're Cyrus. That's exactly how you hope that matchup goes. Obviously, Nachi did not draw very well in either of those games. Didn't have an explosive start, even though went first, was not able to, you know, get a bunch of Pokemon down, draw a bunch of cards before Spiritomb came out. But that was just it. And now Cyrus moves on to 4-1, still in a good position here at the World Championships. And I don't know how many other people in the field brought this. It was labeled as a Chien Pao deck, but it is an Origin form Palkia V-Star deck. I'm not sure how many other people were bold enough to bring that to this tournament.
Yeah, this deck performed relatively well at NAIC, got top 32 at that event, and people were checking it out. I know a few of my friends, people who were preparing for the World Championships, are playing games of it, and I mean, straightforward, the deck works like this. It's consistent, it's straightforward. It doesn't have the highs of some decks like Giratina V-Star or the Gardevoir deck when it draws well, or even Lost Box, but I mean, you saw in both of those games, consistent setup, found battle fast, found Pokemon, found turn to attack, and right now where there's little room for error in the format, right? If you miss a turn of attack, it is a lot more detrimental now than in formats in the past. And because of that case, maybe that was just the strategy for this event. Bring a deck that attacks consistently, that can disrupt, that can put on pressure. Could be the keys to success. Time will tell.
Yep, still lots of tournament left here at the World Championships. Lots of star players still doing well in the event, and also lots of players trying to make a name for themselves at the World Championships. This is the biggest World Championships we've ever had. It's here in Yokohama, Japan, so I'm sure everybody wants to win Worlds every year, but this one really would be special, right? This is the one that people will remember for a long time.
Absolutely. Already, we've had so many great storylines from a competitor perspective, from a viewership perspective, everything along those lines. It's been incredible to see how these players have been performing, what they've been doing, the storylines behind. The energy here is incredible. It's a different crowd, right, when we left the United States, or rather when we left North America for the first time last year in 2022. It was exciting, and now it's even more exciting. Like you said, the storylines are still developing, still so much left to know. I think Cyrus is ready to tell us what happened in that game, how she's feeling. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage for an interview.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan. That's right, here with our winner from the last round. A pretty convincing 2-0 victory, Cyrus Davis. Cyrus, when we talked last night at the end of round 8, you got in your win, you made it to day 2. You told us you were maybe going to think about changing decks, go back to the drawing board in the hotel. What happened? What made you choose to stick with the Palkia deck that got you into day 2?
So the biggest thing was that I don't want to hit Lugia. My only loss today so far was Lugia. It was the most popular deck yesterday, but I knew the numbers on Lugia were going to drop today. And the numbers on Lost Box were going to go way up because of the different nature of the tournament format today versus yesterday. And I know that Mew and Lost Box are my 2 best matchups. And the meta game yesterday for Mew looked really, really good. So I figured a lot of good players were going to bring Mew. My friend Andre Chason, he's a big Mew player, and he was telling me to play Mew all week. I'm like, people are onto this. People are going to play Mew. And so with knowing that my Lost Box and Mew matchups were so good and that Guardy would probably be the 3rd most popular deck, I figured it would be the safest to maybe make a card change to my deck list and keep along with it for day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being a great call as well. We look at the meta share today. We've talked about it a bit. Lost Box, most popular deck, Mew, tied with Gardevoir for the 2nd most popular deck. So you kind of called it perfectly what the 3 most popular decks would be for the event today. Now I want to talk about this match. Pretty cool moment here. You, as the North American International Champion, getting to play against the Japan National Champion. What was that like for you coming out on the stage?
It was interesting. There's definitely a language barrier. We couldn't communicate too much or chat too much about it, but it was, a big match. As two big players. I mean, I'm glad I took the win for North America, but I wish we could have had a little bit of better games. But it was a really good set overall. My deck did what it's supposed to do. His deck did what it's supposed to do against my deck, which is not a whole lot, unfortunately.
According to your game plan, of course. Right. Yeah, I wonder what would have happened maybe if Anachi had gotten another VIP pass turn 1, gotten a few more cards in hand. It does feel like it can be closer if you just get the fusion energies in play. You have a turn to do that. Didn't quite pan out, and like you said, Spiritomb does obviously what it is meant to do. So moving forward here, you're sitting at 4-1. Great place to be. Obviously, taking a loss kind of earlier on. Do you feel a little nervous about the position? I mean, you have to go 6-1-1. And even that's not guaranteed, right?
Yeah, my day yesterday, or my day this morning, so it started with a loss to Lugia, which is exactly what I didn't want to hit. Grant Hayes, who made it in through day one as well. And obviously that definitely put a damper on me a little bit, but I know I can go 6-0.
Let's
You
go.
know, I'm four wins through so far, 2 more to go. That sounds not that hard at this point.
All right, all right. Love to hear it. Well, it's been great watching your tournament run so far. We'll definitely be keeping our eyes on it. Is there anything that you're like especially wanting to hit? I know you feel like those two, or maybe I should ask, what are you especially wanting to avoid moving forward? Because we know you want to hit the lost boxes in the Mews. You feel comfortable in these matchups. Is there anything out there, kind of some of the more niche things, the Miraidons, the Urshifus that you're wanting to avoid?
I still want to dodge Lugia. I'm fine with hitting Inteleon. Lugia is really the only thing that I really don't want to hit. Giratina V-Star can be pretty close. And then the other thing is I did hit a Miraidon earlier today, and going second, that matchup is really, really hard. My opponent got a little unlucky in game 3 when I hit it today, so I was able to pull out even though I lost the opening coin flip. But I know there's like 1 or 2 Miraidons still at the top tables, so I'd love to dodge Miraidon as well, just because it's such a coin flip matchup.
Yeah, they are definitely hanging around still, and you love to see people kind of pulling out all the stops for the World Championships, being willing to play something more unique, yourself included in that with the Palkia list. Well, congratulations, Cyrus.
Thank
We
you so
will
much.
be continuing to follow your story, and hopefully we'll be seeing more from you in our top cut. Casters will send it back up to you at the desk.
Thanks so much, Chip, and thank you, Cyrus, for sharing that insight. And I think she was spot on with predictions. Mew was in a great spot yesterday. It had such an incredible field of matchups. There was also a lot of Lugia, and that was another interesting point to note. Lost Box was definitely going to go up in terms of play percentage today because of the nature of the tournament yesterday. It's a deck that naturally ties a lot, and that shows. We've seen there's so many natural ties happening out in the field at every record.
I think good news for Cyrus, a lot of the Mew VMAX decks keep winning. So a lot of good matchups in there for Cyrus as the tournament progresses. You know, just taking a look at some of the matches that have concluded so far. We do also have Michael Promelot at 4-0-1 with a Giratina V-Star, the Lost Zone deck. He's on quite a run after tying the first round. Ian Robb, who was Cyrus's finals opponent at NAIC, also on 4-1. So there's a chance that they could get paired up in the next round and kind of have a grudge match there. But yeah, there's lots of Mew VMAX at the top tables. We'll see if that continues. Seems almost inevitable at this point, but you know, lots of Lost Zone, lots of Mew VMAX. I don't actually see a whole lot of Lugia at the top tables, and Cyrus has already played against Grant Hayes, which is one of the players who may still be at the top tables with Lugia, so may be able to continue dodging that bad matchup.
Is X1 right now, I believe, so 3-1, so there is a chance at that point. Lots of great players, like you said, but this could finally be the tournament where Mew is positioned in a very successful spot. It feels like with Mew, ever since we returned to events right back in 2022, after the first Australian regionals, the first one that came out, it always felt like Mew was in a great spot. I remember Salt Lake City Regional, everybody was saying, yeah, Mew VMAX is the best deck. It just swept the Australian Regional and then flopped there. And then they were like, okay, Mew is great for this event, and then
Remember when
happened.
Gengar VMAX won a regional?
It's been a long, it's been a long year, man. It's been a long 2 years.
Yep. That was the premier counter to Mew VMAX back then, huh? Yeah, it's crazy to see, you know, you compare the decks that are here at the World Championships compared to just 1 year ago, a lot of them are the same. We've had more expansions come out. Of course, you know, like Lugia is added into the mix, the Lost Zone decks added into the mix, and of course, the first couple Scarlet and Violet expansions with Gardevoir EX, Miraidon EX, a couple of these other cards that are doing well, Chien Pao. But largely, we're seeing a lot of those decks from last year's World Championships still do well. The Arceus V-Star, Mew VMAX, the two big ones probably, and now we're seeing Palkia once again.
Comes around, goes around. Decks are back, and that shows the power of V-Star Pokemon.
Yep.
They'll be here for this year, and they'll be
Pretty
here for
good.
one more year. So whether or not you like them, get used to it. They're here to stay for now. So much exciting cards coming out, too, as well. Of course, with the new set, we've got Charizard EX coming up, that Terra type. I'm excited to see more of these EX coming in. Of course, we've only had 2 sets so far, and if the history shows anything, it takes a few sets for the cards to ramp up a little bit, and then we start seeing powerful cards coming into the game, making an impact on the meta. That's what's exciting about Pokemon. Pieces are always changing.
Yeah, and you can see just how much thought goes into preparing your deck for this event. I think one of the things that Cyrus has been very excellent at is reading what everyone else is going to bring to the tournament and trying to, make an educated guess and say, you know what, I think the majority of people are going to use these 3 decks. If my deck can beat those 3, I'm going to face those the majority of the time. And if I can just win against those a lot, keep getting good matchups, that's my key to just skyrocket to the top of the rankings. Maybe you can afford to hit 1 or 2 of those bad matchups along the way, but if you keep playing against those, Mew VMAX decks, the ones that your deck is prepared to defeat, that's how you can, get on a good winning streak and propel yourself into the top 8.
All right, we're past the halfway mark, so we've got a little bit of insight. I want to get your first round predictions. We'll get one more when we go into top 8, but with what you've seen so far, just the deck. I don't need a player. What deck do you think is going to take down Worlds this year? I know I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but I mean, listen, nobody has to be right here, right? We all went different situations, all different scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, by the sheer numbers of which decks are at the top tables right now, it feels inevitable that Mew VMAX is going to make a deep run. But I don't know, this could be a year where, one of the oddball decks ends up, hitting a bunch of good matchups and making it all the way. I don't know. If things keep going this way, I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe Cyrus capping off the season with an NAIC win and a Worlds win, both with kind of 2 rogue decks.
Time will tell. Excited to see how things play out. Of course, today we'll be playing all the way down to our top 4. So we will know who our 2 finalists will be for Championship Sunday. We've still got 3 more rounds of Swiss to go, plus our top cut. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. More TCG action is coming up.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just really hyped up because it was a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably be considered the best player in the world, so it would be what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make Day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back, and I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここは、ティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokémon World Championships.
Konnichiwa trainers, my name is Ross Gilbert and I'm in the lounge. I'm joined by David and Rob. And we're going to play some Pictionary, which is going to be fun because my drawing skills are terrible. Let's see if the other chaps in here can do any better than I can. We've got ourselves a random Pokemon generator. It is going to give us 6 Pokemon. We're going to choose one of those Pokemon, we're going to draw it, and we're going to see which of our fellow casters can guess it, or indeed if either of the other casters can get it. So Rob, you've got the phone. You might as well generate some Pokemon. Have a try drawing it, see if David and I can get it.
Sounds good. I'm going to generate the Pokemon as we speak. I'm going to look at it for 10 seconds, and then I got to put the phone down. I can't look at it again. So I'm going to set the mic down. Here we go.
This could be an absolute disaster. This could be a genuine display of game-breaking art. This could be some of the best Pokemon art you see.
Yeah, I don't know how well Robert's drawing, so let's see how well the skills are, and then also we have to actually know the name.
Okay, right. So we are off. It's not Voltorb.
Right.
Gulpin.
Drowsy.
Snom. Yes.
What?
Good work.
Oh God, you're
I've
too
got
fast.
so much love for Snom, David. I have so much love for Snom.
They took like 2 seconds.
Oh, I know my Snom, man. Right.
All right.
Okay,
so
David, are you going to be drawing or am I? Go on, David.
I can draw.
Okay, I'm not going to look at it.
You're not
I'm
allowed
gonna
to look?
Yep. I'm going to look over here.
And I will
look at it for a couple seconds and close the screen.
All
If
right.
you're following along at home,
Okay.
tweet with the hashtag Pokemon World. Keep a count of who actually wins this.
Okay,
so
I'm actually going to have to watch over
I'm
here
going
because
to
I can't
draw
see
now.
over his shoulder, so go ahead.
All right, all right.
It's not Snom.
Okay.
Oh, Applin.
Olive? Smoliv? Turtwig.
Yes.
Yeah!
That's really well
Let's
drawn,
go.
David.
Very well done. I love the little notch for the mouth. It looks perfect.
This is going to be where the game falls apart because both of you were very competent drawing your Pokemon.
Put the on your lap. You just hit the.
Oh, this is where the game.
Hide the phone.
This is
It's
where
up
the
to you
game
to hold
gets
it now,
fun.
David.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's all up in you. We're trusting
Right.
David over here. Just hit the generate button.
Oh, I can't do any of these.
You hit it again.
Hit it again then.
No.
All right, try your best. Yeah.
We're gonna go with the full content split, eh? All right.
Let's
There
go.
will be no cheating here. I got it.
All right.
Let's see.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch the monitor.
So.
Okay.
It's already not looking like any of
It looks a little Staryu-esque. Is it a bounce
Miss
suite?
Mages.
I've already forgotten what it looks
A
like.
bounce suite. Oh, it's Pumpkaboo.
No.
What?
No?
You guys aren't even close.
I don't think
Not
we're the ones
even
not close. I think your drawing's not even close.
Oh,
Let's
it's
be
really
honest.
terrible, mate. Like, I can give a smiley face.
Togekiss.
What is this?
You're a lot closer with Togekiss than you are
Is
with
it
Pumpkaboo.
Togepi?
No. Think design,
Togetic?
not evolution line.
Okay, design. Egg design?
How many egg Pokemon are there?
Oh, Dragapult?
No.
Drew. What's the first one for that design?
Dreeper?
Like, I've drawn a
Zygarde?
lot. No.
What are you trying to draw? Is this a Scuffed Ditto?
Okay, I'm gonna have to give you some audio clues here.
Okay, okay.
Think Pokemon Center Yokohama.
Kyogre.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay. A little bit of a spaceship mixed with a whale. I see.
I mean, I'm not claiming this is good art.
Yeah, I can't confirm there is indeed a Kyogre on the screen when I picked it back up.
Don't
so yeah.
put it full screen.
Okay, am I up again? Are we doing another round?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Okay, I actually got a very easy one, so I got a little spoiled for choice here. All right, here we go.
I didn't know. For the record, Koga was the easiest one I had to draw. Oh, Zagoon?
Oh.
Zygar? Staryu.
Staryu. Oh,
hey.
you were faster than me.
Okay. So basically, every time Rob goes, I win. So
It's not exactly accurate because it does have 5 hands in the start, but yeah, it was a little faster to draw with 4.
All right.
I
All right, let me get the phone prepped while you guys erase
thank you
it.
very much.
One of my favorite Star me in French is Star Ross.
Oh, very nice.
And in the French poker rap, yes, I've heard the French poker rap many times.
Incredible.
One of the verses ends with them yelling, Star Ross!
Amazing.
I've always
amazing.
enjoyed that.
I always like seeing Staryu here because I'm a go-caster. I love seeing Staryu in the game because it has bonus dust when you catch it, so it's quite nice. You get a little bit more Stardust when you find them, especially if you got star pieces going. Get that extra Stardust for your trades and for powering your Pokemon.
I think I have one of the most difficult ones.
All right, we got a fresh cut.
Your last drawing was pretty good, David. So
Yeah, it was.
Let's see.
Okay. He said that oh, is this Cyclazar?
Oh, Blipbug.
Oh,
yes.
Whoa! Look at the drawing. The eyes are perfect.
The eyes are perfect.
They are
That's how I
well
got it so
drawn.
quick.
David's being humble,
Oh,
and Ross is being realistic with his expectations of the board today.
Like, I just want everyone at home to realize I might be absolutely terrible at drawing, but my guessing is pretty good.
All right, here you go, Ross.
And you only draw 1 out of 3, and you guess 2 out of 3, so you have the advantage here. I think.
Yeah. We got to see what Ross can do this time.
Ooh. Is there one I could actually potentially draw here?
Oh.
I'm not going for Mega Pinsir.
Spoiler
I'm telling you
alert,
that.
we might actually
forward
have a
to
drawing
that.
this time.
Right, okay.
All right, let's give it to us, Ross.
It all feels so easy when it's in my head, though.
Oh, okay.
And then I have to get the pen out, and it all goes very, very wrong.
All right. So we're seeing the pen movement. We see an amoeba with arms.
Reuniclus.
Side up.
Oh, no.
Yes!
Yeah!
Woo! Wait. Oh God, you
I was
guys
just
are
about
too,
to draw a beak.
You're too good.
Well, that is the saddest looking Psyduck I've ever seen. It looks like a bean with arms.
Amazing.
That was so much better than my Kyogre picture.
It
Give me
was.
some credit.
Can confirm. Can confirm. All right, Ross, are we good to do another one?
Oh, we're good to do
Production,
another
give us
one.
a
Let's
heads up.
keep it
All right,
rolling.
let's
I'm
keep it
enjoying
going.
myself.
Here we go. All right, generating. Oh, I got a cute one for us. All right.
Oh, a cute one. That's nice. Pikachu.
Oh, you got a clue and everything. Oh, Togedemaru? Oh, Graveler.
It's
Cosmog.
Cosmog. Yeah, God. I was just looking for the name.
It certainly helps that
man.
I drew way too much Kirby when I was in elementary school.
Ah, nice. Yeah.
I have a snake at home called Nebby, and it's called Nebby because it kept escaping from its cage.
Oh, cute.
We're
Yeah,
like-
Cosmog is one of the cutest Pokemon, I have to say. Those little tassels of
It's pretty
just
cute.
cosmic energy, so cute.
All right. Let's see if I can get another one.
Okay, we go to the board. David is up. Square, fire.
Oh, it's Phantom.
Oh,
Not Phantom.
Trevenant?
No, it is Phantom.
It is Phantom.
It's Phantom.
It is
Wow,
Phantom.
well done.
Oh, cool.
That was fast.
Those were 3 lines.
Wow. David pulling a quick one.
Okay, my
for
drawing
this.
might be terrible, but I'm pretty sure I'm ahead on the scoreboard
Oh,
on this
yeah.
one.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know too many Pokemon.
All
right.
I do all day,
Here you go,
every
Ross.
day is look at Pokemon. This is my one skill.
Yeah, I just need to get better at recognizing all the names, I think.
Oh, I'm trying it. It's not going well.
All
All right.
I'm definitely trying it. Right.
For the stream, Ross
For
is
the
going to
stream.
endure.
I'm doing it.
Necrozma.
It's not the
Oh, no,
Necrozma.
okay.
Oh my goodness, that would be hard.
Oh, right.
All
okay.
right.
So let's
Okay.
try and do the Come on, if you can't
Excalibur.
Cramorant?
No.
It's not Excalibur?
Oh, I've forgotten how his body looks.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, Tyranitar.
No.
Is it maybe a penguin? Hmm.
Come on, you need to get it from these details. It's the
Okay,
only way you're
okay.
going to get
I'm
it.
still trying to...
Rhydon?
No.
Rhyhorn? Oh.
Is it... it's an
extra
extra drill.
drill.
Yeah!
Oh, nice. Simultaneous KO. Very nice. Yeah, the beak slash snout was very big help.
Yes,
But I
that's the
think you
only
did a
one.
pretty well job.
Yeah.
Excadrill is one of my favorite Pokemon. The one from Cosmic Eclipse is one of my favorite cards ever. It's in my top 3.
Do you remember the one from Dark Explorers?
I do
Yeah,
remember the
that
one
was
from
nice
Dark
as well,
Explorers.
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to choose a difficult one because I've been getting easy ones. How's that?
All right, all right.
Let's do this.
All right, this one is going to be a little bit of a debate. Hopefully not too much.
Let's go.
You're like, I'm too good. I'm going to give you guys a challenge.
Among Us. Oh,
I think that's the evolved
Fungus.
stage one.
Fungus.
Yeah, okay, now we got it. Yeah.
All right.
I'll just give it a little bit of personality with the string. There you go.
I'm going to let you guys at home decide whether David or I get that one. Because I kind of cheated off David's answer.
Yeah, Amoongus was correct. Sorry, not Fungus.
Wait, so
Amoongus
David was
Amoongus was correct. Yeah,
Nice.
I actually
Alright.
forgot the name of the Pokemon, to be honest with you.
Here's a question. Is it viable in Go?
Alright.
Its attack is not, but I think the main reason that it's not very viable in Go is because it doesn't really have access to its strongest kit, which is
Alright.
Spore.
Fair
So
enough.
yeah, Sleep is not really conditioned in Go. But here we go, David. Let's see what he can whip up for us on the
Igglybuff.
Cradilly.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of my favorite Pokemon.
It's one of
Oh,
my
yeah.
favorite Pokemon as well.
Oh, all right. Kindred Spirits, we take those.
Good work.
Cradilly is one
Wow.
of the coolest Pokemon in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
That's
My
all
wife
on
hates
you,
this
David.
Pokemon because she
Oh,
thinks
yeah.
it's
You hold it,
creepy,
I'll
but
cover
I
it.
love
Go
it.
ahead.
Okay, right.
All right, let's take a look.
We managed Excadrill last time.
All right, yeah, we managed a difficult one for Ross to draw a very, very good indicator for the key pieces of the artwork.
I'm going to choose one that for any competent artist would be incredibly easy.
All right, all right.
Guys, you
Voltorb.
guys have got me.
Okay.
Voltorb.
Voltorb.
Electro.
That's the Jigglypuff from the above.
Oh, it's already going terribly, terribly wrong.
Why not?
Okay.
It's a
It's got
bird.
chicken bird legs. Is this the...
Is this the bird from Super Mario?
Okay. I honestly don't think I really had
Is it
anything for
is it
this.
just a Pidgey?
No, look
Okay.
at the nose. Look at the specific nose.
The specific
The
nose.
only detail
Starly?
No.
Starly does have the little head bob. Chatot?
No. Maybe it's kind of changes color there.
Changes color.
It's like top half and bottom half are a different color.
Can you give us what colors?
Well, I can tell you one of them's red, but it totally gives it away.
Is it Pick-a-Peck?
No.
I kind of
Is
give
it
up
from-
on it. I don't know.
I might have the picture in my head, but I forgot the name maybe.
Can you give us the first letter?
Is it from Generation 6?
Ooh, yeah, that's
It
a better
is
one.
a Gen. I believe it's Gen 6.
Is it the basic Pokemon of Talonflame?
It is the basic Pokemon.
Oh,
of
it's
Talonflame.
That's what I got.
Fletchling. Fletchlinder's
Fletchling.
stage 1.
All right,
Fletchlinger
all right.
stage 2, yeah.
It's got
I-
the
I
really
got-
long, thin nose, which is...
That's
I
not
got it in
exactly
my-
long.
I got it in my head, but I forgot the name.
Good attempt, Ross. Good attempt.
The first
Yeah.
one that
Yeah,
we
the
had.
problem is in the trading card game, the best Talonflame we had, you only use the Talonflame card and no basics. So-
Yeah, the best one we ever had, and you never evolved into it.
Yes.
Oh, man, I got some hard ones. Okay. Whew. Let's try it.
Try Mega Pinsir.
I did get that on a prompt, but I didn't choose it.
No.
That was when I got the
so cool.
Cosmog. I had to.
Oh, it had to be done.
I see.
Yeah.
Porygon.
Oh, it's Sack Attack.
Oh, that was one of the prompts, but not that one. No.
Duraludon.
Oh, getting closer, warmer.
Oh, it's
Gigaloo?
Yes, that's it, Gigaloo.
Yeah.
Got the spikes and
I
the weird
love
face.
Gigaloo.
Yep. Well,
I
it's
love
even worse now.
Unfortunately, we also didn't have a very strong card from trading card game.
Yeah, in
I
Go, it's
know.
one of the best rock type raid
Oh,
attackers.
okay.
But it's not very good for PvP. Oh, I almost hit the generate button for you, David. Sorry.
All right.
I can't talk about VGC competitively, but I can tell you, just playing through the games, Gigalith, I love Gigalith.
It's such a
Especially when it
cool
brings
Pokemon.
in the Sandstorm.
Yeah, it's a sand setter, I think, in VGC, if you do have those
Okay,
type of teams.
I
And
think-
sturdy.
I think I got a difficult
sturdy.
one.
Yeah, but you're competent at drawing, David. That's
yeah,
your secret.
Yeah. All right, let's see it. What we got? We got a pair of eyes. And
Oh no, this is falling apart.
Ooh. Looks like a little bit of an owl vibe. Oh, it's Aromatisse.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Could not
Aromatisse is a very, very strong fairy
It
type.
is.
We've had some
Aromatisse.
good Aromatisse in the game. I
Yes.
got it. Could not remember the name of Aromatisse. I need you to hold
go
the ball
ahead.
there,
Yes.
David.
All right, you might want to hand me the phone so I can unlock it for
Oh,
Ross
sorry,
here.
sorry. Yeah,
On
can
the
you
side?
hold?
Yeah, I got
thank
it.
you
I
very
got you,
much.
I got
Yes.
We good?
I had to hold
Teamwork
the
makes
board.
the dream working, folks. Right here.
Okay. What we got? Oh, there's one I've got to choose here. Again, any competent artist would look at this one and just be like, I got this.
All right, Ross, give it to us.
Well, you've
Let's
got
see.
it too. I believe in you.
You are the only one that believes it.
Ditto.
Arbok.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
That almost kind of looks like it, right?
Yeah, you got the fins for the head.
Yeah.
Great, just missing.
Nice.
If I did not get that, my wife would be very mad at me. we have many snakes.
Ah.
I see.
The rep also for
All
Terraria.
right. Ooh. Okay.
What are you choosing, Rob?
Seems
I'm
like a
debating on
difficult
something
choice.
interesting or something fun.
I'm all for fun.
I'm
Yeah?
all for fun.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna challenge myself a little bit with my scuff drawings. Here we go.
Alright.
We've had a few kind of easier
Now
ones.
you're gonna have to be really specific with your answer. What happened to our eraser?
It's over there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Cool. I'll
sorry.
just use my fingies. All right, here we go. So this is a big indicator right here.
Oh, Rotom. But which Rotom? Wash Rotom, Fan Rotom, Heat Rotom.
Wait, what?
Um,
Aerodactyl?
No.
It's
It's
Arceus? Oh, it's
Fire Arceus.
What is going on?
I told you it's a difficult one, and it's got this nice like cape. Oh, so
half
nice.
bird, half person.
Almost.
There's
I'm trying to
Pokemon
see if I
with a
can
cape?
indicate the head a bit better.
There's the Pokemon with a
I
cape.
am lost. Oh, Dino.
No, a bit more human. Kind of looks a little bit more like a
It looks
dragon.
like
to
a
be honest
dragon,
with you.
yes.
Yeah, but this is a very big piece right
Oh.
here. It's a color. This
Is it-
Pokemon's only 3 colors.
It's not. Oh, how the. I'm
The head
completely
looks like a
lost.
Dino.
Is it one
Yeah,
of the
it
Paradox
does. I'm not
Pokemon?
very good at the head
No,
piece.
that's not a criticism.
Is it
If
one
I
of
can
the
take away
Paradox
the eye,
Pokemon?
it's probably easier. What's that?
Is it one of the Paradox Pokemon?
Yes.
Then I don't know the name of it.
Okay. Well, it can be one of those, but it's harder to say. It's
Does
like
it look a little bit like a Gallade?
it is,
Does
but
it
you
look a
need to
little
be
bit
more
like-
specific.
Iron Valiant?
No, not. Okay, sorry. It's not a Paradox. Iron Valiant. It's not just a Gallade. It's a.
It's Mega Gallade.
Yeah, it's
Ah.
a Mega Gallade.
I completely forgot that it got a cape.
Yeah, I forgot Mega Glade had a cape. I'll be
Yeah,
honest with
my
ya.
drawing skills made it look a little bit too Dino-like with arms, but
I think the face is like round.
yeah. Look at that one.
Ah, I see.
Yeah,
I
you can see the sprite there. It's a little weird.
No, you're
Alright,
100%
alright.
correct.
Alright,
As
there
soon
you
as
go.
you said it, I'm like, of course it has a cape.
Yep.
Oh, I think the screen got locked.
Oh, sorry.
I'm very sorry.
Give you my
Alright.
fingerprint here. Hopefully he's not gonna buy stuff on Amazon for me.
Okay, I got a very easy one.
Yes,
Alright,
let's do this.
I will try to
I
start.
haven't had one
like-
for a little while. I need to
Here,
get
I'm
the
gonna
score
try
up
to
again.
brace the board as well.
If you can get it with the first 3 strokes, I'm very proud of you.
Okay. Golbat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Good work.
Yeah. Right on.
All right.
Golbat is one of the strongest, like, condensed meta picks for Go. It is such a menace. Got a debuffing move with Poison Fang. It's got a shadow variation in Go.
Is Golbat better than Crobat?
Yes, it is
Oh,
definitely
interesting.
better than Crobat in the
Why-
Great League.
Why is that the case?
It has good poison types, and fairies are very strong. And it's got wing attack, which is one of the fastest energy generation moves.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, super, super strong. But it's not like hard, like good for like these type of competitions. Mostly for the Go Battle League when we get reduced stuff. All right, looks like
Okay,
Ross is
Ross.
suiting up. Let's go.
Okay, so you probably won't get it from the pic. Oh, that's rubbish. You probably won't get it from
Okay.
the picture, but focus on the details.
All right. Skarmory?
No.
A Bomasnow.
Oh, no, it's
Lycanroc?
No, it's so far away.
Oh, is this the horse?
No.
This is a
Rayquaza?
mole.
Rayquaza?
So far away.
Sharpedo?
Yes!
Yeah.
Oh,
Sharpedo's one of my favorite Pokemon.
Oh, that's not a good sign. If it's one of your favorite Pokemon.
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Well, the double fins is how you, like, when you showed the rest of the body, it helped a lot.
I would have looked in Rayquaza and just
The
leave
it kind of looks like Rayquaza's head,
Exactly,
though. Sharpedo
yeah.
does look a little bit like that.
Oh, true.
Right, we got round for one more speed round.
Okay.
One more
We're gonna go
each,
speed,
super
speed,
quickly.
speed. All right, here we go.
We're going for speed, not accuracy. Let's get some
All
truly
right,
terrible
all right,
drawings.
I got you. I'm gonna go with just a part instead of the whole thing. Here we go.
Lapras.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, good work.
Perfect.
Yes.
Very iconic ears for
Speedrun.
Ross. All right, I'm gonna set it right there, and I'll hold this for you. Pull this out of frame so we get more. Here we go. All right, good luck, David. Here we go. What in the world are we looking at?
Oh, Yuxi.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Wow,
Messed up
so fast. Ross with the speed run.
Well, we did a commonly mispronounced Pokemon thing
Oh, did
yesterday,
you?
so Yuxi very fresh in my
Yes.
mind.
Very nice.
And it used to be one of the best Pokemon, I think, when you started playing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, when I started, it was very
It's
good.
a regional Pokemon in
Oh,
Pokemon Go.
yes, okay.
Only native to Asia.
Let's
Oh,
see if
interesting.
even I can not mess this one up. Oh, I'm going to mess this one up.
Pikachu.
Pichu.
Yes!
Oh, all right.
Okay, I asked for a speed round, chaps. You gave me a speed round.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
That was
everybody.
absolutely
Well done.
beautiful.
Well
Now we are out of time for drawing pictures, but we want to hear from you guys. If you want to send a tweet mocking my Kyogre, I think that was probably the worst one we had on the stream. Although to be
You had to draw
fair,
twice.
my fledgling was pretty terrible as well. Make sure you go. Use all usual social channels, hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Let us know what you thought. And if you want to draw some of your own Pokemon and share them, hey, why not? Show me what a Kyogre actually looks like. We're going to take a quick break now, but we're going to be back with loads of lovely Pokemon action soon. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, David. We'll be back very soon indeed.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Kovacic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! What does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville regional champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to take it away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Dish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Rob and Emi Rhythm.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
It would be breathtaking to win a World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
What a day, what a weekend, what an event it has been so far. But we're just getting ramped up here at our Pokemon TCG World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, the beautiful country of Japan. It's been absolutely incredible to be a visitor, to be a guest in this place. And I cannot wait to see how this tournament is going to continue to unfold. I'm Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse. We've got an exciting match coming up. We've had great games thus far throughout the day. We're moving into our Swiss round number 6. There's some pretty interesting things have developed thus far in the tournament.
We don't have an undefeated anymore, which is crazy. We've only played 5 rounds of Pokemon.
Yeah.
You would think that in a field of 170 players, that eventually you would have that 5-0-0 record.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist out here, and it just goes to show that the meta that we're playing in right now, a lot of these decks take time.
Yeah, it is very uncommon for a tournament of 170 people to get to this point, for there to be 5 rounds done and no one is 5-0. I mean, that is extremely unordinary. So very surprised to see that. Lots of 4-0-1 players, we should say, 4-1s as well. And we'll have to keep our eyes on what this looks like as we get through the field. You know, we started today assuming that 6-1-1 would be the bubble. With a lot of natural ties, it does actually shake things up quite a bit. You know, we could see 6-1-1 be totally safe, actually.
Right. Yep, and that's what we'll be looking for, of course, when you are developing that. And we're going to take a look at our Swiss rankings here for a lot of our players. Some incredible names at the top here, Chip.
Yeah, really cool. Some players we followed throughout the season in the American circuit, Vance Kelly and Mike Pramawat, and then also 2 of the top players from the European region, Brian DeVries and Fabio Spano, 2 players who automatically qualified for Day 2. All 4 of those players sitting at 4-0-1. We, of course, see Dino C.S. Lee at 4-0-1 as well. Cameron Shinoy, another American player we followed. And then look at that, our 2nd place NAIC finisher, Ian Robb, sitting at 4-1.
Yeah, right next to Cyrus Davis there over in the 16th spot. So
Yes.
very cool to see these players continuing their success. Speaking of that, Azul Garcia Grego and Tord Reckliff at 12 and 13.
They're pretty good at Pokemon.
Yeah, Razwolp as well, another player top ranked in the Israel slash, or the Middle East slash South Africa region. Plays a ton of European events, so someone we've seen plenty of. Of course, he got top 8 at OCIC this year. And Alex Kreckler we featured yesterday as well with his Rapid Strike Urshifu, Rapid Strike Inteleon deck. Let's look at our key matches this round. We'll, of course, be featuring Michael Pramawat versus Fabian Spano. Really excited to see this one. Pramawat is someone who competed at the very first World Championships all the way back in 2004. He missed 1 or 2 Worlds somewhere along the way, you know, had other life things going on, I imagine. But I believe I saw online this is his 17th World Championship, and of course, famously, a second-place finisher back in 2010.
Yep, the most winningest regional player we have ever seen in the history of the TCG. Going to be on the stream next, and going to be up against some great talent there. Fabio Spano playing a very interesting deck. I'm going to be excited to see what is going on there. A couple other great names. Look at the matchups here. Azul GG up against Ian Robb, Cyrus Davis versus Tord Reklev.
I mean, any of these games I would love to watch. Of course, though, we only get to feature one single game every single round. The worst part of these tournament streams, to be honest, the fact that we only get to see one match every single round. Such great players, such great games, and I can't wait to get into this next one. We're going to be having Michael Pramawat. He's going to be playing something you're pretty familiar with, something you've been loving throughout the entirety of this tournament, that Lost Zone Giratina, going up against a different Lost Zone deck, Fabio playing something I don't think we would have expected coming in.
Yep, we're going to leave you with that teaser. Let's go ahead and throw it to the stage.
Here we go. We'll see exactly what these players have in store for us. Pramawat's got some kind of interesting cards in this list as well. A little different from kind of the standardized lists. He's got a heavy amount of those switch cards in here. You don't see that all that often. And also has a tech attacker in that Snorlax. What do you think of that inclusion?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. If you're expecting to see the Lost Zone decks, then you're going to want to have this Pokemon on your side. Of course, don't have to worry about those other Pokemon like Sableye dealing damage counters to that Pokemon, deal a ton of damage. It's a good Pokemon to work into the mix when you're trying to take down big V-Star Pokemon and you don't exactly have that Giratina down as well.
And Fabio with the spice here, playing that Hisuian Gudra V-Star. Now Fabio is a Day 2 player from the European region. He comes from Italy. And he's played Gudra pretty much this entire season. We looked at his past tournament finishes. It is filled with Gudra. And it totally makes sense. You know, if you played it all season, you know it the best. Why not stick with it for the biggest tournament of the year?
Just a trail of slime all the way to Japan.
Michael Pramawat, of course, like we mentioned, finalist back in 2010 here at the World Championships, the winningest player in the U.S. Regionals circuit history. One of the greats of all time from North America, of course, won EUIC, that very first international championship back in 2016. An extremely decorated player. And I know this is the big one, right? You know, he's won an IC, he's won U.S. Regionals multiple times. He has not won the World Championships. This is the one he wants to make happen.
Well, it might be tricky when you don't have any Pokemon in your deck. Cramorant down, Comfey, double Giratina V in the prize cards to start things off.
Yeah, the 2 Giratina seems pretty tough. They are at the bottom, so hopefully he'll find them pretty quickly. On Fabio's end, nothing too bad. 1 Colress, you never love to see that, but other than that, you know, maybe that 1 Metal Energy could be a little awkward. You got to keep track of your energy cards with decks like this, where you're using the Radiant Greninja to draw through the deck, and you need to use Mirage Gate as well.
Should lead to an interesting game. Of course, when you look at these decks on paper, it looks like Michael Pramawat does have a slight edge, does not really worry about all of the hit points that we see on the Gudra side. We'll see how it plays out, though, when you only have 1 Giratina to start things off.
Speaking of starting things off, it will be Pramawat with the first turn. Starting that Radiant Greninja, an excellent card in this deck. Gets you energies. You know, you play so many energy cards already, so you just ditch them, can get through the deck, draw more cards, and he also has one of the most powerful cards in the entirety of the format in Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, this is the card that's unlocked so many decks. Just having this opportunity to search through, find the right Pokemon that you're going to need on this opening turn. Generally, it is going to be those Comfeys. He's going to find 2 of those early. Tons of switching effects in order to use his Pokemon, and maybe he even has his favorite card in the deck, Jet Energy.
Yeah, Jet Energy, a 4 of card in this list. It's a new card from Paldea Evolved, and it's really what kind of has unlocked this deck from being kind of mediocre in the last format to being a real contender in this one.
Hey, there it is, right off the top. And that's going to be what we're looking for as he gets to promote that into the active spot and get his first card into the Lost Zone.
Yeah, we'll see that flower selecting. Looks like it was a Colress and a basic energy. Pretty easy choice, Colress being one of the more important cards in this deck. It's what gets you more cards in the Lost Zone, which unlocks all of your other possible plays. This next flower selecting does see a Path to the Peak and a Comfey. Pramawat did not do a super thorough check of his prizes, so might not realize that second Path is prized. He does only play 2 copies, but at the same time, Path is not super good in this matchup. It can be nice if you can stick at that 1 Moisture Star turn, but not super necessary. Now Fabio starts his first turn off, has that Cramorant active, and he says, Pramawat, anything you can do, well, I can do it too. That'll VIP pass.
It might not be better. The Cramorant is stuck in the active spot right now, but you play very similar cards. We see Jet Energy right there in the window, so perhaps there's an opportunity to get just as many flowers selected. And, of course, you have that opportunity to use a supporter for the turn. Got to be looking for that Colress.
Absolutely going to be looking for the Colress's Experiment. It's pretty interesting as well. So we look at decks like Lost Tina and Lost Gudra. They were really good back before rotation when they had Scoop Up Net. Kind of fell off when we lost that powerful card. Then we see Jet Energy get introduced, and everyone kind of recognizes, okay, this is solid with Giratina. Let's add these in. Maybe people overlooked the potential that it gives to Gudra, because it works pretty similarly. Obviously, you don't get the Jet Energy into the Abyss Seeking play that is so good with Lost Tina, but it is still really strong to give you some movement.
Yeah, any deck that has that colorless requirement, at least in one of the 3 of the attack, got to be looking to see if you can include this Jet Energy. And also, sometimes it's just nice to have as a concealed card fodder. You can continue to just draw and draw.
Speaking of the concealed cards, Fabio ditches a Water Energy to draw 2 from the top. Has to attach and retreat this Cramorant. We will see the first flower selecting. Feels pretty unlikely that Fabio will be able to get off and attack this turn. There is a Lost Vacuum in the hand and a Stadium card, so I guess there is a play if Fabio was able to find enough off of this flower selecting. Looks like a second Cramorant going to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, we've seen Cramorant be so useful in these Lost Box matchups. Having 2 of them would be very nice, but you see how important it is to have that additional Comfey. That might be the way that you get out of this mess, and it's just going to be pass of the turn, no supporter here.
Not ideal. Pramawat has what Fabio did not, that Colress Experiment. Able to look at these top 5 cards. Is going to add 3 to the hand, 2 more to the Lost Zone. This would unlock Cramorant as an attacker if Pramawat had it around. Of course, it is in the prize cards, but it does get him closer to the 7 cards necessary in the Lost Zone. Fabio did something pretty smart I think we should draw attention to as well. He had a Comfey off that flower selecting, but chose not to bench it. Why would that be?
You tell me.
Radiant Greninja.
Oh, of course. There we go. Yeah, it's. I'm looking at it here. It is a long shot to have everything that you'd need there. We do see
7,
the
yeah,
2
yeah.
Comfeys down, so you need the additional 1. But missing that mana fee is key. And sure enough, Michael Pramawat understands that too. It's going to be a big factor in a matchup like this. Even when you see 1 card in the Lost Zone on the other side for Fabio, you got to be wondering maybe they play enough cards to get to 7 on turn 2.
Michael searching the deck with this Nest Ball. It'll allow him to place any basic Pokemon onto the bench. It does look like Manaphy is one of the targets. As you mentioned, can be really strong. That's the thing about the Gudra deck from Fabio. It is, you know, having Gudra as its main attacker, but there are other options. That Radiant Greninja, and then we also saw in Fabio's hand, he actually plays the Zamazenta from the Crown Zenith expansion. What do you think of that inclusion?
I mean, it's a great way to target down that Giratina V early because, of course, Retaliate's going to be dealing 220 damage. If you can sneak that into the mix, you're going to be taking advantage of the prize exchange, as we haven't seen the Gudra on that side. I mean, Pram's avoiding any V Pokemon on his own, whether he liked it or not.
Pretty annoying choice here for Pramawat. Off the flower selecting, it is a Super Rod and a Grass Energy. There is already one of each of those cards in the Lost Zone. Does choose to lose that Super Rod. Does play a 3rd copy, though, so that is something he may have access to. It's actually already in his hand.
Yeah, that is unfamiliar for a lot of these decks. Generally, it is just the 2 ways to bring back in the double Super Rod. So he gave himself that opportunity to throw away 1. Now, he doesn't want to throw away 2, but you'll understand when you see another Grass Energy.
Escape Rope being played. Fabio offering up the Radiant Greninja, as he should. Definitely the best thing to promote. You don't want to allow your opponent to have any sort of easy Cramorant targets, not knowing, of course, that Pramawat has prized that 1-of card. Pramawat now, with the flower selecting, sees 2 cards from the top, loses a Nest Ball, doesn't need too much else, and I think protecting these energies is pretty important as well.
Yeah, it's not looking like there's much of an attack lined up just yet, but we're getting closer as we see the switch cart. To get to 7, Mirage Gate could open up some avenues, but I don't believe we saw the water energy if Radiant Greninja were to be the play.
Yeah, Premolot does have like a decent amount of energy cards in the hand, which is annoying. Now, we do see this Mirage Gate going to the Lost Zone. I think the take here is a Jet Energy.
Yep, that's a nice one to find. Now we got to see what Pokemon you want to work into the mix.
Is it going to be a Shred here on Giratina V?
It is a great way to knock out this Radiant Greninja. Of course, we're dealing 160 damage. It's unfamiliar territory, but hey, there's one that deals 180.
Yeah, this is a really cool tech from Pramorlot, not something we see too often in these Lost Tina decks, and it is that Snorlax. And I remember back to that first regionals with Lost Origin Legal, Pramorlot played Lost Tina with the Snorlax in his deck. People were not playing it at the time. He chose to include it, and he said it was so good for him. He didn't quite make it into the top 8 of that event. I think he finished in the top 16, top 32, somewhere in that range, but he was one of the early adopters of the Snorlax, and now in a format where this deck has become popular once again, he's recognizing that this is an excellent one-prize attacker as Thumping Snore deals 180 damage to take out this Radiant Greninja. Snorlax does go to sleep, and you do have to flip 2 coins to try to wake up, but I have to imagine this is why Premrod is playing so many switching cards in his deck.
I've seen him roll... Oh! I was just about to say it. I've seen him roll this 3 times, and he's woken up twice. So I was definitely expecting to see that, and that is wild that he's just going to go ahead and wake up.
That is a massive double flip. Had to hit both heads in order for this Snorlax to wake up from its nap. Fabio does have a play where he could potentially pull off the Zamazenta, but he's so far behind when it comes to cards in the Lost Zone.
I mean, just look at cards in hand as well. There's nothing to work with right here. It has to be Colress in the next few cards if we want to get the ball rolling.
Third card to the Lost Zone will be Path to the Peak. Not super good in this matchup. It can be nice to shut off that Radiant Greninja, but it is not the most important piece. Nestbone now from Fabio may find that first Hisuian Gudra V. We got to start getting one of those established at some point in this game, you would think.
Yep, and this might be one of the safest turns, as you know that with no bench space, no Giratina V, there's no real threat to the Hisuian Gudra. Of course, damaging it doesn't feel good in a matchup like this. Could walk into a Moisture Star at some point, so looks like a good turn to go ahead and get this Pokemon established.
Yeah, Fabio seems kind of frustrated in this point. His opponent's drawing pretty well, was able to get the turn 2-7 in the Lost Zone with the Mirage Gate, and he's a little bit behind. He went second, didn't find a Colress. On his turn 2, did not find a Colress once again. You can see the frustration kind of coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Fabio needs a lot of help right here. Still no Manaphy, so there's the threat of Radiant Greninja at some point dealing with both of these Comfeys. You could take plenty of prize cards at some point, so you have to be wary of all that.
Yeah, double Comfey coming into play. Now there are 3, just a pass. Premolot able to draw for turn. Now we can see Snorlax take another knockout, and that's all Premolot has. That might be all he needs. Readies the dice, flips again, and it's another double heads.
What?
Are you kidding me?
He's saving it for the big leagues.
I think Premolot might be wishing, hey, could I hold on to one of these for
I might need
top
one
8?
too,
yeah, you know. Yeah. Yeah, if I make it deep in this tournament, why am I wasting all my double heads now? Hold on to some of that run good for later.
Well, slowly but surely, Fabio is getting cards into the Lost Zone. Course Experiment would be so much better, though, man. Come on.
And has to lose a Mirage Gate here, choosing to keep a basic water energy. Doesn't even have Radiant Greninja to help supplement for the draw. Has to just attach and retreat to the Comfey. Kyle, this is starting to get ugly.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do unless you
Finally
find the Course Experiment? But it, oh, okay, it does find a Course Experiment, but you do see a card that you might want later on there in that Roxanne.
Yeah, I think if Fabio has a chance to win this game, it's going to be through the disruption. Lost Tina really struggles with disruption in the late game if you don't set up your board enough and thin your deck down enough, which you don't always have options to do. We saw Premolot last turn did nothing but attack, so
yeah,
he's got not a ton of options available.
Ooh.
Fabio will lose this Roxanne, however. That is a card that would have been really strong, but in this situation, it feels like that's all Fabio's able to make happen.
Yeah, you could see a window where maybe there's a world where Fabio starts to place damage on the bench. Snorlax stays asleep, and then you can just continue to steal a couple extra turns, placing all of the damage with the Sableye. Because Premolot is bench locked at this point. There is no Sableye that's going to be coming down on his side until we see a knockout.
Cramorant able to spit innocently, places 110 damage to Radiant Greninja. Premolot now drawing for turn. has an energy to ditch with the concealed cards if he so chooses. Looks like it will just be attach retreat though, and once again, is that all he has? No way this thing wakes up 3 times. No way!
shot!
What is happening, Kyle?
And he's playing Pokemon like he's at the play lab right now. He's just
What is
retreating and attacking.
Theme deck format out here. Attach for turn, retreat, attack. All you need to do. Colress's experiment once again for Fabio, trying to find some way to piece an attack together. That Zamazenta has been in hand since the early game. Can he work in an attack here?
Well, maybe Fabio realized, well, I've got Iona. I'll just find that later on. He's taking all the prize cards. This will be better than Roxanne.
We do see Comfey going down here. An energy card, a couple supporters, and a Pokegear. Looks like Pokegear will be the one to hit the Lost Zone. Now with 9 cards in that Lost Zone, and after this flower selecting, that will be 10 to activate that Sableye. You might be confused to see Sableye in a Hisuian Gudra V-Star deck. It's not something you expect all too often. The Psychic Energy obviously not synergizing super well with the water and metal requirements that Hisuian Gudra V-Star has, but players have started to include this here and there in this deck as a way to just finish off attacks, because Gudra is a deck that is damage capped. 200 damage every turn, that's the most you could possibly do. So having Sableye as an option to come in and clean things up can be really, really good at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's been a great inclusion. Only the 2 Psychic Energy, so it's not that detrimental to the synergy of the list. And I think Fabio's not finding what he's looking for. Looked a little disgruntled there as he has to throw away that Choice Belt.
Yeah, Choice Belt hitting the Lost Zone. Fabio has so many cards in hand, it's kind of hard to believe that there's no real plays lined up. It will be the Escape Rope now as Sableye hits the bench with the Psychic Energy. Pramrot happy to offer up this Comfey. Now, how should Fabio spread this damage? Do you take the knockout on the Greninja, or do you have to be a little more methodical here to find a way back from this 6-3 card deficit?
Yeah, I think you have to be completely reliant on the Snorlax falling asleep and staying asleep. It's the only way to come back at this point. Sableye is going to be knocked out next turn. You're going to be reliant on that Iona into another Sableye, hoping this Pokemon never finds a switching effect. I think you're going to target down the Manaphy and start to put some damage onto the Comfeys, but it looks like he's actually going for the knockout here.
Okay, yeah, going to take 2 prizes this turn. Try to get back in this as much as possible and spread some damage on the Comfeys. And I think it will have to be a, reliant on Snorlax, staying asleep type of angle.
Yeah, this is pretty surprising. Of course, taking some prize cards does feel nice. You might need some help from the prizes.
Maybe knowing a Colress is in the prizes.
Sure, but I mean, you have to think that Iona was going to be the route to victory. You need a lot of help here, and Michael's just going to continue to burn through the deck, find those resources, but likely start to conserve some of those and seize the Switch card and the Jet.
I'm sure Michael will recognize that kind of the way he loses this game is if Snorlax stays asleep for too long, so I totally expect to see him hang on to things like Switch cards and Jet Energy in this spot, and maybe losing a Giratina's not too bad. I mean, at this point in the game, does he even need Giratina to win?
Absolutely not, and doesn't even need Sableye, which would have been a very nice attacker. You see the 3 cards selected are all cards he would love to see off of a Roxanne, off of an Iona at some point. Just something to continue to move around the Snorlax or get something rolling. But yeah, the energy is there for the Sableye. You can go ahead and attack with something that never falls asleep.
Yeah, could attack with the Sableye here, get more damage in play. Of course, Snorlax deals more damage, 180, but it's kind of wasted on the 80 HP of Sableye, so why not use your own Sableye here, place 8 on the active, and then you have 4 more damage counters to play around with. Sure enough, 8 damage counters going down to Sableye, and Primawat choosing here to just stack all 4 other counters onto Comfey.
Yeah, and that does line up for the last 2 prize cards for Michael if he does have access to that final Sableye. We did see it go to the Lost Zone, but there is still that last Super Rod in hand.
Could pull off an attack potentially even with that Radiant Greninja if he wants to put that back with the Super Rod. Fabio actually does not even play the Manaphy. We've talked about how there's no Manaphy down yet.
Where is it?
In the binder. Looking through the massive amount of cards that he has access to, you have to think Fabio would have some sort of play available. Super Rodding back, Sableye, and a Psychic is a decent start. And we do know that Iono is currently in this hand as well.
Yep, this would lead to having the Sableye knock out the other Sableye, and then really hoping to find one final attacker that can work through the Snorlax. just hoping that Michael does not see anything strong off the 2 cards from the Iono and the top deck.
And it does also involve Fabio drawing decently, I think, here off of his own Iono. I mean, he would get 4 cards here, which is really quite a bit better than the 2 that Michael Pramawat would receive, but you're putting cards on the bottom of the deck that you know you're not going to see. One of those being Mirage Gate. That's a great way to get energy into play and also retreat a Comfey out of the active spot. So 4 cards from an Iono plus 1 off of a flower selecting might be the line Fabio's going for.
Yeah, you just start to wonder even if Mirage Gate just to get an energy onto the Comfey would be correct if this is going to be the Iono turn. See the flower selecting first.
Do see that flower selecting. Fabio was also considering going for a Raihan, using that piece this turn as opposed to the Iono, and then maybe go for the Iono to 1 next turn. The problem is Pramawat's got it lined up to just win the game.
That's bizarre, yeah. When you see your opponent has already thrown away a Sableye, feels very comfortable with their giant hand of, what, 15 cards, they probably have access to that Sableye once more.
And now Hisuian Goodra V hits the Lost Zone. Pramawat seeing, oh, it is a Goodra deck.
So what is this guy?
He probably had his assumptions.
It is going to be the Raihan there to get the energy onto the Comfey. Maybe eventually lead to the Sableye coming down.
Yeah, it looks like Sableye will be the grab, and I think there are a couple Mirage Gate in the hand currently. So Fabio will be able to pull off the Lost Mine, will KO this Sableye. Could also take out 2 Comfeys, but you definitely have to deal with the Sableye, otherwise you just literally instantly lose the game.
Losing is bad, yeah.
Talking through all the options here, even though, I mean, I guess that's not really an option. Now Fabio, once again, so many cards, has that Sableye, a few Mirage Gate available. I think at this point in the game, Fabio should probably try to reveal as little information as possible. You know, hold off on showing that the Zamazenta's in the deck, hold off on showing something like Lost Vacuum, but you know what? Throw the Zamazenta down because maybe you have a chance to attack with it in the future.
That would be the only way, basically, to handle this Snorlax from this point on, as we don't see the Goodra lining up anytime soon. The energies are being distributed as well.
Yeah, it really does have to be Zamazenta to deal with the Snorlax because Snorlax's ability prevents it from being affected by all effects of your opponent's attack. So Sableye cannot place damage counters on it.
The other route to victory would just be ignore the Snorlax, but it doesn't seem to be what we're going for here.
Interesting to see the Temple of Sinnoh going down. That feels like a card that would be pretty nice to combo with Iono so your opponent can't jet energy out of the sleep.
Yep, maybe we've seen a few of those jet energies, but yeah, you do want to look out for the final few copies. Just don't give your opponent that out.
8 damage counters, it appears, being placed on the Sableye. Now with 4 left to play with, where does Fabio want to place those counters? Looks like 1 will be on the Comfey, even them all up.
As long as it's not the Snorlax.
2-2, and we're going some more right here. Yeah, don't choose the Snorlax.
Yep, this does line up for the strategy where Snorlax could stay asleep forever. You get that second Sableye down, and maybe you can work something out.
So as Pramawat here, if you can't win this turn, how do you play to make sure that even if your opponent Ionos you to 1, you're in the best possible position to win?
Well, you'd like to hold on to the switching effect. So unless you can guarantee that this Sableye will be found here, which we will see a pretty close guarantee with the Colress Experiment in hand and the Flower Selecting, the Mirage Gate in hand as well.
Yeah.
There's not much deck left.
Yeah, he should have pretty decent odds, and even has a Jet Energy as well to get another Comfey search in. I feel like Pramawat's maybe going to be able to draw the entire deck here. All he needs is a Sableye and a Psychic Energy, and then a way to get those pieces into the active spot.
Even Nest Ball occasionally hangs around there, but we do see, looks like plenty of energies there. And another switch card too. So much could get there, but gonna be looking for that Sableye, of course.
Yeah, choosing to just grab the Grass Energy out of the deck. I wonder if there's another Mirage Gate in the hand. Might be hanging on to that, so that's a way to accelerate the energy. No, doesn't look like it. So needs to draw Sableye plus the Psychic here. Oh, hey. Well. Sableye, Psychic, and a switching card. Everything Pramawat needs. Manual Retreat as well working for him. 120 damage spread, more than enough to KO those 2 low HP Comfeys with the damage that was already in play. And we see Michael Pramawat taking a very, very convincing game 1.
Yeah, and in 20 minutes was able to get the job done. We did not see much from Fabio, and That's no fault of their own. If you don't find Colress Experiment, how do you play this game?
We talk so often about, knowing when to concede. Do you think there was room for Fabio to have gotten an early scoop in that game so that there was more time on the clock for a potential game 2 and 3?
Yeah, I would have liked to see one of those hand disruptions earlier than we saw it. Of course, there was the Roxanne that was thrown away early. It wasn't exactly active just yet. And then we saw the Iono was not considered, instead went for the Raihan. So if you go for one of those, maybe you see one turn earlier. Okay, he was going to draw out a bit. Let's just get out of here. And you got to give yourself those opportunities if you want to find those ways to victory. But if you just keep waking up, who cares?
Not once, not twice, but 3 times Snorlax able to wake up and continue this onslaught of attacks. Pramawat, hey, we'll take that.
Yep, that is a classic nod. He should patent that thing. This is a trademark.
He just got so far ahead and got to the point where his deck was so thin, so high odds he would be able to close things out, and sure enough, Pramawat goes up 1-0 here in our Swiss Round 6, ever closer to a 5-0-1 record here at the World Championships.
Looking very comfortable. He said that when he was thinking about finding which deck to play at the World Championships, he looked at NAIC results, saw that this deck was creeping up, wanted to give it a shot, said my list stunk, I need to add some jet energies to it. Played 3 games at the locals and decided that this was cracked and he's going to play it at the World Championships.
Yeah, decided it was going to be good enough. I know Pramawat's a local to you as well, so you probably have seen him at some of these cups actually in person playing these cards as well.
Yeah, he loves coming out and joining. He plays a lot of other games too. He's just a Renaissance man. So every once in a while we just lose him for a few months, but he does love his Pokemon.
Absolutely, it all comes back to poke. Now Fabio here, down a game. Obviously, you didn't do the most. Your deck didn't work as it was meant to here in game number 1. You were able to glean a lot of information from your opponent's deck in that first game, though. How should Fabio adjust with the information he now has from Pramawat moving into this next one?
Yeah, I think you've seen that your opponent is ready for a dogfight. They want to play this as Lost Box back and forth, so use the fact that you have 2 Cramorants and try to steal some early prize cards. Maybe at that stage you can work in the hand disruption plus the Hisuian Gudra or the Zamazenta, whatever it may be, and then start to take a prize advantage there.
Prize cards going out for both of these players. We'll look out for what could be in here for either of them. Pramawat just loves prizing Giratinas, huh?
I guess so. At least it's a 1-1. That's a lot easier to work with. On the other side, it's going to be that Super Rod, one of those 2 Psychic Energies. We'll see if that comes into play. Going to be going first in this matchup.
Fabio does not have an out to Comfey yet. Radiant Greninja will ditch this Psychic, draws 2 more, and still no out to Comfey. No VIP pass, no Nest Ball, no way to get this set up.
Yeah, we've seen players go second in Lost Box matchups because they love to use that Colress Experiment first. And sometimes it gives you the opportunity to see additional cards, maybe run into that Battle VIP pass, and punished right here, unfortunately, passing with the Cramorant.
And Pramawat immediately starting with the Colress's Experiment. A couple switching cards as well. Another Colress even. Really solid opening. 2 switch cards in this Colress Experiment. I think there's a Nest Ball in the hand as well. Pretty close to pulling off a turn 1 Cramorant attack.
Looking for this. This is going to be unreal. As you throw away a switch card, you know that this is going to be a strong start. Looks to see not one, but the second Water Energy already.
And the other one is the Path to the Peak. And it looks like Pramawat will value holding on to this as an option. Knowing now what the matchup is a little bit better, even though he didn't see Gudra come out, I think he would like to try to stick Path on a turn where he hits really hard into a Hisuian Gudra V-Star.
Yeah, the option to attack with your own Radiant Greninja, and of course, now not seeing that the Mana Fee was played down, you lose that option to steal additional prize cards. But when you see your opponent start off this slowly, you probably just want to avoid them drawing cards.
Yeah.
If they can't play Pokemon,
True.
They definitely can't win Pokemon.
Yeah. Michael knows that Fabio does not have a Comfey or an out to Comfey in hand, so that might be more of the reason why Path to the Peak was held on to. I really like that.
He does say that he hates Abyss Seeking, so we'll see if he's forced to. Looks like that won't be the case there, as the energy was used to retreat, so it's going to be a little bit slower here. If the Battle VIP Pass was found, this would be an unreal turn with the Cramorant knockout.
Doesn't look like we're going to see that, though.
Yeah, no Cramorant able to come through, unfortunately. Already attached for turn as well, so Abyss Seeking. Oh, it's actually a V-Star even in the hand, so it will be the Path to the Peak and the pass. What does Fabio draw for turn? It is actually the Counter Stadium, and he even has the Colress. Couldn't play that turn 1, able to play it now on turn 2. And there's still no Comfey. Where are the Comfey?
No out to basic Pokemon in this 5 cards.
Wow, this is just an absolute disaster for Fabio, to be honest. I mean, to get to 401 at the World Championships, he has certainly had much better opening hands than this. This is really very, very tough for Fabio to try to navigate. These are the type of games that make you question why you chose to play a certain deck.
Yeah, and he's played this throughout the entirety of the season, it sounded like. This is the deck that you trust more than anything, and it's starting to let you down. Hopefully these 2 cards here can help out.
Still no
Comfey!
Comfey!
They are Pokemon. They're not the right ones.
Not the right ones at all. And if Fabio attaches an energy to this Goodra, he actually doesn't even have a way to draw cards next turn, with the Radiant Greninja being the only source of draw. I guess there is a Colress in hand, so that's something, but attach pass feels so bad in this spot.
Michael with the top deck of the Giratina V, going to use another Colress Experiment. Hey, we love easy decisions.
Yep, Fabio is definitely feeling jealous here. I mean, things just flowing for Michael Pramawat, everything going according to plan. Just 1 flower selecting will unlock Mirage Gate as an option. We do see that. Looking at the top 2 now, sending 1 to the Lost Zone. There are already a couple energy cards in the Lost Zone, so Pramawat will have to be mindful of that, as I do believe a Grass Energy was one of these cards here from flower selecting. He's going to take stock for a moment, realize what he has lost already this game, make sure he's counting his resources. Resource management, a ever important skill in the Pokemon TCG. Trying to map out how this turn will play out. Looks like the other card is a Jet Energy in this hand, so it's 2 energy cards. Which one does he lose?
Yeah, that's tricky, as the Jet Energy does provide you with additional looks at the deck, and you're going to need some help here. No Mirage Gate in hand, no real Pokemon that you can attack with right now, so maybe this will get you 1 step closer to finding that Cramorant.
Yeah, all Pramawat is missing right now really is the Mirage Gate. He's got Snorlax. He's even got the option to shred with Giratina V if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Snorlax seems like it would be the better play. We'll see if Flower Selecting can get a little bit of help here. Can it select the exact card Pramawat needs? I have to imagine with this hand, what he wants is the Mirage Gate.
Gonna go ahead and bench the Giratina V now, but that leads to maybe that Jet Energy at some point. You do have the path to counter the Temple of Sinnoh.
Yep.
And I like that you can use this Super Rod just for 1 energy when you play 3 copies.
Yep. It does say up to now, not something it used to say. But you see Colress being drawn off this flower selecting, another VIP pass going to the Lost Zone. I think Michael is going to miss a attack this turn, at least a damaging attack. Is it time for Abyss Seeking here?
Yeah, he's going to close his eyes and count to 9 now in the Lost Zone. Gets 4 cards, going to toss 2 of those. Build your own Colress, and it's a really bad one.
So many energy cards. There's already 3 in the Lost Zone. Losing a Mirage Gate is not great, but I mean, if all your energy cards are in the Lost Zone and in your hand, you can't even use it. I think this will be now up to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, because he got to 7 and then used 1 more flower selecting, so it should be now up to 10. So Sableye is an option next turn, probably why he felt Abyss Seeking was worth it.
Yep. It is the magical number that you need to reach if you want to activate that Sableye. Also, the Star Requiem on the Giratina V-Star, which is the ticket to knocking out that Goodra V-Star on the other side. Maybe we'll see that this time around, as finally Fabio getting the ball rolling, sees his 2nd Colress Experiment, but where are them Comfeys?
Where are the Comfeys indeed? At least the Cramorant now unlocked, so that will be a decent option. Can set up some chip damage on this Giratina, meaning a Goodra can KO it even if it evolves into a V-Star later, or if it does not evolve, a 2nd Cramorant can come in and pick up that 2-hit knockout, and energy being already committed to Hisuian Goodra V on the bench. No Comfeys, that's a problem. Oh, 1 Comfey, here we go.
He's gonna bench that, but definitely values the chip damage there. Does line up very well with the additional attackers in this deck. And this is much different than in game number 1. Michael got all of the cards into the Lost Zone that he needed, but unfortunately just finding all the resources out of order.
Let's see what energy are available in the deck. Okay,
Thankfully.
2 Psychic and 1 Grass. So there is still different energy cards available. That is a key piece of Mirage Gate. You are only able to accelerate 2 energy of differing types. With so many in the Lost Zone already and so many in hand, I was a little concerned that could be an issue, but looks like there are enough energy cards to make this happen, and it will be attachments to the active. We're going in with the Shred, I would imagine, here.
Right, and this feels pretty solid. Of course, you're losing the prize exchange in this situation, but this means that when these energies are gone, they're going to go to the discard pile. You're not going to see them stuck on a Pokemon at some point. These prize cards are definitely something that Fabio is going to consider.
Ooh, and the boss's orders is actually going to bring up the Hisuian Gudra V. Primoat has that Giratina V-Star. We could see a Star Requiem or a Lost Impact to just deal with this threat right now.
Yeah, you start to consider what energies are going to be left after this.
That is true.
You can use
I
Star
almost wonder
Requiem.
if Requiem is the better play in this case.
That's what I'm thinking now. It doesn't feel correct because you want to save it for the Gudra V-Star. But if you have boss's orders, then maybe you can just target down that Pokemon before it becomes a true threat.
So we are pausing the game at the moment. Looks like judges are taking a look at a potential issue. We'll get word of exactly what is going on here shortly, but for the meantime, we are going to take a brief pause. In this situation, though, Primoat is ready to start attacking with this Giratina V-Star. The question just becoming Lost Impact or Star Requiem.
I don't know if the energies are going to be available.
Right.
That was what? There's 1 Grass Energy in hand, 1 Psychic in the deck. You have that Super Rod, of course, but those energies are useless if they hit the Lost Zone once more. Just so many resources already depleted to get to this point. Doesn't feel great to use Star Requiem here if you could just walk right into the Zamazenta on the other side. But that might be the strategy you go for.
Yeah, we're getting word here. It looks like they're looking at an issue from game number 1. Second time we're seeing this happen, unfortunately, today on the stream. Can be easy to make some of these mistakes, right? There's so much going on continually throughout the course of the game, especially with Lost Box. Your turns really are so long. You're making so many decisions. I believe we are looking at a potential double energy attachment in a turn.
I'm going to guess it was on Michael's side because Fabio didn't play Pokemon very much in game 1.
It's looking like it's maybe on the Raihan turn from Fabio, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a manual attachment. Yeah, I think this did happen. So, because that turn was so long, he started off the turn with attaching retreating initially, and then later off in that turn went Mirage Gate to the Comfey, or sorry, Raihan to the Comfey, and then must have attached for turn to that Sableye that he attacked with that turn at the very end of the game.
Okay. Yep, I would definitely see that.
It feels really tough, though, because I don't think that I mean, it's a totally inconsequential thing. Like, Fabio's never winning that game, and I don't think there's any ill intent here based on what I'm reading and what I'm remembering from what happened in that game. It's just one of those situations of you're up on stage, you're 401 at the World Championships, it's been a long day, it's been a long road to get here, and that turn was so long, and you're trying to find just any way to get back into that game.
Yeah, that happens so often when you're playing a deck like this. You have so many actions, you feel like the turn's over, and then you get new life because of what you found off flower selecting or whatever it was, and then you start playing the turn like it's brand new again, and it's not great when it ends up like this, but it definitely does happen.
I think we need this Pikachu here to keep a better eye on things. Need him to start alerting us when these double attaches are happening.
Hey, he's a little hungry, okay? And who could blame him? The ramen has been delicious on this trip.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. So I believe we've got our head judge involved backstage. Everyone's taking a look at things. We're reviewing the footage. We do have replay, of course, we've been seeing all weekend, so they're taking a look at everything, gonna figure out exactly what happened and if some sort of penalty needs to be issued.
Well, how many energies are left to play with, man? I'm worried.
On Pram's side,
I'm trying. That is.
I do believe there's
the
three
real puzzle.
3 in the Lost Zone. He plays 14. There's 4 into play right now, so that leaves 7 kind of hanging around. The issue can be something like Jet Energy isn't able to be accelerated with Mirage Gate, right? So while those energies are still hanging around, technically you don't have as much reach and as much access to gain them, to grab them, I should say.
Yeah, and I believe the Sableye was lost early too, so when you start
That's right.
to think of
one Sableye
the
left.
other attackers that you can work into the mix, maybe Cramorant's going to be found pretty soon. That'll be an opportunity to start taking some of these one prize knockouts, but we've already seen boss's orders. there's a lot that Fabio could potentially end up doing in this game if we ever get to play this game.
Yes, shout outs to our incredible viewers watching along here in the crowd, also our viewers at home tuning in. Really helping to make the feel of this tournament just that much more special. It means so much more whenever there's people out there watching. You know, it feels better to be up on the stage. I mean, you yourself at NAIC had some family out in the crowd watching. I know it can mean a lot when you're up there on the stage and you know that there's friends and family out there cheering you on.
I knew there were some friends and family out there. I got paranoid while I was up there. I didn't want to do anything that would look bad, so I wasn't paying attention to
You're like, I'm not looking in the crowd.
Yeah, and so I'm just focused on my game, and then I look over and I'm like, my wife and my kid are there, and I thought you guys went home. So it was really cool that they were still hanging out.
Had to cheer you on, man, you know?
Yeah, they did a great job. Maybe they are the reason I found that Mirage gate.
Sometimes it's all it comes down to with these Lost Zone decks. Looks like we are having the ruling be issued out. Things are being discussed at the table now. Judges telling the players exactly what the situation is. And the thing is as well, you know, Fabio was very low odds to have ever won that game. I don't know if there even was a % chance that he could have won that game. So, I mean, if Fabio had just conceded, you know, this wouldn't have ever been an issue.
And you look on the other side, Michael's just trying to figure out, what? How did he cheat? He didn't even play game one.
Yeah, it almost feels bad that this situation has come up because things just did not go well for Fabio, right, in that first game. I think it's obvious to everyone, Gramawat being a competitor and also a sportsman, you know, winner of the 2004 Sportsmanship Award. He knows that it was probably ill intent, no ill intent from Fabio's end.
Yeah, cheat is not the right word for me.
Of course.
That is just misuse. It was not the right thing to do there. And of course, you don't know you're doing it until well afterwards. But we got cameras.
We got cameras. We got a chat out there, ever vigilant as well.
Even at what? At what time is it over in America?
They're up. They're up for sure. Things are being issued, and it looks like, ooh, I think, are we seeing cards?
We're playing. Up? No, we're playing Pokemon.
Yep. We are back into the game. Let's get down to the table. Bramawat, it appears, has flipped the V-Star marker, so it will be that Star Requiem.
I think that is the right choice. These energies are going to be so precious if you want to keep playing Pokemon. Understands that. Doesn't feel like the right call when you look at the damage on this Pokemon, but got to have those energies around. Discard pile's a lot better than the Lost Zone.
We will see Fabio's first flower selecting of this game. Not exactly how you draw it up here on turn 5 or whatever it is, but you work with what you have.
Turn 5 in the Lost Zone. Slow and steady.
Doesn't always win the race, unfortunately.
That does not feel good.
Yeah, we see that escape rope. What are you looking at here?
Well, obviously, the consideration on Fabio's side is I need to get more cards in the Lost Zone. I need Comfey to help out. Michael's in prize denial mode, so it's going to be Big Daddy Snorlax trying to hold down the fort.
The problem is Snorlax not powered up here. Bramawat going to need to find a Mirage Gate. There's only one Psychic Energy left in the deck as well.
Yeah, this is where you rely on the fact that you built your deck so consistently. Colruy's Experiment in hand, so could certainly find those switching effects.
Fabio's flower selecting, I'm pretty sure, is a Colruy's and a Mirage Gate. Just absolutely no easy decisions
Lost Vacuum,
here.
which
Vacuum.
gets,
okay.
Which activates the Mirage Gate. We'll give it to you.
Yep. And we do see Pokegear looking for a potential supporter card. Looks like Colruy's and Boss as options. It will be that Colruy's Experiment on the grab. Can play that this turn. Also to get to 7 in Lost Vacuum if Fabio has his own Stadium in hand. Could get you to 10 cards this turn. Could we see Sableye be unlocked?
Yeah, looking at the board, Sableye doesn't appear to be the strongest Pokemon, although it can be a nice one to work into the mix. When you see that Snorlax is not charged up, taking prize herbs doesn't feel great. Radiant Greninja does certainly leap out to me. Maybe you could take that double knockout on the Comfeys, really slow down Michael as he's trying to find those last pieces to close out. Whoa, I mean, looking at this Colruy's Experiment, found some pretty great cards there. Gonna toss the VIP and the pad to the peak. And I believe what was held onto, Switch, Mirage Gate, Water Energy. That is everything you need if you want to attack with this Radiant Greninja. And we are gonna see that Mirage Gate immediately thrown down.
Mirage Gate coming into play. See if that is the Greninja option this turn. Looks like it. 2 energies now being added. Just needs 1 water from hand. And a switching card into Comfey's would go down for Pramawat. That could set up for some sort of Iono comeback play or Roxanne on Fabio's end.
That was really cool. The Comfey got flipped up but did not fall over. These are the things I look for, Chip.
We will see the switch now, sending Greninja to the active. 2 energies being discarded shortly. And 2 Comfeys, I imagine, going down.
Yeah, it does line up there. I don't think it ever makes sense to attack into the Snorlax.
Yeah.
That's not a Pokemon that you want to chip away at.
Yeah, you can't place the Sableye damage on it, so.
Maybe in a world you attack the Giratina, but yeah, you just don't want to leave an opportunity for Michael to draw a little bit deeper.
You see Michael now drawing for turn. Has a Nest Ball, can replace the Comfey that was just removed from play.
Maybe if you play Manaphy fast enough, it saves your...
It brings them back. In a different world, potentially. Nest Ball likely grabbing a Comfey. Also is Radiant Greninja in the deck. Could even see Cramorant. If there's like an escape rope in hand for Pramawat, Cramorant could lead to an easy, 1-for-1, 1 prize trade. It actually looks like the draw for turn was a Mirage Gate, so Pramawat can attack with the Snorlax, attach for turn, plus use the Mirage Gate, even though it would just be for 1 energy.
Yeah, we could also see that 1 Psychic Energy go for the Sableye. There's a world where you could work that into the mix and spread some damage, try to clean that up later on, but then you're asking a lot from your final, well, one of your last 2 Super Rods. It looks like that Snorlax is going to get charged up with the final basic energy in the deck.
Get 1 single energy left. That's all you need, though, with another energy card in hand ready to power it up. So we have gotten word officially there was a double prize penalty added to Fabio for game number 1. Did not change the outcome of the game. Pramawat is still the winner of game number 1. We're playing here in game number 2, but it will be a penalty that's added to Fabio's record. If anything else did happen in this tournament, it could lead to a future potential escalation.
We're watching you.
The attachment for turn to the Snorlax. We do see this thumping snore for the KO. Pramawat needing to flip the coins here. Make the call, Kyle. What do you think?
No shot, right? Come on, 4 in a row?
No.
Yeah. At least it's double tails.
It's only fair.
Yeah. Oh, looking through, look at all those energies left, but this is a pretty solid place to be. You have 2 Pokemon fully charged up, ready to go. Your opponent does need some help. It's probably going to have to be hand disruption supporters over the next couple turns. And that means that you get to hold on to a lot of these great resources.
Yeah, if we could see something like maybe the Roxanne plus the Zamazenta, that would be pretty strong this turn if Fabio has the pieces to pull it off. I see Jet Energy, I see double Mirage Gate, and the Zamazenta. Super Rod as well. I think there's a decent enough chance Fabio could do this.
Energies will be available. I don't know if all of them were in the deck, but with that Super Rod, you get those right back in. Tough call here.
Yeah, really thinking through, doing some math. So much math involved with these Lost Zone decks, especially when Sableye comes into play. Thinking about the amount of resources left, as it is a Metal Energy having to be sent, and Boss's Orders was the card chosen to be kept here. Oh, and I wonder if maybe Fabio should have played Mirage Gate before going for this Flower Selecting. It depends on what he wants to do this turn. He might not really be going for this Zamazenta play, but if he was going to plan for it, Mirage Gate would have been better early.
Right, you see in the hand, the priority is those Jet Energies, but it doesn't line up exactly with the Zamazenta. You're trying to get 2 metals down.
And speaking of 2 metals, we see 2 going back into the deck. Zamazenta in hand, 2 Mirage Gate. We actually do also see this Boss's Orders. Okay, this must be what Fabio is planning out here. Has Boss in hand, has Jet Energy. We could be seeing a KO on this Giratina V-Star on the bench.
Yep, took the damage early on from that Cramorant to soften it up, and it is a large threat. But you think on Michael's side, still got that fully loaded Snorlax. It would attack right in, knock out the Zamazenta. What threatens it at this point? And that's going to be on Fabio to find pretty soon.
We could see Fabio load an extra energy into play, maybe putting a water on the Comfey potentially for a potential retreat later on. But if there's a metal in hand, actually, could even not go with the Jet Energy. The kind of thing I was thinking is, you know, put this water here on the active and then Jet Energy to the active, use Mirage Gate, get the other metal out.
Yep.
That's where my initial thoughts went, but see what else Fabio has.
Yeah, this is what I saw earlier. There's no metal energy in hand. It's the double jet, so.
We know there's one in the deck, so he can make this work, but can also pull off, okay, I see this. Go for the jet. You can use the Mirage Gate if you need to, but give yourself a chance to just draw the metal energy. Oh, well, I guess you're attaching jet for
You
turn.
don't want it,
yeah. You don't want the metal energy now.
So this says.
And he's drawn the metal energy.
Yeah. The ordering here.
Could be a Sableye turn. It looks like that might have to be the option now. I do believe we've unlocked 10 in the loss zone.
Mirage Gate still held on to.
Raihan is in the hand, so that's an option here too. No supporter has been played just yet. Yeah, I wonder if bossing the Tina would have potentially been the play this turn. There is Roxanne available. It will be the second Mirage Gate. No metal energy, no psychic energy either. There is one psychic prize.
Yeah, just gonna scoop the cards up there.
Fabio just seeing there was no way to win this one. Things did not really go his way in either of these games. Michael Pramawat coming out ahead, moving to 5-0-1 at our 2023 World Championships.
That is not how I saw this matchup going, but it's definitely a way to get to 5-0-1, and Michael's going to feel just as great either way. What a Snorlax, man. Game number one. We saw so many heads.
I mean, and those were massive as well because it allows Pramawat to hold on to resources. He doesn't have to use Jet Energy on those turns to get a Comfey active, use a Flower Selecting, send it to the bench, right? He just gets to continue to attack turn after turn. He doesn't have to go for any sort of switching cart plays. He gets to save those pieces for later in the game. So those heads really do make a big difference.
Yep. Important to note for both of our players that we will see both of them potentially in the top 8. Fabio not knocked out just yet. 4-1-1 is the record, so could easily win their next 2 matches. Hopefully, luck is on their side as they compete throughout the rest of the tournament. But all eyes are going to be back on Michael Pramawat with his 7 regional wins, trying to make a world championship happen too.
Looking back at this game, it just really was a story of things not going great for Fabio. It wasn't as great for Pram as it was in game number 1. A little bit clunkier of a start, but ultimately still enough to get ahead. Fabio had a great turn with that Radiant Greninja, had a potential path to win this game, but just not quite able to make it happen. No energy left for the Mirage Gate, concedes it, and we're moving on. And sometimes that's just what you need to do. Concede, move on to the next game, and just get that last one out of your memory, out of your head.
Yep, get it out of your head. It was not the way that you wanted to play Pokemon, and sometimes that's how it goes. I mean, right from the jump. We started game 1, no Colress, didn't get to do anything. Game 2, you have no Comfey. Like, this is how the deck works. If you're not allowed to play Pokemon, you're probably not going to win.
I did notice one thing I want to just bring attention to as things were wrapping up there. Did you see what deck box Pramawat was using? What Pokemon was featured on it?
Was it Giratina?
It was a Snorlax.
Oh!
And I promise you, that is intentional.
That's clutch. Little subliminal messaging to the opponent. Look out for the heads, they're coming.
Absolutely something Pramawat was recognizing and knowing, hey, Snorlax is going to be a key card for me on this tournament day. Really not something that we've seen much in the Lost Tina. I'm curious on your thoughts. You know, after seeing this game, you know, you're someone who's played so much Lost Tina. You've been a big advocate for the deck. What do you think of that tech card inclusion?
We cut it really early. We of course tried it because it made a lot of sense. It did soften up some of the matchups we were worried about, but ultimately we were finding ways to beat Lost Box anyways. There's a strategy that you can go for where maybe you can get them to work in their Dragonite early on, and then your Sableye does so much extra damage. Or you can avoid overbenching for the Raikou, so not worried about that. But you can see when you're in a field like this with so many different decks, it is so great to have that utility of just dealing 180 damage with a single prize Pokemon.
Yeah, I think something key for this level of tournament, right, where every single one of your opponents is going to be a top-tier player, you want to have something that you can catch them off guard with, something you can surprise them with. I mean, we saw Pedro Pertusi earlier with his Gardevoir deck having a Choice Belt in that list. You know, we didn't see it come up in that game, but that's something that, you know, you're playing Arceus. You're not expecting your Arceus to get turn 2 KO'd by a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah.
You get one little surprise card that people are not used to seeing in your list. it can really get you ahead. We saw Fabio having that Zamazenta in the deck. That's something that can catch your opponent off guard. Maybe Snorlax has been that card for Paramawat so far this weekend.
Yeah, Paramawat had that exact situation against John-Eng in round number 1. Was able to play down the Snorlax with the Choice Belt to knock out the Raikou out of nowhere and was able to get that 1 tie on his record. Since then, he has added 5 more victories and none more important than this last one. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage, see how our winner feels.
Thank you very much, casters. Well, I'm here with Michael Paramawat. You're on a bit of a tear today. You've had a very good start today, too.
Yeah, undefeated, 5-0-1. Just playing the same 60 I played yesterday. Yeah, just killing it. This deck is awesome.
I mean, what's so awesome about the deck? What are you loving about it?
Well, I came into Worlds knowing I was going to play Snorlax because it's a big cat, and I was just like, this thing is awesome. And it's like, in terms of strategy, it's just well positioned in the metagame. So like, I was just like, oh, this card is so cool. I've played it before. I played actually a variant of this deck before early in the season, and then I was like, well, it's time to bust it back out.
Would it be as awesome if you didn't keep flipping double heads?
Well, we have so many switch cards for that, but when I don't have to play any of them just because I keep getting lucky, then it's actually really sick. It's so cool.
So it is normally a Giratina deck with your Lost Zone. Was there any thought about Arceus Giratina, or were you very much on the Lost Zone train from the beginning?
I don't think Arceus Giratina is as strong as the Lost Zone variant, and so when I decided I was going to play Snorlax, I was like, between that Lost Zone Giratina and Lugia, and I just ended up going with Giratina because I just thought Star Requiem was a really cool ability, a really cool attack. So I was just like, yeah, we'll just play 2 cool Pokemon and see how it goes.
Seems to be working. So I've got to ask then, that the Snorlax, we've seen a lot of Giratina on stream this weekend. We've not seen a lot of Snorlax. How central is that to the deck?
Snorlax is the card that really swings the Lost Zone matchups because their deck basically can't interact with it outside of Cramorant. And it's a 2-shot. So Snorlax just basically gets in there for at least 2 for 1. And because there's so many switch cards in the deck, the drawback of the sleep flips isn't really that big of a drawback. And then if you also happen to get double heads, then your opponent just kind of loses.
I mean, it seems to be working pretty well for you. And I've got to ask, of course, you've been here before, back in 2010. You made it all the way to the finals of Worlds. You are, realistically, if you win your next game, you can ID and you'll be in top 8. Is there any extra nerves with that, or is it like it's been 13 years, it's time now?
I haven't been nervous all tournament. I just like, I kind of just figured as long as I like draw well, play well, it'll all be good. Getting nervous doesn't really do anything. So as long as you're just not nervous, you just play well.
Sounds pretty good. You know, do you want to say anything? You've got people here that have been cheering since the second you walked on stage. People seem to like you, Pram.
Yeah, you know, when you've been around for a while, you make friends, and you know, made some of the best friends I'll ever have. So.
Sounds excellent. Well, congratulations. I love seeing Snorlax do well. We do have a question from the casters. Snorlax on the deck box, coincidence or planned?
100% planned. It was kind of like a little Easter egg for my opponents. If they ever put 2 and 2 together, they were like, oh, this guy runs Snorlax. And I've run it before in previous decks, in a previous variant of this that I played. And so if you like kind of knew my tournament history, you would just know, oh, I'm playing. If you knew I'm playing Giratina, you know the Snorlax is going to be in there, and the Snorlax is just kind of a nod to that.
Well, the secret's out now, but you're very close to top 8. Good luck for the rest of the games. And casters, let's throw it back to you.
Appreciate that, Ross. Great to hear from one of the top minds coming out of NA, a true veteran of the Pokemon TCG. You know, he's been on this stage before, and I love that advice as well from Paramawat. Don't be nervous, it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't help you. Rightfully so. I mean, when you've played on the big stage for, what, 20 years now, it seems like he's been here time and time again, and it doesn't help you. It really, I've seen so many people get in their own head, start to worry about what their tournament is going to look like. Maybe they'll print my deck. Maybe I'll be famous. No, just play Pokemon. If you get there, cool, but it doesn't help at all.
Yeah, I mean, Paramawat being someone who's already had his name placed on one of those World Championship decks, you know, he knows the feeling. And I think he's looking to capture it once again. He seems as calm and cool as I've seen him all season long. Yeah, maybe it's his tournament to make it happen. Maybe it is time for redemption from that, you know, famous event back in 2010.
Like a big cat, man. Like a big cat. Just like that, we're going to take a little cat nap. We'll see you guys soon when we get back to our next round. Don't go anywhere. More World Championships after this.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary EX was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary EX, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary EX, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw return to Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a 2nd place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordinary EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Konbanwa, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Games 2023. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined once again by the fantastic David Hockman. How you doing, David?
Yeah, we saw some amazing games. I'm looking forward to have more fun with you here at the casting booth for the next round. Before that, yeah, we have some stuff we want to talk about. I looked at the games just a little bit ago. We have very strong players still in competition. Now that you're going to the end of the day, you know, a lot of people already, some people dropped already. Some people know, well, I'm just playing. Some friends told me, I'm still playing for like top 32 or whatever. But it is going down to the wire.
Yeah, we are getting to that stage now where a lot of people are no longer in for top 8.
Yes.
Like if you haven't got at least X1-1, that is one draw, one loss, the rest wins, you're probably not in at this stage. You're probably not in contention, or you're pretty much entirely not in for contention in top 8. There are a select number of people still in contention. A lot of people will have dropped out by this point. And for me at this stage, I'm looking for the story. Stories like Cyrus potentially winning North American International Championships and then coming in and winning Worlds. Stories like Michael Pramwort coming in, you know, 13 years after that heartbreaking second place finish in 2010, potentially running it back. And I'll tell you what, every so often I'll speak to a player and they'll tell me about their deck and I'll go, oh yeah, no, that's the play. The first moment I've had that this weekend is talking to Michael Pramwort and him explaining Snorlax to me. Because when he explained Snorlax to me in Lost Box, playing it with Giratina, I'm like, that makes so much sense. Because Giratina is good, but Snorlax is awesome. And Snorlax takes out the single prize Pokemon, but doesn't get got back by the single prize Pokemon. So how does your opponent deal with your Snorlax? Well, they bring out something like their Goodra, except if they bring out Goodra, Giratina just smacks them out of the way. And actually, I'm thinking that combination of Snorlax and if you drop something to counter it, brilliant, I've got Giratina. I was talking to Michael Pramwort after that last game, and I'm like, I think he's nailed this. I think he has absolutely nailed it. I know I might change my mind between now and the finals, but honestly, I'm looking at this format right now, and I'm like, yeah, Giratina with Snorlax, that was the play.
I thought you were talking about Aggron V at the beginning.
Oh, I want Aggron V to be the play, David, but I'll be honest with you, Aggron V was always kind of an outsider. And look, I will be delighted if Aggron V takes down this tournament, I promise you. But Snorlax is always my second favorite Pokemon in Gen 1 after Porygon, and that Kuki Saito artwork that Pramwort was showing us.
It is nice.
I'll be honest with you, I want that card to win.
Yeah, there are still some very nice decks. I think Alex Crackler is still in the competition, very high as well. Probably, might be locked in for top 8 or maybe just one win. We have to confirm that with the Rapid Strike deck that we saw yesterday. Just a very strong deck and still able to outplay your opponents here at the Day 2 of the World Championship. Yeah, you have to be a very good player to be able to do that with all of these strong opponents you're going to face.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, you know. I mean, yesterday you were looking for 6-2. Today, 6-2 might not actually be good enough somehow.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, 6-2 is, well, almost certainly not good enough. 6-1-1 is going to be what you need, which is wild. Now, looking at the kind of standings as we've got them at the moment, there are a bunch of 5-1 and 5-0-1 players. Now, the relevance here is if you end up at either 6-1 or 6-0-1, well, 6-0-1, you can ID, intentionally draw, and you will be in top 8.
Yeah.
6-1, there is a risky intentional draw. So Michael Pramwort and Vance Kelly are playing each other. They are the only 5-0-1s. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're playing someone who will ID in the round afterwards. But we have a bunch of players with 5 wins. Shoichi Saito, Tord Reklev, Alex Krekler, Azul Garcia-Griego, Raz Wolp. They are all of the players at the moment who are sitting on 5 wins. We have a few players sitting at 4 wins and 2 draws, so 2 wins will get them in. And there is, it'll be 2 wins is what they're looking for. And we're looking at Shinosuke Sato, Suchi Singh, who we saw with the Aggron.
I was just walking through the hall and saw an Aggron VMAX. Aggron VMAX with 5 energy attached on the bench.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's real.
And then Alex Szymanski and Pedro Pertuzzi, the other 402s. Let's look at some of these key matchups we've got coming up in this following round. Oh, Shoichi Saito against Tord Reklev. That is going to be a phenomenal game. The winner of that will be sitting at 6-1, potentially with a risky ID into top 8 afterwards. But Alex Krekler against Azul Garcia Griego, that is a phenomenal match. And I know the players we've had already, so, excuse me, they're players we've had already, so we weren't going to have them on stream. But Cyrus Davis against Carl Peters, Sajin Park against Isaiah Bradner, Sue against Alex Szymanski. That is about the best list of key matchups I have ever seen for a round in a tournament, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that. That is a ridiculous list of matchups.
Yeah, things are heating up here at the World Championship. Like you said, Alex Krekler against Azul, this is also a match I really would have loved to see. Yeah, Sue, I really want to see Sue again.
I would love to see Sue again.
For the secret Agram VMAX, but he's going up against Alex Szymanski, one of the best players we have in North America, as well as Sajin Park is still in the competition.
Baridon is still in the competition.
Your prediction can still make it, right?
It can still work.
But also again, Isaiah Bradner, a force to be reckoned with. We have Cyrus Davis playing against Carl Peters, the second-ranked German player. He got here through, winning through day one, just like Cyrus as well. Yeah, both of them phenomenal players. And all of these matches are matches you would not like to miss. Unfortunately, we can only show you one match, and this is going to be Shoichi Saito, one of the best Japanese players. If I'm not mistaken, he is one of the Elite Four players in Japan right now, playing against Tord Reklev, arguably the best player in Europe. Some people would even say the best player in the world right now.
A lot of people are saying the best player ever for Tord.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. I do have to break some hearts, I'm afraid, now, though, David. I've just checked the listings. Sajin Park and Isaiah Bradner are actually both sitting at 4-2.
Oh,
so having taken 2 losses, it means they are almost certainly out of contention.
Still a very interesting match.
Oh, I would
And they're still playing for top 16, top 32.
Absolutely.
Like we already mentioned often, still a great achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of best player ever, we're at the World Championships, so I have to remind everyone, we do have Jason Kaczynski, who won the World Championships 3 times, and some people might point to those World Championships being a bit smaller or being a while. I think his last win was in 2013, which is a decade ago with his Darkrai deck. But, I mean, Worlds has never been an easy tournament, and winning it 3 times is an achievement I don't think we're ever going to see happen again. But, of course, you know, Tord's still in contention. Tord has won all the international championships.
Exactly.
I was trying to calculate the other day, and it's absurd that this is even a question. Has Tord won more internationals, or have I casted more internationals? And it turns out I am ahead, but not by very much at all. And that is ridiculous, and that is even a statistic. So, you know, Tord has had a top 4 finish at the World Championships, but look, when you've won all 4 internationals, there comes a point where the World Championships, it is that last hurdle to go over, and it is, you know, the players we've got left in this tournament, you know, your Michael Pramwell, your Cyrus Davis, your Tord Reklev, you know, these players who you could point to any of them and be, look, they are the most deserving player, here's why, and actually, nah, they're all deserving players. Someone's actually going to have to go out there and earn it.
Yeah, I think saying the most deserving player, so this is something that you say to someone after you saw like a very unlucky match, right?
Yes.
Like, and then it's a very personal opinion, like, you were the most deserving player. In my opinion, I think almost everyone who is here deserves it. But the person who deserves it the most is the person who is actually going to perform, right, and show us here what they're made of. The last few games will be very exciting, I hope.
Yeah, I think you put it very well there, David. There's some really good stories here, but yeah, the person who deserves it the most is going to be the person who actually wins all the games and lifts that trophy at the end. I think you put that very, very well indeed. So, we've seen the decks around. You got a prediction for us, David? Any decks you've seen, you know, that you think, I've told you what I think is probably the play. What do you think's the play, given what you've seen so far?
Well, I've seen that Mew VMAX is doing incredibly well. Like the top tables, almost like 30% of them are, I think, Mew VMAX.
Oh, wow.
Something I personally did not predict. I had my bet on Gardevoir EX, which Tord is playing, so there's still a way for me to come out on top. If maybe this will be the first World Championship that Tord is able to bring home. If that's the case, I win. If that's not the case, well, I will be very happy to lose my prediction if the most deserving player wins this World Championship.
course, let's not forget that, you know, Tord came to EUIC. Now, EUIC European Internationals this year was a huge tournament because at the same tournament, we introduced a rotation. So we got rid of the very final, we got rid of the first 4 sword and shield sets as we rotated to essentially battle styles on. Not entirely, but close enough. Regulation Mark E, I believe we rotated to.
I think so.
And we also brought in the first Scarlet and Violet set. So it was the first tournament where God of War could be played, and it was literally the day Scarlet and Violet became legal, the tournament started. Tord rocked up with God of War in that tournament, got all the way to the final, lost a heartbreaker, and now kind of running it back at the World Championships months later with that same deck. And, you know, that would be kind of cool to see Tord finally bring it home with the deck, you know, with which he got so close at European Internationals and just fell that tiny bit short in what was, I mean, that European Finals was wild.
Yeah, I think Tord, ever since the God of War deck released, I think he played it the whole time, like ever since. And we talked yesterday about it a little bit, where like, yeah, God of War is like difficult to play and you really need to know what you're doing. Tord knows exactly what he's doing. He hasn't played any other deck. We had some like God of War believers who played God of War basically the same. Like, it came out, they started playing God of War, they thought, well, this is the best deck that there is. And then right before the World Championship, they were like, oh, well, we tested a little bit, and I think there was like one deck that's a little bit better for this tournament specifically. I think Tord is the one person who thought, I'm so good with God of War EX, I will just play it, I will be the best God of War player, and that will be it,
Yeah, I agree with you. God of War does seem to be a play, but that's not what we're talking about now. We have got a game which is ready, so let's head down to the stage and we can see our players coming in. And, of course, you know, we are getting down to it. These players are all very, very close to getting their space in top 16. I assume top 8. Top 16 as well, to be fair. So one of these players is going to, I'm pretty sure one of these players is going to end up on 6 points. And I said we're not talking about God of War. Of course we're talking about God of War. We've got Tord on stream.
Yes.
We're going to be talking about a lot of God of War. We have got Tord and his God of War list against Shoichi Saito, who is going to be playing a Lost Box variant. We got Dragonite V, Kyogre, things along those lines.
Yeah, Shoichi Saito also was one of the few Japanese players that actually went to NAIC and finished top 16 with a very similar Lost Zone deck. This version of Lost Zone that displays the Kyogre is, I don't think it's the most popular one, but it always has been a very strong contender.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those ones, some people love it, some people are a little bit out on it. We've seen some big finishes on the streams using that Kyogre to take multiple prizes at the end of the game. Lost Box is a weird one because you've got your standard, your Comfy, your Sableye, you know, your Cramorant around which you're really building the deck, and then it kind of gets a little bit interesting, shall we say.
Yes. So you have to discard cards from your deck, so like the very last energy recycler is like super important to get all your energy cards back. But if you manage to pull this play off, it is very strong. It is also very strong against God of War, because you can use your Sableye first to get rid of your opponent's Manafi, and then have this like super strong 250 damage on 2 Pokemon play that you can pull off at the end. Let's see if Shoichi is able to actually do this, or if Tord will come up on top.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, I kind of love the idea of a player, especially someone as good as Tord, coming along and being like, God of War's the best deck, and I'm going to spend the next like year proving to you why I'm right about this. I mean, well, if I remember correctly, European Internationals is in April, so we're 4 months out from that. And yet Tord's still like, nah, it's still the best deck. I've been doing it for the last 4 months. I'm back here. And, you know, the records are incredibly important here. And the reason is this. The player who loses this game will be on 5-2. And I'm fairly sure 6-2 leaves you eliminated from top 8 contention. You're top 16, but not top 8. So that means that the loser of this game very well is probably eliminated from top 8 contention.
Yes.
The winner of this game, now we think, and this is not official, we're kind of doing, you know, back of a napkin maths here, but we believe 6-1-1 is going to be the bubble. So that means a winner of this can either win their next game and definitely come in, or tie their next game and have a, a decent shout, but not guaranteed.
Yeah.
So we're not at a winning in yet, but oh my word, we are close. And it is important to note, in this tournament, for a couple of rounds now, we've had no X and O's. No player has just won every round this tournament. Everybody has either taken at least a loss or a tie.
Yeah, of course the winner of this match will have to check with the standings next round, like how many ties were there in other games. So yeah, speculating now is not. Yeah, we will calculate it once the situation arises. But right now, both of these players know they have to win. We have Todd on the one side, who had an amazing run at EOIC and also was top 16 at the regional championship in Malmö. I think he went to the North American International Championship and didn't perform very well, also playing Gardevoir. But now he brought his Gardevoir deck all the way to Japan to show everyone that Gardevoir actually really is the best deck in the format.
Sitting there at 5-1 after 6 rounds, he seems to be doing a pretty good job of it. Of course, Tord had a borderline ridiculous amount of championship points this season, one of the highest totals in the world. So very easily a day 2 player here. It was, I mean, a couple of months ago, we knew that it was pretty much impossible for enough players to do well enough to knock Tord out of top 22 contention, and yet Tord kept playing. There came a point in the tournament where Tord had where Tord had so many championship points that the idea of not making top 22 and getting that day 2 invite was essentially 0.
Yeah.
And yet, just kept playing, and that's what Tord does. Even at special events where, the cash prizes aren't on the line and some players choose to skip them, Tord's rocking up to them and just having a play, and it was just someone who really does seem to love this game. Now, we'll have a look at the prizes here. Nothing too terrible, bunch of one-offs, nothing which is going to cause great concern.
Exactly. Like, Todd is one of these players that choose a deck that they really like and then just try to bring it to all the tournaments and just try to win every game because you're the better player. And if you make a bad meta core, that's fine. Like, you have the next tournament. You just try to become better and better at the deck you're playing. Todd's favorite deck used to be Lugia, and now he found Gardevoir, which he seems to like a lot better, as we see opening with the Mysterious Tail Mew and a Fog Crystal. You play the Crystal first, because then you have a better chance of getting a better VIP pass with your Mysterious Tail, which is something you really, really need to hit in this situation.
Yeah, it's all about percentages and chances, and it's a tiny, tiny one, but you start the game so you got an opening hand of 7 cards, you draw a card, 6 prizes, so you're talking like an opening deck of 46 cards. So you look at the top 6 for Mew of 46. Well, if you take a card out with Fog Crystal, then instead of looking at a 46-card deck, you're looking at a 45-card deck. You have a very slightly higher chance of hitting that Battle VIP pass. And it's little plays like this that separate the good players from the absolutely kind of top-tier players. It does seem like we're getting a routes from the Fog Crystal, which seems fairly standard. And getting a Battle VIP pass off the Mew, like you said, David, is going to be absolutely huge. Hit it here, you get a good setup looking forward to turn 2. If there's no Pokemon search off the Mew, that's when things get interesting, but not necessarily in a fun way for Tord.
Exactly. There seems to be no supporter card in Tord's hand, so if there is, of course, you cannot get a supporter card with Mew. There are some decks that play a Poké Gear, for example. That is not an option for Tord. There is also, something like a Luminion in the deck, so you really just need to get raw draw power. Here we see the Mysterious Tail, very important, being used. We look at the top 6 cards of your deck and reveal nothing.
Literally nothing. No valid targets there, I don't think, at all.
Oh, yeah, this is looking pretty bad. I mean, you still have next turn as you're playing against Lost Zone deck.
Oh, no, Super Rod, I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that having Super Rod is basically not having anything. Yes. Of course, you want to put it in your hand to maximize your chances. Wasting a Super Rod like this is very unfortunate, but you just need to get the best chances that you can get. And there's of course still the chance that Tord draws into something like an Iono, for example.
Now the good news is he does have Arthas on there, so he does at least get to search for a basic Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box and pop it onto his bench. It's one of those cards you would kind of prefer not to play it if you could get away with it, because it's also going to help Shoichi here. Even if Shoichi's got his own stadium, he is definitely going to use that to go and search out a basic Pokemon on his turn before he goes about replacing that stadium. It's one of the things about stadiums with them being double-sided. It's awkward, but sometimes you put it down, you use it, and yeah, your opponent's going to get to use it, but that's okay because you really needed it.
Yeah, and now for Todd, he has 2 energy cards in his hand, and he definitely needs to attach it somewhere. You can attach it either to a Ralts or to the active Mew, because if the next turn you draw a level ball, Todd really has to think about which Curlier he wants to get, because he plays the Mirage Step Curlier. So in theory, it probably depends on how much pressure Shoichi is putting on Todd. But next turn, Todd might just try to go into like a Mirage Step. As we see Shoichi's first turn with a Flower selecting. And yeah, putting 1 card in the Lost Zone. Unfortunately, I didn't see exactly which one it was. The Battle VIP pass coming down now. And Shoichi now would just have to prepare on yeah, how he wants to navigate the deck. In the Lost Zone deck, especially this version that Shoichi plays, you have like 2 ways to approach the early part of the game. You can try, let's just like use a few Comfeys at the beginning and then start attacking with Cramorant, or you just try to go extra Comfey at the beginning to get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone as fast as you can, and then use Sableye, Lost Mine ability, attack to just pull out your opponent's board, because that attack goes through Manafi's Wave Veil ability, and if Todd is not fast enough evolving all of his rolls, you can just basically hinder him completely from setting up. So Shoichi really has to think about which way he wants to approach this matchup. Go for early Cramorant, or try to be a little bit more conservative, get cards in your Lost Zone, and then fighting with Sableye.
Yeah, it really depends on how much Pokemon Search we see. If you get enough Pokemon Search, you have the luxury of going for your Comfey and still getting a Cramorant down. But you're absolutely right. It is whether you want the early pressure of Cramorant or whether you just want to go and get your Comfey. Now, we do see the search going on here. Having a look, poking those energies up to the top or bottom, seeing exactly what they've got in terms of things that are left in their deck, and not really giving very much away at the moment. We've seen a deck search, and that's it. We've just seen Battle VIP Pass come down, and now it's at the point where Shuichi's going to have to try and grab a couple of cards. We do have a Comfey, and I'm an overly aggressive player to begin with. I love the idea of going Cramorant turn 1 and getting rid of that Mew. Also because you saw your opponent having a fairly slow start, so maybe getting rid of that Mew and taking away the option to have Mew's ability to draw you extra cards or get you 1 extra item card, maybe that could be something Shuichi is thinking about. For now, we've got a Comfey and a Radiant Greninja, so Shuichi's not going to be worried about drawing cards, at least for a minute or 2.
Yeah, also there's still the Artisan in play, so Shoichi, I don't know exactly why you wouldn't go for maybe a 3rd Comfey, but it kind of depends on what you decided. And as we see, Pidgeot V, a card we have not seen very often in these decks. I'm not 100% sure what the attack name is called. Vanishing Wings. Yep. You can use this to shuffle Pidgeot V into the deck, which is an ability that's very helpful in the deck, because this is the Kyogre Lost Zone deck. So you try to get rid of your own deck as fast as you can, and then sometimes you have situations where you just have like no deck left, and you just want to get like any cards in the deck. And it's also, like we see here, one Pokemon that you can just attach your Forest Seal Stone to.
Yeah, your only options for Forest Seal Stone in the deck are Pidgeot and Dragonite. Of course, we've got an item card or a tool card here, and they're not items anymore, David, that let you go and search for any card you want at all. And that's kind of a win, honestly, being able to go and do that. So, presumably, I believe that was a Colress's Experiment. Yes. We went for there. That's going to get 2 extra cards in the Lost Zone. And actually, we are now up to 4 cards in the Lost Zone, which means Cramorant is on the board, and this is awesome. So this is what I was talking about with the early pressure and getting rid of that Mew. It does seem like that is where Shuichi is going here. We see an energy attachment onto the Comfey. It can now retreat. Cramorant can get a KO on the Mew, and of course, don't forget to use the Artisan.
Yeah, Shuichi now has the option to either retreat or play an escape rope, but in a situation like this, it is very good for you to get rid of the Mew as well. Because you saw, while Todd used Mew, didn't really get anything with it, and just a single level ball can completely change the whole course of this game. And of course, Shoichi doesn't know whether Todd has another level ball in his hand, maybe that he's just trying to save for later use. But yeah, the Lost Zone deck really needs to be aware of its own chances for everything. As we see Shoichi just retreating, not using the escape rope, good play in my opinion, and just taking out the Mew, hindering Todd's setup, who now I think is just going to pray that the top card of the deck is a good one.
Yeah, the top deck here for Todd, absolutely huge. What are we going to see? I don't know, is the honest answer. Hey, the decks are coming slightly into the camera now. Oh, no, Shoichi's gone again. Now it's back. Hey, there we go. So we've got the decks, the discard piles, and we've got the Lost Zone there. Have we seen Todd's top deck?
Okay, let's see. Any way to search for a Pokemon or a supporter card? What will this be? It is
Forest Seal Stone, but there's no Pokemon V on which to put it.
Yeah.
So it's a great card, just so long as you've got a Pokemon V to actually use. Lights go down, don't worry about it, they're back, we're good. And the problem is, you know, we saw Shuichi put it on a Pidgeot. Todd generally wants to pop it on a Zacian, or a Luminium would work as well. Neither of those is there, so...
Oh, we have the Super Rod Artisan play, something I didn't even think about. When you knock out the Mew and the Artisan is still in play, Todd even revealed that he had a Super Rod in hand, so he can just shuffle Mew back, use Artisan to search for Mew, retreat into Mew, and these are the kind of plays that prove every time that there's a reason I'm sitting here and not over there.
But the Super Rod came from the Mew.
Exactly, yeah.
And now it's being used to rescue the Mew. Of course, what would be amazing is if Todd could use Artisan to get Zacian V and then pop a Forest Seal Stone. But of course, it is only a basic non-rule box Pokemon, so he gets Mew in the active. Is there anything?
I think there is no item.
Oh my, so 2 uses of Mew, and the best we've seen is a Super Rod. And that's the kind of thing that ends games, frankly. There's just nothing.
There is one more Super Rod in Todd's hand. I mean, yeah, he's just trying to go for it. If your opponent is just attacking with Cramorant, sometimes, who knows what happens from now on.
It's not looking ideal. Yeah. I mean, essentially here, Shoichi can do literally nothing and get a KO on that Mew. That Mew is getting KO'd regardless. So for Shoichi here, it's just set up your board as well as you can this turn, and try and get some more cards in the Lost Zone if you can, and then go. The problem is we are getting pretty close to a situation where Shoichi is going to start being able to use Sableye Lost Mine to potentially KO those routes. And sure, there isn't a bent space now, but remember that Pidgeot V can always just go away, and then that will create a bent space. And if I'm Shoichi, I'm thinking I've got 1 or 2 turns here until I can just KO all of those routes, and at that point the game will very truly be over.
Yeah, and Shoichi's now just using Comfey to get into a few more Pokemon, in a few more cards in the Lost Zone. See a Chorus Experiment, which allows you to put 2 more cards in the Lost Zone as well, and even a Lost Vacuum, which you can use to put, in theory, even 2 cards into the Lost Zone, depending on what you want to discard. Often this card is just used to get into the Lost Zone faster. But yeah, there is unfortunately no bench space, so getting to 10 immediately now is
Pidgeot.
Ah, true, yeah.
Pidgeot's ability can get it off the bench.
Yes, you're correct.
If he uses, now he's not done it here, he could have used Lost Vacuum. If he takes Lost Vacuum, uses it on his own Forest Seal Stone, Lost Zone's a card from his hand, that would have got him to 10. Pidgeot goes away, but fortunately I don't think he had everything he needed to get the Sableye down with an energy and into the active. Because you've got to think, if we can see a route to 10, Shoichi can see a route to 10, and that would have just been devastating. As it is, Cresselia's 10 damage away from being KO'd. Oh, and Todd's got an Iono.
Yeah, Todd got saved by the top of his deck here. And probably, we might have even seen a scoop if nothing came from that, because at some point there's no way to keep up. The only reason you wouldn't scoop is if Todd thinks, well, this matchup isn't so nice anyway, so I'm fine with a tie. Let's just play game 1. Maybe I get lucky and win. If I don't get lucky, I have to win game 2. And then if I win game 2, then it's a tie, and it just, then it might be just like that. But Todd has bigger plans. We see Artisan for Mew, which is important because the Lost Zone, they can use Greninja's...
Manaphy.
Oh, Manaphy, I'm sorry. Can use Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken attack to take knockouts on 2 Curlias. Is incredibly devastating, especially if your opponent's already ahead. So yeah, now the setup is looking very fine. Just a little bit too late.
He's got an Ultra Ball in hand. Now, he did actually use Level Ball to go for Curlier here. And the question is, do you go Refinement Curlier, discard cast from your hand, draw with Refinement, and try and build up that way? Or do you just go for a Mirage Step and try and get all of your Curlier out at once? You kind of need to make that decision because, of course, you can only evolve, you know, into one Curlier or the other. It looks like we did just evolve both of them into Refinement Curlier. Yes. We got Mew into the active. Annoyingly, could have a Battle VIP pass. Bit too late, but it will be fuel for Refinement Curlier next turn.
Exactly, and it's also just one card that you can fill your Ultra Ball with.
Or Ultra Ball.
Yeah, Todd is now thinking about playing the Ultra Ball to just get to the last Curlier. I mean rolls, sorry.
Yeah,
to go for the last rolls, so next turn you could see a Rare Candy or another Curlier. And Todd is in theory able to start attacking next turn.
But see, that's my problem. Like Shoichi here, you've got to imagine Sableye coming down this turn. Like last turn, Shoichi could have really extended to get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, but doing that while getting Sableye out seemed a bit too much. Here, getting to 10 cards in the Lost Zone should be pretty easy, and then you can go ahead and try and get the Sableye and, you know, take at least 2 KOs here. You're going to be able to go for the Routes and the Cresselia, and there'll still be some damage left over here. Or indeed, I believe you could go for the Curlier and Cresselia with some damage left over. So there's a lot of options. Oh, there's free Mirage Gate in hand.
But there's also Lost Vacuum, so you can go to 10 prize cards, use Pidgeot's ability, use Mirage, like get Sableye with the Nest Ball,
or
and
Artisan.
then or Artisan. And then you can use Mirage Gate, attach active, attach the Sableye, and start spreading damage. Now is the turn to do it.
I think this is absolutely going to be the play because you get 2 energy with Mirage Gate. They have to be different types. They do not have to be to the same Pokemon. They can be to the same or to different. So 1 on the Cramorant for the Retreat, 1 on the Sableye. And there's a lot of options here. You could go after the Manaphy. You could go after the Routes. There's 10 damage left on the Cresselia. You could go after that. You could go after your Curlier. What you could do is you could potentially take out any of the bench Pokemon plus Cresselia, or you can start spreading damage around. And personally, I like taking out, I think I want to go one of the Curliers and the Cresselia, honestly. That would be my preference.
Yeah, Cresselia can be annoying to deal with, but for Shoichi, this is a pretty difficult decision because there is a very easy knockout on rolls and also on Manaphy, which if the Manaphy is knocked out, it kind of forces Tor to get it back in. But having the Manaphy there also applies pressure on the bench space, and if you don't knock out the Curlier, Curlier is able to heal damage, put some damage on the bench. As we see Shoichi here with the very strong, I think, way to put the damage counters with 30 on Mew. Mew is something that will probably not be in the active spot later in the game. It's just like an easy prize card that you can pick up. And Shoichi doesn't really know what the Curlier and what the Routes is going to evolve into. So putting the 30 last damage on the Mew is pretty good. You don't want to choose the Manaphy because you don't want to have damage on the Manaphy because Gardevoir EX is not able to damage the Manaphy itself. So you cannot put damage on it yourself to use a Cresselia, for example.
Yeah.
So having no damage on Manaphy always limits Cresselia's damage output to only 100, which is important in some situations. So very good damage placement, I think.
I agree with you there. The only reason to get the Manaphy would basically be to go, look, I'm going to be planning to use Greninja in the next turn or two, and I need to get rid of it. Turns out Shoichi agreed with me, did get rid of the Curlier and the Cresselia, and then, the extra free on the Mew. So 2 prizes for Shoichi there. Only 3 prizes remaining, getting very close to ending this game. And might not even have to take out a Gardevoir EX at this point. Might be able to, use Sableye and other attackers to just go after those smaller bench Pokemon and just seal up the game that way. Towards the good news is we've still got 1 Refinement Curlier on the board. We'll be looking for either a Candy Gardevoir or another Curlier. We do have an Ultra Ball in hand, so it seems like we evolve the Curlier into Gardevoir. And then presumably we're going to see an Ultra Ball for a Curlier here just to use refinement and do a bit better. And it looks like we're actually using Lost Vacuum here for Tord to get rid of his own Artisan because Shoichi's using it too much.
Yeah, the problem with the benched rolls is that if you evolve it into Curlier, then Shoichi can just recycle the Sableye and take the knockout on the benched Curlier and the active Mew. And then all Shoichi needs is Sableye energy to win the game by just knocking out Manafi. So this is actually really complicated for Tord because if he just evolves Krauls into Curlier, that will basically lose him the game on the spot. So Tord really just needs to draw into Rare Candy Gardevoir. He got Zacian and Forest Sealstone, so he's just able to search his deck for the Rare Candy, use Rare Candy into Gardevoir. This is, I think, the only line of play that allows Tord to still win this game, and he's going for it.
Yeah, excellent point made there, David, with the Curlier just not being quite good enough. I'd say that the Curlier is coming out. Is it just deck thinning?
Yes.
We got 2 Curlier coming out here. And yeah, you want to make sure that you've got the maximum amount of chances to draw into what you need. Now, the Mew I don't think has been used yet this turn.
Not 100% sure. He re-suggested retreat, so it probably was. And now Tord can use Crusader to get rid of a little bit of damage from the Mew. Attaches
just
1,
attaching with
2,
the EX here, just
3
the more you... Every time you attach, there's 2 damage counters, just doing enough to then move it over. So we didn't see it actually placed, but essentially every time an energy was placed with Gardevoir EX, it put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon. Cresselia moves 2 from each of your Pokemon onto somebody like the Sableye. So that's how that KO came about there with the single energy on Cresselia.
Yeah.
Shoichi here, there's a Comfey in the active and is really, I mean, it's working towards a bunch of stuff, but honestly, you're going to need to prepare to take out a Gardevoir. You could go Sableye here and take a cheeky prize, but sooner or later you're going to need to set up something that can deal with one of those, or really the Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, very interesting for Tord. He played Iono and shuffled, like, I think all of the... Oh no, yeah, there is a Mirage Gate here. I thought almost all of the Mirage Gates are now at the bottom of the deck, but yeah, there is one still left. Using Sableye can get you down to 1 prize card, and then Tord's last chance is to just play Iono and start using Pokemon that don't get knocked out easily. As Shoichi is just now trying to prepare for all possibilities, attaching energy cards. He hasn't decided where to put them yet. Yeah, Cramorant, interesting, and Radiant Greninja.
You've got to imagine Cramorant is just as a pivoting option. I don't think we're going to see paying to attack with Cramorant here. We do, however, see Sableye coming in, and yeah, it is as we expected. And actually gets a double KO on the Mew and the Manaphy here. Both of them very much in range because of what we saw, previously with those damage counters down. So now the question becomes, can Shoichi take one last prize? That Cresselia is in range of a Sableye. So Sableye energy next turn. If Shoichi can pull it off, and there are only 2 Sableye in the deck, so we need to do some recovery, but that would end the game for Shoichi.
Yeah, so Tord really now is just hoping to get to draw into the last Iono from this Shining Arcana, which he did not. So it's just attach energy to Gardevoir, use the EX because it has a lot of HP, and just hope your opponent doesn't have all the pieces he needs to finish this game off. As we see a Pulpet coming down, recycling 2 of the Ionos. Yeah, Tord's big win option here. All he can do at this point is just, retreat the Curlier, attack with Gardevoir EX, and just hope your opponent doesn't have an answer to it.
Fingers crossed, that is absolutely what you want to be doing here. It's not an ideal situation, but it gets you where you need to be, and if it works, then Tord is going to be going up 1-0. The winner of this game, of course, is going to have the inside track into top 8, so it's really is a very, very big game. The loser should be eliminated from top 8 contention. This is a very, very, very important game.
Yeah, and especially this turn also very important. They are Tord playing a Professor's Research to draw more cards. Now there's Iono in hand. Shoichi now needs to get something going. Just using Flower Selecting. Yeah, very easy choices here, but not exactly what he needs. He really wants like one way to recycle the Sableye, but there is already, I think they're both in the discard pile.
There is an excellent chance that there is. We're going extra Comfey here, trying to do
here is a Clara, yeah, that's it.
Clara
as long as he has a way to
retreat,
escape rope, yes.
And
Todd knows exactly what's going on. He's just like trying to get it done to get to the next game as fast as possible. As you see, Shoichi Saito winning game number 1, going up. He has amazing chances to advance to top 8 of the World Championship. He's basically only 1 win away, and then unless some funny stuff happens, next round should be fun as well.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good, of course. We often see this at the end of games where the players kind of, the last card is played and we don't go through the motions because both players are like, right, let's go to the next game. But the Clara just recovered the Sableye and the Psychic Energy 2-hand. So it was just play it down. You got the switch, boom, job's a good one. And Sableye dropped 12 damage counters onto presumably the Cresselia, got the KO, and we are headed to game 2 in this pivotal match. We are really starting to get down to the point in the tournament now where all of these games at the top tables are so crucial to determining our top 8. And yes, top 16, top 32, these are phenomenal achievements. They will be the pinnacle of some players' careers, and I mean that in an extremely positive way. And these players are going to get fantastic prizes, great championship points to get them set up for next year. And, you know, just being able to tell people, I got top 16 at Worlds. But on the stream at the moment, our focus is who is going to be making it into top 8. And these games on the top tables at the moment are so crucial. And there we see that final Sableye coming forward with the energy, and Tord going, okay, cool, game 2.
Yeah, from Tord's perspective, he probably just hopes to win this game, get out a tie, and then next round you can win once more to get into the top 8, but it is an uphill battle from here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, of course, you know. This is not one of those matchups. I've heard it said both ways. Some people are convinced the Gardevoir has a decent Lost Zone matchup when it sets up, and I've had other people try and convince me that actually Lost Zone is a phenomenal matchup going into Gardevoir. It's one of the ones they want to see. I think a lot of this may well depend on the exact build you're playing, but Shoichi certainly showed us last game how it can work. It is worth noting, Tord had a very bad start last game.
Yes, this is completely true. This is one of these starts where I think a lot of players would have just scooped, but yeah, Tord was just trying to win. He knew, well, I still have the option to use Iono later. But if I scoop now, then it's like 1-1. My opponent just needs to win one more game, and then it's almost impossible for me to tie. So Tord just thought, well, just let's try to win this game. And if I lose, then I can still make it a time from game 2. But then it's a tie. Because against the Lost Zone deck, the matchup isn't too well anyways. And yeah, a tie is not too bad in this situation. Especially Tord is probably pretty confident that he will be able to win one more round, as we see his first turn, starting with a Battle VIP pass on Greninja and Rolls. This is already looking completely different from game 1.
Yeah, that Battle VIP pass turn 1, absolutely crucial. Of course, raiding Greninja is going to allow him to draw a couple of cards with concealed cards. He's already got double routes. Hopefully he can draw something off of here. I believe I saw a Curlier. We've got a Luminion in hand. That's not much good turn 1 going first, but we do have a Zacian. Energy on Zacian. I like this. Now we're going to see Roar of the Sword getting another energy to end towards turn. Bearing in mind, of course, you can't attack turn 1 going first anyway. But there is a Pidgeot V on Shoichi's side of the board. Now, I know that that's got the ability that can put it back into the deck, but anything along those lines, Tord is going to be able to get a Zacian rolling as early as next turn and start taking prizes. Shoichi's deck can sometimes take a couple of turns to build up to the point where it can KO something like a Zacian. So Tord could actually be the aggressor in this game, getting some early prizes with that Zacian if that's the way he wants to go.
Yeah, using an early Zacian is not too bad because, well, the worst thing your opponent can basically do is just like to take into it with the Cramorant. But then you take one prize card, your opponent kind of tries to knock out your Zacian V with their Cramorant. You just trade it 2 for 2. But while the Zacian was active, you had like a very threatening Pokemon that your opponent had to deal with somewhat. And you can like just set up during that time. The only problem is to get the active rolls out of the active spot, as we see the Luminion coming down for Tord. Yeah, something he didn't have for game 1, which he probably would have loved to see.
Would have been nice. He's got the Professor's Research off of the Luminion. That means he can discard his hand, draw another 7 cards. That is going to be big. It's going to cost him a couple of energy, but of course, it's Gardevoir. You love having energy in the discard pile to accelerate with Gardevoir EX. But first, we are going to see an Ultra Ball coming down here to get another Pokemon. You can either get one to bench or you can get one to fin your deck. early on like this, you probably want something you're actually going to use like a route. And this is a great setup. You've got 3 routes, you've got your Radiant Greninja, you've got your Zacian with a couple of energy. You don't really want the minion on the field, truth be told, but this is one of those necessary evils.
Like rare candy Gardevoir would be very nice here. But yeah, we see a refinement being set up, but not used yet because you first want the information of the professor's research, to then get more cards like in your hand in general. You could have discarded the Power Pad, but the 2 cards you draw, you probably had to discard anyways. We see Radiant Greninja. Let's see, what is this? Not exactly what Todd was looking for.
No, we've got Ultra Ball, but there's no rare candy as it is at the moment, unfortunately. So we can drop a Mew and a Manaphy with an Ultra Ball.
Yes.
I'm just going to go for another Curlier. No, it's not the Gardevoir. I remember one of those routes has played this turn, can't evolve yet. But this is still, when you compare it to last turn, very, very good. And of course, the attachment for the turn, if there's a pivoting option, can go onto the Zacian, and you won't. This is awkward. I think Shuichi's done this deliberately, David. If Zacian attacks into Pidgeot, he's just going to retreat and get rid of the damage, isn't he?
Oh yeah, it's not enough, right? It's not enough for knockout. Like, Todd really needed the Gardevoir EX in play for that play to be a possibility. Yeah, but if you don't have the Gardevoir EX in play, you cannot retreat and attack at the same time.
No.
So here we just see Todd using Zacian's ability, Roar of the Sword, to attach an energy card. As we see, this game is looking completely different from game number one. Todd even discarded Manaphy and Mew, 2 very important cards in game number 1. Because now Todd is just trying to be aggressive. Maybe even he sees an option for him to just win the whole match as well, if he plays fast enough.
I mean, that would be pretty good. Time is coming down. We've got 20 minutes, which seems like an awful lot of time. But to finish off this before anyone's even taken the prize and then get through another game, that is going to be a tall task. And I think the speed with which Todd plays here is going to be very instructive as to exactly what he thinks his chances are of winning the match. There is a huge difference between winning and tying here. Winning gets you almost over the hump. Tying gives you a chance. But then again, losing pretty much eliminates you, so there's also a big difference there. Oh, and annoyingly, Todd has a rare candy. I mean, it's cool that he gets to use it this term. Would have been great last term. But we have a level ball coming in here as well, just a bit of deck thinning. There's no space on the bench. But there we see another level ball, bit of thinning, no space on the bench. And do we have a way to get the Gardevoir EX? It's already in hand, because that would be absolutely lovely here. Of course, we've got a couple of refinement we can use
here
first.
It is. Gardevoir EX has hit his hand. And you see Todd is playing super fast because he realizes, oh, well, my opponent is not drawing well at all, so I can just win this game. And then next game, if it takes a long of time, well, then it's a tie. But if it doesn't take a lot of time, then I can just win the series and get into top out of the World Championship. This is why Todd is just trying his best to play as fast as he can humanly do. We see Forest Sealstone grabbing a boss's orders.
Love it.
There was no supporter card played yet.
Nope. There's the boss's orders onto the Pidgeot. Like we've said, that ability lets it kind of get out of dodge. So you want to try and make sure that you bring it up into the active and try and KO it while it's still there. 2 easy prizes on the board, and Todd is playing fast. He's clearly going for some aggressive line to play, and it looks like we're going to get a KO on that Pidgeot feed for 2 prizes here. And that is going to give Todd a big advantage as we go forward into this game 2. Todd clearly playing like somebody who thinks there is still just enough time to win this series.
Yeah, usually the Lost Zone deck can win by applying a lot of pressure early on. But now Todd is... Oh, and Shoichi is even conceding this game, putting the match to 1-1 with almost 20 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, you can see Todd smiling. He knows exactly, well, if I can still win this. If I win this game, I'm almost secured for the top 8 at the World Championship. But the same is true for Shoichi. Shoichi knows he already won this game. He probably tested a lot against the Gardevoir deck, as it is a very popular one. He is also very sure. He knows exactly how to maneuver this match. This is the exact reason why he forfeited this one game. He knows, well, if I can get 20 minutes, like a whole 20-minute game, I'm very confident I can win. So let's just get done with it.
Yeah, agree entirely on that one. And as a caster, I kind of love the quick concession because it did seem like the writing was on the wall that game.
Yes, exactly.
It did seem like Tor was in such a great position after that Pidgeot KO we just saw on the replay. And, you know, purely selfishly, I want to see a proper game 3. We might not have had time for a proper game 3, but it's not about us and about the stream. It is about the players. That's who the tournament is for, and that's who the concession was for. That was Shoichi basically saying to us, I don't want to tie. Tying is not going to do me any good here. I want to win, and you know, it's not I've got no chance of winning this game. It's I've got 20% chance of winning this game. That's not enough. I would rather go to game 3 and have a 55-60% chance of winning this game if that's where he feels. We did see 2 Comfey.
Yes, 2 Comfey prize might be a problem. Also starting Dragonite V might be a problem. This is already not looking too amazing for Shoichi here. But yeah, what I just was about to say, Shoichi is one of the few Japanese players that actually played tournaments outside of Japan. He was top 16, I think, at the North American International Championship. He knows exactly how ties work. He knows exactly how 50 minutes best of 3 works, and he's very confident that he is able to, pull through this tournament here. And if you go to another region to play Pokemon purely to play the tournament because championship points from the USA do nothing for Shoichi's invitation, that just means you love Pokemon. And if you love Pokemon so much, to fly to different continents just to play more tournaments, I think he is also one of the people that deserve the win as well.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive, quite frankly. We do see a Radiant Greninja there on the bench. It looks like we are eyeing up a Cramorant coming out here as well. It really just depends what's in Shuichi's hand, whether he's going to be able to pull it off. Generally speaking, so the nest ball is for Radiant Greninja.
Yes.
Okay, so he was eyeing up the Cramorant, but it is a Radiant Greninja. Has to be the first one you get out here because you can discard that energy card using concealed cards, draw yourself a couple of cards, and just roll from there. It's an okay first Pokemon, but we need to get some Comfey, and 2 of them are in the prizes, so naturally drawing into them. Oh, but a Battle VIP
very nice,
pass.
yeah.
You might not naturally draw into them, but I feel confident. And here's the thing, right? Shuichi just looked at his deck and realized that 2 Comfey a prize. That means you're almost certainly going 2 Comfey off Battle VIP pass because you know you're not going to be drawing into them. So, and they are so important. And yeah, straight away, double Comfey there. Had to be the play.
There's also the Forest Seal Stone in hand, so in theory, Shoichi, getting the Dragonite out of the active spot, you need like some kind of switching card, which he doesn't have yet, but I think there might also be a Colress. I'm not entirely sure about the hand cards in Shoichi's hand. We might see the Forest Seal Stone come down. This would be, I think, a very good situation to do this. Of course, Todd probably with the Gardevoir deck doesn't play. Oh yeah, the hand does not look as good. So probably there's even the consideration to use like Forest Seal Stone or Chorus, for example, just to get like more cards in general. This turn, of course, you cannot do it yet because it's the first turn. As we see Todd opening with his own Battle VIP pass. This is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, it looks like both players are going to get some kind of setup going here. Of course, 15 minutes is long enough to play a game, but these players are going to need to hurry a little bit. At the end of 15 minutes, or 14 minutes now, we will get the free extra turns shared between the players. But this is one of those where you need to kind of start rolling. You'll see Tord playing a little bit slower now, thinking he's got a bit more time than he did, back in game 2. But this is still one we don't want to be waiting too long or mucking about here, because if you just wait even a tiny bit, you could potentially end up in trouble.
Yeah, Todd knows when he has to play fast, but if you play too fast, you can't think. Like some people play faster than they can think because they know, well, if I make like a misplay, I lose. But if I play slow, I also lose. So let's just play fast and just hope I don't make any misplays. This is not one of these situations now. Todd's just trying to play optimally, taking his time, but also not too much time. You can see just a Battle VIP pass, get the 3 rolls in play, roll off the sword, attach an energy card, and Shoichi is also trying to hurry up a little bit as we finally see the Forest Seal Stone. I didn't want to go for it last turn for a Chorus experiment, just like anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we see Chorus's experiment coming down. We've got some extra cards in the Lost Zone. don't see exactly what they are, unfortunately. They're slightly off to the side there. But you're getting 3 extra cars, and there's some good ones in there. I saw a Mirage Gate as he was flicking. And we see just...
It's still the decision for the other car to put in the lost zone.
Yes,
right
absolutely.
Now, so.
One's gone in the lost zone. The other one, Shuichi is thinking here. So
it was the nest ball.
Looks to be.
Yeah, the nest ball was put in the lost zone, and then there is an escape rope in Shuichi's hand, so you can use escape rope, pivot out of the active Dragonite, start to use flower selecting. Artisan also hits the field, eyeing up a Cramorant. As we see, Shuichi's strategy in this game is just to get some cards in the lost zone, attack with Cramorant, lost provisions allows you to attack. Yeah, with Spit Innocently, a very funny attack name. 110 damage, just to get a 2-hit knockout on the Zacian V, which is very valuable because it gives 2 prize cards. Last game we talked about like how it's fine to use Zacian at the beginning because, well, you can draw 1 prize card and then you're kind of like trading 2 for 2. But while you do this, you can still set up. Oh yeah, but there's escape rope, so yeah, Zacian leaves the active spot, so even better for Shuichi, who now plays in Hisui Heavy Ball. He has a choice between Sableye or Comfey, and looks like he's going for the Sableye, putting it into his hand.
And the thing is, if Shuichi can actually get to 4 cards in the lost zone, which is generally not that difficult, then that means we are actually going to get Cramorant being able to just, you know, straight away get his KO on the routes. It's why the escape rope was so good. The bench of Tord was routes, routes, routes. So when you play an escape rope, you know a routes is coming active. Cramorant, and then they are 5 cards in the lost zone, so nice and easy. Spit Innocently, take a KO. Shuichi is in control of this game.
Yeah, we saw the Lost Vacuum being very strong. Also not getting rid of the Forest Seal Stone, which we often see, but of the Artisan, because Shuichi knows, well, my bench is enough. I have a Sableye in my hand. I don't really want to bench anything anyways, but keeping the Artisan in play is just good for Tord, so why not get rid of it?
I agree. Why not get rid of it? Get rid of it. Go on with your life. Job is good. And now Tord has used a level ball there to grab a Curlier out. There's only 2 routes here. It would be great to get maybe a rare Candy Guard or what, if possible, but you don't need... Nah, you still need at least 1 energy accelerator to the Zacian.
There is also the option to use Mirage Step, but Tord just Refinement into another Curlier, so... Now, well, he either needs to bench Leminion to use Iono, if he wants to go for the Mirage Step, or just hope to draw. But yeah, there is also Super Rod in hand. This is a very difficult decision, as it seems like Tord is just trying to go for the Iono play, put the Curlier on bottom of the deck, then use Mirage Step to pull out the Curlier back, put it on the bench to fill out your spots. And Mirage Step is very nice because it lets you have rolls that you can use Rare Candy on later on in the game. Of course, not optimally to put the minion on the bench. You don't really want to do this. It's a liability for your opponent.
Of course.
Because it can get bosses later or just, some damage on it. And like we mentioned earlier, you cannot put damage counters on water Pokemon, so it also makes Cresselia a little bit weirder. But Tord knows, well, this is my best chance. And I think he drew into the other Cresselia, which is very unfortunate for him.
Not ideal, but we do have the Mirage Step here. There's 2 bench spaces remaining, and there's no Curlier in the prizes. I don't think there's any in hand.
But if there is one in hand, I think.
Oh, there is one.
Oh, no, there's not. Oh, sorry, I correct myself, yes.
So
I think I saw
all available. We get all of the Curlier out there, and this is looking very, very good for Tord in terms of board setup. He's got all of his Curlier. He's got his Zacian. The problem is, Shuichi is a prize up. We've only got 9 minutes left, and Shuichi is going to get another prize. Like, he could literally just draw an attack and get a KO on that Curlier. So everything else this turn is just further setting up Shuichi's board, trying to make sure he's got what he needs, but he is going to be 2 prizes up going into Tord's turn. So great setup from Tord, nice recovery, second time on stream this weekend. We've seen that Mirage Step be so, so useful and so crucial to getting that setup. But he needs to start taking prizes.
We see a Mirage Gate entering the field. Shuichi double-check the Lost Zone. Yeah, our Lost Zone counter was a little bit off there. But this allows him to use Radiant Greninja to even not just take a knockout on the active Curlier, but take a knockout on 2 Curlier of his choosing. And you can see, it's a very difficult choice for him. I don't know exactly what the correct play is here. Tord's bench is full, so there's, oh god, this is the face you make when you're not one. He knows exactly if he makes the right choices this game, he is on the path to become the world champion, but it's such a high pressure situation and such a difficult choice here. As we see, no water energy card in that mix, as it looks like just charging up some Pokemon to energy to Cramorant and 1 energy to Radiant. Yeah, this is a difficult choice.
Yeah, clearly not going forward. And the Radiant Greninja play, had it come off, would have been an absolute game changer there. Getting rid of a couple of Curlier with a Manaphy out, that would have been huge. You know, really putting Tord down to an awkward situation. Get rid of a couple of Refinement Curlier, so there's only really 2 extra cards to draw to start next term. But the thing is, there's always a right choice with these kind of things. You just don't know it until you've actually gone through the game and kind of seen it firsthand. It's easy in hindsight.
Oh, yeah, there has not been an energy attachment yet. Oh, and Shorty even got the Psychic Energy, so there's even a possibility to attack with Sableye now, because there is, I'm pretty sure there's a Chorus and Switch card in Shoichi's hand, but he's opting not to go for the Sableye play, just taking the knockout on the active Curlier.
Yeah, I like this. You're taking prizes, you're putting Tord in an awkward situation, you know. It's all well and good having all these Curlier around, but you start getting rid of some and it really starts taking away options. And Tord, the Mirage Step really has saved him last turn because there are still 3 Curlier there. So they can all still evolve.
Yes.
You'd rather have 4, but 3 is not a bad consolation plan. If I'm Shoichi, I'm going a little more aggressive here. I'm seeing if I can extend and get that Radiant Greninja attacking. But the problem is, if you do extend that much, you end up running out of resources, and that is a bit of a problem. There are 2 Water Energy prize, but there are 5 in the deck for Shoichi, so no big, huge problem there.
Yeah, I think there were already some in the Discard pile, which is probably the reason why Shoichi didn't go for that Trading Greninja play. He also discarded, I think he discarded some with like concealed cards. So yeah, very problematic situation to deal with. As we see now going over to Tord's turn. The players seem like they are talking to the judge in some capacity. We will be updated probably in a bit what this is exactly about.
Yeah, we have ways to be communicated with. When there is something to be told, we will be told. Until then, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to have to hold tight. But like I say, as soon as we have any information, we will share it with you. We're nice like that. So looking at this matchup then, you know, Tord, it seems like we're actually already back. So whatever it was, it did not take very long. So we've got Refinement coming in from Tord there. Oh, it looks like... I'm just trying to get confirmation before I share this.
Yeah.
Let's wait to hear exactly what's happened. Now, I'm hearing...
It seems like there was a double prize card
Looks like
penalty.
there might be a double prize card penalty for Shoichi. Now, it's an escalation of slow play. So there are now 7 minutes left. Let's wait for the graphic to update to really show. There we go. So Tord now only has to take 4 prizes to actually win this game. That is a big change.
And this changes this game completely. This can just turn it around for Tord to win this game. He only needs to draw 4 prize cards now, and he just took one with Gardevoir, so it's basically even. No, it's not even. It's not just even. Tord is even ahead.
Tord is
which
ahead.
Is usually some situation if your opponent with Gardevoir is ahead, it's almost impossible for the Lost Zone deck to come back. But this is 1-1, so Shoichi has no other option than trying to win this game as well. Yeah, very unfortunate situation here.
Yeah, essentially, so slow playing, you know, playing too slowly, essentially, it is a punishable action in Pokemon TCG. You can receive penalties for it. If it's something that happens a few times throughout the tournament, it will be escalated to a double prize card penalty. But just to be clear, it's not a one-time thing. This is an escalation from further penalties earlier on in the tournament. But I don't want to talk about that anymore. I want to talk about this game. Shoichi needs to start taking prizes here. He needs to start getting aggressive. There are 5 minutes remaining, and Tord's got a Gardevoir, and Tord's got 2 Curlier. And this is what you were saying, David. You know, it's slow in the early game for Gardevoir, but once you get those Curlier, once you get those Gardevoir, you really start running ahead with the game. And it's hard for a deck like Lost Zone to start KOing these Gardevoir unless you start going aggressive with something like a Dragonite, which of course could potentially give up 2 prizes from something like a Zacian. And this is essentially where we are in the game. Shoichi needs to get rid of that Gardevoir, but if you use Dragonite to do it, are you just giving your opponent an easy way to trade 2 prizes with the Zacian? bearing in mind your opponent is essentially one prize ahead of you now.
Yeah, another option would be just to go aggressive with Sableye, take a knockout on Manafi, hope your opponent cannot replace it, and then have this like very big Kyogre knockout for 2 more prizes later on in the game. This is also something that I can see. It's definitely not over for Shoichi yet. It's just an uphill battle, which is something I usually don't want to fight in a Lost Zone deck. This is one of these decks that try to go, get there earlier, right? So we see a very easy Chorus's Experiment, or not maybe. Well, there's a Battle via Peepers, so...
There's a Chorus's Experiment there on the field. So yeah, there's 5 cards. 2 of them go back into the Lost Zone. We've got a Nest Ball. We've got a Chorus's Experiment for next turn. So lots of options for Shoichi here. But we are running out of time. And you said about the Sableye, David, there is one on the board now. And there is a Psychic Energy in hand. So as long as there's a pivot, and with that many cards in hand in this deck, you've got to believe there's a pivot. If Shoichi wants to go down the Sableye route, yeah, there is a switch card in hand. So yeah, if Shoichi wants to go for the Sableye here, it is absolutely on the board, should he wish to do so.
Yeah, and also you just saw the timer tick up a little bit. There was extra time given here because of the translation. Yeah, for Shoichi, it's sometimes what the judges say has to be translated into Japanese. Yeah, and both of these players now, they have to play really quick now. Yeah, so we see Shoichi escape robe. This helps Todd a little bit because of the reversal energy. And yeah, there will definitely be a Sableye, so it doesn't really matter for Todd what he puts active, he knows. Well, Sableye can damage whatever it wants. So Todd just puts a Pokemon active that he can easily retreat.
Yeah, I agree with that one. So we do have now a Super Rod coming down as well. So it's just going to be a bunch of energy, 2 Psychic and 1 Water being shuffled back into the deck using that Super Rod. And now the question is, where is the damage going from Lost Mine? You can get a KO on either of the Curlier, you can get a KO on the Manaphy, each of which would give you some left over. If you think you're going to be able to get multiple uses with Sableye, then that will change things a little bit. Or like you've said, you can just get rid of the Manaphy and start building up for that giant KO go in a minute. But that's the question is, we haven't seen it built up yet. Is this something we could see? And yeah, clearly not going for the Kyogre play, or you would have gone for the Manaphy there.
Yeah, I would have thought. It seems like he's still reconsidering, just putting the damage counters in a little bit of a different way. Yeah, there's 40 damage left. Now it's a little bit weird to put any damage on Manaphy now because of a potential Cresselia play. You can then use Cresselia, take a knockout on the Sableye, making it even more difficult for Shoichi. Seems like he's tempted to put it on the Leminion. Okay, yeah. Todd is now, Todd knows he has to just be quick. No time to think about too much. But yeah, even no matter how fast you make your decision, these decks just take a lot of time to actually perform the action. As we see a Curlier going down, yeah, and what I talked about, putting damage counters on any water Pokemon against this deck is super difficult. As we see, the boss's orders, so Todd can just put all the energy cards on Gardevoir. As we see another reversal energy for the Gardevoir. This should be enough damage to take the knockout on Gardevoir. 6 energy cards, 240 damage right now. Todd can still prepare some stuff for the future. Yeah, just really needs to make sure, take the knockout, and then is this checkmate? It looks like it.
It's very, very close to checkmate because, of course, Gardevoir is going to be able to make sure you've got enough energy on to KO anything next turn. And this is the cool thing about the way prize card penalties work now. It used to be that you would take the prizes, but actually in this situation, if Todd had taken the prizes, those reversal energy would not be activated and it would be hurting Todd. So what we do now is instead of taking the prizes, we say you have to take 2 fewer. So Todd is technically behind on prizes, and reversal energy totally activates here. So just making sure, I think Todd discarded a bit too much energy with the...
he accidentally moved the die, so there was a different amount of damage showing on the Zacian, and they were just discussing how much damage it was supposed to be. Yeah, Todd's still trying to get this done as fast as possible. He knows the only thing that could stand in his way would be this game going to time, and then Shoichi doing something like stalling. For example, you could put the Manaphy active.
You could. And well, then, there's a KO with Gardevoir. Tord Reklev has one prize remaining before he wins this game. He has got two big Gardevoir up and ready to take the attack. Shoichi at this stage, I mean, I don't see a way back for Shoichi. It's this wonderful situation I like creating where you've got two attackers and there is nothing your opponent can do. Because if they take whichever one they take out, you attack with the other, and that will be the conclusion of the game. I don't think there is a route back for Shoichi. Tell me if I'm wrong, David.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the only way is to just go boss's orders, Manafi, attack with Lost Mine a little bit, and just hope towards accidentally ran out of energy cards to retreat with, but there are only 3 in play. There's one in the discard pile. There are
just attach with Gardevoir.
No, not to Manafi.
Oh no, of course, so Manafi's its only psychic Pokemon Gardevoir.
But you really just have to pray that your opponent has no energy card in hand at all, and you cannot use Iono and Boss's Order at the same time. So
And you have to boss, because Iono, if you've used Iono, Tord's like, oh, cool.
Just
I attack for the game.
Yeah, he wins, so.
There's a lot of decisions being made by Shoichi here. I've been in this situation now, and I know you've been in this situation where you're just thinking, there's got to be something.
Exactly, and there is no point in giving up here. The game is over if you give up, so why not just try to win it somehow?
Yeah, turn time has been called. Shoichi is turn 0. So if Shoichi has this turn, Tord has a turn, Shoichi has a turn, Tord has a turn. That is the conclusion of the game. I don't think we're going to get that far here. I think unless Shoichi is able to stall for a tie by, bringing something active, I think we might be done. Now we do see Comfey flower selecting, grabbing a Super Rod, and there's more. Shoichi is clearly calculating something. There is something in Shoichi's mind here going, I think I've still got a bit of a chance. It might be as simple as just counting the energy that Tord has used.
Yeah, there's really Shoichi's deck is almost only energy cards left because, I think he was trying to go for a big Kyogre play. Very interesting that he went for the Curlier earlier instead of the Manafi, if the big Kyogre play was the one possibility. As we see Pidgeot V, you saw the deck. There are only energy cards left in the deck. There's no boss's orders. So unless this attack is Fly,
it's Flight Surf. It's if you have a stadium in play and he doesn't, Tord does. So it's 80 damage. It doesn't do anything really relevant. It does 80 damage. Like Sableye is a better attacker right now than Pidgeot V is.
Yeah, but Pidgeot V has more HP, and right now there is even prize cards. As we see Rocks.
Okay, so Shoichi here is basically going, look, I'm going to put you down to 2 cards with Roxanne, and I'm going to put a Pidgeot V in the active that I don't think you can KO. As you've said, both players have 3 prize cards remaining here. Reversal energy is turned off. And Gardevoir does 190. Pidgeot V has 210. Now, an Escape Rope would win the game. A Boss's Orders would win the game. Enough energy onto a Zacian V would win the game.
Or just getting enough damage to use Moon Glow Reverse with Cresselia.
That would actually win the game as well.
And if Shoichi attacks, it might...
If there is
if I'm in Shoichi's spot, I do not attack here, because there is no way to win.
No. And there is at least 1 energy in the discard that you can put onto Cresselia, and then you can retreat Gardevoir, and Cresselia comes up and moves 80 damage onto a Comfey or a Sableye and wins the game.
If Shoichi attacks now, he lost just by game state. No.
Pretty sure that gives the damage needed for Tord. So now we go over to Tord's side of the board, and I think it's as simple as using Gardevoir EX to attach to Cresselia.
Then 20 damage.
Then we retreat the Gardevoir, move the end damage over to either Comfey or Sableye. It really doesn't matter which. And that is the final prize card, which is going to put Tord up to 6 wins and give him a great chance to get into top 8 of the World Championships.
Yeah, very exciting game. Definitely a roller coaster of emotions, basically. This should almost seal up. Like we said, it kind of depends on how many ties there are in different rounds. Very unfortunate conclusion to this game. You never really want to see it for any player to have especially slow play, it hurts so much, because sometimes you're just in the zone and you just want to make the best play, especially the World Championship, where everyone is just trying to do their best. Everyone tries to play the best, and in order to play the best, you have to think, and you need time to think, and then sometimes you just don't realize how long you have been sitting there thinking about the best turn. a judge comes to you and tells you, I'm very sorry, but to make it fair for everyone, we need to do something about this pace of play, especially having your big game decided by that. It's so, it really hurts. Yeah.
It is unfortunate, and obviously those 2 prize cards did have an effect in the end. But then again, there was a pitcher on the board. Tord did have at least one more turn. He had a lot of options. So at the end of the day, we can only follow the game as it is. And Tord takes the win 2-1, and not locked in for top 8 yet, but absolutely in a phenomenal position to. When we talked about Tord a lot, and I don't mean today, I mean over the past many years. And the fact of the matter is, Tord has won every international championship. Tord has had a top 4 finish at the World Championships, but Tord has not won the World Championships. And at this stage, it is basically the only thing Tord hasn't done in the game. It's, we could start talking about kind of regionals that Tord has won and league cups and league challenges, but I don't think we have enough time between here and the end of the broadcast.
Yes.
Tord has won so much, but it is this final hurdle to go over. I remember when I was in Oceania International Championships, I think it was 2018, and Tord hadn't won Oceania yet, and I was casting with the lovely Kyle Pukasukovic, and the big story of that tournament was, is Tord going to do it again? Is he going to add Oceania to his list? And the answer when we got through the weekend was, he totally is.
Tord is just an amazing player. Like we mentioned earlier, there are a lot of people that think he's the best player in the world right now. Some people that think he's the best player that ever existed. I think it depends a little bit on how well you know him and your opinion on like the game in general. You saw Tord. Yeah, Tord knows exactly how like the rules work, and he knows how the tournament structure works especially.
Yes.
So he knows exactly when he's just like, okay, turn your brain off, just try to play fast, or when he's like, okay, I have to be in the zone, try to make the best decisions as possible. Yeah, just very unfortunate that the game had to end in this kind of way. Yeah, makes me very sad.
Like I say, unfortunately, we're not privy to all of the information on that one.
Of course.
But the fact of the matter is, Tord did go and get the victory there, and it was a very well-deserved victory. There are players.
That is true.
He works so hard. He plays so many games. Turning up to tournaments where the only real prize is the championship points, and he literally cannot use any more championship points. And he's travelled just for the love of playing the game. I've been very lucky. I've been doing this a while. I've commentated a lot of Tord matches over the years. And I feel like when I watch Tord play, I get better at playing the game and better at analysing the game. Like watching Tord play makes me smarter. And all of these little things that he's able to pull off there, on a turn-by-turn basis, it really does make a difference. And it's those little plays, some of which, a lot of players might not even realise, that is a difference between Tord, winning and going through these tournaments. And there are so many players that you hear after events going, I almost made top 8, but there was this one game.
Yes.
And, I would have won my top 4, but this happened. You don't generally hear Tord talking about that. You very rarely, I don't think I've ever really heard Tord kind of, bemoan his luck at a tournament. And I honestly think one of the main reasons is Tord kind of makes his own luck by knowing the game so well and setting up the board state so well that he just doesn't get that bad luck that other players get because he set his deck up in a way that it's so much less likely to happen.
Yeah, he's also a very forward-looking person. He knows exactly when to analyze your past mistakes, but also there's not really a reason to be sad because you lost a game. You can analyze it, look at it with a cool mind, and then just continue moving forward, getting better and better and better. Tord is also one of the people that I think he just really likes to play Pokemon. I heard there was when he came to Japan, he was just like, oh well, instead of sightseeing, I can just play more, right? Just play more Pokemon, different continent. Very, like you said, if someone deserves it, it's him.
Yeah, and I've said this many times before, but I'm going to say it again now. We've just seen Tord win, so let's go and have an interview and hear from Tord himself.
What a crazy match. But our winner, Tord Reklev, this is the stage where you want to perform the most. You're out here in Japan. There's tons of people out here in the crowd supporting you. But most importantly, you won such a big match here, bringing you to 18 match points. Tell me, that was a crazy set of 3 games. What's going through your head right now after all of that?
I don't know, I'm speechless. Today has been a roller coaster. So many incredibly close games that could go either way the whole day. So
and let's talk about that set, right? So both games back and forth, right? Game number 1, no battle VIP pass. That's sort of how the game goes sometimes. Not able to set up. Game 2, you're able to pull things back. You're shuffling up for game 3. I mean, you have a pretty good idea of the clock. You kind of know the time as to thinking about. What are you sort of thinking about in your head as you're prepping for this game? Are you thinking to yourself, maybe it's going to be the next round that gets me there? Or are you really confident that you're like, listen, I got 15 minutes on the clock. I can finish this game out. I can win this one.
I mean, the Open Dragon Knight, I saw that it was an opening to like take a couple extra prizes, right? And that was like, okay, maybe there's a chance, but there was not a lot of time left. And like we playing 2 very slow decks against each other, 15 minutes as sort of like a pipe dream finishing a game, right? So like I had no real expectations finishing that game, but yeah, you know, with penalties like mixed into the thing, then we somehow got there, and especially with the Dragon Knight, and we had plenty of time to finish it somehow.
So of course, you're known worldwide. You're considered one of the best Pokemon players in the world. I mean, you've dominated the international championships, regional championships. You won those 2. It's the world stage, that one final piece missing to cement your legacy as potentially one of the best players of all time. I mean, even imagining it now, even with top 8 looking like it could possibly be locked up, things looking promising. What would a world championship win mean to you as a Pokemon player and just as an individual, as a competitor?
I mean, it's my lifelong dream, right? So it's the final sort of step. So like you have no idea how much I prepared for this event.
And speaking of preparation, I know you've been working with a lot of the boys from Europe, abroad as well. Anyone you want to give a shout out to, or also on top of that, what is the importance for you with the success that you've had with working with other team members and having other minds work together on a deck?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be here without all my good friends, my family, my girlfriend, everyone. So thank you so much. And it means a lot to see you like come and support me, like bringing me food and water between rounds, and like even my parents are here. That's a very rare occasion. They haven't been to Worlds in like 10 years, so it's a little bit extra special having them here.
Extra special indeed, and you are close to an extra special accomplishment, top 8 at Worlds and beyond. Congratulations again on your win. Hopefully, we'll be seeing you in Top Cut. Casters, let's throw things back over to you.
Thank you very much, Ethan. Always nice to hear from Tord. You know, parents at Worlds for the first time in 10 years. It's always kind of, you know, bringing your parents to a Pokemon event is cool, but bringing your parents to a Pokemon event and then having them see you do so well, having them see you win on stream and be interviewed on, on stream, on the stage, that's got to feel good.
It definitely does. It is a lot of time, right? Like not everyone has all the resources, all the time to, cheer for their children as well. It's just amazing to see also how many families we have in the trading card game. We saw a lot of brothers, sisters playing, even some like parent-children combinations. It's just very nice to have your friends and your family cheer with you and cheer for you.
Yeah, I interviewed a lovely chap earlier, and James, and he was telling me, I can come and talk to you for a couple of minutes, but then I got to get back. My son's playing in seniors. I actually got top 16 2 years in a row, so trying to get a little bit further than that. So, James was nice enough to talk to us earlier, but it was kind of nice seeing somebody be like, I'll have a chat, but my son's playing in seniors, and I've got to go back and make sure I'm there by the end of the round because I'm supporting them. And it's just, seeing parents there with their children and, everybody here together, the groups of people walking around. It's very much a community thing. Even people that come to the tournaments alone, they kind of come alone. Then second they walk in the door, they're like, oh, here's like 20 of my friends. Yeah, I'm good now. Let's all go hang.
Yeah, playing with your friends, practicing with your friends, just brainstorming. It's such an important part of the metagame as well. And then sometimes every player has this one experience. They look like at a message in the group chat. One of their friends is like, yo, what do you think about this card? And half of the group is like, that's a terrible idea. And the other half is like, I think you broke the format. And then like maybe 1 out of 10 times that proposition was actually good, but we see these kind of plays so often, and it's also just nice to be up to date. And it's more fun to be up to date when your friends just tell you the information instead of just like reading it online, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm having a quick look at the updated standings here. And, there's a lot of players still in contention. Azul Garcia Griego's at 6-1. At 5-0-2, we got Michael Pramwat, Alex Szymanski, and Vance Kelly. And there's a bunch of 5-1-1s. We've got Akira Sato, Consta Kalamar, Dionysus Lee, Raz Wolp, Victor Manuel Garcia Montes. They are all at 5-1-1. I believe they are the players. Now, I believe they are the 10 players in contention for top 8.
Yeah.
However, we could end up seeing some 6-2 sneak in potentially, and then it all gets all kind of silly. So that's where we are at the moment. They are the top ranked, they're the top 10 at the moment. It's we're at that stage of the tournament where I'm constantly refreshing my pairings, being like, right, who's doing well, who's getting close? And, you know, I know when I'm watching a stream at home in the years when I've not been able to attend Worlds, I've been desperate for updates about which players are doing well, who's in contention. I want to know all of that stuff, and I want to know it, you know, as fast as that information comes out. So there are some very big names. Torden is all obviously big names, whereas Wolf's one a lot of people are going to know. And, of course, Michael Pramwat still in contention. Potentially, you know, correct me if I'm wrong here, David, but in the Masters Division TCG, the only repeat champion we've had is Jason Kaczynski.
Champion, yes. We had double finalists, Itaro Shinto.
And Ross Corfon.
And Ross Corfon, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But we haven't had anyone bring it home twice. As it stands at the moment, Michael Pramwat does have a chance to be only the second person to... oh, no, he's not actually one. Of course, he came second. And what am I talking about? He has a chance to further his second place and be one of those few people that's made 2 finals.
Exactly.
Along with Jason, along with Ross, and along with Shintaro. Yes. So that's where we are in the tournament at the moment. That was a thrilling game that really did come down to the wire. So, I mean, now is the chance to go and grab a nice cold beverage, but do not go far, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back very shortly indeed. We've got the final round of Swiss, and this is going to be a big one.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokémon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive World things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the World Championship Series 2023 from Yokohama, Japan. With me, I have the one and only Valiant Vish from the APAC region. Valiant, welcome back to Japan and for the Championship Series.
Yeah, glad to be here. Excited.
Amazing. So could you tell us a little bit about what team you brought here today at the championship?
Yes, so I'm running Metachamp, Lecutong, Stunfisk, Lantern, and then 2 Shadow Pokemon in Shadow Charizard and Shadow Venusaur. I think my sort of strategy is more sort of inspired from Rise to Occasion and what he ran at NAIC with 2 Shadow Closers. And I thought Venusaur was an extremely really good pick at this point in time. So working out well for me so far.
Yeah, I'd say going 6-0 definitely seems like you're doing pretty well for yourself this today, especially. Could you please tell us a little bit more about what your Pokemon are kind of running up against today that are maybe causing you a little bit of problems, or maybe some things that didn't catch you off guard?
No problems as of yet. I think I've made a pretty good call on the meta so far. I've had one interesting decision point in my round 2. where I had to face a Dynamic Punch meta champ. So I had to sort of finagle my way around it with Shadow Zard there to close out the game. But no, nothing sort of special overall. I think the world's meta, it's in flux at the moment. And so you have to be prepared with a whole bunch of different ways to actually execute win conditions. So I think I'm prepared for that, yeah.
Awesome. So let's pivot a little bit and talk a little bit more about Japan. So could you tell us a little bit more about your trip to Japan and how it's been since you got here? Maybe even something about the venue that you really enjoyed.
Yeah, so it's my first time in Japan, and I've been here since last week. So just been doing a lot of traveling with my wife, really enjoying. I was at Go Fest, so I did the Osaka Go Fest. I was in Kyoto for a couple of days actually, and then now in Yokohama. So amazing place, amazing food, amazing culture. Just glad that Pokemon, invited me out for this special occasion. So yeah, just grateful.
Yeah, very, very hard-earned trip all the way up to 6-0. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you next time at the World Championship Series in Yokohama 2023.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. The 2023 TCG World Championships well underway. In fact, we're here in our final Swiss round. The win and in, as we like to call it. Both of these players this round will be 5-1-1. A win ensures that they will make it into top 8. A loss here sends them down into the top 16, maybe even top 32. There is a lot on the line here in this match, Kyle.
Right. I mean, you think about it, you've been playing the entire year to get to this point. So you've collected all of those championship points, maybe even locked in the day 2. If not, you had to work your way through day 1 here yesterday and win 6 matches against some of the best players in the world, all to do it over again. Get to a 5-1-1 record, and you're trying to lock up at this point one more match victory. Everything's on the line. So much pressure on both these players.
Let's see where we're at in the tournament as far as standings are concerned. Of course, we saw Tord Reklev getting the win in that last round, and he'll be playing this round up against Azul Garcia Griego. Both of those players being 6-1, able to ID. In fact, they have already ID'd, aka intentionally drawn. They've agreed to tie. That means they will be 6-1-1, 19 match points, locking themselves both up into the top 8 of this tournament. Going in, I think that's 2 people you would have predicted to be in this top cut.
Absolutely. These are 2 of the best players we've ever seen in the Pokemon TCG, and no doubt about it, seeing both of those names in the top 8. It's a pretty common sight now, but of course it feels great at the World Championships. A lot of great players trying to follow that up as well. Vance Kelly and Michael Primwat, Alex Szymanski, who had that incredible UIC victory to come out on top after so many second places. Maybe could follow that up with the World Championship. That'd be unreal.
Let's look at our key matches, what we will be keeping our eyes on as we move forward, and what our stream game will be. We've got Consta Kalama going up against Dion Lee. 2 players on a high-octane, high-power deck. We'll get into that shortly. We've also got Tord Nazul, we mentioned. Raz Wolp, one of the top players from the Middle East and South Africa region, coming from Israel. He's going up against Victor Montes from Mexico in this one. Lots of great names. All these players playing win and in matches. One down there at the bottom kind of stands out to me as well.
Yeah, Michael Primwat up against Alex Szymanski is an incredible one. Michael Primwat, the first EUIC winner. Alex, the most recent one. And we'll see which of these players potentially makes it into top cut. They even have the potential to maybe ID. We'll really have to see what the math says there.
Yeah.
I don't think players were thinking about that coming into this. 18 points might be safe.
It's time. Let's get to the stage. Let's get to this final Swiss round and figure out which of these players will be one of our top 8 competitors. Can't wait to see what's going to happen here. You mentioned how the pairings have kind of played out. You know, if all of these games have natural conclusions, it actually looks like multiple 6-2 players are going to make it into cut. Not something we would have predicted coming in, but there have been so many natural ties so far in this event. Do you attribute some of that to the popularity of decks like Lost Box and Gardevoir?
Absolutely, 100%. When we saw the graphic at the very beginning, it really told the tale that a lot of players wanted to go with that tried and true, trusted deck. The problem is it takes time to win games like that. In day number 1, players were playing Lugia, they were playing decks that win quickly, and they just tried to lock up their 6 wins. Here and now we see players with a lot of ties in their brackets, and that's what ends up happening here, but it might be some good news for your favorite player at 18 points.
We see both of these players on the same deck, playing that Mew VMAX with the Genesect, with the Meloetta, the whole Fusion Strike build. They've both even got the Ice Cube hanging out in here. It's going to be a quick mirror match.
This is a real mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, especially with these prize cards, very similar here. Both players with a Fusion Strike energy in the prizes. Really not great in the mirror. Also a 1-1 Mew VMAX, not too bad.
Yep, and we're going to see a little bit of play there with the power tablets, the boss's order. These are cards that occasionally can really help you out here, but we've seen time and time again players love to target down the Genesect V in this matchup, really go for the heart of the deck. The draw engine that one boss's orders for Consta could be an issue.
There's a lot of interesting things at play here. I'm not sure if either of these players knows what the other is playing. They'll figure out very soon it is indeed a mirror match, and I think that smile from Consta kind of says it. Smiling at both of these players, starting at Genesect and Dion on the right, beginning this game with that Battle VIP Pass.
Battle VIP Pass, obviously one of the best cards that we have available to us in the TCG right now. Able to search you out those basic Pokemon. Got to be looking at those Genesect V. It is one of the go-to Pokemon in this deck. You just have to draw your cards. Hopefully you can thin this hand down as well. You've only seen one card from the hand, and it looks pretty good, Chip.
Yep, that's about the best one you could choose to be in that hand currently. Now, Dion going to take a moment to check the prize cards. Something you want to make note of in this matchup, I feel like, is definitely your Fusion Strike energy count, because if either player can ever establish all 4 Fusion Strike energy in play, that makes KOing your opponent's Mew VMAX pretty light work.
Yeah, Meloetta is able to work its way into the mix. If you have all 4 of those, that's 280 damage. Just need 1 amplifier to get the job done on the Mew VMAX and steal 3 prize cards out of nowhere with potentially just a 1 prize Pokemon.
And how about this, Kyle? A second Battle VIP Pass, not too bad. I definitely wouldn't mind sitting in Dion's shoes, though I will say there is a bit to be worried about in this mirror match when you are going second, or when you are going first, I should say, as the opponent going second can pull off a turn 1 attack.
Yeah, knockouts definitely can happen very early in this matchup. And you do see the Genesect on the other side, so it's not as worrying as when you see the Mew, but there's plenty of ways to move these Pokemon around. And sometimes you see players like to promote a single prize Pokemon so that they're not giving up those prize cards.
Right.
In this matchup, it's not as relevant because we have the 3 prizer in the Mew VMAX, but we'll see.
I mean, it is still kind of hard to get to the 3 prize KO. It is possible. I mean, we've seen it happen multiple times, right? The double turbo and then just 4 damage modifiers to get there. Totally within the realm of possibility. We will see Fusion Strike System filling up this hand. Dion has placed that second Mew V down onto the bench, meaning that putting a 1 prizer in the active not going to be an option right now. Few tool cards in play, one being the Choice Belt, 2 Forest Sealstone onto the Genesect. Now we see a Fusion Strike energy being attached. Escape Rope in hand. Does Dion play this card in order to send up the Meloetta? Looks like it is a no. Fusion Strike System just drawing 2 more. Does find that Nest Ball, unfortunately, an unplayable card at this point.
And we do see the Ultra Ball in hand, but you can hold on to that, and looks like no reason to play additional cards just yet. Gonna hold on to what looks like a very solid turn 2, but this does open the window for Consta to potentially take a 2 prize knockout here if the cards fall in the right order.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that it's gonna be possible here. Consta has some solid cards, VIP Pass obviously being one of them. Feather Ball as well can fetch out a Mew V as a basic, but a couple double turbo energy, you know, there's a Choice Belt in there you can put into play. It doesn't really look like Consta's going to be able to thin the hand size down quite enough to have an explosive turn.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot when you're playing the Mew VMAX deck. You want to get a lot of cards played. We used to joke, if you get 10 in the discard pile on turn 1, you probably had a good turn. Consta might just be able to play 1 card into the discard pile at this state. If you're not able to play down this hand any further and draw up with the Genesect V, you're not going to be getting a solid setup in order to fight what's looking like a pretty good turn from Dion.
Yeah, I actually watched Consta's round 1 match. He was playing up against Grant Manley, a great player from the U.S., was able to get the win. That was also a Mew VMAX mirror match, so Consta's already played his fair share of those today. Both of these players, I'm sure, have hit at least one along their route to this point, as Mew was an extremely popular choice for our players here at the World Championships.
Consta just gonna download as much information as possible there, checking out all the counts. Looked at the fusion energies, looked at some of the supporters as well, and of course saw those Pokemon at the very beginning. So I think we got all the prize cards figured out by this point, Chip.
Mapping it out excellently, as we do see the VIP pass resolving with the Genesect and the Meloetta. Looks like a pair of Featherball coming down. Gonna grab 2 Mew V, I have to imagine. I did also notice a very interesting supporter as Consta was thumbing through the deck. Looked like an Avery. What do you think of that card, and also what kind of role could it play in this specific mirror matchup?
Right, this is one card that we saw Pablo Meza really loved in their Mew VMAX deck. It's something that when you can sneak it in at the right turn, maybe with a Meloetta in the active spot from your opponent, they have to make the worst decision imaginable. They either lose their draw engine in the Genesect, or they lose one of their Mew V. If you can target down that Pokemon later on, especially when we had cross-switchers back in the day, there were some crazy things that could happen. Regardless, losing these Pokemon on board means that you're going to have a hard time continuing to draw.
Consta choosing to just play down the choice belt, wanting to keep the option open for that potential turn 1 Melodious Echo, and did draw into a Genesect and a Fusion Strike energy. It is definitely possible at this point. 3 more cards from this Fusion Strike system. Cramomatic, that could be anything. Ultra Ball can also thin this hand down quite a bit.
Yeah, the Ultra Ball is a nice find there. It feels weird when you have one way to load up the Cramomatic and maybe try for that flip, but thinning out the hand is pretty solid here.
I think that is a Roxanne hitting the discard pile. Yes, it does look like Consta is playing Roxanne still in this list, choosing not to play Iono. That's the way that most Mew VMAX players have gone ever since that card's released. What do you think of that inclusion, and maybe what is the benefit of Roxanne versus Iono?
Well, when players love to use Drapion V, you're probably going to be giving up early prize cards very often. And at that point of the time, you're going to lose what, 3 prize cards? That walks right into Roxanne.
Consta doesn't find too much help off this last Fusion Strike system. A Cramomatic could add 1 more piece to the hand, but I think we are going to see Consta miss out on this turn 1 Alessa Sparkle play. Has already committed the energy for turn as well. Now, yeah, I do believe all 3 Genesects have been used. Yes, they definitely have. So we will see Cramomatic ditching the Power Tablet. It's kind of interesting because Power Tablet is either really important in this matchup or not important at all.
Right.
Because you can have a couple of lines of play where you need them to KO a VMAX, or you ignore VMAXs entirely, right?
Yep. If you have the reach to go ahead and knock out all of those Pokemon, then sure, use the boss's orders and get the job done there. But if you have to knock out a Mew VMAX, it's going to be with all of the amplifiers. When you throw away one with the Cramomatic, you probably don't care anymore.
Dion's going to start off this turn with an Ultra Ball, ditching 2 cards that are totally unplayable, Echoing Horn and that Nest Ball, not live cards. So ditch them with the Ultra Ball and find yourself something else to work with. And I have to imagine a Mew VMAX is going to be coming into play. As Dion, you've gone first, you're in a decent spot. What would be the ideal turn here in this position?
Well, if you can knock out this Pokemon in the active spot, you're going to give yourself 2 prize cards, but you're really worried about the Meloetta. That's the one Pokemon that can knock out the Mew VMAX in return. So if you can remove that Fusion Energy, although it is just a single prize Pokemon, it's the main threat right now.
Sure. Dion, of course, not knowing that Consta has prized a Fusion Strike Energy. So now thinking through, it looks like Mew VMAX is in hand, does have Escape Rope. Playing that, what does Consta want to push here? Is it just another Genesect, or does the Mew V come into the active?
This is one Pokemon that you have extra of and has that free retreat if you do end up not getting knocked out this turn, although that seems pretty unlikely. And we'll see what the choice is. Looks like the Genesect draws are going to be pretty important for
Right.
Consta on this next turn, so losing this Mew is probably not the end of the world.
It will indeed be the Mew promoted. Dion still able to take a 2-prize KO potentially this turn. We'll see if Dion recognizes the threat of Meloetta, respects the threat, I should say, maybe goes for some sort of boss's orders play, or is it going to be a 2-2-2 game where you're taking out a 2-prizer, then another 2-prizer, then another, and hoping your opponent doesn't just hit everything they need to knock out a VMAX in one hit.
Yeah, it would be the correct line here, but you don't know what your opponent has prized.
Yeah.
So it's completely reasonable to target down the Meloetta at this stage if you'd like to. You are ahead right now. Your opponent lost a huge opportunity in taking the opening prize card.
Sure. Now, if Dion could find Alessa Sparkle and maybe attack with the Meloetta for the KO, that would be pretty decent, but with this energy being committed now to the Mew V, that is not going to be an option. Ultra Ball in hand can find another VMAX. Still one Genesect yet to go. Debating ditching this Iono can be a really important card to come back in this high-octane mirror match where it's really only going to be lasting a few turns, regardless of who is the winner.
And we do see the power tablet is tossed away there. Boss's order still held in the hand. So maybe this is going to be a 2-2-2 game here. Holding on to the boss's orders and just retreat, knock out this Mew V, maybe chain together those last 2 knockouts by just finding that supporter card.
Still one Genesect yet to be utilized. More cards able to be drawn. I wonder if Dion would like to maybe put Path to the Peak in play this turn. That could be solid as well.
No guarantees on the other side that there is a way to counter that. Just 4 cards in the hand, I believe, on the other side. So could catch Consta, just not with the right cards.
We do see Alessa Sparkle being drawn here from Dion. Also a Judge, so we could see the Path plus Judge play potentially. Will be the Alessa Sparkle here.
I do like this. Just you get these energies out of the deck. It is nice to have the energy on the Meloetta at this stage. If you do draw into the other fusion energy that is in the prize cards, then you have that Pokemon charged up, ready to go.
Yep.
You didn't want to play the boss anyways, so this was basically get a free energy and take a nice knockout that your opponent just handed you.
So having that Cleansing Gloves is pretty interesting. It actually couldn't be helpful to KO a VMAX in this matchup. It does, I guess, function pretty similarly to the Choice Belt, but, you know, maybe if there's ever a Psychic Leap play on a Meloetta, that's something that could come up. But for now, Dion will retreat into Mew VMAX, copy that Melodious Echo, and also does place Path to the Peak in play. Consta crossing the fingers to find a replacement stadium or that valuable Lost Vacuum. And Consta does have a stadium card in hand, but I think it is a Path to the Peak.
Yep, that's not the one you're looking for. Of course, you have the Ultra Ball, so you can thin down a little bit before you use the supporter for the turn, which looks like Judge.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can line up everything you need to at least attack this turn. Ultra Ball gets the VMAX. You have double turbo in hand, so you know you're at least going to be launching a Techno Blast into your opponent's active. But I think a lot is going to ride on this Judge. Look at that, 3 Lost Vacuum in a row in Consta's deck right now.
That's not where you need them. Love to see that in the hand, or at least hanging out with the Judge after you play that card. And you start to wonder, if you find the right card here, maybe you have a way to come back. But if not, this could be a really ugly turn.
Consta actually choosing to get a Mew V off this Ultra Ball as opposed to the VMAX. What do you make of this play?
Well, it means you're already losing. If you find the Lost Vacuum, then Genesect can draw you back up and you can find the right cards.
Yeah.
And if not, maybe Mew VMAX wasn't going to be enough anyways.
Yeah, if there's no stadium bump off these 4 Judge cards, do you think we'll see Consta likely concede this and move to the next game?
Absolutely, especially if there's no Mew VMAX. If you miss the attack this turn.
If you at least get the VMAX, you can stick around, I suppose. Yeah.
It is a match that can move relatively quickly. There is the Mew VMAX and multiple Forest Seal Stone. Is that the way you want to use it?
Well, sometimes it's what you have to do. Now, Consta also could, in this position, leave the Path in play, try to slow Dion down a little bit, keep your own Forest Sealstone hanging around. You don't really need anything else this turn. You could theoretically dig for the one-hit KO. It is possible, but if I'm remembering right, Consta did prize a Power Tablet this game, so with one already in the discard pile, one in the prize cards, it's actually not going to be possible.
Yeah, I could see merit to leaving the path out when your opponent doesn't have Melodious Echo to copy. You could force them to have the other energy for the Mew VMAX or the switching effect in order to reset attacking with the Mew VMAX. But in this state, you're just going to see Melodious Echo time and time again, and there's an opportunity where if the 4th fusion comes out, you could lose this Mew VMAX.
We do see Lost Vacuum will get rid of Path to the Peak, adding a card to the Lost Zone for each of our 2 competitors here, and 6 cards utilized from this Genesect. Still plenty of cards able to be drawn this turn. We do see Cramomatic in this hand. Can ditch either a Switch card or possibly the Power Tablet. I actually would feel pretty decent about Consta's chances of getting the knockout here if there were enough Power Tablets in the deck. 1 in hand plus a Cramomatic, 2 Genesects still to use. Doesn't look like it's going to line up here, though.
Yeah, this is not the best hand. Some of these cards can be played down if you'd like. It's going to be the promotion, the Switch card played,
Sure.
and then throwing away the Power Tablet now, as that plan is out the window.
Does hit a heads. Now Consta able to add any card that he so chooses to the hand. Looks like it will be the Lost Vacuum coming to the front here, adding that to the hand now. I wonder if there's a word where Consta maybe tries to Lost Vacuum away both Forest Sealstone on Dion's end. There are 2 in play.
Yeah, there's that option potentially if you'd like. You could also just target this card if you'd like.
The Cleansing Gloves.
Yeah, the Cleansing Gloves for the +30 if you're worried about that. But gonna remove 1 Forest Seal and try to go for another.
Yeah, it's really the only way that this play kind of works out. You also do kind of force your opponent's hand, force them into using their V-Star power this turn, as you know, there's a chance, of course, you find that other Lost Vacuum in the future. Consta having Pal Pad now to the hand, that would allow him to shuffle back 2 in any combination of supporter cards, up to 2, I should say, and that can bring back a card we saw discarded early, that Roxanne. That could be a big way to come back if your opponent does pull off the big Melodious Echo for a 1-hit KO.
So many cards played down. They're just not being played optimally. And now really trying to draw into that Lost Vacuum. We don't see it.
Yeah, did not see the Lost Vacuum. The Roxanne did hit the hand, so that's an option next turn. It will just be a Techno Blast with that 190 base. You see 1 Choice Belt, 220, and a Power Tablet all the way up to 250 damage. A lot of damage, but Mew VMAX still standing strong in the active.
Yeah, it always feels awkward in this matchup to just leave damage on board, especially when you have access to the Mew V and you can use Psychic Leap. We're not going to see that. It's not really the prerogative right here for Dion. Instead, we're looking for knockouts, and that's a good way to do it if you can add that Choice Belt, maybe a few more amplifiers into the mix.
Yeah, without access to this last Fusion Strike energy, it is still in the prize cards. Dion is likely looking for a Boss's Orders this turn. I do think I see a Escape Rope in hand, so that could be an option. But Cramomatic could just find the boss itself. Let's see, this is a big flip, and it is indeed a heads. Any card Dion likes now, being able to go into this hand. Is it going to be the boss grab?
It looks like it. I'm going to promote that to the tippy top, add that to the hand, and can target down another one of these V Pokemon on the bench. Take those 2 prize cards. I'm not sure I saw the hand right, but maybe there's a way to bring back some more Boss Swords with the Pal Pad. If you can have access to that, that's going to be pretty sweet. You play this Boss's Orders, then you shuffle back 2 of them, and you're ready to go for that final swing.
I think Dion wants to set up for a situation where all he needs next turn is a Boss's Orders. If he can get a double turbo onto that other Mew, he can ensure that if he just finds Boss's Orders with the Choice Belt already being established there, and I guess also just Genesects in play, Choice Belt not even being relevant, you can KO whatever you want. And as long as you don't have to use Forest Sealstone this turn, or your opponent doesn't find that Lost Vacuum, it gets to hang around.
We will see if those cards are lined up for Dion. Has played this fantastically so far. Just targeting down the prize cards in this race, and it's working out here.
3 cards now from Fusion Strike system, still 1 more yet to come. That's actually a huge grab, the second Forest Sealstone. Consta, I believe, only playing 3 copies of that Lost Vacuum. With 2 already down, there is no way for Consta to remove both of those pieces. 1 will get to stick around, guaranteed to find you the winning piece, potentially on the next turn.
The last thing that would guarantee this is if you find the double turbo energy. You can play that onto the Mew VMAX. You're guaranteed to have the attacker lined up, ready to go in combination with that Boss's Orders. Not seeing that just yet, though.
Doesn't look like it was able to be found. Dion maybe could have done one or two things differently to get another card out of the hand. There's an escape rope in hand, also a switch card, so if you could rope, then boss. I don't know how valuable those two cards really are at this point.
I agree.
Now Consta beginning this turn has a Fusion Strike energy in hand. Meloetta could become a decent one-prize attacker, even though you're only dealing 140 damage with Melodious Echo. It's enough to take out this heavily damaged VMAX. You do see a Cramomatic in the hands. The only option there would be an escape rope. Is this the time for Avery to maybe help you out?
Yeah, you start to wonder, what does the prize map look like from this stage? Of course, 3 prize cards staring you in the face there. Does it involve you having to buy a couple extra turns with this Roxanne and maybe a path to the peak? We'll really have to see. I don't think that disrupting the bench right here with Avery is going to do much.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Roxanne and maybe hope to find that path like you pointed out. We do have some updates from out in the field as these players are shuffling here for the Roxanne Consta has played. Pramawat has won his match against Alex Szymanski, 6-0-2 record. He will be moving into the top 8 here of the World Championships. We also know Cyrus has gotten to 6-2. She's a player who's going to be on that bubble at this point. Crossing the fingers, maybe hoping that some of these other matches tie, so there's a higher chance that another 6-2 or 3 makes it in.
Yeah. Well, that's good news for the big cat. as Snorlax is trying to win a world championship.
Now Genesect drawing a couple more cards. Cramomatic could find anything Consta desires if the coin flip goes his way. We did see a Tails Momentaire a moment ago. Is it time to flip once again?
It's so difficult to maneuver through this situation. You know your opponent just only needs a couple things to go right from this point forward, but playing to those outs, 2 cards in the hand for your opponent now, and it doesn't even look like
Nope.
resources are there.
Yeah, no path to the peak left in the deck. Not even going to be an option. Of course, Dion, we do know, is still holding on to those Forest Seal Stones. So there would, even if path comes into play, be an out. You have to play to every little tiny opportunity you have to win, though, here as Consta. It is looking more and more out of reach, however.
Will another Forest Seal Stone help?
Not when you've already used your V-Star power.
Well, everyone is well equipped here. All 5 Pokemon in play have a tool. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference, though. Let's see if Dion has what it takes to close out here with the 3rd card and a Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, do you think we need to make sure that Mew VMAX goes to the Lost Zone? Here it goes. Get that out of play entirely. Not that it would ever really be relevant. Neither of these players playing anyway to recover cards from the discard pile anyway, but we want to keep the board in check, keep that board state as it should. Now we see Genesect drawing 4 on the Fusion Strike system. There is the boss's orders. Does Dion go all in on the play, hoping to draw? Oh, has the double turbo from the Forest Seal Stone. Everything needed, of course, with that boss's orders hit, and that will lead to Dion winning game number 1 of this win and in match.
Mirror match, 21 minutes down. Dion up 1-0 so far. What a great start it feels like there. Had a great understanding of what to do in the matchup. Went first, was able to avoid that turn 1 knockout from the opponent, and really just, you know, keep your foot on the gas. Eventually you're going to get there.
Now Dion will, I guess there is a question. Does Consta ever? We'll talk about that here in a moment. Let's recap what happened in game number 1. Consta went second, had an opportunity to potentially pull off a turn 1 attack, was unable to make it happen. Dion was able to strike first by going first, get the first attack off, take a 2-prize KO. Heavy damage on this Mew VMAX, but able to take 4 prizes with this Pokemon was enough to ultimately carry Dion through this game.
Just had exactly enough resources there. Was able to draw up, find the boss's orders, use that Forest Seal Stone to close things out. Move up 1-0 in what may be the biggest match of their life to date. Man,
So,
everything's on the line here.
Everything is on the line, and as Consta, it's 1 more loss and you are out of top 8 contention. So the question becomes first or second. You could make an argument both ways. Kyle Sablehouse, what would you pick?
Going second.
Going second. High roll, hope to hit the Fusion Strike, energy, the Alessa Sparkle, everything you need to take a 2-prize KO.
You have 27 minutes. A tie does nothing for you. You have to run hot. You have to hope that the cards are on your side. maybe going second is going to be the key. And if your opponent chooses to go first in game 3, cool.
Yeah.
Do it again.
It didn't work out for Consta going second in game 1. However, we'll see if he agrees with you, though, and decides that second is his best chance. That would definitely be the more aggressive call. Can he really afford to play it safe in this spot, I guess, is the question. And Consta has to make that calculation and make that determination here.
Yeah, these are the differences that could lead to you becoming a world champion or trying again next year.
Well, I certainly hope for Consta's sake that he did not go second, as there's not really much happening in this hand. And
oh my.
Honestly, going second isn't going to be much better.
You
or
can
going
go
first isn't going to be much better.
You can go 7th with that hand. I don't think anything's happening. Oh, it's Ice Cube!
Ice Cube and 2 Fusion Strike Energy in the prizes. We're getting into this game. Let's get down to that table. Consta has no playable cards. Fusion Force Sealstone could be attached to Ice Cube, but it's not a Pokemon V. Can't even use that Star Alchemy V-Star power. Dion draws return and has an opportunity to win this game right now.
Yeah, we see the Ultra Ball in hand. Can at least get a Pokemon V. I believe Force Sealstone is in the hand, so that could lead to a Battle VIP pass to continue to draw.
I think Dion has it. There's a Fusion Strike Energy in the hand. There's a Forest Sealstone.
Alessa Sparkle.
This Ultra Ball can just get a Pokemon V, use that Forest Sealstone, Alessa Sparkle, attach the active, and block Slider can KO your opponent's active Pokemon, sending you into top 8 of the World Championships.
We'll have to see if any of the prize cards get in the way there.
Yeah,
I mean, they got flashed so quickly.
I think he's got it. Just needs to get a Pokemon V out. There is 1 Fusion Strike Energy prize for Dion, not 2. Let's make sure he just sees it all. You want to make sure and double check every little thing at this spot. Making a mistake could be detrimental, but I think he has seen the line. Forest Sealstone, Star Alchemy, Alessa Sparkle, target the 2 Pokemon, and as long as 2 Fusion Strike Energy are not prized, Dion Lee moves on to the top 8 of our Pokemon TCG World Championships.
Wow. I guess that's why you go second. That is the worst hand I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, Consta's just laid it out on the table. That's what Dion is laughing at this moment. It is just truly an unplayable situation, and it feels so bad as Consta. You get to this point, 5-1-1. You get on stream for the win and in, and your deck just fails to cooperate for you in game number 2. Dion Lee moving on to top cut here in Yokohama, Japan.
3 matches away potentially from becoming a world champion at this stage. That is exactly why you play the game. That's why you play Mew VMAX. It gives you an opportunity to make plays like that.
Consta kind of recognizing nothing I could have done. We saw the shrug there. It was not his fault at all. No plays were made incorrectly. Just did not pan out with that opening hand. And Dion moves on. Consta will still come away with, probably a top 32 or top 16 finish, depending on how things exactly shape up. So he'll still come away with a decent amount of cash, tons of prize cards. Those top 32 bags they get are pretty sweet. Tons of promo cards, so should still feel pretty good about himself. But these players both starting the Ice Cube. Dion finding the path to get the win here on turn 1.
Yeah, not much left of this replay to be had. So keep your eyes open for Sealstone, Alessa Sparkle, get those fusion energies into play. You're looking at a turn 1 knockout to take yourself into the top 8 of the World Championships.
What a set. We knew it was going to be high octane and fast. We saw that in game 1, game 2. Yeah, just not much going on. And you can see kind of the understanding from Consta. It's kind of wild in this situation that you're able to just kind of smile and laugh at that. And I guess that's really all you can do, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players talk about that, and we've seen that with a lot of tournaments. Just your opponent's not your enemy. You're both here to have a good time, and when you acknowledge that something ridiculous happens, you're going to enjoy it. And although you are not going to be the benefactor of those 3 points, it's still great to be a part of something, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, just being here in the room, that's enough for so many of our players. But so many of our players want more. We already know 4 of our players locked up for cut. Tord Reklev, Azul Garcia Griego, Michael Premawat, and Dion Lee joins them as well.
Let's go. I mean, we are in for an absolute treat here. The day is not over as well, as we will be playing out our top 8 and our top 4. dwindling it all the way down to our finals on Championship Sunday for all of our age divisions across all of the amazing games that we have here in this arena.
Yeah, I was watching some Pokemon Go earlier. They just finished up their losers finals. Very exciting stuff happening there, and I know the Pokemon VGC finals is always electric. So plenty to watch, plenty to stay tuned for Championship Sunday. You certainly will not want to miss. And we know that there are 2 Fusion Mew in our top 8. We know, we talked about the players, let's talk about the decks that we know. 2 Fusion Mew, 1 Gardevoir, 1 Lost Tina.
Hey.
2 of those Fusion Mew though, what do you think of that?
Yeah, no, I don't think that that was exactly on everyone's radar going into the tournament. If you looked at all of the results that we had before all this, it kind of seemed like Mew was going to be fading away, and then there's almost like a running joke online that whenever you play in a tournament in Asia, you're going to run into Mew. It always finds its way to come back, and it showed up here, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, Mew VMAX won the Japan National Championships, right? It's won multiple massive events over here in Asia, so no surprise really to see it doing so well. But would you have thought it would be one American player on it?
No, absolutely not.
Especially not Azul, right?
Well, I mean, Azul has fate already sealed for him, as he's decided that Lost Giratina is the worst deck he's ever seen. So hopefully he gets a taste of that justice.
Ooh, okay, that's what you're hoping for, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe if he and Pramawat are paired up, we could see what happens in that matchup. That would definitely be an exciting one. I mean, those 2 used to be roommates as well. Used to live right down the road from you, right?
No, we lived in the same apartment complex. That would be something else if we all got to meet up in the finals.
Well, we'll see how the stars align. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, of course. We do have an interview ready on the stage with our winner, with our newest top 8 competitor. Let's get down and hear from Dion Lee.
All right, thank you very much, casters. And yes, I am here with our winner, Dion, and now top 8 competitor here at the World Championships. First question, a very simple one. How are you feeling?
Feeling very excited. As you know, it's my first World, so I'm very happy to do this well for it.
That's an amazing accomplishment. Congratulations. Obviously, those games were, the second one, not very exciting, but were there any moments in the first game where you had any difficult decisions or anything like that, or was it a pretty straightforward game?
I think one of the issues I had was that, because there's a time call thing, right? Especially with Gardevoir, where the game takes very long. So there's sometimes where I didn't do a full price check, and when I actually need to know whether is it there or not, I'm like, is it my price or is it my deck? And I just gamble for it. Thankfully, it went in my favor, but yeah, I should do more thorough price checks.
Yeah, no, you can do that in top 8, I guess. But yeah, obviously you're now in the top 8. And I saw you've been using Mew VMAX throughout the season. You won a championship with Mew VMAX. Why do you keep coming back to this deck?
I felt like it's a comfort pick, because I personally feel like Lost Zone and Gardevoir might be hard to pick up, and the last thing I want to lose is because of my misplays. So Mew VMAX, I can at least say I didn't draw the right cards. Yeah, so it's a pretty linear deck, so I chose it for this tournament.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, now heading into the top 8, are there any particular decks that you're trying to avoid? Are there any matchups you're trying to play against? Just how are you feeling going into a top 8?
I really want to avoid the Turbo Lost Zone decks right now, because this entire event I have not fought a single Drapion, and I'm really happy to keep that.
Wow.
Yeah, so yeah, I do not want to fight a single Drapion in top 8. I think that would be the hardest matchup, especially when they run like some play size Sky Seal Stone. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. What were your matchups in the Swiss rounds? Did you play against a lot of Mew VMAX beer matches?
Actually, I have it recorded on my phone. Can I just, wait,
oh,
never mind. I didn't bring my phone.
Okay.
I played a lot of Lost Zone and Gardevoir.
Okay.
And I played 2 Lost Tina. And I think that is like the most comfortable pick for me, because I practice a lot with Henry Brand for Lost Tina. Yeah, so that's the matchup I want to fight against.
Okay.
And I didn't fight a single Arceus variant at all. And I do want to fight an Arceus deck, but not the Umbreon ones. That one eats Mew.
Makes sense. Okay. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to, say thank you to, friends, family, anything like that?
All right, that's a lot, so give me a while. Okay, so thank you to my Team Toys Terminal members. Then there's also people who practice with me, like Jaken, then Aaron, Lugia, Elkana, Liang Jun. I'm so sorry if I miss any of you out. Then the good people of GGG in Singapore, and my friend who got me to play Pokemon, NG. Yeah, thank you so much.
right. Well, once again, congratulations, Dion.
Thank you so much.
This isn't the end of your run, of course. You'll now be advancing to the top 8. Best of luck to you, and
All right.
congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to throw it back to the casters. So take it away.
Thanks a bunch, Puka, and great to hear from our top 8 competitor, Dion. Won the Singapore Championships with this deck. Decided to stick with it. I think it was a good call, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think it's working out.
Especially when you
pretty
don't play any Drapion.
Yeah, the only thing you're worried about in the room, and you're just like, oh, cool, it doesn't even want to play against me. So maybe, if you can avoid those, which I don't think we see any just yet.
Yeah, there's none that are playing on guaranteed win-and-ins. All the lost turbo decks are players who are playing to get to a 6-2 record. So getting to 6-2 gives you a chance to make top 8, but far from a guarantee, of course.
Right, we will see how that all plays out. Of course, this was a pretty quick one. A lot of players still fighting it out there in the final round before we see who will be in our top 8. Really excited to see which players, which decks, which countries make it through, as we still have a lot to figure out. Only 4 players locked so far.
Yeah, only 4 players locked. Of course, yeah, we'll be a top 8. We've said it a few times, obviously. And then we'll play our top 8 tonight. We'll play our top 4 tonight. And we'll eventually get to our Championship Sunday tomorrow. Gonna be absolutely electric. I cannot wait to see what this room is like tomorrow.
It's gonna be unreal. Yeah, it's what we live for. It's our favorite thing. And what an honor it is for us, of course, to be casting as we're going to be taking on that finals. Absolutely thrilled for that opportunity, as we're going to be able to finally crown one of our champions for a tournament in Japan. You know, we've been looking forward to that ever since we started playing Pokemon. You always kind of felt like eventually Worlds would be here, but the fact that it finally happened is still surreal.
And there's so many great stories here in our top 8 of Worlds, just with the 4 players that we already have. Of course, Dion winning the Singapore Championships this year, now making it into top 8. Absolutely hot run here at the end of the season. We've got Tord Reklev. He got top 4 at the 2019 World Championships. Of course, many consider him the best to ever play the Pokemon TCG, winning 4 international championships, making finals twice, got that top 4, like I said. I mean, I think a win at Worlds would almost certainly cement him. The Jason versus Tord debate has been a ongoing one for many years in the Pokemon TCG.
I think this is the last gem of the Thanos glove. If you get this one, you are you might be able to say, hey, sorry, Jason, this is I'm winning tournaments that are bigger than you've ever seen.
Of course, Azul Garcia Griego, a player who's considered one of the best, and I think really respected by many of his peers, which is what makes him stand out above so many other top-level players. You know, all the other players respect him and understand that he is just one of the absolute best. He's a 5-time regional champion back in the U.S. He's won 2 international championships. He's in his first top 8 of the World Championships ever.
Yeah, you know that means something to him, of course. When you've been playing this game as long as he has, every time he interviews, he says, well, what are you going to do after this? You've won the international tournament. He's like, I'm just going to try to win the next tournament and see what happens. It really is that simple for him. You just want to get back to the grind, see if you can challenge yourself and eventually become a world champion. Has an opportunity here now. 3 matches away, man. That is unreal.
And the last player we know for certain is in top 8 is going to be Michael Pramawat, of course, the runner-up back in 2010, losing to a player from Japan. Now he comes to Japan and has an opportunity to become the world champion, the winningest player in regionals history. I know this would mean everything to him.
Yeah. We've spoken about his plot armor and what he's done to get here. He says the closer he gets to Japan, the more powerful he feels. that World Championship that he got 2nd place at was in Hawaii. He was getting a little bit closer. He's home. We're in Japan, baby.
We are in Japan.
He thinks he's getting it done tomorrow, and he was saying that early this morning.
And we do have one more update before we get out of here into our next segment. Vance Kelly has defeated Akira in order to move on to the top 8. Vance sitting at 6-0-2. Yet another Mew VMAX. And Vance is someone who we've seen quite a bit from during our regional circuit so far this season. Pretty cool to see, you know, him do decently at those regionals, made a top 8 here and there, and now gets into top 8 of the World Championships.
Right, we've had a really great experience throughout this year, as this is an opportunity where we really have casted so many regional championships for all of these players, and now we get to start to build on those storylines, and Vance is one of those players that we've continued to revisit, and look at it now. You're playing Mew VMAX and potentially could be the world champion after having a great run here in Day 2.
Well, we've got some time before our top 8. Our players have to get things finished up. We've got to finalize those standings, but we're going to get back to you very shortly with that top 8 standings and figure out who our players are going to be, who's going to be facing off against one another, and maybe fill out some of these brackets and figure out who we think has the best shot to become world champion. Plenty of more action to get through this evening. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned, but for now, we're going to keep thinking through what is exactly going to happen here in this event. I think one more.
We got more?
We've got, oh, okay, we're doing this here. Understood. So, what we're going to be doing here while we're filling a little bit of this time, since we've got an opportunity up until our last match is finished and we get to that top 8, we're going to go through some Pokedex entries and try to determine who these Pokemon are. I think Kyle will probably be especially bad at this.
I can get this one right.
Here we go. It's one of the kinds of Pokemon with electric cheek pouches. It shoots charges from its tail. Kyle, what do you think?
I really hope it's Pikachu.
There are so many electric mice in this game.
Well, then how am I supposed to know?
I agree, it probably is Pikachu, but just in case, I mean, it's the cheek pouches. It's got to be Pikachu, right? I'm going to go with Dedenne, just in case. Let's see who it is. Probably Pikachu. It's Pachyrix!
No! Go away! Come on! Why is he back? we had to deal with him earlier.
Patchy just doesn't go away. I bet Sajin would have gotten that one right. Yeah, so I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
We gotta get a little more creative, man. they can't all do lightning stuff.
It does have cheek pouches.
Yeah, they do. Here we go.
Might need some lifelines to help. That would be nice, but no, not
That'd
here.
Be, yeah.
It can fly in spite of its big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours. So, something that can fly, it's big, it's large. We got to work together on this. I don't think we're ever going to get anywhere.
You think I'm going to help?
Come on, a big Pokemon that can fly.
16 hours?
It's zoom in.
It's zoom in.
It really is zoom in. It took me 16 hours to get here.
Wow. Yeah.
And it was not all the way around the world.
Nope.
So.
Big and bulky physique.
I mean,
it goes fast.
I mean, Charizard can fly. It's big and bulky, but this does definitely not sound like a Charizard. I'm going to rule that one out.
Yeah. Why do I want to say like Aerodactyl or something, man? I need to get that out of my head.
I feel
maybe
like
Lugia or something.
Oh, Lugia.
It's pretty big.
It
doesn't have a beak.
But I
learned
think
that.
Lugia travels through the ocean, right? Through the water, not circling the globe, really.
Okay. Yeah, fair.
Ho-Oh? I guess it could be Ho-Oh.
Yeah.
Let's lock in the Ho-Oh.
Ho-Oh.
I think it's going to be our best bet.
Please don't be Aerodactyl.
Please?
Dragonite. Okay, yeah, that's pretty bulky. That's fair.
That makes sense.
That's an L on our part.
Yeah, sorry about that one.
I wasn't thinking of it.
It's a dragon type.
Yeah.
And a flying type, I guess. Too.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to fly.
It stops only to sleep. It doesn't feel full unless it eats nearly 900 pounds a day. If this is not Snorlax.
Big Cat.
If this is not Big Cat for Michael Pramawat.
Cat. Come on.
I don't even know. I'm out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
We're on the board, buddy.
We got it.
We're on the board. We're on the board.
Is that 900 pounds?
That's a lot of berries.
I'm hungry.
Berries usually aren't that heavy.
The caloric intake, that's what I'm worried about.
I think that's probably just an appetizer.
Okay.
What appears to be an iron helmet is actually hardened hair. This Pokemon lives for the thrill of battle. So, I mean, I think of a metal or steel Pokemon most likely, right? Iron helmet. Like an Aggron, maybe?
Ooh.
Aggron?
I like that, yeah.
It does talk about hair, so it could be like a Alolan Trio.
Stop. That's.
But that doesn't really look like a helmet.
It has the thrill of battle, though.
I don't know.
It does look like Fabio just rolling in there. I originally was like Bastiodon or whatever, but no, I think the hair thing is like leaning me to another direction.
Yeah, Aggron definitely does not look like. Well, I guess it could be hardened hair. It does look like a helmet.
Yeah.
I think we got to go with Aggron.
Yeah, Aggron would be cool. We also got to see it on stream too.
We did see the Aggron VMAX.
Maybe that's a little context clue.
And homage, potentially.
Yeah.
Let's lock it in, Aggron.
Come
See
on.
if we're right.
No!
Just
Daniel!
so everyone knows, our Pokemon Go producer from the Pokemon Company, Daniel, his favorite Pokemon is Berserker. He is, yeah, he's not going to let us live this one down. Huh?
Every time that we choose which Pokemon we want to put on stream as our two go-to selections for a tournament, he locks in Berserker for me before I get to choose what cards I want.
He's asked me how to build a Galarian Berserker deck.
There is no right answer.
I mean, there's the Galarian Berserker V, but
nope.
It's not happening, no. Sorry, okay. Daniel. We apologize.
I learned something new.
On sunny days, it flies freely through the sky and blends into the clouds. It sings in a beautiful soprano.
Or a choreo? Does it?
On sunny days...
It sings, though. What's it singing? What's the cloud dude? Altaria.
The cloud.
I think that sings.
I mean, it does. That would make sense. Blends into the clouds.
Because it's a cloud.
Honestly, full credit to you if this is right. Yeah. I agree. Let's go with the Altaria.
Come on, cloud dude.
Let's go. That's all you, buddy. That's all you. Altaria blending into the clouds. Honestly, a bit of a layup, to be honest.
Yo, chill. Come on. You weren't there yet.
You're right. But if you'd given me a second,
yeah, fair.
You were a little faster than me, so.
You know, we take those.
We take
those. I know cards that
there's over 1,000 Pokemon
if
now,
they were once a relevant card, then it's locked in my mind somewhere. So there was an Altaria that I've considered in a deck. That's the only reason I'd know it.
Its flame sac is small, so energy is always leaking out. This energy is released from a dent atop its head and flickers to and fro.
What?
Its flame sac is small, so energy is... Yeah, you can read it too.
Yeah, well, I don't want to read.
Can you?
I could try.
Okay.
My brain said Torkoal, but I don't think it has a flame sac.
No, it's got like the smoke coming out.
Okay.
So my kind of initial thought would be Litwick, right? It's small. It's got a flame coming out of its head. But I do have to admit something here, Kyle. I was sitting in our green room earlier watching all of our games. We've got a setup where we can see all of the live streams in the green room, right?
Okay.
And I did notice that VGC was doing this segment.
Oh.
And I did see this Pokedex entry come up.
You cheater.
So I know what this Pokemon is.
Can you whisper it to me?
No. It's actually featured on this screen somewhere. Right there.
I know that one.
It's Fuecoco.
Yeah.
Let's see the reveal. Indeed, Fuecoco.
Yeah. Cheating always wins, kids.
Is it cheating or is it just knowledge retention? Right?
It's cheating.
How was I supposed to know we were going to be in this situation where I was going to have to be?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to not watch that and just forget?
Yes. Yeah. Just in case you get this segment, because our top 8 or our final game was way too short.
It chases people and Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers. Gengar?
Gengar.
That's one of your favorites, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Is there a dog that's a ghost now?
There is?
Yeah.
Houndstone?
I couldn't tell you what it was, but yeah. I know like Houndoom, but he ain't a ghost.
Close enough, right?
All right.
Well, I mean,
I think like territory, like in the. All right, man.
I have to admit.
You know this too?
I was sitting in the green room earlier.
No.
We've got a setup where we see all of the live streams.
Can I get Puka up here instead?
I'm worried that this is going to be going in an order now. I do think I only saw a couple of them,
okay.
So I don't think I'll have known all of these. But this one, I'll give you a hint. How about this?
Oh,
help you
help
get
me,
there.
help me.
It's not Gengar.
Thanks.
Okay.
Wow.
It's not Gengar. That is a good guess.
Cool.
But it is a Pokemon that has been traditionally very good in the Pokemon TCG.
The net.
It's one of these Pokemon that when people talk about which character has had the best cards over the years, this is really always in the conversation.
Aww. And it's a ghost? Or is that just the nightmare thing trolling me?
Our producer has told me not to cheat, so. It's not Gengar. You have to guess something else.
And
I've given you enough hints.
And it's always been a good Pokemon. Gardevoir? Why would Gardevoir be doing that? That's mean. Gardevoir. Lock it in.
Or we'll see. Is it Gardevoir? It is Darkrai. Ah! It's Darkrai.
That's in my nightmares.
There we go. What happened? What happened to Pachirisu? Where did it go?
He needs to leave. I see him in my
Darkrei's
nightmares.
put it in a nightmarish slumber, apparently.
That's so much better. See, I don't think Ghost when I think Darkrai, I think Dark. Because I don't play the video
It's
games
not
so
a
much.
ghost type. It's a dark type.
I know, that's what I'm
But
saying.
that's Darkrai's whole
But I was
thing.
thinking of Ghosts as like psychic Pokemon, so that wasn't even in my wheelhouse.
It's not a psychic Pokemon. It's literally a dark Pokemon.
That's what I'm saying.
Why are we talking about ghosts
When
and
I
psychics?
hear Ghost, I hear psychic.
Ghostly. Sure.
Bro, help me. Please read more.
Okay.
It's the same one.
It chases people in Pokemon.
Oh, good.
Okay.
I was going to get it.
Just kidding. People fear it due to a belief that it devours any who try to cut down trees in its forest. But to the Pokemon it shares woods with, it's kind. I think I definitely know what this one
Please
is.
be.
And not because I saw it earlier. I definitely know what this one is.
Trevenant?
I think it's gotta be, right?
Come on.
It just is too fitting. I think it's gotta be Trevenant. Let's lock it in. Trevenant. Let's see it. Come on, producer.
Can I go home? You know, I do see Trevenant in my nightmares. I lost a regional championship to it after I rolled 13 tails in a row.
13 tails?
I threw
What
the
were you
die.
playing?
I was playing Slurp Toad. And I needed to crushing hammer it in the beginning.
How were you even playing
your?
before?
Yeah,
Okay,
before
okay.
it locked in. So I had one turn.
Oh, was this a trump card format?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why you played so many crushing hammers in one turn.
I played everything I could.
Oh man. If you're not sure what we're talking about, go look up Lysander's trump card.
Don't.
Shaman EX and
It was a
Super
bad,
Scoop Up.
a bad
and-
era.
Yeah, a dark time. Is that what Darkrai makes you dream of?
Well, now I'm more worried about Pachirisu, to be fair.
It elegantly avoids attacks with dance-like steps, then launches a devastating blow in the same motion. I think I know what this one is. Not one you would get.
Gallade seems like it moves pretty cool.
No. I think my guess for this one, based on playing Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Oh, come on, dude.
Hey, this is a Pokemon that has a V-Star card in the format.
Wow.
My guess, at least.
Thanks.
What do you think? Come on. A V-Star Pokemon? Not something that's ever really been competitively played.
Then that's not going to help me, Chip. That's not good.
My guess for this would be Hisuian Lilligant.
Ooh.
It's dancing, moving,
Yeah, yep.
dance-like steps. And it's also a fighting type in the games. It's a grass fighting type. So a devastating blow in the same motion. Come on, let's see it.
I'm going Pachirisu.
Hisuian Lilligant. Medicham.
Whoa.
That makes sense.
How do you move around with those thighs, though?
It finds a way. It's psychic power.
Good for you. Yoga looping.
I think Hisuian Lilligant was a good guess, though.
No, that was
I think
fair.
I should get some.
Technically, my Gallade was closer, so take that.
They are both psychic fighting
Yes.
types, so.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. It scatters cotton all over the place as a prank. If it gets wet, it'll become too heavy to move and have no choice but to answer for its mischief. I got nothing, bro.
Is Cottony a Pokemon?
Oh!
What does that evolve
Yeah,
into?
maybe Cottony or Whimsicott.
Ooh,
Whimsicott.
Yeah, Whimsicott.
Okay, listen.
Whimsicott is like, he's a little prankster.
He has the prankster ability.
Yeah.
It has the prankster ability in the video games.
We unlocked it.
Heavy to move, answer for its mischief. Yeah, come on, let's see it.
Come
Whimsicott,
on.
easy. Yeah, let's
go.
Our VGC friends would be proud of us, I think.
I mean, if Frank Persick didn't
Hey, listen,
do what he did, then I wouldn't know.
I played in one VGC tournament. It was a Premier Challenge. I won the event, and I
What?
had a Whimsicott on my team.
You're cracked.
There we go. Whimsicott, let's get it.
I have not played in any of those tournaments, and I didn't do well.
It is always vacantly lost in thought, but no one knows what it is thinking about. It's Kyle Sablehouse.
Shrimp.
It is good at fishing with its tail.
Come on.
I think we're thinking the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Pachirisu.
one of two things.
Slow.
Poke or bro. And I guess it has to be poke, right? Slow
Yeah, 'cause
bro.
It
Slow
uses
bro's
the
one that
tail
caught.
to
Right.
become the bro.
Yes.
That's how you become a
Slow
bro.
poke.
Yeah.
Vacantly lost in thought. Slow poke. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm in.
Let's do it. Slow poke. Come on, producer. Let's see it. Hey!
We're getting good. I did not think I was going to be this good.
Slowpoke striking a pose here as
Yeah.
well. Looking good.
Ladies.
Slowpoke showing off. Not wanting anyone to take its tail, of course.
Yeah, those are pretty expensive.
Very valuable, yes. It can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focusing.
I would.
So anytime I think about like mind and focusing, it makes me think of a psychic Pokemon,
I was thinking
right?
about Medicham, but now I'm like, oh well, yeah, that's
body
a little,
transparent? No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah. That would be psychic stuff.
Yeah, it's got to be true. Well, I mean, Medicham
We
is a
already saw
psychic type.
Medicham.
Yeah, and we already saw it. I'm thinking Reuniqueless, which I also
Ooh.
found out is the way you say that Pokemon's name this weekend.
I'm glad you said it because I would have butchered it.
Reuniqueless.
Wow.
Something, huh?
Clearing its mind and focus. Yeah, no, that makes sense because it's like translucent anyways.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm in.
Reuniqueless.
Reuniqueless.
Come on now. Gotta be it.
The truth? Dragapult. Oh, is it like a chameleon kind of dude?
It's a ghost type.
Why isn't it Kecleon? Hey, fix that.
I wouldn't have predicted this one. So
Nope.
I'm a little surprised to see this one, but okay, makes sense. I mean, it is a ghost type, right? So can always be vanishing, disappearing.
That is-
Gengar would have made sense too, I guess, huh? In that same vein.
It's got a really cool hit.
Dragapult's just a cool Pokemon, man. Super cool.
It was an okay card too.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was pretty solid for a while. I actually used that a lot in Players Cup 1. I qualified using that for that tournament. A lot of fun with that deck. This Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. It plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused. So
I think I
this is
got
like
this
a
one.
blissfully unaware Pokemon, I feel like, right?
I mean, avalanches and all that stuff just makes me think of Obama Snow.
Dude, it's not. Abomasnow does not play, though. It's not. Abomasnow is definitely not playful. You look at that thing and you tell me that's playful?
Come on.
No.
What do you have then?
Nothing right now. Give
Exactly.
me a second. Come on. Hang on now. Hang on. Innocent, you know. It can control 100 tons of fallen snow.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's my boy.
Dude, Abomasnow, I'm telling you, that guy
Why can't he have fun?
He is not playful. That guy is always serious. It's always grumpy too. I'm thinking of something like more cutesy almost. I feel
Diancie?
like.
Does that do ice stuff?
No, it's a rock and fairy type.
So not Diancie.
not Diancie.
Cool.
no.
What other stuff was around that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I really don't have a great guess here. We can lock in your Abomasnow. I'll give you credit if it's right, but I don't think so.
It'd be cool. Oh!
Chimpao.
Yeah.
Sure. It does seem... well, it also seems pretty serious. Wouldn't have thought Chimpao was that playful.
Fair.
It seems kind of terrifying, to be honest. Imagine you're climbing a mountain. You're in an avalanche. In an avalanche. You're buried under snow. You finally emerge. You look up, and you just see this thing prancing around everywhere.
Yeah, with the crazy fangs. Unreal.
All right. Well, Chimpao, we didn't get that one. And here we go. This Pokemon's body is covered in blubber and impressively round. It is faster for it to roll around than walk. I mean, I think I know what this one is.
I'm not there yet.
What was a pretty prominent Pokemon at last year's World Championships? Not in the card game. Not in the. You didn't watch?
I was busy.
Fair. I'm gonna go with Spheal on this one.
Oh.
I think it's gotta be Spheal, right?
Oh, we're memeing now.
A blubber, you know, rolling as opposed to walking. 1,000% Spheal.
Just for the mental image, I'm gonna say Hariyama.
Kind of looks like blubber.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Hariyama rolling?
It's rolling on its side.
Is it even rolling or is it cartwheels?
I'm in my image, the arms and legs are out and it's just rolling on its side.
We need some drawings of that ASAP. Let's see it. Come on now. Spheal! I can't be confident. You know?
I know.
When I'm confident, they're just going to troll me.
Look at you. You nailed it. I'm so used to Spheal with the sunglasses now. It's
Who?
so cool.
That's not Spheal. See if we have any more here to go through. I think that's going to be it for our guess the Pokedex entry. How do you think we did, Kyle?
I did so much better than I thought I would. With that being said, pretty bad.
Expectations were low.
You were great. You read really well, which helped. I only said like 4 embarrassing things, so that's a win.
Yeah. I mean, if you played the video games a little more, you might have gotten 1 or 2 more correctly. Maybe watch one of the movies or something like that.
I did.
The Darkrai movie?
No, like the original, like Turn into Stone and Cry.
That's just the first one. There's like 20 movies, dude.
I was busy.
For 20 years?
You know, I've got a long plane ride home. I've got a lot of catching up to do.
Good time to capitalize.
There we go.
Oh, man. Yeah, plenty of movies for you to catch up on. I remember when I was younger watching the Latios and Latios one and really liking that one. Did you see that one ever?
Sure. I think I watched one with Celebi.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that good?
I think that's like the 4th one. Yeah, Pokemon Forever, I think.
That sounds right.
Forever.
I probably did it for the card that they give you in the movie theater.
Yep. Always a great draw to get you out there to go watch. Do they give you promo cards when you go to the movie theater to watch? I guess they don't have them in the theater anymore.
They don't do it anymore, yeah.
Yeah, all online.
Yep.
They should mail me a card for watching a movie at home. That's what I say.
I mean, they got to watch you watch it. They got to prove that you sat through.
True, I guess. True. Well, I think we do have more of our top 8 players decided. It's not 1,000% set in stone.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, while we are getting it all figured out, we're going to take a quick break. We'll have our top 8 very soon. We'll get our standings figured out and get you our top 8 match. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to the World Championship Series, Yokohama, Japan 2023. I'm not Rob, and joining me today is the Arrow.
Hi, Rob. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a long time. Glad to make it to Japan. Get to see old friends like you.
Absolutely. Could you tell us a little bit about your team today?
Yeah, I'm running the Frostlass with the Kanto Ninetales and Altaria core. It's done me well so far. I'm still undefeated.
Sounds amazing. Could you tell us like maybe something that you weren't expecting to happen today that you came and encountered with and you were able to pivot out of?
Yeah, I ended up playing against a Dynamic Punch Medi, Ice Punch Dynamic Punch. It worked out for me because my Medi has Psychic, so, but that was a really tough set that ended up coming down to 1 turn in the end.
Wow, really, really close match. Could you tell us a little bit more about maybe the general strategy with what you developed for your team today?
So at its core, the team relies on Frostlass getting energy in bad matchups. So like when a Pokemon's nearly fainted, I will farm it down with Frostlass, rely on that energy to sweep teams in the back.
Sounds really, really good. And the plan has been working really well today, given your record, right?
Yes, 3-0.
Incredible. So I think we got one more kind of a different question for you about Yokohama or just Japan in general. Could you tell us about your trip, some things you've enjoyed, and maybe something about the venue?
The trip's been amazing. Didn't know what Japan was going to be like really before I got here. Kind of went out on a whim. Food's been kind of, I'm a picky eater, so I've been struggling to eat a little bit, but I'm working on it. And yeah, I've just enjoyed it, all of it.
I'm so glad that you're having a great time in Japan, and even better that you're competing really well.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to do it for me. Thank you so much for tuning into the World Championship Series, Japan, Yokohama 2023. We'll see you guys next time.
Hello there from the Pokemon World Championship. I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We're out here on the floor in Yokohama, and I've made some new friends. What's your name, and where are you from?
Abe Koya desu.
And what about you? What's your name?
Abe Yoji desu.
What are you most excited to watch today at the Pokemon Championship?
Pokemon card no Junior League desu.
This is your first time here. What is the most exciting?
初めてなのでもうすべてがもう興奮してますね。
Now I have to ask, who is your favorite Pokemon?
Digidrago desu.
Do you have a favorite Pokemon? It's okay if you say Pikachu.
私はチルタリスですね。
All right, well, we'll let you get to it and we'll let you walk around on your own, but thank you so much.
ありがとうございます。
Have fun. And we'll have more coming right up at the Pokemon World Championship.
What's going on, Pokemon trainers? The action here is non-stop, and I'm checking it out with the competitors to see how their event is going down. I am joined by Chopper, who's one of our competitors here at the Yokohama World Championships. How's your tournament going so far?
I am not playing today. I'm waiting to play tomorrow because I qualified for day 2 of the competition. So I'm just scouting out the competition a little bit, checking in on my friends, and just, kind of mentally getting ready for the big day tomorrow.
Fantastic. Are there any teams out there you've seen that have really surprised you?
I think seeing Emilio Forbes use Bramble Gas just shocked me. I heard that somebody strong was going to be bringing it, and I'm amazed that somebody like that is using it and making it succeed on the big stage.
Yeah, I think we were all shocked to see that Pokemon. Are there any Pokemon you're worried about potentially seeing? Obviously, I don't want you talking about your team as it's all a secret for day 2, but are there any Pokemon that you're maybe nervous to face or think are going to be really strong?
Yeah, let's see. I think Indeedee is a little bit of a sleeper pick. I think being able to block priority redirect attacks is something that people have maybe they're a little bit scared of it with all the strong new Pokemon, but I still think Indeedee's very relevant in the current format.
100%. And you say you're enjoying the day 1 experience. What have you enjoyed most about Japan?
Enjoyed most about Japan? Wow, I think it's just overall the culture. I feel like I get to enjoy something very different from where I'm coming from in New York, even though it's still another big city like New York. I'm just loving the experience.
Fantastic, I love to hear that. And my last question for you, Chopper. Who is your favorite Pokemon and why is it Gastrodon?
My favorite Pokemon is Drifloon, so, we've got the region right.
That's true, I'll take that a little bit, but, Drifloon, very cool Pokemon. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me, and Pokemon Trainers, the action will be going on and on, so don't go anywhere.
Konbanwa, and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. My name's Ross. I'm joined once again by the lovely David Hockman. How you doing, David?
I'm doing fine. We're now final. The Swiss rounds are over. We are looking into a top 8 match next. We have filtered through all the players. Now there's only the best of the best of the best left for these last 3 rounds. We're down to 8 players. Both of them, need to win 3 times now, and then they're world champion. But only one of them can do it.
Yeah, you know, players at Worlds, they're the best. Players in Day 2 of Worlds, they're the best of the best.
Yes.
But players in top 8 of Worlds, they are the best of the best of the best. So let's have a look at the bracket here and see who's made it into that top 8, see who's going to be fighting out for that title of World Champion.
Yeah, so on one side of the bracket, we have Vance Kelly against Pang Kai-hing. The matchup is Mew against Lost Giratina, which is very interesting. Lost Giratina, of course, does a lot of damage, but not enough to take a one-hit knockout on Mew. Mew, on the other hand, is able to take a one-hit knockout. Both of the decks are very anticipated for this event. And going into top 4, the winner of this match plays against the winner of the match from Azul Garcia Griego, better known as Azul GG online, who is probably the best player in North America right now. Also, just like Todd Radcliffe, a lot of people consider him to be the best player of the world. Depends on who you ask. Against Dionysius Lee, who was a winner of the National Championship in Singapore and also had a top 16 at the Asia Open. Definitely a name that we don't see often at our tournaments that we stream because it's a different region. On the other side of the bracket, we have Todd Radcliffe against Victor Manuel Garcia Montes. A Gardevoir mirror match. Very unfortunate because I personally thought that Gardevoir was going to win the event, but well, one of them at least is in top 4, so they have that going for it. And also Shoichi Saito against Michael Premawat, 2 players that we already showed. Michael Premawat, of course, already was second at Worlds one time. He is eyeing down that title. Looking at this top 8, it's so great. On the one hand, we have Michael Premawat, his chance to get the second time in the finals, first chance to win. Todd Radcliffe, who won basically every tournament there is to win, except for this one. Exactly the same is true for Azul. He won every tournament that there is, except for the World Championship. We have here 3 people that have been playing for so long, for so many tournaments. If one of them takes it down, it would be such an amazing story, but also we have a lot of newcomers who are trying to show the world how great they actually are.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at potential matchups, and all of these 8 players are phenomenal. They are all absolutely deserving of being world champion. I'm looking at a potential top 4 between Todd Radcliffe and Michael Premawat, and what really links those players is they have both come very close to winning the World Championships. Yes. They are both players that everybody knows are good enough, but haven't actually made it. And we've also got a potential final between Azul Garcia Griego and Todd Radcliffe, who, as you said, at the moment, most people think Azul is the best player in North America, and Todd is the best player in Europe. Yes. They have certainly won a lot over the past couple of years. I think that is a final match of which everyone would be happy. Having said that, there are, like I say, every single player here is going to give us great games. I do think, whatever happens, we are going to be in for an absolutely great top 8 and a final. We're showing one of these games. I believe we're going to be showing Todd Radcliffe against Victor Manuel Garcia Montes.
Yes.
And then we're going to be playing one of the top 4 games after this, and we're saving the finals till tomorrow, Championship Sunday. The whole point is that's where we crown the winners.
Yes, let us know your predictions online. Who do you think will win? Which deck will take it down? Now, of course, we have a lot of Mew in top cut. Mew is one of these decks that everyone, ever since it released, everyone was kind of joking that they just keep releasing counter cards. We got the Drapion. We have Drapion and Spiritomb in the format, but even those cards are not enough to stop the Mews.
Hey, don't forget about Mighty Anna. Mighty Anna also a very great counter. It's like that one wasn't good enough, so they printed Drapion. The Drapion wasn't good enough, so they're like, right, Spiritomb, and Mew's like, sorry mate, I got this.
Exactly.
And just keeps going on. Very much like the modern Pikachu and Zekrom. Yeah. Every set that comes out, people are like, I mean, it had a good run, but it's over. It's never going to keep going now. And the deck just keeps going and going and going. It really is a good deck. We do have to kind of say a fond farewell to Miraidon. It came very, very close.
It came close, yes.
Andrew Mahone went into that last round at 5-0-2 playing Miraidon. with a win, had a very good chance of making it into the top 8. So Andrew Mahone falls 1 game short. Miraidon had a chance this weekend. Miraidon was a good deck that had some good finishes, and just because it didn't make top 8 doesn't make my caster prediction that wrong. Let's not worry about Umbreon and the fact that we've not seen it in any deck list all weekend. Ignore Umbreon. Miraidon, that had a good chance this weekend. It had a lot of success. It just fell a little bit short at the end.
Yeah, but looking at how much Mew there actually were, maybe Umbreon would have been a good meta call. Who knows? But now this is not about what could have been or what would have been. This is about what will be. Who will be the final winner of this year's Pokémon World Championship? Will it be one of the veterans that is considered one of the best players in the world by the larger community, or will it be a newcomer ready to show the world their true potential?
Remember last year we had Andre Schubal winning the World Championships, and then now a player in Europe, we all knew how good Andre was. He was a well-known player around the European circuit, not a player I think that was on the radar of most players outside of Europe. You know, if you weren't following the European circuit results, you probably weren't aware of Andre Schubal, but I'm pretty sure if you follow the game even remotely, you now are, because Andre went and won the World Championships last year. Same thing with Daichi Shimada, well-known player in Japan, but not somebody who we'd heard of outside of Japan until we saw that second place finish. So we could end up with a Tord against us all final where everybody's like, oh, it's those 2 amazing players we've been watching win on stream for years at these international championships, both of them having won multiple international championships. Or we could be seeing some new players kind of enter the conversation here, players who weren't on the radar before we came to the tournament, but players who now everybody looks at and goes, oh yeah, no, it's, we know them, they won Worlds, they came second at Worlds. But I will say, it is the final that people remember. People don't always remember top 4 at Worlds, top 8 at Worlds. People like us that follow it super closely remember, but whoever makes the final gets streamed on Championship Sunday, that is what people remember.
And you have limited space in your mind as well. Like at some point you can't remember every top 4, every player who was top 8 in every deck, every year. Most people remember the finals, but what you just said about World Championship, it brings everyone together. I said this throughout the whole tournament already. All regions, they are kind of like doing their own thing. Of course, you have some people that travel around the world to play, but most players kind of stick near where they live. It's just closer to home, easy accessible, not as expensive. So you have these regions, they are kind of, everyone communicates a little bit with each other, but there are a lot of people that are only well known within their community. But the World Championship is that one place that brings everyone together and gives these players that are well known in their own community the chance to become well known around the whole world.
Okay, so I think what we're going to do now is have a look at some highlights of Tord here. Tord has been doing, very well this weekend. So I think we're going to go and have a look at some highlights from Tord because, Tord's a very highlight-worthy player. So here we go. This is, I believe, the last game we saw on stream. I believe this is yours and I game.
You're correct. I remember this game.
It was a game that was very, very back and forth, of course. We had Tord, scooping up the cards there, didn't quite go well enough, worried about time, but then we saw Tord in this second game with that double prize penalty. The second game went off, Shoichi scoops quite early, giving us time for a third game, and then it really came down to the wire. And, we had a very emotional end to the game. Of course, he had that double prize penalty, which did impact things, and it was an emotional end to the game because sometimes you see that and unfortunately it doesn't work, and Shoichi did not join us in the top 8. In fact, unfortunately, in the home worlds, there aren't any Japanese players in the top 8. There are several that had 8. I believe that's correct.
No, Shoichi is in top 8.
Oh, Shoichi is in top 8. Oh my goodness. How could I get that wrong, David? How silly of me.
No problem. That's what I'm here for.
So Shoichi being the lone, there we go, let's rephrase this. Shoichi being the lone representative in top 8. And that's actually really nice because we saw how downtrodden Shoichi was after that game against Tord. Really seemed like I've lost this game. I'm not going to be able to be in top 8. I bounce back to get into top 8, and that would be a great story to follow through here. Seeing this player who, had that moment on stream of, I've lost my chance, I'm not going to make it. Imagine if they then go through and win the whole thing. What a turnaround that's going to be.
There's even still, I think, there's not the possibility that Tord and Shoichi meet each other again in the finals, but they could meet each other in top 4, I think, if I remember the bracket correctly.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. We've only just settled the top 8, so you'll have to give us a little bit for, you know, any silly little mistakes that are made. We were literally shown the top 8 bracket after we got on the stream here, so we're following it along as best as we can. But, you know, that home world atmosphere, we've seen when the Japanese players are on stream, when they win, the crowd loves it.
Yes.
We are at the Japanese world, and we have a lot more Japanese fans and spectators than you would usually have, because Japan's very far away from North America, where we usually have Worlds. It's very far away from the UK, where we had Worlds last year. This is, by a huge margin, the most convenient Worlds we've ever had. And, you know, before now, it was Hawaii in 2012 and the other years, where the Japanese players, from what I heard, loved it when we had Worlds in Hawaii, because although it was in the US, it was kind of close to Japan, at least compared to the other North American venues we saw. So, you know, the Japanese crowd here is really getting into the spirit, cheering for the home favorites and just kind of loving it, because, I mean, I never expected to see a UK Worlds until last year.
Me neither.
I remember how great that was. I took a train to Worlds last
too,
year, damn it.
I took the train this year and last year.
I think you might hold the record for being the only person, because you live in Japan now, so you could just, I think you took your regular work train.
I did. It took me exactly 1 hour and was the same train I took to work every day.
Oh, see, I had like a 5-hour train to Worlds last year, but the idea of going to the World Championships and not getting on an aeroplane, it was great, and it was different. Home Worlds feels different to other Worlds, and you know more people. There are so many of my friends in the UK who popped along to Worlds because it was nice and close, who were never going to make the journey to the North American Worlds, who were never going to come along to Yokohama, Japan this year. But last year it's in London. There were people that kind of jumped on the tube for 10 minutes and they're at the World Championships.
And about that, well, this is Yokohama. Yokohama is the second most popular city in Japan, and it's right next to Tokyo, the biggest city in Japan. And yeah, like I just said, if you live in Tokyo, just take the train. It's 1 hour, you are here. Everyone who loves Pokemon can just come here. We also were very lucky. Yesterday was a holiday, so most of people didn't even have to work. And there were so many people that wanted to come here. Yeah, there was not even enough space to let everyone in. So we will have a great, amazing international crowd with a lot of Japanese players, people, a lot of Japanese Pokemon fans that are all cheering, for a Japanese winner. Or depending, some Japanese people might also cheer for someone else.
Oh, of course, of course. One of the things about the Pokemon community, and I met a bunch of people, whether it's staff, whether it's new players, whether it's spectators, one of the things I hear a lot, and this is genuinely true, I didn't realize the Pokemon community was so lovely.
Yeah.
Everyone just seems to be nice and friendly, and I honestly believe the reason is we all just love Pokemon.
Yes.
This thing that came out of me, I remember when Pokemon started. I was a kid when Pokemon Red and Blue came out. I bought Pokemon Blue on release as a child in the UK.
Wow.
So I have been around literally since day one with Pokemon. And, you know, some people have been as well. Some people kind of discovered it later. My children have their favorite Pokemon plush at home. We got pictures of Pokemon all over the walls. My son, he's 3, he's Archie. He loves Palisand. There is one episode of the anime that has Palisand. You do not want to know how many times I have watched that episode with my son Archie. It's just absolutely phenomenal. Daisy, huge Primarina fan.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's weird. Apparently Gen 7 in my house is just the place to be. But I'm getting to share these memories. You know, when I was a kid, I discovered Pokemon, and now on a daily basis, I'm sharing that with my kids. And that's the kind of atmosphere we have. I'm not really even in the venue, just the whole city of Yokohama. And when I came to Japan, right, I was in a bit of a grump, had a bit of a rubbish journey out here. The first time I left my hotel in Japan, I was looking a little bit lost, and some random person walking past took the time to stop and ask if I was okay and give me directions. First time I left my hotel, somebody took the time out of their day to be nice to me. That's kind of where we are right now, and it's just such a lovely place to be. It really is. I know that sounds very flowery, but I promise everyone watching at home it is genuinely true.
Yeah, everyone, like you said, everyone here loves Pokemon. We have so many Pokemon decorations here, and I think there is, for every Pokemon, there is one person who really loves that Pokemon. And we had the card set up here outside, just right outside the venue. For each Pokemon, there was like one featured card.
Oh,
and
yes.
every card, there was one person walking by, seeing the card and being like, oh, that's my favorite Pokemon. I really want to take a picture. And they took a picture with the card. They took a picture with themselves for the card. I also did it. I took a picture of Sableye and Claydol, and it's amazing. And especially, yeah, in Japan you have more Pokemon fans, I think, than in most other countries.
Yeah.
And yeah, even some of my colleagues, like, they knew what the Pokemon World Championship was. Even though, like, have one colleague who works with me, I talked to him, yeah, you know, like, you know Pokemon, right? Like, I'm going to the Pokemon World Championship, and he knew exactly what I was talking about. This never happened to me outside of Japan.
Oh, that is fantastic. I mean, I came out here a little bit later than planned, and as I was coming through Haneda Airport after landing, I saw the picture that everyone was posting. Because you get off your airplane, and as you start walking through the airport, there are electronic signs with adverts for the Pokemon World Championship. It is the first thing you see when you land at Haneda Airport. And I had seen those signs about 50 to 100 times from all my friends posting on social media. And then I got off the plane and I saw those signs and I was like, oh, this is actually happening.
I arrived a little bit too early for that, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just amazing. Everyone, it's like Pokemon fever, right? Like, everyone just gets into it. You're excited and you get excited because everyone is excited, and it just gets more excited. More and more and more.
It is absolutely phenomenal here, but as much as it's fun talking about, you know, Pokemon and the World Championships, what's even more fun is talking about a top 8 game. So let's take it down to the stage where our top 8 players are ready to start, and this is going to be a fun one. If you love Gardevoir, oh, have we got the game for you.
I do love Gardevoir, and I'm very excited about this game. And I'm also excited about just like the player's journey here. We have Victor, who didn't have like amazing showings. When I saw the name, I was like, not entirely sure if I know exactly who that is. I tried to look it up, how they got their Worlds invite. Not like incredible finishes for regional championship, not incredible finishes for international championships, but here at the world stage, showing everyone he has the potential to win these tournaments, and he might even win a world championship before the first regional championship. Playing against the exact kind of like opposite player history, Todd Radcliffe. He won multiple international championships, I think 5, is that correct?
Yes, I believe it's 5.
It's incredible. And multiple regional championships, so many like top cuts for all kind of tournaments. Also a national championship back when that existed, and I'm pretty sure Todd probably also won a Battle Road and a Champions City Championship back in the day when those were tournaments. I think Todd won every tournament that there was except for the World Championship. And these two forces are clashing against each other. One of the well-seasoned veterans playing against someone who's just trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course it is notable. You know, Todd has actually more than just international championships victories. He came second at the European International this year.
Yes.
He's won so many internationals, we forget to mention second place at internationals, which is phenomenal. Also, I just want to give myself a little bit of a reprieve from earlier. Shoichi Saito is actually listed as an Australian player on the bracket, so I'm forgiving myself for my earlier slight of so yeah, anyway, let's get rolling. We've got Todd, we've got Victor, we've got Gardevoir, and well, there's a fun little parallel here, because of course the first time we saw Todd with Gardevoir was round 1 at the EUIC in a Gardevoir mirror match.
Oh, yeah.
Nice little symmetry going on here.
Yeah, Gardevoir mirror match. Very difficult to maneuver. It depends on a lot of factors. Who gets the setup first? Going first is very important. Who gets the first attack off? You have to do a lot of calculations. Of course, these Gardevoir EX damages your own Pokemon, and then something like Cresselia becomes very powerful because you can either get rid of some damage and then take a knockout on Ralts on the bench, for example. You can take knockouts on Curlias on the bench, and you can just take knockouts for the Shining Arcana Gardevoir as well. And you have to play around this. Both players know exactly what they're doing, I suppose. I would take a big guess that Todd probably tested a little bit more than Victor, but that might not be even true. This will definitely be an amazing game.
I mean, one of the things we saw in the interview from Todd earlier was just saying people don't know how much I've prepared for this tournament. And, you know, for a lot of players out there, Todd among them, this is the main hobby. This is what they do. They play a lot of Pokemon because it is a game that really means everything. So we've got two Iono next to each other. No major problems there. Tord has prized a Luminion. It is the only Luminion in the list, so that is the only thing I think we need to be watching here. That one Luminion prize, which is a one-off, that could come back to be a problem in the future.
Yes, we also have not too terrible prize cards for either player. We saw yesterday, for example, one player prized Curlier, Rold, and I think it was Angus Johnson, right? Two of the Zacian V. But in this, it seems like this game will not be decided by prize cards. Let's hope it will not be decided by terrible draws either.
Yeah, what we want is both players drawing quite well and just outplaying. That's what I love to see about mirror matches, where one player just, it's not about how well they drew, it's about the decision they made, a chance they took, a calculated risk, something that gives them an edge over their opponent. That's what I'm looking to see when I'm looking at these mirror matches.
Yeah, mirror matches are, usually they fall into like one of two categories. They're either like super complicated and really interesting, or they are just completely dependent on luck. And there are some players tend to just call mirror match just luck in general, because the better you get, if you play perfectly, then of course it's only 100% luck, right? But if you're not able to play perfect, then you know, well, like, there's so much stuff that you can do by just playing better than your opponent. I think Garda was one of these matches where you really have to play a lot better than your opponent. But of course, yeah, the cards you draw, your luck has a big impact, especially in mirror matches.
No, absolutely. Something we have seen before, and I'm sure we've seen it from Tord before, but don't hold me to that, is I'm going first, let's get free energy on a Zacian, and then see if we can start taking some cheeky prizes. See how fast Victor sets up. Because you need free energy to attack, so if you play it, energy, use the ability, then on turn 2, before your opponent has had a chance to evolve, you can attach the third energy, take the first prize, and really put your opponent on a clock. That's not the case here, though. All Tord gets is the Battle VIP pass for 2 routes, passes over to Victor, who has a Battle VIP pass of his own, but if he does anything else here, then he's had a better setup than Tord.
Yeah, talk about mirror match. Both of these players open the first turn exactly the same, but it seems like Victor is actually going for a completely different approach. This is what I love, what to see in a mirror match. Two players, they draw the same card, but they make completely different decisions. This is how you immediately know, yeah, this is a game of skill here. Tord just going for a lot of rolls, while Victor tries to go for Mew, be a little bit more aggressive, retreat, use Mysterious Tail, and hopefully maybe even get the second Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, Radiant Greninja there as well, which can draw some more cards. No targets off the Mew.
Oh, God.
All Pokemon and energy. No trainers, let alone item cards.
This hurts, yeah.
Yeah, it really does. Hopefully we got an energy there for Radiant Greninja to draw a couple of extra cards. That would be a big advantage, of course. This is awkward. Now, the good news is for Victor, because Tord didn't bench the Zacian, although it's possible to get a KO on that route, it's unlikely. Victor ends the turn with 2 routes. Oh no, all 3 routes, sorry. There is that lovely artwork rare, plus the Mew and the Radiant Greninja. So yeah, in the end, a pretty good turn there from Victor, honestly. Oh, but Tord gets the turn 2 rare candy into Gardevoir, and it's the one that can get extra cards. So you look at the top 2 cards, you draw them. However, if there's energy, you can attach it to your Pokemon if you so wish. Looks like Tord is choosing not to attach it because he has nothing in his hand, and he'd rather have it in his hand to use for something else, maybe even a Radiant Greninja in a moment.
Yeah, exactly. I think going for Radiant Greninja is one option, or just going for the Mirage step. Curlier here is also a great option to have. You just attach the energy active, you go Mirage step. You used 1 rare candy, so you can still get, oh yeah.
There we go, you call it, David.
Yeah, let's go, Mirage step. You have to know I'm a Greninja person. And
it's water duplicates all over again.
Yes, exactly. I love this card so much.
I'm
happy to see it here at the Worlds.
It's awesome. Worth noting, Victor does not